Chapter 91. Humph. Nandong Tianquang knew he had lost in terms of firepower. He piloted his mecha downwards at high speed, dodging most of Haolong's attacks. He had already drawn his lightweight sword and charged towards Haolong. Good. Haolong saw this and stopped his artillery barrage, drawing his Aurora Flame sword to meet him. Who is Murong Tian? He actually abandoned his firepower advantage and chose close combat, even more arrogant than Nandong Tianquang. As he asked curiously, if he wasn't arrogant, how could we watch the show? Murong Tian laughed, recalling his first encounter with Haolong, when they fought a mecha battle. Martial skill, triple sword thrust. The Tianquang mecha unleashed 3 swift, thrusting swords as it charged towards Haolong. Mech martial arts, heavy cannon. Haolong, piloting his cruiser mech, didn't even glance at the 3 swords, directly unleashing a sweeping attack with his heavy cannon sword technique. Boom! The 3 swords shattered, and the Tianquang mech swiftly twisted and appeared beside Haolong, thrusting out a sudden sword strike. Haolong's mech slammed out with its left fist, deflecting the Tianquang mech's sword, and then swung its Aurora Flame sword in its right hand, forcing the Tianquang to retreat quickly. Roar! 3 consecutive thrusts. Nandong Tianquang was enraged. Unable to match strength, he would attack quickly. In an instant, the Tianquang mech unleashed numerous sword thrusts, directly stabbing at the cruiser mech. Well done! Heavy cannon cross slash. The cruiser mech fiercely slashed down with its cross-shaped heavy cannon sword, the cross-shaped slash directly shattering the numerous sword thrusts. Then, the cruiser mech pressed forward, slashing at the Tianquang mech. So domineering? Seeing the cruiser mech overwhelming the Tianquang mech, as he looked at Xiaofeng with a question. The meaning is self-evident. It's about which of your mechs is more domineering. I'm no match for you. Xiaofeng shook his head. How could that be? You're at most evenly matched. Just watch and you see. Facing Haolong's heavy cannon sword, the Tianquang mech helplessly withdrew its thrust and retreated again. But the cruiser mech closed in, swinging its heavy cannon sword, forcing the Tianquang mech to retreat once more. Triple thrust. The Tianquang mech was enraged, unleashing a triple thrust counterattack. Continuous heavy cannon slash. Haolong's cruiser mech unleashed a series of heavy cannon sword strikes, deflecting the thrusts, and the final strike aimed directly at the Tianquang mech. The Tianquang mech was so frightened that it retreated continuously, barely dodging Haolong's heavy cannon sword slash. The cruiser mech seized the opportunity to close in, its domineering heavy sword forcing the Tianquang mech to retreat repeatedly. At this point, Nandong Tianquang dared not thrust out his sword again, and could only be relentlessly attacked by Haolong. The cruiser mech, which was relentlessly attacking Nandong Tianquang, unleashed increasingly faster and more powerful heavy sword attacks. Nandong Tianquang was like a mouse, chased around by Haolong. The situation had shattered everyone's expectations. Who could have imagined that a T1 mech could overpower Nandong Tianquang? Its dominance overturned their understanding of Haolong. Bang! The cruiser mech swung its heavy sword, sending the slowly resisting Tianquang mech flying, and then ceased its attack. Big brother. Nandong Tianlang piloted his mech over, observing Nandong Tianquang's situation while remaining wary of Haolong. I lost. Nandong Tianquang said slowly, accepting his defeat wholeheartedly. Haolong had only used his heavy sword to send him flying without harming his mech in the slightest, which shocked him even more, proving that Haolong was still hiding a great deal of strength. Nandong Tianquang took out 2 T3 grade contract hearts, and offered them to Haolong with both hands. You flatter me. Haolong accepted them politely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Intimidate the Wolves mission, defeating Nandong Tianquang, and obtaining the Material Purification skill. Seeing that he finally had the Purification skill, Haolong's heart finally settled. He returned to the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, and began to check his attributes. Host, Haolong. Technology, T2 level Engineering Master Technology, Stealth Design Technology, T2 level 7-star Cyclone Engine Technology. Items, Skycrossing Class, Hive Carrier Blueprints. Long-Range Missile Ship X1, Matrix Destroyer X1. Super God Level Enhancement Stone, Exclusive, Space, Virtual Combat Space. Equipment, Super God Level Universal Toolbox. System Skills, Super God Level Reconnaissance Skill, costs 1 million. Material Purification Skill, 10 million. T2 Level Engineering Master Technology, T1 Super God Level Engineering Master Skill, T2 Super God Level Repair Skill, T2 Super God Level Modification Technology, T2 Super God Level Upgrade Skill, T2 Super God Level Enhancement Skill, Talent Skill, SS Level Heavy Artillery Talent, increases fleet attack speed by 200% and attack power by 300%. Heavy Artillery Soul, SS rank passive skill. The commanded warship gains the Heavy Artillery Soul buff, increasing attack by 300%, and upon damaging an enemy, gains a shield equal to 30% of the enemy's damage and 10% energy absorption. Heavy Artillery Skybreaker, SS rank combines all commanded main guns into a single strike, increasing attack damage by 5 times. Contract Beast, T4 3-star Engineer, Lilies. T4 3-star Lieutenant General, Lolita. The previously awakened SS rank skill of Haolong was also revealed, increasing attack speed by 200%, attack power by 600%, and also providing a 30% damage shield and 10% energy absorption. After the battle, both sides returned to Yifeng planet via separate routes. Haolong, Senior Xiaofeng would like to project himself onto you, Murong Tian asked Haolong. Push him in. Haolong nodded. It's always good to have more friends. Captain Zhou, hello Haolong, I am Xiaofeng, commander of the Flying Dragon Battleship Squadron. Xiaofeng entered the projection and greeted Zhou Zhilan and Haolong. Hello. I am Haolong. Hello. I am Zhou Zhilan from the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron. It's like this, winning one T2 contract heart this time was all thanks to the help of the Flying Dragon Battleship Squadron. I plan to invite you all to dinner. Would you two do me the honor? Xiaofeng said directly. Okay, thank you, brother Xiao. Haolong did not refuse Xiaofeng's invitation. Soon, the Flying Dragon Battleship Squadron returned to the modification shop, followed by the Flying Dragon and the 2 accompanying battleship squadrons. They had taken the initiative to ask Haolong to visit Jilan's modification shop. Looking at the T5 level robotic arm and numerous high-end precision instruments, Xiaofeng and Az were stunned. How much would that cost? If they sold it all, it would be enough to build a T3 level warship legion. Jilan, your shop is quite luxurious. Isn't it a bit wasteful to only use it for modifying T1 warships? Az asked Zhou Zhilan. On the way back, Az went directly to the Fire Phoenix warship and chatted with Zhou Zhilan the whole way. Their relationship then skyrocketed, surprising even Haolong. Before, we only took on T1 warship modifications, but now we also take on T2 warship modifications. As for the luxurious equipment in the modification shop, she didn't know where Haolong got it from, but since Haolong hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't ask. Upon hearing that Jilan's modification shop also accepts T2 warships, Az asked, really? What are the prices for modifying the performance of your T2 warships? T2 warships below 4 stars, 3 million, 20% performance increase. 8 million, 30% performance increase. 25 million, 38 to 40% performance increase. T2 4-star warships, 26 million, 30% performance increase. 60 million, 38 to 40% performance increase. A 38 to 40% performance increase. As he stared at the last item, her mouth agape in astonishment. These prices, along with a 38% performance increase, are only available to a few of you. The others don't have it yet, so you need to keep it a secret. Zhou Zhilan smiled, glancing gently at Haolong who was chatting. Currently, their strength is weak, and it's not advisable to reveal too much of their abilities, to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Thank you, Zhilan. I love you so much. And excited as he picked Zhou Zhilan up and spun her around. Honestly, Jilan's modification shop offered them very favorable prices for modifying their warships, about 10% to 20% lower than the market price. That saved them a fortune. And that 38% improvement in modification performance, very few things on the entire Yifeng planet could achieve that. As far as she knew, only 3. Modifying warships with them required waiting in line for custom orders, with prices starting at 100 million. You're welcome. Zhou Zhilan was embarrassed by Az's enthusiasm. I'm so lucky to know you, my little sister. Come on, show me what I can see. Az took Zhou Zhilan's arm, her bright and cheerful smile easily winning people's favor. Okay, come on, this is Modification Workshop number 1, always used by Haolong. Zhou Zhilan began to introduce Az. The midday banquet concluded successfully for Haolong. He secured the dragon subduing blade and all the modification orders for the dragon following warship regiment. Currently, the modification of 1 warship squadron within the regiment will begin, with delivery scheduled for the 20th. Brother Long, there's something I need to tell you. Zhou Zhilan, while commanding the Fire Phoenix squadron in the virtual combat space, spoke gravely to Haolong. Yes, go ahead. I face everything with you. Haolong took Zhou Zhilan's hand, looking at her earnestly. It's like this. Zhou Zhilan told Haolong about her father's situation and mentioned Princess Dis's renewed recruitment of her. We have no choice but to accept the princess's offer. Leaving aside the issue with General Zhou Zhinan, the entire Zhou family has already been brought to live on planet West. We have no other option. Haolong hadn't expected that despite their best efforts to keep a low profile, someone would still notice. This person is the only princess of the Tokus Empire, with immense power, far beyond Haolong's current capabilities. So what do we do now? Zhou Zhilan asked. As Princess Dis requested, enter the Blade Military Academy. Also, find an opportunity to contact your uncle to see if you can obtain some intelligence or assistance from him. Anything else? Zhou Zhilan looked hopefully at Haolong. Their next task was up to them. Accelerate the deployment of the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. In the next few days, you need to recruit enough crew for 5 warships. I also give you the data for 2 warships, as well as the skill information for these individuals. CS Citian, C-rank talent, passive same level bonus. Main guns of the same level receive a 60% increase in power, and a 60% increase in range. Clearly, the long-range missile ship is a perfect fit for CS Citian. She can't fully utilize the power of her skills on other warships. Huang Silan, B-rank talent, precise assistance, increases coordinated defense by 50%. Huang Silan is suitable for the Matrix Destroyer, allowing her to fully leverage her anti-aircraft firepower advantage, making it difficult for enemy artillery to attack. Haolong knew that since he was forced to intervene in the royal family's struggle, his strength needed to keep up, otherwise, he would only be cannon fodder. Of course, the more hidden methods he had, the better. When necessary, they could often turn the tide of battle. Brother Long, I understand. Zhou Zhilan nodded, her eyes red. Whenever we encounter difficulties, you're always there to shield me, to bear the burden with me. Brother Long, I love you. I really love you. There's one more thing. You need to find 2 more captains, one a battleship captain and the other. Just find one, any kind of battleship captain will do, but the best. Currently, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet only lacks battleships, not other ship types. Haolong hadn't decided what kind of warships to add, so he could only let Zhou Zhilan find them first. Okay, leave it to me, I find them as soon as possible. Zhou Zhilan said confidently. So confident? Haolong asked doubtfully. He had been racking his brains for ages trying to find the other 2 captains without any success. Of course. I received many recommendations these past few days, all excellent crew members at various levels, several vice captains, and even several captains. Give me 2 days, and I select them for you. You decide who to choose in the end. Zhou Zhilan smiled at Haolong, handing over the choice to him. This boy would help her choose the best. Okay. I help you choose the best. Haolong nodded. Of course, that's what he said, but Haolong would still discuss it with Zhou Zhilan before making his choice. Ding dong, system mission. Graduate from the Blade's Edge affiliated military academy within 6 months, and be specially recruited into the Blade's Edge military academy. Completing the mission will grant you energy absorption technology. Failure will result in the random loss of 3 skills. Haolong, who had originally planned to give up on entering the Blade's Edge affiliated military academy, hesitated upon seeing the energy absorption technology reward from the system. Because Zhou Zhilan would be spending those 6 months at the Blade's Edge military academy without any danger. In the end, Haolong chose to complete the mission. After all, the Tokus Empire's energy absorption technology only had a 5% conversion rate, while the system's energy absorption technology reached 40%. Zhilan, you will need to stay alone at the Blade's Edge military academy for 6 months. I come find you from the Blade's Edge affiliated military academy. Haolong's heart was heavy, and he was very worried about Zhou Zhilan. I understand. I'd be waiting for you at Blade Military Academy for the next 6 months. Remember, my Fire Phoenix battleship fleet still needs you to upgrade its T2 warships. Zhou Zhilan seemed to understand something, nervously reminding him. She feared Haolong was risking great danger to secure his place at Blade Military Academy. I know. You continue commanding the battle. I have to go now. Okay. Zhou Zhilan watched Haolong leave, tears finally streaming down her face. Brother Long, thank you for protecting me all this way. Lolita, come with me for a moment. Haolong went to the command ship, the Phantom Assassin, and said to Princess Lolita. Yes, young master. Lolita, I want to build you a Heavenly Barrier-class T2 Phantom warship. Do you have the blueprints? Upon arriving at the command room, Haolong directly asked Lolita. Currently, only my Yunlu, a T2 warship, is protecting Zhou Zhilan. Haolong is very worried and urgently needs another T2 warship to join the protection team. Lolita, as a T4 level 3-star lieutenant general, is the most suitable. The problem that needs to be solved now is the Phantom warship. Chapter 92. No, because the level is too low, I didn't hold back. Currently, I only have T3 and T4 level warship blueprints. Lolita shook her head. Then give me the T3 level warship blueprints, and I try to build them. Okay. Hearing that Haolong was starting to build a warship for her, Lolita was very enthusiastic. She also wanted to own a warship modified by Haolong, even if it was only a T1 warship. After all, anyone who had participated in the Fire Phoenix warship fleet battles knew that Haolong's modification capabilities were extremely powerful. Even a T1 warship could rival a T2 warship. Haolong carefully reviewed the T3 level Phantom warship blueprints and already knew that he couldn't build it for now unless he obtained T3 level engineering master technology. In the virtual space, Haolong began designing battleships. However, he realized that designing a battleship independently and expecting it to be powerful in a short time was too much of a stretch. So, he decided to buy battleships. In the morning, after leaving the virtual space, Haolong purchased one of each battleship with certain outstanding features, mostly T2 warships, with a few T1 ones. Soon, more than 20 battleships gathered above Zhilan's modification shop, forming a battleship formation. This display didn't attract anyone's attention, because there were simply too many warships coming for modification. What difference would 20 more make? Haolong glanced at the battleships, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to enter the modification workshop. As each battleship was disassembled, Haolong modified them, obtaining many excellent battleship design blueprints. He even conveniently modified battleships for more than 50 clients, improving his understanding of battleship design. Of course, he wasn't satisfied with that. He also enhanced the battleships he had purchased. System Enhance. After the enhancement, Haolong's battleship blueprints were much more powerful, and he had already finalized his battleship construction plan. Subsequently, Haolong entered virtual space to design the battleship. He discovered that designing warships in virtual combat space was feasible, and after the virtual warship design was completed, its feasibility could be directly tested. Therefore, virtual combat space was also a laboratory for designing warships, a super powerful laboratory at that. After Haolong's numerous designs and adjustments, the data and blueprints for a self-designed Xingtian battleship were finally born. After dinner, the entire Fire Phoenix battleship fleet entered virtual combat space to continue battles, commanded by Deputy Chief Fleet Captain Huang Silin. Zhou Zhilan and Haolong were together, discussing adjustments and improvements to the Xingtian battleship. Brother Long, your design for the Xingtian battleship far exceeded my expectations. What suggestions do you have? How about you improve it by another 10% based on these data? I'd be happy to accept. Zhou Zhilan looked at the Xingtian's data. She wanted to find something wrong, but Haolong didn't give her the chance, so she playfully suggested. This one it is. Since Zhou Zhilan had no other suggestions, Haolong smiled. As for improving the data by 10%, that was easy to do. After all, these were the data from the battleship's construction, and he could further enhance them. Okay. Brother Long, here's the list of captains I selected. Take a look. After finishing with the battleship, Zhou Zhilan projected it onto the screen. Alright, let me see. Haolong nodded seriously, and began to examine the information carefully. At the very front were the captain's information for 2 battleships. Jin Yu, A-rank skill, increases battleship main gun power by 30%. Ma Xiaoling, B-rank skill, increases all artillery fire power by 20%. Have you met them? What do you think? Haolong didn't make a choice immediately, but asked the young woman beside him. Jin Yu has more battleship experience. Her skill is still A-rank, her active skill is unknown, and her talent boost is also very good. As for Ma Xiaoling, she doesn't have as much combat experience as Jin Yu, she doesn't have an active skill, and her boost is only 20%. Zhou Zhilan said seriously. Then let's go with Ma Xiaoling, Haolong said without even blinking. Okay. Zhou Zhilan glanced at Haolong gently, knowing she couldn't fool him. Although Jin Yu has more battleship experience and her skill is better, her character and loyalty are hard to pass. A red line warning. Ma Xiaoling is different. Her loyalty far exceeds the passing grade, and her skill enhancements are perfectly suited to the battleship Haolong is building. Xingtian Battleship, Virtual Space Data Battleship Level, T1 Forward Hull Armor Strength, 1500 stars Side Hull Armor Strength, 1300 stars Battleship Shield Energy, 1000 Cruising Speed, 1400 Speed Engine, Xingtian engine length, 1,500 meters mass, 890,000 tons crew, 80 main guns, 2,800 mm Star Destroyer secondary guns, 32 by 2,000 mm Star Destroyer guns, medium-range missiles, 20 close-in defense guns, 30 reconnaissance aircraft. 10 After confirming the battleship captain, Halong continued looking down, then stared intently at that name. Xilan, the 5th other battleship captain. What about Peng Ying-jun? Her loyalty is similar to Ma Xiaoling's, and the top 10 captains of the other warships are all extremely suitable for us. What's wrong with her? Is there anything special about her? Zhou Xilan asked, looking at the projected list. Her skills, combined with the ferry supply ship's capabilities? Halong suggested. The ferry supply ship's fast charging is more than 3 times faster, while other supply ships need 180 minutes. It only takes 45 minutes. Peng Yingjun's A-rank triple transformation skill consumes all warship energy to transform into 3 times the number of carrier-based aircraft, lasting for 30 minutes. Others might think Peng Yingjun's skill is useless, but for the Fire Phoenix warship fleet, which possesses the Hive carrier and the ferry supply ship, this is a trump card. Brother Long, do you want her to be the captain of the Hive carrier? Zhou Xilan asked. Indeed, the Fire Phoenix warship fleet, with its ferry supply ship, is very suitable for a captain with skills like Peng Yingjun. She had considered this before, but transferring Captain Pang Sihua wouldn't be appropriate. No, I want her to be the captain of the Super Hive carrier. It's equipped with all-powerful heavy fighters and bombers. Halong looked at the Super Hive carrier blueprints in the system, along with the newly acquired purification ability. He felt that spending more was worthwhile. You see, the Hive's carrier-based aircraft capacity is comparable to that of a T-4 class carrier. With triple transformation, it's equivalent to having the aircraft of 3 more T-4 carriers. Adding that to the number of aircraft on the carrier itself, Peng Yingjun's peak aircraft count reaches a terrifying 3,360. In terms of combat power, the Hive carrier's aircraft capabilities are comparable to a T-2 class carrier. Even 10 top-tier T-2 warships only have that many aircraft. That means one of her warships can compete with a T-2 warship squadron, even if only for 30 minutes. Perfect. But Brother Long, where did you get the Super Hive carrier? Zhou Xilan asked. Chapter 93. I build it myself. I send you the necessary materials later, and you can have someone place the order and buy them back, Halong said confidently. The 90 billion plus in his account was his confidence. He was determined to build the formidable Hive carrier. Okay. Zhou Xilan nodded with a smile. She didn't question how Halong would manage it. Even if it ended up being a 4-star carrier, so what? He was already exceptionally capable. However, her smile quickly faded. The materials Halong needed to buy were enormous, a staggering 30 billion, some even requiring 2,500 military merits. She didn't care about the military merits, but she was worried about the money. They didn't have that many star coins. Even the modification shop only had 3 billion in cash flow, leaving a shortfall of 27 billion. Xilan, are you worried about star coins? Halong smiled, thinking she was being overly anxious. Since he dared to propose it, he could definitely achieve it. Brother Long, what are you laughing at? Wait, can you really come up with 30 billion? Zhou Xilan, who knew Halong well, quickly realized that he wouldn't do something like that without that much money. I sold the blueprints for the Bailey family's T3 assassin battleship, and got over 90 billion. Halong shared the star coins in his membership card with Zhou Xilan. That string of zeros would have taken others several tries to count. Luckily, Zhou Xilan wasn't that naive. She looked directly at the capital letters. 956 billion star coins. Brother Long, you're so wicked. Zhou Xilan finally understood why Halong had dismantled the T3 assassin battleship piece by piece. No matter the reason, I won't let anyone who dares to hurt you get away with it. The mention of the assassin battleship ignited the hatred in Halong's heart. Yes, I know, but what I want most is for you to be safe. I don't care what you do if you're confident, but you need to be careful. Zhou Xilan silently looked at Halong, waiting for his reply. Okay, I promise. Halong nodded. He wouldn't do anything too risky. Okay, here's your reward. I'm going to buy materials. Zhou Xilan grabbed Halong's hands, quickly kissed him when he wasn't looking, and then slipped away. Leaving Halong stunned again, his heart was about to explode. Why was it always like this? He wanted to kiss her back. In the morning, a massive fleet of transport ships appeared above Xilan's modification shop. After all, the 30 billion worth of materials required more than 50 transport ships to load. After arranging for personnel to manage the materials, Zhou Zhilan went into the forging workshop to find Haolong. Haolong was ready to make a big splash. "Zhilan, is there something you need?" Haolong asked, puzzled, seeing Zhou Zhilan enter. After all, she would be quite busy these next few days. "Brother Long, what day is tomorrow? You haven't forgotten, have you?" Zhou Zhilan said with a smile. "Tomorrow? The autumn hunting competition?" Haolong finally remembered. Tomorrow was the start of the school's autumn hunting competition. "Yes. Are you coming with me?" "Of course I'm going. Is there anything I can help you with?" Haolong asked. "No need, I do it myself. You go ahead with your work. I just came to remind you, to make sure you have anything else to prepare," Zhou Zhilan said gently to Haolong. She really just came to remind him, lest he forget anything. It seems there are indeed some things I need to prepare. "Zhilan, I love you so much." Haolong smiled. Since he needed to travel tomorrow, he should prepare. After that incident, he would no longer naively believe that having the school's warship fleet as escort guaranteed absolute safety. That was impossible. "Then you go ahead, I'd be going now." Zhou Zhilan saw Haolong about to pounce on her, and quickly made her escape. Watching that alluring figure disappear into the distance, Haolong helplessly lowered his hands. Well, another opportunity to take advantage had passed. Arriving at warehouse number 1, it was already completely filled with materials, and they were all T1 4-star materials. After examining them, Haolong directly clicked on the system. System, purify all materials. Instantly, the previously full pile of materials shrank tenfold, leaving 1/3 of them shimmering with a purple light. They had reached the 5-star heavenly barrier level. Next, Haolong ran to the other warehouses, purified everything, and piled them back into warehouse number 1. As for selling heavenly barrier level materials, Haolong had considered it, but he knew he never lived to spend the star coins. After all, such a skill was too overpowered, and no one could resist the temptation. Then, Haolong began building the stealth equipment for the Fire Phoenix fighters. System, build. After completing the stealth equipment, Haolong made minor modifications to the fighters, and finally enhanced them, making their combat capabilities even more formidable. In the evening, looking at all the upgraded Fire Phoenix fighters, Haolong clapped his hands in satisfaction. When all the fighters returned to the Fire Phoenix carrier, the Fire Phoenix emitted powerful purple flames, burning continuously. Half an hour later, the entire Fire Phoenix carrier shrank by half. Looking at the brand new Fire Phoenix carrier, Zhou Zhilan checked the data and excitedly hugged Haolong. "Brother Long, the Fire Phoenix carrier has been upgraded to the Tianqian class. Its stats are even more powerful. Phoenix Heavy Cruiser Mothership, 5-star Sky-Piercing class special skill, Iron Wall Protection. When activated, it adds 10 shields to the warship, shield strength x5. All 10 shields can be stacked on one warship. Cooldown time, 10 hours. Warship level, T1. Overall armor strength, 3,500 stars. Warship shield energy, 3,800 stars. Cruising speed, 2,600 speed. Engine, Phoenix Twin Star Super Engine. Radar, ultra-long range full control radar. Length, 1,500 meters. Mass, 1.25 million tons. Staff, 150 people. Warship weapons, 28 4-star Heavy Phoenix Flame Missile Launchers, 8 5-star Super Phoenix Flame Missile Launchers, 65-star Close and Weapons Defense Guns, 65-star Interceptor Missiles, 4-star and 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Fighters, 180, 4-star and 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Bombers, 90, 5-star Stealth Super Powerful Phoenix Flame Mechs, 12, 0 units, 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Reconnaissance Aircraft, 30 units. T2 Fiery Phoenix Heavy Cannon, 2,800mm caliber, capable of firing dual Fiery Phoenix cannons, precharged, August 8th, can be installed at a lower level. 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Jammer, 30 units, possesses stealth capabilities, disrupts enemy communications. 5-star Stealth Phoenix Flame Communication Aircraft, 30 units, strengthens friendly communications protection. Can also eavesdrop and collect enemy communication information. I didn't expect that after advancing to the Heavenly Barrier class, it would also activate a special skill. With this skill, I feel much more at ease. Haolong stared at the carrier's special skill, beaming as he spoke to Zhou Zhilan. Looking at the data for the Fire Phoenix carrier's upgrade to the Heavenly Barrier class, he understood why many warships couldn't upgrade to T7. Because with each upgrade, their ship quality couldn't keep up with the higher-level warships. Ultimately, this led to their failure to upgrade to T7 class warships, resulting in the complete collapse and destruction of the entire warship. Chapter 94. And its surface size has also decreased, but its internal space is larger, Zhou Zhilan continued. Tomorrow is the autumn hunting competition, and there are many T4 class warships at the school. A simple radar scan will reveal that the previous camouflage was completely ineffective. Now it's better. Its combat capabilities have increased, and its massive hull has been halved, only slightly larger than a normal aircraft carrier. Brother Long, the recruitment of new crew members is sufficient for 2 warships. Zhou Zhilan reported the recruitment situation to Haolong. She planned to have Xie Zetian and Huang Xilin take over the 2 new warships now. Good, Zhilan, immediately adjust the warship fleet personnel and take over the long-range missile ship and the Matrix destroyer. Haolong nodded and said immediately, "It's already been assigned, just waiting for your 2 warships. Then go directly to Naval Port 6 and Naval Port 7 to receive the warships." Haolong clicked Receive Warships repeatedly in the system and placed the warships in the port. Received. After receiving the 2 new warships, Zhou Zhilan greeted Haolong and entered the virtual combat space. She wanted to test the strength of the Fire Phoenix mothership and the new warships. As for Haolong, he stared blankly at the Super God level enhancement stone in the system, then slowly took it out, wondering what its function was, and where it would be best used. Currently, all he possessed was the Universal Toolbox, which he would bring tomorrow, for defensive purposes if necessary. Haolong didn't think this autumn hunting competition would be easy. The Bailey family certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity to destroy the Fire Phoenix carrier. System, use the enhancement stone on the Universal Toolbox. Haolong made up his mind, and clicked to use the enhancement stone on the Universal Toolbox. As Haolong clicked Confirm, the enhancement stone emitted a dazzling light, slowly rising and landing on the terminal of the Universal Toolbox. The entire terminal began to be assimilated by the enhancement stone. And then that was it. Ding! Universal Deformation Toolbox enhancement complete. Universal Deformation Toolbox. After undergoing Super God level energy enhancement, it gains the ability of Universal Deformation, capable of deforming objects with 9 times the attributes. Deform into objects with 9 times the attributes? Haolong looked at the system description, his heart pounding with excitement. He tried it out. Universal Deformation Toolbox. Transform into the Phoenix Flame Mech. Ding! Super Phoenix Flame Mech successfully transformed. Immediately before Haolong, a gigantic mech, 120 meters high and 30 meters wide, stood tall, its body ablaze with raging flames, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Universal Deformation Toolbox transforms into Phoenix Flame Fighter. Ding! Super Phoenix Flame Fighter successfully transformed. System, transform into T3 level Assassin Warship. Ding! T3 level Assassin Warship successfully transformed. System, transform into Fire Phoenix Carrier. Ding dong! Super Fire Phoenix Carrier successfully transformed. System, T5 level Oskin Phoenix Carrier. Ding! No data found, transformation failed. A flock of crows flew by, and Haolong finally realized that the Universal Deformation Toolbox also had limitations. It could only transform data objects it possessed. Undeterred, Haolong attempted transformation again. System, transform into the Vulcan battleship. Ding! Transformation of the Super God class Vulcan battleship successful. System, transform into the T2 class Flying Dragon battleship. Ding! No data found, transformation failed. Afterwards, Haolong used the all-purpose transformation toolbox to successfully transform the Hive Carrier, Rhino Frigate, Cloud Horse battleship, and True White Horse battleship. Let's recoup some interest from the autumn hunting tournament first. Haolong looked at the information he had gathered using his reconnaissance skill, Bailey Schwanza, S-skill triple strike, capable of penetrating space to strike targets. A-rank skill, Soul Chain Lock, leaving a soul imprint, capable of sensing targets at any distance. Young clan leader, this time we're deploying 2 T3 warship squadrons directly. One squadron will distract Yufeng School, and the other will attack the Fire Phoenix warship. In a high-end villa not far from Yufeng School, Bailey Schwanza listened to the vice-captain's report. That's enough. Without that escorting frigate, the Fire Phoenix carrier will surely be destroyed, Bailey Schwanza said angrily. In his 2 years in the industry, he had never failed before, but this time, he suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did he lose a T3 warship squadron, but he also lost a T4 warship, which made him feel ashamed. Fire Phoenix warship, depart. Target, Yufeng School. In the morning, after all the crew members were in position, Zhou Zhilan gave the order. Yes. Along the way, they encountered Li Bai and Qin Shixian's two warships, who seemed to be waiting for the Fire Phoenix warship. Captain Zhou Haolong. We've been waiting for you. Qin Shaoxian entered the projection conference room and addressed Haolong and the others. What's wrong? Haolong asked. Be careful in this autumn hunting competition. Some warships from other schools are participating. I received a star mail from Xiao Xiao. They might be hostile to you, Li Bai said directly. This was the reason they had specifically waited for Haolong and the others. I understand. Haolong showed no surprise, simply nodding. Haolong, in the autumn hunting competition, my shield soldier warship is under your command. Qin Shaoxian declared. Me too, the White Horse battleship is willing to obey your orders. Li Bai nodded in agreement, indicating to Haolong. Good. With the proactive assistance of Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian, Haolong felt more confident about his plan. Also, Xiao Xiao said she's in the shadows, and will also obey your orders, Li Bai said somewhat sheepishly. Good, with her in the shadows, we can catch the enemy off guard. Haolong understood that as a direct descendant of the Murong family, Murong Xiao Xiao openly siding with Haolong and his group would certainly displease the Murong family. Upon arriving at Yifeng School, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier and the White Horse cruiser joined Class 3 of Senior 3. Teacher Wang Yin piloted the T4 battleship, leading a large squadron of T3 battleships to provide support. These were the teacher's battleship squadrons. Although somewhat uneven in quality, their combat capabilities were still considerable, sufficient to protect the students. The 5-day autumn hunting competition is now ready to begin. 10 classes of warships will advance in unison, targeting Area 3377. Principal G, piloting the T6 warship's 4-linked main gun, announced the march in a resounding voice. Yes, sir. 10 classes formed one square formation, hundreds of warships setting sail as the first square, followed by the second, the third. The destination of this autumn hunting competition is Area 3377, where a rather special planet resides, the Ghost Warship Planet. Every year, numerous ghost warships revive there. Fortunately, these ghost warships are not very strong, mostly low to mid T1 level, hence the Yifeng School's autumn hunting competition. The purpose of this is to give the student warships real combat experience, and to eliminate some ghost warships, preventing a larger ghost disaster. Chapter 95. Moreover, the autumn hunting tournament wasn't just attended by Yifeng School. Thousands of high schools from across the planet participated, though the regions each school competed in, and the rewards varied. I am Zhuge Liang, with one small transport ship, willing to travel alongside a senior engineer. During the march, a line of text suddenly appeared on the screens of many warships, causing the student warships to quickly enter combat readiness, which also caused a stir. Only a few warships didn't, they calmly stopped, waiting for the other warships to calm down. Haolong looked at the text. A small transport ship, only F-level skill schools were assigned these, yet he wanted to travel alongside a senior engineer, sharing a third of the battle achievements. To others, this seemed a bit too ambitious. However, those who knew him well knew that his ambition was neither too much nor too little, it was just right. Ding! You recruited Zhuge Liang, gained Huang Yueying's allegiance, and acquired a heavy hammer industrial warship. Xilan, let's go meet this strategist, Zhuge Liang. Now that the mission was out, Haolong wanted to meet him too. After all, it had been half a year since they last met. Okay. He said it so only 3-star engineers could enter, and I'm not on the list. Zhou Xilan shrugged and smiled at Haolong. Then I'm not on it either, right? Haolong said confidently. After all, he had always kept a low profile at school. Ding, Zhuge Liang has applied through your projection. Do you wish to enter? Suddenly, the Fire Phoenix carrier system notification appeared. Haolong, you're wrong. You're ranked first, a T1 5-star modification master. Zhou Xilan reminded Haolong. Although T1 and T2 level engineering masters hadn't been announced, the title of T1 modification master was still very prestigious. This is all thanks to strategist Zhuge, Haolong said modestly. Hee hee. Zhou Xilan smiled at Haolong, then clicked confirm. Strategist Zhuge Liang, long time no see. You're still as talented as ever. After entering the projection, Haolong casually greeted Zhuge Liang. Brother Long, a T1 level modification master, I admire you greatly. Zhuge Liang replied with a smile. You flatter me. Let's get down to business. Haolong continued to be modest, then got to the point. Alright, I need the help of a T1 engineering master. A T2 engineering master would be even better. Zhuge Liang said directly, without any politeness towards Haolong. Why? Haolong asked, puzzled. I need to build a custom space fortress, but unfortunately, there are too few people who know how. Zhuge Liang was very cautious. Even though he had a good relationship with Haolong, he didn't intend to reveal his skills. System: use reconnaissance skill. Since Zhuge Liang didn't want to talk about it, Haolong directly cut off his supply. Ding dong. Zhuge Liang, S-rank skill, 1000-mile march, activation condition, exclusive 4-star space fortress, increases the speed of all friendly units by 200% when using the skill, increases by 800%. Wooden ox and flowing horse talent, increases fortress space by 500%, activation condition, exclusive 4-star space fortress. Natural barrier class, a design blueprint for the space fortress. Strategist Zhuge, I recently been building 3 near natural barrier class warships. Would you be interested in coming along to watch? Haolong said with a smile after learning Zhuge Liang's background. I go if I have time, but not necessarily. Zhuge Liang thought for a moment, then shook his head. Normally, he would be happy to go, but not now. He needed to find a master engineer to help him build the space fortress. Well then, let's put it this way. I'm already a T2 level 5-star engineering master, and an all-around engineering master at that. Building a space fortress won't be too difficult for me. Haolong straightened his clothes and said something that shocked Zhuge Liang. Inwardly, however, he chuckled, "Little brat, Zhuge Liang, you can't escape me." Really? Zhuge Liang was utterly incredulous. He had been searching for over a month, but couldn't find anyone capable of building a space fortress, or at least someone who couldn't guarantee it would be a 4-star space fortress. Really? So the space fortress I'm building is 4-star? Can you guarantee that? Although shocked, Zhuge Liang remained calm. Yes, a 4-star fortress won't be too difficult for me. Just come and watch me build it. Oh, and this will also be very beneficial for you, Mr. Zhuge Liang, AT1 3-star engineer. I need to bring someone with me, is that alright? Zhuge Liang first scrutinized Haolong. He had never mentioned that he was AT1 3-star engineer, and only one person had ever known. He hadn't expected Haolong to know. Who is it? It's the little girl. Zhuge Liang couldn't hide his smile when he heard the name. Alright, then the transport ship is ready to go. I take you on the hunting expedition. Haolong nodded. Of course, he knew who the little girl was, Zhuge Liang's fiancée, Huang Yueying. Okay. But you really didn't bring the little girl this time. You miss out on a lot of exciting things. Haolong asked doubtfully. Huang Yueying was very attached to Zhuge Liang. He often saw her following him around. I didn't let her come this time. A small transport ship can't protect her. Zhuge Liang remained cautious. Yes, it's good you ran into me, otherwise your worries would have been unfounded. Right, little girl? Haolong decided to try and trick Huang Yueying. This mischievous girl couldn't possibly have missed her. Haolong, don't try to trick me. I warned those crew members. They report to me as soon as they see her board. The transport ship has activated its reconnaissance system. She won't be on board. Zhuge Liang said confidently. That doesn't make sense. I clearly saw her enter the school this morning. Haolong looked at Zhuge Liang questioningly. Then, they both realized what was happening, exchanged a glance, and said in unison, She's on Wu Shui's warship. Well, one is a fearless Valkyrie, the other a lawless little girl. Huang Yueying, like Huang Ximei, is in her 3rd year of junior high school, and they seem to attend the same school, though Haolong wasn't sure. It's good that she's with Wu Shui, at least she's safer than us. Haolong said casually. It's safer than my transport ship, but why is it safer than the Fire Phoenix carrier? Tell me, is someone targeting you or Zhou Zhilan for this autumn hunting tournament? Zhuge Liang was very clever. He knew from Haolong's words that the autumn hunting tournament was anything but peaceful. We were recently ambushed. Haolong smiled, not elaborating further. Then shall I go to the Fire Phoenix carrier? Zhuge Liang asked Haolong. Come on over. With you, my strategist Zhuge, here, I feel much more at ease. Haolong nodded. Having Zhuge Liang come over was good. It would allow him to better experience his power. Zhuge Liang piloted the small transport ship towards the Fire Phoenix carrier, then boarded a shuttle and entered the carrier. Chapter 96. Captain Zhou Haolong. Zhuge Liang greeted them upon entering the mothership, but his eyes darted around, revealing a surprising astonishment. According to his estimation, this Fire Phoenix warship had reached the quasi-heavenly barrier class. Welcome, welcome, strategist Zhuge Liang. Haolong extended his hand to shake Zhuge Liang's, the joy of reuniting with a close friend evident after half a year apart. Strategist Zhuge Liang, it's a pleasure to see you again. Zhou Zhilan, standing beside Haolong, also expressed her appreciation. Strategist Zhuge, you flatter me. It's just empty praise. Zhuge Liang smiled slightly, knowing it was a compliment, but he needed to maintain his composure, lest he be misled. Ding, Autumn Hunting Tournament battlefield has arrived. Strategist Zhuge, how do we compete in the hunting tournament? Haolong asked earnestly. Like autumn leaves swept away. Zhuge Liang circled the densest layer of ghost warships, and said casually. His confidence stemmed from the strength of the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Brilliant. It's not that I find it brilliant, but your radar system is simply phenomenal. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but exclaim. The Fire Phoenix radar's detection range was comparable to that of AT-3 warship's radar. Calling his plan brilliant was an understatement. The radar system itself was simply phenomenal. The Fire Phoenix carrier's radar, after Haolong's modifications, enhancements, and upgrades, had reached T3 level standards in terms of detection range. I poured a lot of effort into this radar system to achieve this capability. My apologies, Haolong said with a smile, speaking modestly. Zhuge Liang produced a fan from somewhere, and simply fanned himself without speaking. After all, he had never seen AT-1 radar comparable to AT-3. He didn't know how much effort had been invested. It could only be described as astronomical, and even someone investing an astronomical sum might not be able to replicate it. On the radar's projection, a dense army of ghostly warships appeared, numbering approximately 500,000, and this was only what the radar could detect. Many more lay undetected. They were enveloped in a gray, deathly aura, inspiring nightmares at the mere sight of them. The student warships were also arrayed in perfect unison, 200,000 ships awaiting the school's orders to advance and attack. Such a magnificent military confrontation was something almost none of the students had ever encountered. The hunting competition officially begins. Attack! Yes, sir! Many student warships moved forward slowly, while some students piloted their ships directly forward, displaying exceptional bravery. Order, First Fighter Squadron, sortie. Zhou Zhilan didn't hesitate, ordering a fighter squadron to sortie. Yes, sir! A sharp whine rang out as 60 fighter jets swiftly passed the student warships, their speed surpassing even the leading student warships. These fighter jets have reached the level of near impenetrable barriers, haven't they? Zhuge Liang fanned himself quickly twice with his fan, then asked Haolong. Haolong simply smiled and didn't respond. What kind of fighter jet is this? How can it be so fast? Teacher Wang Yin reacted, looking at the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier on the projector. He was extremely shocked. In just 2 months, Zhou Zhilan's strength had far surpassed everyone else's. Fengtian, these fighter jets are extraordinary. They should reach the level of near impenetrable barriers, John Lin exclaimed in surprise on Principal Ji's warship. Indeed extraordinary. You don't need to be India's. These are Zhou Zhilan's fighter jets. Principal Ji said with a smile. Zhou Zhilan was already a prospective student at the Blade's Edge Military Academy, just waiting for her to report for duty. Oh, so it's her. John Lin laughed, seemingly having gotten a great deal. Humph, what's the use of being fast? If you can't destroy the ghost warships, you're just cannon fodder, only there to draw our fire. The student warships grumbled as the fighter jets swaggered past. Whoosh. Following behind were 30 Phoenix flame bombers. Their cruise bombs were now half the size, but twice the number, and their explosive power was enormous, far surpassing the giant cruise bombs of the past. The fighter jets head on into the dense swarm of ghost warships. Zhou Zhilan gave the order, massive drop of anti-tank bombs by the fighter jets. Yes, sir. Whoosh. Whoosh. A sky full of anti-tank bombs rapidly flew, directly covering the densely packed ghost warships. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the entire ghost warship exploded one after another. Boom. 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 Holy crap. Are those fighter jets? I believe it if you told me they were warships. Haolong, tell me, I can handle it. Zhuge Liang slowly fanned himself, suppressing his shock. Haolong? Teacher Wang Yin murmured to himself. This student is always surprising him. Fengtian, the power of these fighter jets exceeds my expectations. Looking at the destruction of a large number of ghost warships, Zhang Lin spoke after a long while. He was still processing the shock effect of the fighter jets. I'm the same way. Their power even surpasses some teachers' carrier-based fighter jets. Principal Ji was also surprised, finally unable to hold back his words. Whoosh. Whoosh. An even more shocking scene unfolded. 30 bombers swept low overhead, dropping nearly 360 cruise bombs. Boom. 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 More than 300 ghost warships were destroyed one after another. The bombers shook their wings and returned under the escort of the fighter jets. Fake. Fake. How could there be such powerful bombers? The student warships were all stunned, muttering incessantly. Snap! Zhuge Liang's fan fell to the ground. Monster! Teacher Wang Yan muttered again. Principal Ji, who had just drunk water, couldn't help but spit it out, turning the school's autumn hunting competition into a personal showcase for the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier. Directly destroying over 300 ghost warships? A formidable barrier. This time, even Zhang Lin muttered to himself. How long, this is? The utterly shocked Zhuge Liang finally came to his senses, exclaiming excitedly. This was without skill amplification, yet its explosive power reached T3 standards. Who would believe it wasn't a formidable barrier? That's right, they are all formidable barrier-class bombers. Halong readily admitted this time. Seeing Zhuge Liang's state, he secretly chuckled to himself. Brother Zhu, you can't escape my grasp. Truly an insurmountable barrier. Upon confirmation, Zhuge Liang was again stunned. The divine being was right beside him. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the bombers returned to their ship. However, soon after, bombers fully loaded with cruise bombs took off again. This time, the bombers were even more extravagant, carrying 16 cruise bombs each. Watching them fly overhead, everyone began to tremble with fear, terrified that a cruise bomb might accidentally fall. Not only them, but even Teacher Wang Yan began to worry, quickly diverting the warships along that route. Boom! Boom! This time the results were even more brilliant, destroying over 400 ghost warships. The Fire Phoenix's record was approaching last year's first place of 1108 ships. After 2 consecutive shocks, some began their own hunting operations, but many more remained stagnant. Chapter 97. What are you doing? The hunting competition has already begun. If you want to reach the strength of others, you need to work even harder. Seeing the numerous student warships that hadn't moved, the principal reluctantly made an exception and gave a reminder. Yes. Don't worry, everyone. They can't last a day with this bombing method. We still have 4 days. Finally, someone who understood spoke up to the others. That's right. Brother Long, with this continuous bombing, our energy will only last for 2 days. Zhou Zhilan looked at the Phoenix Flame bombers returning and expressed her concern. Actually, she was indirectly telling Zhuge Liang that he would have to take on the logistics work. Strategist Zhuge, what do you suggest we do? Halong looked at Zhuge Liang, who had picked up his fan again, and asked with a smile. Weren't there readily available transport ships? Don't panic, my transport ships are full of energy, enough for 4 days. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, revealing a genuine smile. He was finally going to be useful. 100,000 tons? No, it's 60,000 tons. Zhuge Liang stopped fanning himself and smiled awkwardly. That's barely enough. Zhou Zhilan nodded. With 80% energy reserves, the Fire Phoenix carrier could bombard continuously for 5 days. Send a small squadron of cruise mechs to transport energy. To avoid revealing the mech squadron's strength, Zhou Zhilan gave the order to the mech captain, wanting to give them something to do. Yes, sir. Soon, 10 Phoenix Flame mechs were deployed to transport energy from the transport ship, abandoning the slower transport machinery. This audacity left Zhuge Liang somewhat dumbfounded. When did mech warriors stop fighting and instead go about transporting energy? Teacher Wang Yan, watching the Fire Phoenix's movements, was momentarily speechless. Those were mechs, not machines. Fontian, I seen it all. Mech warriors are used for transporting energy, Principal Zhang Lin said with a smile. It wasn't that Zhou Zhilan didn't want to, but if cruiser mechs were used again, how would others compete? Zhilan, since we don't need cruiser mechs here, let them practice in the virtual combat space. Halong also realized that using cruiser mechs for transport was a huge waste of their potential. Great. Zhou Zhilan's eyes lit up. It was indeed a good idea. Zhuge Liang, listening to Halong and the others' conversation, hesitated, his heart itching. After all, since entering the Fire Phoenix carrier, nothing had failed to astound him. The deeper he delved, the stronger his reluctance to leave became. Just hearing the name Virtual Combat Space, Zhuge Liang sensed its power. If this space could truly achieve virtual combat, how powerful would it be? It could easily train a batch of 4-star mech warriors. Halong noticed Zhuge Liang's condition, but he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to gather more bait before reeling in. Welcome, activate the communicator, connect to Lilies. Zhou Zhilan, perfectly at ease with Halong, directly connected via 3 communicators and activated the remote projection. Captain Young Master. The Crimson Spider Queen Lilies respectfully bowed to Zhou Zhilan and Haolong. Hello, Lilies. Congratulations on breaking through to T1 5-star Engineering Master, T1 5-star Modification Master. Zhou Zhilan greeted him with a smile. Deeply in love with Haolong, she also cared greatly for his contracted beast. Just now, when they set off from the school, Haolong had told her that Lilies had broken through to T1 Engineering Master. Now, by doing this, she was killing two birds with one stone. While congratulating Lilies, she was also taking the opportunity to showcase the Fire Phoenix's powerful communication capabilities and engineering prowess to Zhuge Liang. At this moment, Zhuge Liang also stopped fanning himself and watched quietly. After several moments of shock, he felt his heart was about to shatter. The projection showed a T1 Engineering Master, making him feel that Haolong's abilities were increasingly astonishing. Each time, he only saw the tip of the iceberg. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, young master. Lilies will work hard and keep up with young master's pace. Lilies said, her eyes red. Without Haolong's selfless help, it would have been difficult for her to break through to T1 Engineering Master. Congratulations, Lilies. I see your efforts. When I get back, I celebrate with you properly, Haolong said with a smile. Actually, he hadn't expected Lilies to break through so soon. He thought it would take about half a month. Thank you, young master. Not only did I break through, but my little sister Sime also broke through to T1 4-star Engineer. She even plans to skip high school and follow you to the Blade Military Academy. Lilies brought another piece of good news, but Zhuge Liang, who was listening nearby, quickly sat down, rubbing his hands to calm himself down. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe Haolong. He's already a T1 4-star Engineer without even entering university. What about in a year or two? Will he be a T1 5-star Engineering Master? And he also saw that behind Lilies, there were many materials of the heavenly barrier level, their purple light dazzlingly bright. Well, it seems he can't escape Haolong's grasp. After Haolong and the others disconnected, Zhuge Liang calmly stood up and bowed deeply to Haolong. Commander. From the beginning, he knew Haolong wanted to recruit him, so he might as well take the initiative. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of recruiting Zhuge Liang, gaining Huang Yueying's follower, and obtaining one heavy hammer industrial ship. The strategist trusts me that much, not even waiting for the space fortress to be built? This time, Haolong was stunned. The happiness came too suddenly. I trust you, Commander. If I wait until the space fortress is built, I will have wasted a lot of time and opportunities. Zhuge Liang shook his head. He understood that Haolong was already accelerating development, and if he joined later, there might not be a place for him. Then don't worry, your space fortress will be built in no more than 3 months, Haolong assured him. Zhuge Liang's skills are very useful, and Haolong will definitely prioritize building them, but they will have to be after the Xingtian battleship and the Hive carrier. After all, Zhou Zhilan will be leaving for the Blade Military Academy in a month. What's currently giving Haolong the biggest headache is the T3 class Phantom battleship. He can't build it. Really? Zhuge Liang, who had been calm, instantly became excited upon hearing Haolong's words. Really? Haolong nodded, saying with absolute certainty. Then I await good news. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, revealing a broad smile. Let's go, I take you to experience the virtual combat space. Now that the fish had taken the bait, Haolong wouldn't let it go uneaten. Okay. Taking Zhuge Liang to experience the virtual combat space firsthand, and explaining its sleep-replacing effects, Haolong asked the dazed Zhuge Liang, how was it? Powerful, extremely powerful, Commander. Give me a year, and I train a batch of 4-star crew members and a 4-star mech squad. This time, Zhuge Liang didn't call them veterans, but elite soldiers. Chapter 98. Alright. This month, you help train the Fire Phoenix crew and the Mecha Squadron, Haolong said earnestly. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded, indicating his willingness to help with the training. With Zhuge Liang overseeing the training, the Fire Phoenix crew and Mecha warriors made rapid progress, showing signs of breaking through to the level of 3-star crew members and warriors. Time passed relentlessly, and the Fire Phoenix bombers continued their relentless bombardment. Due to the high frequency of sorties, Zhou Zhilan worried about wear and tear, so she ordered a second group of bombers to be deployed. Haolong took the opportunity to inspect them one by one, seeing that the highest damage rate was only 0.002%. He smiled and returned to explain the situation to Zhou Zhilan. This battle continued for 4 days. During these 4 days, the student warships advanced rapidly and dispersed on a large scale, penetrating deeper into the ghost planet. Ding! Alert! Other invading enemy ships besides the Ghost warship have been detected. Please take precautions. Brother Long, they've finally shown up. Zhou Zhilan, hearing the warship's alert, remained calm, as if she had expected it. Send out another batch of stealth reconnaissance aircraft, jammers, and communication aircraft to find them all. Hao Long's eyes gleamed, a series of schemes flashing through his mind. Stealth, reconnaissance aircraft? Jammers? Communication aircraft? Zhuge Liang ignored the fallen fan, his eyes fixed on the projected image of the stealth fighters, and the peculiar stealth jammers and communication aircraft. His shot far exceeded that of the bombers. Stealth technology was rare in the Tokus Empire. What they possessed was only semi-stealth technology. Then, there were the jammers and communication aircraft, usually only found on T4 warships. He hadn't expected the Fire Phoenix carrier to possess them even at the T1 level. Brother Long, the only threats to us are the T3 assassin warship squadron from the space forest. Another force, always on the periphery, is probably responsible for interfering with the teacher's escort fleet and providing backup. Anything else? Bailey Schwantz's warship should be nearby. Hao Long looked at the reconnaissance projection and asked Zhou Zhilan. Bailey Schwantze? The Bailey family? Zhuge Liang was speechless. It turned out that the family watching Hao Long was the infamous assassin family. Bailey Schwantz's claim to fame was single-handedly destroying a T4 class warship, which cemented his reputation. It's said that Bailey Schwantz's stealth skills are exceptional. Ordinary warships have difficulty finding him, even T4 class warships. Hao Long, Beima, Tianma, Shieldbearer warship reporting for duty. Protected by the communication device, Li Bai and the others evaded the school surveillance and entered the projection. Okay, thank you. Zhuge Liang opened his mouth, finally choosing to speak. He had underestimated the Fire Phoenix carrier's communication system. Captain, the communication system has received a signal from the upper reaches of space. Its connection is to that assassin warship fleet. At this moment, Peng Yingjun brought a reconnaissance report. It turned out that Bailey Schwantz's warship was hidden in the upper reaches of space, making it indeed difficult for others to detect. System, God-level reconnaissance skill. With a target identified, Hao Long directly used the system skill. Ding, detected. Looking at the data and projection returned by the reconnaissance skill, Hao Long shared it with the Fire Phoenix carrier system. The reconnaissance is so detailed? Zhuge Liang stared, his face full of disbelief. Only one T2 assassin warship? Zhou Zhilan asked doubtfully. Captain, the upper reaches of space are difficult to access. Even a T5 warship might not be able to get there, Zhuge Liang explained professionally. I see. Give the order, Brother Long. Zhou Zhilan nodded, looking at Hao Long. We disrupt his deployment. Send out reconnaissance aircraft, pretending to conduct normal reconnaissance, and accidentally discover the assassin warship fleet. Report this to the school immediately. Hao Long pointed to the intelligence from the stealth reconnaissance aircraft and gave the order. Although the enemy has an assassin warship fleet, they are supported by Teacher's warship army group. They are not fighting alone. Yes, sir. Once Teacher engages the assassin warship fleet, we move towards Bailey Schwantz's warship and prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Hao Long's plans were meticulously crafted. First, he had the school's warship fleet deal with the assassin warship fleet, while Fire Phoenix would launch its attack amidst the chaos. Bang! A reconnaissance aircraft accidentally collided with the assassin warship fleet hiding in the space forest, triggering a reaction from numerous warship radars. Ding! Alert! Unidentified warship detected. Ding! Alert! Unidentified warship detected. Ding! All warships, battle formation, stand ready. Protect the student warships. Teacher Li will lead the battle formation for reconnaissance. With friend or foe unclear, Teacher Wang Yan prioritized protecting the student warships. Bailey Qing, how did you get discovered? The flagship of the assassin warship formation contacted the discovered warship. I didn't know that reconnaissance plane would suddenly appear. I didn't even have time to react, Bailey Qing explained innocently. Enough talk. Launch an attack. Disrupt the school's warship formation, and buy time for the young clan leader. Yes. Before Teacher Li could even ask, the assassin warship squadron launched an attack. Counterattack. Teacher Li, prepared and unafraid, immediately ordered a counterattack. Teacher Lin, your warship squadron joins the attack. Other warship squadrons, scout the surroundings to prevent enemy ambushes. Since they were enemies, Teacher Wang Yan didn't hold back, dispatching another warship squadron to join the attack. Under the combined assault of the two warship squadrons, the assassin warship squadron was severely suppressed. Taking advantage of the chaos, the Fire Phoenix carrier deployed its camouflage and began to move beyond the teacher's escort range, gradually approaching Bailey Schwantz's direction. 3 other warships, also affected by the Fire Phoenix's stealth jammers, successfully moved beyond the teacher's protection range and began to disperse to execute their respective objectives. Trying to escape? Even with camouflage, you can't escape my soul chain lock-on. Order the warships to prepare for attack. Bailey Schwantze looked towards the Fire Phoenix carrier. Although he couldn't see it, and the warship's radar couldn't detect it, his soul chain lock-on skill sensed that the Fire Phoenix carrier was there. Yes. Skill, triple strike. Bailey Schwantz's assassin warship, like a needle, pierced through space towards the Fire Phoenix carrier. Skill, Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. As Bailey Schwantze moved, Zhou Zhilan also used her skill. The entire Fire Phoenix carrier was enveloped in Phoenix flames, forming a purplish-red flame shield. Boom! The terrifying needle slammed into the Fire Phoenix's shield, but failed to break through. How is this possible? I can break through the shield of a T4 class warship. Why can't I do anything to a T1 carrier? Bailey Schwantz's face was full of disbelief. His assassin warship was specially designed. As a physical piercing warship, its damage was extremely high. Combined with his triple strike skill, even a T4 class warship could be pierced. Ding! Alarm! Shield lost stars. Chapter 99. Wow, Brother Long, thank goodness I listened to you and used the skill. Seeing the massive damage to the shield, Zhou Zhilan was also shaken, truly realizing the power of the warship's physical attacks. I don't believe you can block my second flash. After a slight pause, Bailey Schwantze used a second flash attack. Boom! Another flash, and the Fire Phoenix carrier was hit by the needle attack again. The shield was instantly covered in cracks, but it didn't shatter. Order, White Horse warship assault the assassin warship. Halong looked at the arrogant assassin warship and gave the order to lead by. They also had physical attacks. Yes! Skill, Divine Horse Assault. The White Horse warship traversed space, flashing into existence, appearing directly to Bailey Schwantz's right. Damn it! Triple flash attack. Seeing the suddenly appearing White Horse warship, Bailey Schwantze knew he had fallen into a trap and had no choice but to use a third flash attack to retreat. Skill, Shield Wall. Just as he flashed away, Qin Shaoxian was already waiting there. The Pegasus warship also appeared from the left, closing the last gap in Bailey Schwantz's breakout. Order, Bombers Carpet Bomb, Fighters Encircle. Zhou Zhilan gave the order, and the stealth fighters that had been lying in wait swarmed out, surrounding Bailey Schwantz's assassin warship. The bombers, carrying an overload of Phoenix Flame nuclear bombs, began their bombardment. The powerful Phoenix Flame cruise bombs exploded, even causing spatial ripples. Even though he hadn't used his skills, he dared not. What? Quick, overload the warship to dodge the bombs. Bailey Schwantze stared in horror at the power of the Phoenix Flame nuclear bombs. One hit, and his assassin warship would be finished. The assassin warship piloted by Bailey Schwantze spun wildly, dodging the nuclear bombardment. Whether it was luck or Bailey Schwantz's skill, after the Phoenix Flame bomber struck, Bailey Schwantz's warship shield shattered, and its hull damaged by 50%, yet it could still move at high speed. Can it escape? Transform into the Vulcan battleship. All battleship cannons fire. Halong, piloting the Super Phoenix Flame Mech, transformed his toolbox into the Vulcan battleship. This time, he was determined to destroy Bailey Schwantze and deter those with ulterior motives. Yes, sir! After transforming into the Vulcan battleship, the crew responded quickly, manipulating all the cannons to attack Bailey Schwantze. Boom! The Vulcan battleship's main cannons fired, the massive caliber shells roaring, covering the entire battlefield. This was a 9x attribute boost from Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens, plus a 9x transformation boost, making the super transformed Vulcan battleship even more terrifying. The secondary guns of the battleships followed suit, unleashing a terrifying barrage that blanketed the area. Ding! Special alert. The warship is locked onto by a massive main gun. Warning! Shell load is equivalent to a T5 level main gun, evasion is impossible. Please increase the warship's defenses. Ah! Bailey Schwantze was devastated. This was too much. Such a large battleship caliber was enough to take down even a T5 warship. The shield-bearer warships also sounded an alarm. Ding! Alert! T5 level main gun warning. Please evacuate to a safe area immediately. Retreat! Qin Shaoxian, having learned his lesson from the Fire Phoenix bombers, knew how terrifying Halong's attacks were, so he immediately ordered a retreat. Retreat! Li Bai and Murong Xiaoxiao also gave the same order, and the Tianma and Beima warships retreated. The Fire Phoenix fighter jets also quickly retreated, expanding the encirclement. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout space, immediately alerting the escort fleet still engaged in battle. Numerous warship regiments quickly formed combined defensive formations to protect the student warships. Boom boom boom. Bailey Schwantz's warship was instantly obliterated. Deactivate. Halong immediately deactivated his transformation after the artillery barrage. Whoosh. A T-6 class warship arrived hastily. Seeing the encirclement formed by the Fire Phoenix carrier fighters, White Horse, Pegasus, and shield bearers, it was immediately clear that they were the ones responsible for the commotion. Ding! Principal G requests entry into the projection. Zhou Zhilan glanced at Halong, who shrugged. Zhou Zhilan had no choice but to click, allow entry. Good morning, Principal. Good morning, Principal Zhang. Halong and the others greeted in unison. Alright, Halong, tell us, what happened here? Ji Fengtian and Zhang Lin entered the projection, their faces dark as they asked Halong. Such a commotion, and the presence of several warships, Halong must have been planning this for a long time. Principal, the ship that was just destroyed was Bailey Schwantz's T-2 assassin warship. He's the young patriarch of the Bailey family, Halong stated bluntly. Even Principal G had to be cautious when it came to royal power struggles. So this was caused by the main gun of a T-5 warship? Principal G gave a wry smile. Indeed, he couldn't interfere, nor was it appropriate for him to. As long as Halong and the others were alright, that was enough. Yes. Halong nodded in agreement, hoping to deter some people from acting rashly. Upon learning that it was the main gun of a T-5 warship that attacked, the principal said nothing more. He also announced that the autumn hunting tournament would end half a day early, and all student warships would return to the school under the escort of the school's warship fleet to prevent any further accidents. However, there was one exception, Halong. He had transformed into a T-3 class assassin warship of the Bailey family, and infiltrated their assassin fleet on their return journey. Moreover, their return route coincided with the school's return route, ensuring that Halong's contact with Zhou Zhilan remained unbroken. Upon returning to Area 13, the Bailey family's assassin warship stopped advancing and awaited orders. Soon afterward, they continued sailing, entering a sparsely populated area, rounding a large interstellar island. Behind the island were 10 warship entrances. Apparently, this was a Bailey family warship base. After Halong parked his warship, he received orders for all warships to stand by, which relieved him, giving him more time to prepare. Inside the warship, the all-purpose toolbox began to transform into a forging workshop. Halong entered and immediately clicked on the system to forge a batch of T-1 class cruise bombs. While slightly insufficient to destroy the entire base, the sheer number of bombs was enough to destroy half of it. To achieve maximum effect, Halong manually forged T-2 class cruise bombs, which, even as internal explosives, were quite powerful. Shortly after Halong finished, the order to move freely within the base was issued. When Halong left the warship and entered the base's activity area, he discovered an interesting problem. He could purify the metal materials supporting the base. Thus, a new person was added to the base to study its supports. What are you doing? Halong asked suddenly, as he wandered around, purifying many metal pillars. I'm studying the base's supports, seeing what their structure is, and whether they're sturdy, Halong replied without changing his expression. Chapter 100. Which warship squadron are you from? I never seen you before. As the base administrator, Halong genuinely hadn't seen him before, so he asked in confusion. Just returned from the autumn hunting tournament, 3F warship squadron, Commander, there's a problem with the support structure. Come listen, it's hollow inside. Halong tapped on the metal support pillar, and a hollow sound came from within, interrupting the administrator's growing suspicion. His face changed drastically, and he said in horror, impossible. I personally supervised the construction. He tapped on the metal support pillar, and indeed, a hollow sound came from within. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, the administrator ran towards the office while telling Halong, wait here for me. I reported now. Yes, sir. Watching the administrator leave, Halong didn't delay. He quickly ran back to the warship, purified and packaged the materials from the export area, and took them away. The T-3 assassin warship took off, leaving half of the ship's hangar filled with cruise bombs. Halong's unusual movements triggered the administrator's alarm, who realized, damn it, that person is a spy. Boom! The bomb Halong left behind exploded, causing the massive interstellar island to tremble violently, and a large portion of the island behind it collapsed. The supporting pillars, already destroyed by Haolong, were now further ravaged by the bomb, causing the entire base to crumble. The Bailey family suffered a heavy loss this time. One base destroyed, tens of thousands of personnel lost, and an entire fleet destroyed. Haolong, upon returning to Yunfeng planet, even posted a video of the Bailey family base's destruction online, causing a huge uproar. Those who had grudges against the Bailey family began making preparations, as the loss of a T3 fleet meant the Bailey family had lost 1/5 of its strength. And then, there was the T3 warship design blueprint incident a few days ago. Everyone knows that the Bailey family has offended the wrong people, so many are kicking them while they're down, and practically no one is willing to share their fate. After all, the leak of the T3 class main warship design blueprints has put many families on high alert, fearing they be next. They also know that the Bailey family is acting on the orders of the Princess faction, directly participating in the royal war. The harsh reality has made even those families, who chose to sideline, more cautious. It seems Haolong's 2 heavy blows have had a deterrent effect. Father, we must avenge my elder brother, and the destruction of the base. Bailey Shoyue said firmly to the Bailey clan chief. We can't afford any more losses. And those people are already eyeing us covetously. We're already overwhelmed with our own problems, the Bailey clan chief patiently explained to Bailey Shoyue. He lost Bailey Schwanze. Bailey Shoyue was his only son, and he didn't want him to follow in Bailey Schwanze's footsteps. Father, we can use someone else to do our dirty work. The Fire Phoenix battleship fleet used bombs to kill the T4 flagship of the Swift Insects, and they've been seeking revenge. Bailey Shoyue transmitted this information, which he had inadvertently obtained, to the Bailey clan chief. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Remember, we mustn't show ourselves. Send the clan's elite assassins to guide them in. The Bailey clan chief, upon seeing the information, seemed to feel a sense of relief that his great revenge could finally be achieved. I know what to do. Bailey Shoyue nodded. He already had a clear plan. When Haolong's warship returned to Yunfeng planet, the system immediately sounded, Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for helping Zhou Zhilan win first place in the autumn hunting competition. Reward. Design blueprints for the Tianqian-class Vulcan battleship. Brother Long. Zhou Zhilan hugged Haolong tightly the moment they met, not wanting to let go. Zhilan, Haolong tried to explain, but Zhou Zhilan interrupted him. Don't talk. Let me hug you for a while. Okay. The two hugged quietly, listening to each other's breathing. In the evening, the entire Fire Phoenix team entered the virtual combat space to continue practicing warship combat. Their progress was gradually becoming apparent, which pleased both Haolong and Zhou Zhilan. After all, while others needed 3 months to become familiar with a new warship, the Fire Phoenix fleet only needed 1 month and had already officially entered training mode. 2 newcomers arrived in the virtual combat space, Zhuge Liang and Huang Wing. Ding! Super God Reconnaissance skill activated. Huang Wing, A-level skill, True Wooden Ox and Flowing Horse, passive skill, not yet activated, increases mechanical capabilities by 2 times, and improves crew proficiency by 50%. A 2x increase in mechanical capabilities, and a 50% improvement in crew proficiency. Huang Wing's skills are practically made for training modifiers and engineers. Haolong decided to have Huang Wing unlock her talent tomorrow morning and become the captain of the Heavy Hammer industrial ship. From now on, all building, modification, and repair will be done on the Heavy Hammer industrial ship. Shilan Modification Shop will only handle warship deliveries. System, enhance the Heavy Hammer industrial ship. Ding! Heavy Hammer industrial ship enhancement complete. Heavy Hammer industrial ship. Special ability, doubles mechanical capabilities, increases all crew crafting proficiency by 30%. Warship level, T1. Autonomous production lines, 5. Forward hull armor strength, 6,200 stars. Both side hull armor strength, 6,300 stars. Warship shield energy, 4,500 stars. Cruising speed, 2,100 kilometers per hour. Engine, Heavy Hammer industrial engine. Length, 3,800 meters. Mass, 1.35 million tons. Staff, 120. Medium range 5-star intercept missiles, 200. 5-star close and weapons system, 300. Carrier-based aircraft, 200. Looking at the industrial ship's special abilities, Haolong swallowed hard. Although it was slightly inferior to Huang Wang's abilities, what about the combination of their 2 abilities? A 4-fold increase in equipment capabilities and an 80% improvement in proficiency. This is the pace of mass-producing engineers. Brother Haolong, we're back. My skill is A level. Huang Yuang ran quickly to Haolong, smiling as she spoke. Really? I knew your talent was similar to mine. Huang Sime suddenly poked her head out from the modification workshop. Clearly, she had been waiting for Huang Yuang to return, showing no interest in her work. Haolong had noticed this long ago, but simply smiled. After all, she was still a young girl, and he wouldn't expect too much. Besides, she had always worked very hard. Occasional slacking off was understandable. Still a long way off. Huang Yuang pouted. After all, one was S level, and the other A level. There was a significant difference. They were cousins, attended the same school, and were in the same class. They were very close, the kind of best friends. It's alright, I equip you with a special warship, and from now on, your sister Sime will be under your command. Haolong said with a smile. After all, he also liked this innocent little girl, Huang Yuang. What warship? Haolong's words piqued Huang Sime's interest, and even Zhou Xilan, Ma Yunlu, and Zhao Yun, who were passing by, gathered around. Alright, call all the captains over to come and see our heavy hammer industrial ship. Seeing that the key figures were all there, Haolong directly called the others over for a tour as well. Yes. Ma Yunlu quickly relayed the information. Of course, only a few people knew the data about the heavy hammer industrial ship. The less others knew, the better. Chapter 101. Open Shipyard Number 3. Haolong led the group to Shipyard Number 3, a warehouse he had specially adjusted last night to accommodate 5,000-meter warships. The 100-meter-long gate opened, revealing a massive 3,800-meter-long industrial ship. Everyone was astonished, feeling like ants looking at an elephant. Little girl, go and contract this industrial ship, Haolong said with a smile, looking at the moved crowd, especially the little girl Huang Yuang. As for Zhuge Liang, he watched silently. If Haolong used his reconnaissance skill on him, he would find that his loyalty was maxed out. After the others went to work, Haolong led Zhou Xilan, Lilies, Huang Sime, Zhuge Liang, and Huang Yuang to the command center. This is the industrial ship's data. Its level of secrecy is the highest. Currently, only a few of us know it. Haolong shared the data. How about it? Shocking, isn't it? Seeing that no one was there, Haolong asked with a smile. Stunning. Everyone nodded in unison. Xilan, thank you for recruiting crew members, as well as modifiers and engineers. Roger. Lilies, Sime is the Minister of Industry for the Heavy Hammer Industrial Ship, responsible for leading the newly recruited engineers and modifiers. Yes. Strategist Zhuge, you will temporarily serve as the deputy captain of the industrial ship, and get the entire ship in order. Yes. Zhuge Liang was naturally happy to oblige. Even if Haolong hadn't asked, he would have offered his help. That's good. I start building 2 warships tomorrow. You guys can come and watch. How much you learn depends on yourselves. Yes. Everyone became excited and quickly agreed. As for Huang Yuang, she wiped her hands. She already knew that Huang Sime had reached T1 4-star engineer, which had made her sad for a while, but now she also had a chance. The following morning, aboard the heavy hammer industrial ship, Haolong, along with Lilies, Huang Yuang, Huang Sime, and Zhuge Liang, arrived at the forging workshop. The materials that came into view were all chasm-grade materials radiating a purple glow. System, begin forging the Xingtian engine. Haolong deliberately slowed down the system before clicking forging. Ding dong. System forging begins. Hundreds of T5 mechanical arms appeared. These were transformed from the universal toolbox, while the heavy hammer industrial ship's mechanical arms were still T1 grade. These arms worked together, forging one component after another. Most of these components also emitted a purple glow, which greatly astonished Zhuge Liang. He clenched his fist. His space fortress was finally within reach. Using so many chasm-grade components, even the worst space fortress could easily reach near chasm-grade level. With the assembly of the last component, the Xingtian engine was complete, and the system notification sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for creating the Tianqing-class Xingtian engine. Digest this a bit. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Haolong wasn't in a hurry to build the other components, choosing instead to let them process the information, as this was a rare opportunity. Yes. They then indeed asked Haolong many questions, which he answered one by one. System, build the Xingtian power system. Ding dong. System build. Haolong continued to have the system build the other components of the Xingtian battleship. 5 days passed, and finally, the important moment arrived, assembling the Xingtian battleship. Ding dong. Xingtian battleship assembly complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the near Tianqian class Xingtian battleship. I can't teach you the final special modification, you have to learn by watching. Although the Xingtian battleship was complete, it hadn't been enhanced yet. Halong wanted them to try it out. Even a little bit would be beneficial. Yes. Lilies and Huang Ximei were the happiest, having witnessed it firsthand. Zhuge Liang and Huang Weiying, though unclear about the special modification, knew from Halong's conversation that it was a powerful ability. System, enhance the Xingtian battleship. Ding, enhancement activated. A large, purple hammer suddenly appeared above the forging workshop, smashing down on the Xingtian battleship. Bang! The entire Xingtian battleship shattered into numerous parts. Then, countless hammers appeared, meticulously repairing, modifying, and fusing each part, before reassembling it into a new Xingtian battleship. The battleship's data is also available, Halong will share it. Xingtian battleship, near skycrossing class, special skill, power of punishment, capable of attacking with 4 cannons combined, battleship level, T1. Forward hull armor strength, 1800 star degrees. Both side hull armor strength, 1800 star degrees. Battleship shield energy, 1500. Cruising speed, 1600 kilometers per hour. Engine, Xingtian engine. Length, 1500 meters. Mass, 890,000 tons. Staff, 80. 5-star battleship main guns, 4 by 2,500 mm Star Destroyer cannons. 4-star battleship secondary guns, 32 by 1,800 mm Star Destroyer cannons. Medium-range missiles, 50. Close and defense guns, 60. Reconnaissance aircraft, 10. Interstellar Mechs, 2. You guys continue your research. The captain will be bringing the crew to take over the battleship later. There are some things they don't understand. You can guide them. Halong waved casually, then found a seat. He used to teach her everything himself, but now he finally has a few people to help share the workload. It seems having someone to handle things below really makes things easier. Brother Long, we're here. Zhou Xilan led a group of crew members in from outside. Beside her was a long-legged beauty, Ma Xiaoling, the captain of the Xingtian battleship. Good morning, Vice Captain. Good, go and receive the battleship. Hao Long nodded and smiled, then transmitted the battleship's data to Zhou Xilan and Ma Xiaoling's star message system. Yes, sir. Receiving the data, Zhou Xilan was fine, but her smile deepened, and she even nodded, looking very satisfied. Ma Xiaoling, however, was stunned. She repeatedly checked the data, initially thinking How Long had transmitted the wrong data to her. This data is correct. If it didn't meet the standard, your vice captain wouldn't have given it to me. Zhou Xilan smiled, many such situations had occurred, and she was used to it. Indeed, I only give your captain the best. I done my best with this battleship. How Long was also very confident, he had always done this. Brother Long, we get back to work now, bye-bye. Zhou Xilan, afraid How Long would say anything more intimate, quickly led Ma Xiaoling to receive the warship. How Long waved his hand unconsciously, feeling abandoned by Zhou Xilan. Currently, the Fire Phoenix is the 8th warship in service. The remaining 2 are the Super Hive Carrier and the Phantom warship. Tonight, you guys need to thoroughly understand the data and blueprints of the Hive Carrier. I'm going to build another one tomorrow. The Hive Carrier had been modified and strengthened. How Long had kept the blueprints, design data, modification process, and strengthening process, making it the most appropriate time to show them. Chapter 102. Yes. The group dared not be negligent. Opportunities for hands-on training like this were rare. They had to seize every chance they had. Seeing their enthusiasm, How Long smiled broadly. The worst thing about teaching was teaching those who didn't want to learn and weren't proactive. In the morning, How Long arrived at the forging workshop, where Zhuge Liang and the others were already waiting. Having a virtual combat space was truly wonderful. Looking at Zhuge Liang and the others, they had worked through the night, yet were still full of energy in the morning. How Long stepped forward and asked directly, "Any other questions?" No. How Long had come to answer questions from time to time last night, so it was normal that there were no other questions. Alright, let's begin building the Super Hive Carrier now. Watch carefully. How Long nodded, said nothing more, and directly announced the start. Hive Carrier design blueprints. Sky-piercing class assemble 80% of the Sky-piercing class parts. A Sky-piercing class Hive Carrier is guaranteed. System. Build the Hive Super Cyclone engine. Ding. Building begins. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully building the Sky-piercing class engine. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for building. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully assembling the sky-piercing class Hive Carrier. After several days of building, the Super Hive Carrier was finally completed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, building a sky-piercing class warship, and upgrading engineering technology by 1 level. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining T3 level Super God Engineering Master Technology. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining T3 level Super God Modification, Repair, Upgrade, and Enhancement skills. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining T2 level Super God Engineering Master Skill. Halong's head throbbed with pain as countless T3 level engineering data flooded in. He could only grit his teeth and endure the agony. Thankfully, the pain came and went quickly. A moment later, Halong's mind was filled with knowledge, making him feel incredibly relaxed. Now he could finally build the T3 level Phantom battleship, but manually, without the shortcut skill. As for the others, they remained in a daze, completely oblivious to Halong's abnormality. After a long while, Zhuge Liang and the others finally awoke, staring at Halong with eyes that seemed to look at a god. What had they witnessed today? The birth of a world-class battleship, something most people would never see in their entire lives. Don't be too envious. As long as you work hard, how far are you from forging parts for the Heavenly Barrier class? And if you can forge the parts for the Heavenly Barrier class, how far are you from assembling a Heavenly Barrier class warship? Halong smiled, encouraging Zhuge Liang and the others. The more passionate they were, the faster they would grow. Was becoming a T1 level master difficult? Not at all. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yes. Starting tomorrow, you find the most popular parts on the market and begin forging them. Yes. The group was overjoyed. After watching for so many days, their hands were itching to get started. Finally, it was their turn to get to work. Lilies, you can help me build a T3 warship. Halong looked at Lilies, and then uttered these words that shocked everyone. Because to build a T3 warship independently, one needs at least a T3 5-star engineering master. Even a T5 4-star engineer wouldn't dare claim they could build a T3 warship alone. Yes. Lilies nodded hurriedly, as if afraid Halong would change his mind. The others made some noises, but ultimately said nothing. After all, they were only T1 level 3 or 4-star engineers, far from T3 level. They were also surprised by Halong's abilities. He could even build T3 level warships. While Zhou Zhilan hadn't yet come to collect the warship, Halong began purchasing a large amount of T3 level 4-star materials. The value of the materials purchased this time was even more astonishing, reaching a staggering 50 billion. Looking at the 15.6 billion remaining in his account, Halong felt like he was back to square one. His personal savings were gone. Zhou Zhilan had earned a total of many military merits in this autumn hunting competition. Of these, 4,000 belonged to Zhuge Liang, and another 8,000 belonged to her. Adding to the 4,000 she already had, that was military merit. Halong also used his military merits without hesitation, exchanging them for a large amount of precious T3 level 4-star materials. Brother Long, I confirm the payment for the military merits. Zhou Zhilan had just entered with her crew when she received the star message. Looking at the string of T3 grade 4-star materials, she smiled, even though she almost finished redeeming her military merits. Since Halong needed to buy T3 grade materials, it meant he wanted to build a T3 warship. How could she not be happy? You're really generous. You know, military merits can be exchanged for 2 T3 grade 4-star warships. Halong was deeply moved. This young woman truly trusted him to the extreme, paying for the materials without even carefully checking them. Being generous is good, you have to give to receive. I look forward to the T3 warships you build. Zhou Zhilan glanced at Halong with captivating charm, without mentioning that she wanted him to build a T3 grade 4-star warship. Okay. Halong smiled. That evening, all the T3 grade materials arrived. Halong purified them alone, obtaining a large batch of precious T3 grade 5-star Heavenly Barrier level materials. For the next 8 days, Halong focused entirely on the construction. With his compound eyes, and the 80% proficiency boost from Huang Weiying and the industrial ship, Lili's engineering skills progressed at an astonishing pace. Of course, during the construction process, Halong repeatedly inquired about Lolita's requirements, striving to create the most suitable warship for her. As Halong assembled the last component, a system notification sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully constructing a T3 class 4-star Phantom Assassin warship, Stealth, gaining 3 T5 class random skill runes. System, use 1 T5 class random skill rune to enhance the T3 class Phantom Assassin warship. Halong never held back when it came to strengthening Zhou Zhilan's power. Ding! T3 Phantom Assassin Battleship Enhancement initiated. Ding dong, enhancement complete. Looking at the enhanced Phantom Battleship, Halong checked its data in the system. Phantom Assassin Cruiser, Stealth, Quasi-Chasm class special skill, Shadow Blade / Physical attack, capable of unleashing 5 slashing blades to slay enemy ships, battleship level, T3. Forward hull armor strength, 3,800 stars. Both side hull armor strength, 3,850 stars. Battleship shield energy, 5,000. Speed, 5,900 kilometers per hour. Engine, Phantom engine. Length, 1,800 meters. Mass, 890,000 tons. Staff, 120. Main gun, 4,800 millimeters. Secondary guns, 16 by 3,350 millimeters. Medium range 5-star missiles, 24 missile silos. Close-in defense guns, 30x 5-star carrier-based aircraft, 30x 5-star Phantom Mechs, 20x 5-star. This stealthy Phantom warship, after its enhancement, is perfectly suited for Lolita. It's practically tailor-made for her. Lolita, A-rank skill, Shadowless, enhances the stealth warship's capabilities by 5 times, increases speed by 3 times, and attacks by 2 times. Lolita's Shadowless skill seems powerful, but the prerequisite is strict. It requires a stealthy warship. Phew! Finally finished. Halong let out a long sigh, but he couldn't hide his joy. Chapter 103. With the Fire Phoenix's warship fleet now at full strength, its combat capabilities have significantly increased, and it will have no weaknesses. 1. Phoenix Aircraft Carrier, Tianqian-class Zhou Zhilan. 2. Rhino Frigate, near Tianqian-class Fang Ling. 3. Hive Aircraft Carrier, near Tianqian-class Pang Sihua. 4. T2-class Cloud Horse Cruiser, near Tianqian-class Ma Yunlu. 5. Ferry Supply Ship, near Tianqian-class Xiao Luoluo. 6. Long-range Missile Ship, near Tianqian-class Xie Sitian. 7. Matrix Destroyer, near Tianqian-class Huang Silin. 8. Xingtian Battleship, near Tianqian-class Ma Shaoling. 9. Super Hive Aircraft Carrier, Tianqian-class Peng Yingjun. 10. T3 Stealth Phantom Assassin Warship, near Tianqian-class Lolita. Brother Long. Zhou Zhilan arrived with all the Phantom Demons and new crew members. After receiving the warship's data, she finally couldn't hold back and hugged Halong tightly. For her safety, Halong had poured all his resources into the T3 Phantom warship. How could she not be moved? How could she not feel Halong's deep and unwavering love for her? Lolita, lead your crew to familiarize themselves with the Phantom warship. After Zhou Zhilan's emotions had calmed down, Halong instructed Lolita. Yes. Brother Long, I'm going to get busy. Having regained her composure, Zhou Zhilan readjusted her capable demeanor and immediately spoke gently to Halong. Go ahead, you worked hard these past few days. Halong nodded. Recently, Fire Phoenix had acquired 6 new warships, more than doubling the recruitment of personnel, and this task had to be handled personally by Zhou Zhilan. It's no trouble at all. Zhou Zhilan smiled affectionately at Halong, then walked towards the Phantom warship. After watching Zhou Zhilan leave, Halong pondered for a long time before finally deciding to build the space fortress first. As for building the Vulcan battleship, he could postpone it, since he possessed the all-purpose transformation toolbox and could transform it at any time. Commander, what brings you here? Zhuge Liang respectfully inquired of Halong. He was now completely willing to follow Halong, even before the space fortress was built. The past 10 days had been spent building on the industrial ship, greatly improving his engineering skills. He was now completely absorbed in it, aiming to break through to T1 4-star engineer in one fell swoop. Everything else was minor. Tell me, what could I possibly want from you? Halong couldn't help but laugh. Zhuge Liang's wisdom was extraordinary, otherwise, how could he have earned the title of strategist? Currently, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet is at full strength. Captain Zhou is undergoing integration training, and with the concerted efforts of many captains and your brilliant guidance, Commander, its strength is improving daily. There shouldn't be anything else of great importance there, Zhuge Liang began to analyze. Since it's not a matter for the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, then the Commander-in-Chief should focus on his own battleship fleet, and the next one he should build is that heavy gun battleship. The heavy gun battleship Zhuge Liang mentioned was actually the Vulcan battleship. During the autumn hunting tournament, Halong used it to eliminate Bailey Schwanza. Its terrifying power was still fresh in his memory. If you had to choose between it and your space fortress, which would you choose to build first? The space fortress. Zhuge Liang answered bluntly. He was making the best choice based on Halong's situation. The Vulcan battleship Halong can transform and be used at any time, making it a suitable, long-hidden trump card in the short term. Zhao Yun's True White Horse is a very mature T2 warship with formidable strength, capable of operating independently, requiring minimal adjustments to Halong. While the industrial ship possesses strong defensive capabilities and the ability to instantly build and deploy fighters, its massive size makes it a prime target for concentrated fire. The Vulcan battleship's appearance doesn't create a complementary pairing. The industrial ship remains a target and cannot provide escort. However, the space fortress changes things. Its fortress-like characteristics allow it to fully protect both the Vulcan battleship and the industrial ship, while also storing large amounts of materials. This allows the industrial ship to build fighters and machinery to counter the enemy as needed on the battlefield. Together, they form a combat system where, as long as the space fortress exists, the industrial ships will continuously deploy fighters, and the Vulcan super roar will annihilate all enemies. I also want to build a space fortress, but designing one takes too long. I'm afraid it can't be done in the short term. Halong shook his head and sighed. Although he knew Zhuge Liang had the blueprints for a space fortress, and a world-class one at that, he couldn't openly ask for it. Commander, I forgot. I have a copy of the space fortress blueprints. I obtained them when my family unlocked their talents, along with 20 billion star coins. Zhuge Liang fanned himself with a smile and transmitted the blueprints to Halong via star message. Even if Halong hadn't asked, he would have provided them anyway. After all, this was for building his own exclusive space fortress. As for the 20 billion star coins, that was intended for building the space fortress, and he provided it along with it. That was all he had. Without building a quasi-heavenly barrier-level fortress, his skills would remain unusable, so he chose to take a gamble. Halong remained silent, carefully examining the design blueprints. After a long while, Halong finally finished reviewing the space fortress's blueprints and began rapidly clicking the virtual keyboard to calculate the cost of materials needed to build it. The calculations were staggering. The final cost was a staggering 60 billion, even more expensive than the T3 Phantom battleship. Commander, we don't have any major military operations at the moment, so we can put the space fortress on hold. Zhuge Liang, sweating profusely upon seeing Halong's cost list, quickly expressed his concern. He didn't want Halong to rush into building the space fortress. If it failed, the losses would be even greater. Indeed, we have to put it on hold. Even if you wanted to build it, you couldn't. Halong added the final 30 billion in energy-absorbing materials. Looking at the 90 billion cost of the space fortress, Zhuge Liang had to swallow hard. Especially that 30 billion units of energy-absorbing material. It's generally priceless on the market. Even if you managed to collect 60 tons, the price would be exorbitant. Most importantly, it's incredibly rare. Who knows when you ever gather enough? Then shall we build that heavy artillery battleship? Zhuge Liang asked. The space fortress is hampered by the lack of energy-absorbing material, so building the Vulcan battleship is the only option for now. No, we stick to building the space fortress. We won't build the Vulcan battleship for now. Halong shook his head, his attitude resolute. Since he knew the Vulcan battleship wasn't suitable for the current warship fleet, he naturally wouldn't choose it. After all, this difficulty with the space fortress would have to be overcome sooner or later. Chapter 104. Liang obeys the commander's orders. Zhuge Liang stood at attention and saluted Halong. He hadn't expected Halong to make such a choice. Without immense courage, one wouldn't dare act this way. However, he trusted Halong. He was sure Halong had a solution. Let's go, I already called a meeting with him. Halong didn't reveal his solution, but told Zhuge Liang that he had already sent out the meeting notice. The Fire Phoenix base had been greatly expanded, and Zhou Zhilan had successfully recruited over 3,000 people in the past 2 weeks, including over 2,000 reservists. Halong's future crew would be drawn from here. Of course, not all of these 2,000 plus reservists were women, half were men, specifically for Halong's warship fleet. Halong wasn't short of money either, and he temporarily acquired 8 warships, modified them, and added them to the Vulcan warship fleet, ensuring the crew wouldn't be idle. In the conference room, Halong sat at the head of the table, with Zhou Zhilan beside him. The other captains were seated around the long platform. Greetings, Commander. The other captains greeted him directly, including Halong and Zhou Zhilan in their greeting. There were 9 captains from the Fire Phoenix fleet: Fong Ling, Pang Sihua, Ma Yunlu, Xiao Luoluo, Huang Silin, Xie Sitian, Lolita, Peng Yingjun, and Ma Xiaoling. The Vulcan battleship fleet had 3 captains, Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang, and Huang Yueying. Hello everyone, you all worked hard these past few days. Halong looked at everyone. Although they had been very busy during the day, with the virtual combat space available, they were still very energetic and showed no signs of fatigue. Zhuge Liang understood this perfectly, having observed and studied numerous individuals. Indeed, they were radiant and in peak condition the next day. Not at all. The captains quickly shook their heads. What hardship! With more warships being added, they would gladly endure several times the effort. Let's get down to business. I need to build a space fortress, but I lack the most crucial energy-absorbing material. I know where to find it, in the Lost Sea, Halong said efficiently. We will obey orders without question. Everyone except Zhuge Liang and Huang Yueying immediately responded. The Lost Sea? The gates of hell? They didn't exist there. They had already been there. Commander, isn't it risky to venture into the gates of hell so rashly? Zhuge Liang was startled. He quickly stood up. After all, the gates of hell was a perilous place, not easily breached. Strategist Zhuge, it was the commander and his men who rescued me from the gates of hell. Ma Yunlu was extremely grateful for Halong's determination to save her, even daring to brave the gates of hell. What? Zhuge Liang looked bewildered. When did it become so easy to escape death? Strategist Zhuge, this is the video we're watching of our entry into the Lost Sea. Zhou Zhilan projected the video into the conference room. It was a shortened version, about 10 minutes long. Stop, everyone look. This is the nest of the space monster energy-absorbing worms. There are 520,000 energy-absorbing worms. Hao Long paused the video when it showed the nest and explained. Hearing Hao Long's introduction, Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. He wasn't intimidated by the 520,000 energy-absorbing worms. Instead, he had great faith in Hao Long, the commander who had brought everyone back from the brink of death. Then he posed the question. Then all we need to do is find a way to deal with the energy-absorbing bugs. I already thought of that, Hao Long replied confidently, seeing the crowd's enthusiasm. Although the energy-absorbing bugs are numerous, they rely entirely on their energy-absorbing ability. What if they can't absorb the energy from our warships? Because without their energy-absorbing ability, even a large number of energy-absorbing bugs wouldn't pose a threat. Hearing Hao Long's words, all the captains present stood up, even Zhou Zhilan, and shouted in unison, "We swear to follow our commander to the death." Good. Hao Long nodded with a smile. Fire Phoenix Battleship Formation, listen up. Go back and prepare. We depart tomorrow morning. Zhou Zhilan gave the order directly, seeing that no one had any objections. Yes. Vulcan Battleship Formation, we also prepare. We depart together tomorrow morning. Yes. In the morning, the Fire Phoenix Formation, 10 warships, and the Vulcan Formation, 10 warships set off. Their destination was the Free Trade Zone. The most eye-catching of them all was the Heavy Hammer industrial ship, its colossal 3,800-meter length deeply awing everyone present. Videos of it were projected onto the StarNet, and even Principal Ji knew about it. While others didn't know what kind of warship it was, Ji Fengtian knew it was a highly specialized industrial ship. It was rarely taken out of the camp. It was usually left behind for construction, modification, and maintenance. Young Master, Zhao Min has been lingering at the entrance to the Lost Sea for half a month. Our deployed pirate warships are complete, awaiting only your command to severely damage her escort fleet, Zhang Quan reported to Chief Xing in the free trade zone between the Zerg and Orc races. They were also from the Zhang family, one of the 3 major families of the Starlight clan, and their goal was to prevent Zhao Min from obtaining the 10,000-year Vermilion Immortal Fruit. No, the plan has changed. We must eliminate her. Zhang Song's face was filled with murderous intent. Currently, the Zhao family patriarch has been bedridden for many years due to a rare poison, and now is the perfect opportunity to get rid of Zhao Min. This will enrage the Zhao family. Will they fight us to the death? Zhang Quan was very worried. Don't worry. Even if we kill Zhao Min, the Zhao family is a disorganized bunch. I doubt they would dare to turn against us. Zhang Song smiled contemptuously. What he said was true. The Zhao family patriarch only had one son, Zhao Min's father. Although there were many collateral relatives, they had always been dissatisfied with Zhao Min's father, Zhao Zhen. And Zhao Zhen's youngest son was born to his aunt, which was why he wanted to kill Zhao Min. Young master, you are right. I will do it immediately. Zhang Quan nodded. Upon leaving Area 4000, Zhou Zhilan ordered Lolita, order, Phantom battleships, enter stealth mode and escort the Fire Phoenix battleship group. Yes, sir. At this time, the Fire Phoenix was accompanied by 2 battleships, a Cloud Horse cruiser, and a ferry supply ship. After sailing for a day, Halong and his group approached the Lost Sea. Ding. Special alert. A T4 class battleship group is engaged in combat with a T5 class battleship group ahead. The T4 group is from the Star Clan, and the T5 group is the Tiger Shark Pirates. Drop video. Upon receiving the special alert, Halong, who was in the projection conference, immediately projected the reconnaissance video. Ding. Rescue Xiaomin, obtain T5 level all-around radar, obtain 20 recovery cards. T5 all-around radar. Installation level reduced by 2. Recovery card. Restores 50% of the warship's health for 2 minutes, and continues to restore 30% for the next hour. System used a God-level reconnaissance skill. In the projection, the T4 warship group was not being overwhelmed by the T5 warship group. On the contrary, the T4 warship group had a significant advantage. Chapter 105. Commander, although the T4 battleship group has a significant advantage, they don't want to expand their lead, they just want to escape quickly. I suspect those pirates have reinforcements, Zhuge Liang analyzed. Ding. 2 pirate battleship groups have been detected rapidly heading towards the battle direction. Before How Long could respond, the stealth reconnaissance aircraft transmitted intelligence. Watching the 2 T5 battleship groups in the video, everyone sat quietly, awaiting How Long's order, retreat or fight. Strategist Zhuge explained this situation. How Long didn't order them to leave, but instead asked Zhuge Liang to explain. The Starlight Clan is fighting amongst themselves. Battleship groups of T4 or higher rarely appear on the Starfall battlefield. Now, 3 T5 pirate battleship groups have appeared. They couldn't possibly be unaware of this unless the Starlight Clan themselves are covering it up, Zhuge Liang explained, fanning himself with his fan. The others were all astonished upon hearing this, but after thinking about it, they agreed with Zhuge Liang's guess. At this moment, the 2 pirate fleets were closer to the battle zone, and would soon be deployed to besiege the T4 fleet. Captain, we have received a T4 class warship projection request from the Starlight Clan. The vice captain reported. Request approved. How Long nodded. It's you? A sweet-looking woman entered the projection conference and spoke immediately. Yes, it's me. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Mississippi. How Long smiled. He already knew through his reconnaissance skills that the one currently surrounded was Zhao Min. He also knew Zhao Min's information. She was from the Zhao family of the Starlight Clan and was the eldest granddaughter of the Zhao family, which explained why How Long hadn't left. The reason How Long didn't leave was simple. First, he needed the T5 class all-around radar. Second, he wanted to cultivate a good relationship with Zhao Min. She might need it later. Mr. How Long, I need you to transmit a secret projection for me. I pay you 20 billion right now. Time was of the essence, and Zhao Min didn't mince words with How Long, directly mentioning the 20 billion transfer. No, I refuse. How Long didn't even hesitate, clicking the refuse button. This action aroused the questions of the other captains, but they trusted How Long and didn't interrupt. Why? With those pirates' reconnaissance skills, they shouldn't have detected your fleet. Returning to transmit the projection now poses no danger to you, Zhao Min said anxiously. If she didn't know she couldn't leave, she wouldn't have sought out How Long. But you can't leave either, can you? How Long's words struck at the heart of Zhao Min's thoughts. I know that. Please help me send the projection back, and I can have Xia Bo transfer another 20 billion to you as a reward. Despite being unable to leave, Zhao Min showed no panic, bravely admitting it instead. You want to enter the Lost Sea? Seeing Zhao Min's determination, How Long still didn't agree, instead asking. Yes, rather than be killed by them, it's better to venture into the Lost Sea, that way, there's still a chance of survival. Zhao Min glanced at How Long with her intelligent eyes, and nodded in agreement. Boom! The 2 T5 pirate fleets were getting closer and closer, their main cannons now within range of Zhao Min's fleet. Coincidentally, we're also entering the Lost Sea. Come with us. After we come out, I hope you remember you owe me a favor. How Long said casually, as if he were going shopping in the Lost Sea. Why are you like this? Zhao Min finally put her hands on her hips, her temper flaring. We can't leave either. They already laid a trap. We might as well enter the Lost Sea to lay low for now. How Long smiled, explaining convincingly. Ding, special alert. 2 pirate T5 fleets have appeared behind us. Break out immediately. Sure enough, as soon as How Long finished speaking, the reconnaissance plane reported its findings. Boom! Boom! Zhao Min's fleet was attacked in quick succession. I promise you. Seeing this, Zhao Min ignored How Long. She knew he definitely had a way to escape, he just didn't want to. Alright. We fight off these pirate fleets, and then head into the Lost Sea. How Long, having gotten what he wanted, nodded. Skill, heavy artillery stacking. Zhao Min activated her skill while issuing orders to her fleet. All artillery fire. Concentrate on the pirates' T5 flagship. Yes, sir. Ding. Flagship locked onto by concentrated fire. Please dodge. Skill, double shield. The captain of the T5 pirate flagship remained calm. He knew that with such concentrated fire, dodging wouldn't be very effective. Boom. Boom. Zhao Min's fleet launched a fierce artillery barrage, even destroying 2 ships next to the pirates, demonstrating the ferocity of her fleet. Order, retreat towards the Lost Sea. Seeing such a powerful effect, Zhao Min smiled with satisfaction, and even glanced at How Long. Yes, sir. Captain, the T5 pirate flagship wasn't destroyed, and those pirate ships have launched a fierce attack on us. Soon, the fleet relayed a message that astonished Zhao Min. Understood, resist step by step and retreat. Zhao Min quickly regained her composure and issued the correct command order. Her command ability was strong, and she remained calm and collected, showing no sign of panic. Jilan, send out the long-range missile ships to attack that flagship. How Long said to Zhou Jilan. Okay. Zhou Jilan nodded. She understood How Long's meaning, and used her skill to send the long-range missile ships to attack the flagship. Can they really hit the pirate flagship at this distance? Zhao Min wondered to herself, not optimistic about How Long's attack. After all, she knew that the highest-ranking warship in How Long's fleet was only T2 level. Only those who had seen missile ships before would not doubt the attack range of the long-range missile ships, especially with the Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens skill. Skill, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. Command, long-range missile ships attack target, pirate flagship. Yes. Siasitian responded immediately. At this moment, the missile ships resembled sea urchins, with dense cruise missiles erected all around, a sight that was chilling to behold. Launch 4-star heavy-lift missiles. Yes, sir. Whoosh. 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 180 Crimson heavy-lift cruise missiles veered into the sky, shaking the entire space. Ding. Locked on by 180 heavy-lift cruise missiles. Increase defenses and intercept the missiles. The warship system detected the missile lock. Dodging was pointless. The pirate flagship's captain was on the verge of tears. After withstanding the entire fleet's attack, his shields were long gone, and the warship had suffered 20% damage. What could he possibly use to defend? Finally, he could only order the fleet to intercept as much as possible. Order, all artillery fire to intercept the missiles overhead. Yes, sir. Chapter 106. After launching 180 missiles, Zhou Jilan issued another order. Order, double-layer missile coverage of the pirates in the combat zone. Support friendly forces in disengaging from the battle. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. 180 purplish-red heavy cruise missiles rose into the air again. Currently, the long-range missile ship has been enhanced and can directly launch 5-layer missile coverage. This is just a small test. Zhao Min hesitated. She hadn't expected that this peculiar T1 warship would be entirely equipped with 4-star heavy missiles. But it also made her doubt whether T1 missiles could even touch a T5 warship. Countless anti-aircraft missiles appeared above the pirate fleet, intercepting the artillery fire. The 180 heavy cruise missiles reacted quickly, swirling and nimbly dodging. Boom! Boom! Some cruise missiles successfully intercepted, but many more broke through the defenses and directly bombarded the pirate flagship. Boom! Boom! Ding! 60% ship damage. Please avoid combat. The system on the pirate flagship sounded. Although they received 9 times the attack power, these were still T1 level missiles, insufficient against a T5 level warship. Even 20 missiles only reduced the pirate flagship's hull by 40%. Quickly, strengthen anti-aircraft fire. Intercept the remaining missiles. The pirate flagship's commander was terrified. A few more missiles and his warship would be destroyed. Were these missiles weak? 180 missiles hitting the target would sink even a T5 level warship. Whoosh! Whoosh! The second wave of missiles arrived. Since the target this time was other pirate warships, the pirates prioritized intercepting the first wave, making it easier for them to break through the defenses. Boom! Boom! Numerous pirate warships were destroyed and exploded. Those ordinary T5 class pirate warships weren't as resilient as the pirate flagship, A dozen or so bullets could sink a perfectly intact warship, especially since their shields had already been damaged by more than half during their battle with Zhao Min. Zhao Min gave Hao Long and Zhou Zhilan a deep look, then issued the order, disengage from the battle immediately and proceed to the entrance of the Lost Sea. Yes. Order, the Fire Phoenix fleet departs and proceeds to the entrance of the Lost Sea. Zhou Zhilan issued the order. Yes. Watching the departing fleet, the pirate flagship's commander was terrified and could only wait for reinforcements. He dared not charge forward again. How long, I'm curious. Why are you so determined to enter the Lost Sea? Zhao Min's eyes darted around, trying to discern whether Hao Long's objective aligned with her own. It's different from your objective. Hao Long clearly told Zhao Min. Why are you so sure? Zhao Min intended to get to the bottom of it, so she could make her own plans. We're here to find energy-absorbing materials, which is easy for you to obtain. Hao Long smiled. He knew what Zhao Min was thinking, of course, but she certainly wouldn't lack energy-absorbing materials, so their goals were different. Just for energy-absorbing materials? Are you going to risk your lives? Zhao Min was speechless. She had at least 500 tons of energy-absorbing materials stockpiled at home. Hao Long, as a platinum member, could simply buy them. You mean platinum members can buy them? Yes. Zhao Min tossed a strand of hair from her forehead, stating matter-of-factly. No, I can obtain them myself. Why would I buy them? Hao Long tried to hide his lack of money, finding a suitable excuse. Indeed. But aren't you afraid of the dangers of the Lost Sea? Zhao Min ignored Hao Long's tone and asked the others in a sweet voice. Hao Long's face darkened. What was the purpose of such a question? He felt it was meant to sow discord. No, what's there to be afraid of at the gates of hell? Little Luo Luo wants to go with brother Hao Long to explore the 6 perilous places. Before the other captains could answer, Little Luo Luo innocently replied. The other captains didn't speak, but they all nodded, completely agreeing with Little Luo Luo's defiant words. A flock of crows flew through Zhao Min's mind. In the end, she was the clown. She thought these captains would hesitate and persuade Hao Long to accept her projection mission. It seemed she had been overthinking it. Captain, we reached the entrance to the Lost Sea. Please give the order. The 2 warship groups arrived at the Lost Sea almost simultaneously. Miss Zhao, give the order. Alright, order, Dragon Slayer fleet, depart, enter. Wait, miss, I meant for your fleet to merge with the Fire Phoenix fleet. Hao Long interrupted Zhao Min upon hearing her order. Zhao Min looked at Hao Long carefully, noticing his smile. His meaning was clear. He wanted command. Order, Dragon Slayer fleet temporarily merges with the Fire Phoenix fleet. All actions are subject to command. Zhao Min finally nodded. The situation was against her. She had no choice but to submit. In this covert battle, she had once again fallen into a disadvantageous position. Order, Fire Phoenix fleet, Dragon Slayer fleet, directly enter the Lost Sea. Zhou Zhilan gave the order directly, almost making Zhao Min disbelieve it. Seeing Hao Long nod and still smile at her, Zhao Min reluctantly ordered, Dragon Slayer fleet, directly enter. 9 Phoenix warships, 10 Vulcan warships, and 50 warships from the Minmin warship squadron all entered the Lost Sea. How do we get out? Upon entering the Lost Sea, they felt a spinning sensation, and Zhao Min asked anxiously. Before Hao Long could answer, Zhao Min realized, wait, why wasn't our projection interrupted? Hao Long smiled but didn't answer. He dared to enter only because of the radar's characteristics. The other warships would be like blind men, unable to escape the Lost Sea. Moreover, there was a T3 class Phantom warship outside, and with Lolita's 5-fold concealment skill, it could hide even under the radar of a T5 warship. Order, all warships line up and enter the industrial ship for hull modifications. Yes, sir. Fire Phoenix warship squadron, Vulcan warship squadron, Dragon Slayer warship squadron, execute the order. Yes, sir. Dragon Slayer flagship, go in first for modifications. Zhao Min continued, adding to the order. Commander. Execute orders. We are powerless to resist them now. Zhao Min faced reality, and stated frankly. Yes. The vice-captain's lips moved, but he managed to utter a single word with difficulty. After the flagship entered the industrial ship, Zhao Min requested permission from Hao Long to enter. Welcome, Miss Zhao. Hao Long granted her entry, and personally greeted her. May I have a tour? Zhao Min asked a tricky question directly. Yes, I have Captain Zhou Zhilan accompany you. She is the commander of the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron, and also my fiancée. Hao Long nodded. Zhao Min wouldn't be able to discover anything about the industrial ship's secrets, no matter how hard she looked. Okay. Zhao Min nodded. Miss Zhao, this way please. Zhou Zhilan smiled and led Zhao Min into the industrial ship. Sister Zhilan, you don't need to call me Miss Zhao, just call me Zhao Min or Minmin. Zhao Min, naturally friendly, took Zhou Zhilan's hand. Chapter 107. Okay. Minmin, let me introduce the industrial ship to you. Zhou Zhilan nodded. Since Zhao Min said so, she would take the initiative to build a closer relationship with him. Okay. Zhao Min then instructed, you two cooperate with Haolong's orders. I stay here in turret. Yes. Watching the two leave, Haolong smiled and began the modifications. Haolong, what are you going to do with a warship modified like this? Having received the report of the modifications being completed, Zhao Min and Zhou Zhilan entered the projection conference room hand in hand. She was still on the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier, looking at the warship on the projection, now completely modified with diamond-encrusted exteriors, and asked, you find out when the time comes. Haolong again did not answer. Humph. Zhao Min could only huff in frustration to express her dissatisfaction. Haolong pretended not to see it, and immediately issued the order. Order, except for those on duty, all other crew members rest until 10:20 p.m. Yes, sir. Miss Zhao, when will your Uncle Xia find out you're being hunted? Haolong asked a pointed question. In 24 hours, he definitely will. That means it will take about 48 hours before we can get out safely. Haolong stated bluntly. You're absolutely right. Zhao Min rolled her eyes, finally admitting it. As 10:20 p.m. arrived, the crew members returned to their posts. At 11 a.m. sharp, Zhou Zhilan used her skill to enhance the skills of the Fire Phoenix carrier, the two Hive carriers, and the industrial ship. Order, Fire Phoenix and Vulcan battleship formations, all reconnaissance aircraft, scramble to form a linked formation, maintaining a distance of 50 meters. All fighters, bombers, and cruise mechs, scramble for escort. For added safety, Haolong adjusted the distance between the reconnaissance aircraft, allowing for a double link rather than the dangerous single-line link. The reconnaissance chain increased to meters, reaching the energy-absorbing insect nest again. Fortunately, all of Haolong's fighters and warships were covered with a layer of crystal, completely isolating energy fluctuations, and thus avoiding attracting the attention of the energy-absorbing insects. System, use reconnaissance skill. Ding, energy-absorbing insect nest. By absorbing the corpses of crystal bees, occupying the territory of crystal bees, the number of energy-absorbing insects has reached 800,000, and 150 tons of energy-absorbing materials have been collected. Well, karma has come to pass. Haolong smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that in just over half a month, the number of energy-absorbing insects would nearly double. Brother Long, what happened? Zhou Zhilan noticed Haolong's bitter smile immediately and asked. The number of energy-absorbing insects has doubled. Ah, will this greatly affect our operations? Xiao Luoluo asked. It shouldn't. They can't absorb the crystal hulls modified by the commander. However, so many energy-absorbing insects can easily threaten our reconnaissance chain. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, slightly worried, and voiced Haolong's thoughts. Then what do we do? Huang Yuing asked. Ask strategist Zhuge, he knows what to do. Haolong said confidently to Huang Yuing. Although there are many energy-absorbing insects, their intelligence is low, and they can be easily distracted. This was the weakness Haolong had just realized regarding the energy-absorbing insects, which changed his battle strategy. He believed Zhuge Liang had also noticed this. Since the commander is willing, then those 8 warships will have to be offered up, Zhuge Liang said to Haolong with a smile, fanning himself. Indeed, he had also thought of this. Since Haolong wanted him to demonstrate, he would cooperate willingly. That's right, sacrificing a few warships is worthwhile. Haolong and Zhuge Liang were exchanging words, which Huang Yuing and Xiao Luoluo couldn't understand at all. Then Huang Yuing asked Zhuge Liang, Brother Liang, what are you talking about? They're going to use 8 warships to lure away the energy-absorbing insects, then steal the energy-absorbing materials. Zhao Min, quick-witted and intelligent, immediately understood what Haolong and the others were planning. Looking at the wisdom of 2 or 3 people, Zhao Min put aside her own sense of superiority. Haolong, of course, didn't respond to Zhao Min's mention of stealing, pretending not to hear. Order the crew of 4 warships to abandon their ships and board 4 other warships temporarily. Yes. 4 ships are enough? Zhao Min asked Haolong. And another order. The ferry supply ship will increase the energy reserves of 4 warships, 5 times the normal amount for each. We can't skimp on this now. Zhao Min, listening to Haolong's words, almost wanted to complain. What did he mean by can't skimp? 1,000 times the energy wasn't even as expensive as a single warship. Commander's plan is brilliant. We can create a huge commotion, attracting numerous energy-absorbing insects, and deliberately leave a small opening to restrict their entry into the warships, giving us enough time to transport energy-absorbing materials. Zhuge Liang, as expected of a strategist, immediately added to Halong's plan. Then why not kill them? That way, we won't have to worry about them returning to attack. Zhao Min suddenly blurted out. Minmin, you're trying to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Zhou Zhilan pulled Zhao Min aside, and whispered something that shocked her. Indeed, what she just said was indeed killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. It seems Halong and his team had considered this as well, which is why they changed their tactics, even at the cost of sacrificing 4 warships. Actually, Halong had another thought. Waging a major battle in the unknown Lost Sea, especially with the exit blocked, was extremely risky, something he couldn't afford to do. Alright, then we proceed according to your plan, strategist. You be fully responsible for this mission, and your position is promoted to Deputy Commander of the Fleet. Halong immediately took a hands-off approach, finally understanding Zhou Zhilan's words. He had many talented subordinates, and he didn't need to worry about many things. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded, pleased with Halong's attention. Of course, this didn't mean Halong was completely uninvolved. He still needed to make special modifications to the 4 warships, exposing their energy sources, and preventing the energy-absorbing insects from easily absorbing them. However, while this might be difficult for others, it was very simple for Halong. By the time Zhou Zhilan used the Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven skill again, Halong and his team were ready. For warships, their energy sources exposed, sped towards the energy-absorbing insect nest. As they approached, all their cannons opened fire, and they sped off to the right. The reason they didn't flee deeper was because Halong feared recruiting even more powerful alien beasts. Boom! 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 The cannon fire relentlessly bombarded the nest, like puncturing a hornet's nest. Countless energy-absorbing insects swarmed out, chasing after the 4 warships, as if they were sworn enemies. Looking at the empty nest, Xiao Luoluo and the others were dumbfounded. They had never imagined that they could harvest 150 tons of energy-absorbing materials so easily. That's worth 75 billion. Chapter 108. Of course, Halong wasn't idle either. He sped alongside the industrial ship, arriving at the energy-absorbing insect nest. Using his purification skill, he extracted all the energy-absorbing materials at once, saving even the time spent dismantling them. Numerous cruiser mechs once again took on the role of transporting the materials, quickly moving over 70 tons of energy-absorbing material away. It only took Halong and his team 8 minutes to finish. Go return to base. Halong didn't linger for a second longer and immediately ordered a return. Yes, sir. The industrial ship quickly returned, putting everyone's minds at ease. This had been incredibly exciting. Order, all warships, reconnaissance aircraft, fighter jets, and cruiser mechs gradually retreat to the entrance of the Lost Sea. Yes, sir. Halong and his team quickly returned to the entrance, having successfully completed their mission. However, they couldn't leave the Lost Sea immediately. Because the Phantom warship had just transmitted a message, 5 T5 level pirate fleets had gathered at the entrance, forming a defensive formation. Breaking through would be virtually impossible. Zhao Min stared at the projected video outside, her heart filled with shock once more. It turned out Halong had a backup plan, capable of monitoring the pirate fleet's every move. Order, all fleets form a joint defensive formation in case of any unforeseen events tonight. This was their first night in the Lost Sea, and Halong was worried about potential attacks from other alien beasts. Yes. Zhou Zhilan. Yes. Zhao Min. This time, Zhao Min dared not say more. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. The Lost Sea was one of the 6 most dangerous areas. No amount of preparation was too much. Also, we must prepare another contingency plan in advance. Halong said solemnly, pointing to the 5 T5 pirate fleets projected on the screen. If the Lost Sea encounters unforeseen circumstances, that will be Halong and his group's escape route. Hearing Halong's meticulous preparations, Zhao Min began to reflect. If she had such a thoughtful approach, she wouldn't have been so easily ambushed. After some discussion, they finally devised a feasible escape plan, allowing them to finally rest a little. At night, the Lost Sea's rotation accelerated, exceeding twice the daytime speed, which worried Halong and his group. At 4 in the morning, the Lost Sea reached 4 times its normal rotation speed. Fortunately, Halong and his group were near the entrance, where the initial rotation speed was relatively low, so they were unharmed. However, the constant tumbling of the warships consumed a lot of energy, forcing Halong to order a resupply in case the rotation speed increased even further later. Zhao Min readily accepted this precautionary order. Thankfully, after 4 in the morning, the Lost Sea's rotation weakened, returning to 3 times its normal speed, putting Haolong and his group at ease. At 6 a.m., chaos erupted outside the pirate fleet, as if under attack. Haolong, my fleet is here to rescue us. Let's break out. Zhao Min exclaimed excitedly to Haolong. Soon, she realized that Haolong and his men showed no excitement whatsoever, they simply waited quietly. A flock of crows flew through Zhao Min's mind. She knew she had been too hasty in her celebration. Upon closer inspection, she realized there were many flaws. They were trying to lure her out. Ding! Reconnaissance aircraft transmits video. Play. Seeing Zhao Min calm down, Haolong smiled. This Zhao Min's only weakness was her lack of experience, but her shrewdness was remarkable. He wondered if she would be friend or foe in the future. As the video progressed, Zhao Min's expression grew increasingly grim. Someone in her fleet had betrayed her, and tried to lure her out. Minmin! Zhou Zhilan pulled Zhao Min aside, and activated private chat, while Haolong and the others continued to monitor the pirate fleet's movements. Brother Long, many crew members in the Dragon Slayer fleet are still injured. Should we send them over for treatment? Zhou Zhilan suddenly approached Haolong and asked. It turned out that Zhao Min's fleet had suffered heavy losses in yesterday's ambush, with a large number of wounded, but Zhao Min hadn't mentioned it, and Haolong and the others were unaware. Zhilan, you handle this personally. Zhao Yun Yunlu, take the cruiser Mechs to the ferry supply ship to protect the captain. Haolong instructed Zhou Zhilan, and also ordered Zhao Yun and Ma Yunlu to take the cruiser Mechs for close protection. Haolong's action seemed amusing to Zhao Min. He needed cruiser Mechs for protection on her own treatment ship. After all the personnel on the 45 warships had received treatment, Zhou Zhilan provided Zhao Min with a hostile intelligence report on over 120 individuals. Those temporarily under her command also showed a high level of loyalty. These 120-plus individuals were below the red alert line, indicating they were extremely disliked, even hostile. This? Zhao Min looked at Zhou Zhilan, unsure how to accept it. After receiving treatment from the ferry supply ship, especially the seriously injured personnel, they should feel gratitude, not hostility. Thank you, Zhilan. Without this report, I think I would have suffered even greater losses in the future. Finally, Zhao Min had to accept this reality, and she sincerely thanked Zhou Zhilan. We're good friends. Helping each other is only natural. Zhou Zhilan smiled. Zhao Min was intelligent and straightforward, and she enjoyed being friends with her. Then I go take care of some things first. See you in the projection meeting later. Zhao Min composed herself. She knew there were some things she needed to handle. Okay. 3 hours later, Zhao Min reappeared in the projection meeting, but she seemed much more mature. Ding! 5 T5 pirate fleets have made movement, they have withdrawn. The reconnaissance projection came again from outside. The 5 pirate fleets had withdrawn, but Haolong and his team hadn't given any orders, including Zhao Min, who watched calmly. 15 minutes later, the intelligence came again. Ding! 5 pirate fleets have set up an ambush in the surrounding area. Zhao Min was speechless at Haolong's methods. Even the ambush sites had his reconnaissance aircraft, and he had calculated the enemy's movements perfectly. Moreover, his engineering and modification skills were unparalleled. Each technology far surpassed the T1 level. As evening approached, just when Haolong thought they would have to spend the night in the Lost Sea again, the reconnaissance aircraft delivered a report. Ding! 1 T6 Army group with 3,000 warships, and 2 T5 Army groups with 6,000 warships, totaling 9,000 warships, are heading towards the Lost Sea. The reconnaissance aircraft has been destroyed. It's Xiaobo. Haolong projected the report. This time, Zhao Min was genuinely excited. Who could have imagined what she, a woman of privilege, had experienced that day? Haolong was speechless. His reconnaissance aircraft had actually been destroyed by this old man. However, it also proved that stealth reconnaissance aircraft were no match for T6 warships. Chapter 109. Zaber's 3 warship armies were incredibly powerful, and the 5 pirate fleets lying in ambush nearby were annihilated. Even Haolong's reconnaissance aircraft could detect them. Against the T6 warships, they were mere light bulbs, easily spotted by radar. Now that the external crisis was over, Haolong, fearing a sudden attack on the T3 Phantom warships, decisively ordered them to withdraw from the Lost Sea. Order, Dragon Slayer Warship Group, depart from the Lost Sea. Fire Phoenix Warship Group, provide support. Yes! Yes! Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to rescue Zhao Min, obtaining a T5 level all-around radar, and 20 recovery cards. Halong smiled with satisfaction upon obtaining the T5 level all-around radar. With it, Zhou Zhilan's safety would be much higher. However, now was not the time to dwell on this. He needed to constantly monitor the movements of Xiaobo's warship armies, as they had completely surrounded the area. "Young miss, are you alright?" Uncle Xia quickly projected his gaze onto Zhao Min's flagship, asking with concern. "Uncle Xia." Seeing Uncle Xia, Zhao Min looked like a wrong child, her eyes red. She then poured out her grievances and her gains. "Young miss, are you really sure?" "Yes, Uncle Xia. What you need to do is keep this absolutely secret, and find an opportunity to have my grandfather come over." Zhao Min stated what she had been considering for a long time. "Alright, I understand. Young miss is finally starting to grow up." Uncle Xia nodded and smiled. Zhao Min's increasingly mature handling of matters pleased him greatly. Shortly afterward, the fleet of warships surrounding Halong withdrew. Slightly worried, Halong finally relaxed. After all, one should always be wary. Who knew if Xiaobo might eliminate them for some reason? Ding! Zhao Min requests access to the projection meeting. Permitted? Zhou Zhilan. Zhilan, Halong, I'm leaving. I won't forget your kindness. Where will you be going next? Zhao Min entered, looking gratefully at Zhou Zhilan and Halong, and then asked. 5 days later, I need to go to the Blade Military Academy to report. Zhou Zhilan said directly. These things were easy for Zhao Min to find out if she wanted to, so it was better to be frank. Okay, I understand. Goodbye. Relieved by Zhou Zhilan's reply, Zhao Min left. Watching the departing warship group, Halong and his men clearly realized that their strength was still very weak. Fire Phoenix Warship Regiment, return to base, target Zhilan Modification Shop. Zhou Zhilan ordered. Yes. 20 warships went, 16 returned, but Halong and his men made a huge profit. After 3 days, Halong and Zhou Zhilan returned to Zhilan's modification shop and immediately began preparing. Halong had already modified the Phantom battleship with the T5 all-around radar on the way back at the industrial ship, and even used a skill rune to enhance it. At this point, Halong had used up all 3 of his T5 level skill runes. In addition, Halong had also pre-built a batch of 5,000 fighter jets, bombers, cruise mechs, communication aircraft, jamming aircraft, and reconnaissance aircraft for Zhou Zhilan, enough for 2 full replenishments. The 20 recovery cards would also prove incredibly effective. Halong had given them to Zhou Zhilan the same day he received them. Brother Long, I'm leaving tomorrow. Please take care of yourself and remember to come find me. That evening, on the rooftop of Zhilan's modification shop, Zhou Zhilan said to Halong, wanting a promise from him. I protect myself well and avoid taking unnecessary risks. Give me 6 months, and I go to the Blade Military Academy to find you, Halong replied firmly. Okay, I'll always be waiting for you. Zhou Zhilan's eyes were red, and tears finally streamed down her face. Brother Long. Facing Halong's outstretched hands, Zhou Zhilan hugged him tightly, and then cried. Halong also hugged Zhou Zhilan tightly, letting her vent until she fell asleep. The next morning, at their parting, Halong transferred 20 billion star coins to Zhou Zhilan and also placed 5 tons of Skycross-class energy-absorbing material into the Fire Phoenix carrier, in case Zhou Zhilan needed it for other purposes. Brother Long, remember to come find me. Zhou Zhilan had no objections to Halong's arrangements, nor would she refuse any of them. Her only hope was to see him again as soon as possible. I will, Zhilan, take good care of yourself. Brother Long will come find you soon, Halong said reluctantly. Understood. Fire Phoenix battleship fleet, depart. Zhou Zhilan didn't say anything more, efficiently commanding the battleship fleet to set off. Yes. Watching the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet depart, Halong's heart ached, but he had to let go. The weak can never control their own destiny. Zhilan, wait for me. I bring you a full-strength Vulcan battleship fleet, and let you continue to command our 2 battleship fleets. With that, Zhou Zhilan led the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet to the Blade's Edge Military Academy on Blade's Edge planet to report for duty. Tomorrow morning, Halong will lead the Vulcan battleship fleet to the assembly point to report to the Blade's Edge affiliated military academy with their instructors. Blade's Edge planet and Water Blue planet are very close in a straight line, but they are separated by the star-damaged battlefield. These 2 planets, together with Cloud Peak planet, form an arc, with the star-damaged battlefield extending outwards from the center of the arc. Blade's Edge planet has the star-damaged battlefield to its right and right front, while its left front is the Blade's Edge region, which is rich in high-level resources. Water Blue planet is different. It is a planet within the star-damaged battlefield. Its left and left front are the star-damaged battlefield, while its right is the flame planet of the orcs. Therefore, resources there are relatively scarce, especially high-level materials, which are all supplied and transported from Cloud Peak Planet. A large amount of high-level materials for Cloud Peak Planet come from Blade's Edge Planet. When the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet arrives at the designated assembly point, 57 battleship fleets are already waiting there, all of them S-level skill students from various planets. The last one is finally here. We've been waiting here for 2 hours. Yeah, we've been preparing for 2 hours already. And this warship formation is carrying 5 transport ships too. That's unfair, we only have one. Because the teacher had given the 57 students 2 hours to prepare their warship formations, they were quite resentful of Zhou Xilan, who had just arrived. Teacher Li, student Zhou Xilan is here with the Fire Phoenix warship formation to report for duty. Zhou Xilan connected with the reception teacher from Blade Military Academy. Good, you're the only one missing. How's your warship formation going? Teacher Li had already seen the Fire Phoenix warships, and felt this formation was extraordinary, so he asked with a smile. Teacher, we're ready to depart at any time. Zhou Xilan answered crisply and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Good, let's go into the projection conference together. Teacher Li nodded and connected Zhou Xilan to the projection conference, where 57 student captains were already present. Chapter 110. Classmates, welcome Zhou Xilan and her Fire Phoenix battleship fleet. Teacher Li introduced her to the other student captains. However, very few student captains applauded, clearly indicating their lack of welcome for Zhou Xilan. Then we won't say much more, let's set off now. Destination, Blade Military Academy. Seeing the others' unmoved attitude, Teacher Li had no choice but to give the order. Teacher, I protest. Why is her battleship fleet allowed to have an extra 5 transport ships? A student stood up and protested. This student, the school doesn't limit the number of transport ships you can bring, as long as the transport speed meets the requirements. Besides, this student has already informed me in advance, Teacher Li explained. Teacher, I request to test her transport ships. If all 5 transport ships can reach a speed of 800 km per hour, how much would that cost in modifications? I suspect her transport ships won't meet the speed standards, Hu Yong suggested to the teacher, feigning self-importance. That's right, teacher. If her transport ship isn't fast enough, it easily slow us down. I agree to test its speed. Other students echoed, shouting for a speed test on Zhou Xilan's transport ship. Teacher Li's expression darkened. Having served several classes of students, she had never seen a transport ship test required. As long as the transport ship wasn't too slow, teachers generally accommodated the students. However, if a student didn't immediately request a speed test when the teacher asked, the school considered it as all students agreeing that a test wasn't necessary. But if a student objected, the teacher in charge was required to follow school rules. If they didn't, the student could file a complaint. Since so many students requested it, I agreed to the test. Besides, all their transport ships need to be tested, so we should treat everyone equally, Zhou Xilan said firmly. Since these people were causing her trouble, she wouldn't tolerate it. When they arrived for the assembly, the stealth reconnaissance aircraft had already thoroughly investigated the students' warships. Zhou Xilan knew exactly what kind of warships they were. Alright then, test the speed of all the transport ships. Looking at Zhou Xilan's powerful aura and resolute tone, Teacher Li knew that this time she had to follow the school rules, or she would be the one in trouble. Teacher. The other students panicked. They had been making a fuss earlier because they were unhappy that Zhou Xilan had arrived so leisurely, even thinking they were waiting for her alone, hence the commotion. But now even their own transport ships were to be tested. They had no choice but to panic. After all, they knew their own transport ships best. Strictly adhere to school rules. If you have any complaints, you can file a complaint with the disciplinary office. Also, this voyage will be fully monitored. Each student will be scored during the voyage, and these scores will earn you corresponding school points. Consider it your first enrollment benefit. Teacher Li finished explaining everything she needed to say before departure in one breath. Seeing that all the students remained silent, she announced directly, "We will begin the testing now. Teacher Chen and Teacher Zhang, please record the data. Transport ships that do not meet the speed requirements are strictly prohibited from carrying anything. Since they had brought this trouble upon themselves, they should bear the consequences." Teacher Li didn't indulge them. Yes. Teacher Chen and Teacher Zhang both nodded seriously, indicating that they would strictly enforce the school rules. The students' faces grew increasingly pale. They were in deep trouble. To save money, their transport ships were far from meeting speed requirements. Buying new ones at the last minute was unrealistic, achieving a speed of 800 kilometers per hour would require extensive modifications. The seriousness and losses of this situation meant they didn't even have time to confront Zhou Zhilan. Perhaps they were simply afraid. After all, one action of hers had caused them significant losses. Such a ruthless character was someone most people wouldn't dare provoke. Many students were now filled with regret, but there was no going back. Now, all those with transport ships, report this immediately. Those who conceal or underreport will be considered to have forfeited their admission to the Blade's Edge Military Academy, Teacher Chen said sternly. The students could only immediately report their transport ships and await their fate. Hu Yong inspected 2 transport ships. Speed 700 kilometers per hour, unacceptable. Let their families take them home. Yes. Hu Yong hesitated, but ultimately had to agree. He was the one who had started this whole mess. He thought maliciously to himself, Zhou Zhilan has 5 transport ships, and if all of them fail, the losses will be devastating. Thinking this, Hu Yong felt much lighter. Daiyong, 2 transport ships have a speed of 650, which is unacceptable. Let your families take them home. Daiyong, it's all Zhou Zhilan's fault. Zhang Yiping, 1 transport ship has a speed of 760, which is unacceptable. Let your families take them home. Hu Gu, 3 transport ships have a speed of 790, which is unacceptable. Let your families take them home. Chun Lining, unacceptable. Under the long-awaited gazes of everyone, it was finally Zhou Zhilan's 5 transport ships' turn to be inspected. Look, her 5 transport ships are definitely doomed. Yeah, let's watch the show. Damn it, she made me lose 2 transport ships, and I have to sell supplies at a loss. Me too. Zhou Zhilan silently noted down the students' good and bad comments, waiting for her transport ships to be tested. Zhou Zhilan, the speed of the 5 transport ships is 980, qualified. Wow! Upon hearing this news, the students exclaimed in disbelief. They had shot themselves in the foot. Alright, everyone get ready. Put down what you need to put down. We depart in 1 hour. Teacher Li announced. She couldn't bear to watch this disastrous situation. Out of 53 transport ships, only 9 were qualified. Do you blame me? Zhou Zhilan approached Hu Ge and his group, who were all discussing their losses. No, it's the school rule. I'm prepared to be tested. Hu Ge shook his head first. Everyone had witnessed what happened. They hadn't joined in the commotion, but they had become the victims. Me too. Blame it on those who egged us on. Zhang Yiping chimed in. I just accept my bad luck. Zhang Lining was more cheerful. Although he suffered some losses, he didn't complain. That's good. I had someone bring a batch of transport ships. We can exchange them for free. Is that alright? These people were all nice, and Zhou Zhilan naturally knew what to do. Thank you so much. Hu Ge and the others thought about it and agreed. Soon, Halong quickly delivered 10 transport ships, and Hu Ge and the others happily ordered the crew to unload them. As for the other students, they could only watch, since it would be difficult to find suitable transport ships in a short time unless they paid a higher price. However, soon, Halong had Zhuge Liang deliver 10 transport ships, and, through bidding, the highest bidder won. The first transport ship sold for 3 times the original price. Chapter 111. Then, he immediately priced the ships at 3 times the original price, and all 9 transport ships were quickly snapped up. After selling them all, Zhuge Liang didn't leave. He simply waited quietly. Hello, do you have any more transport ships for sale? A student who hadn't managed to buy any earlier asked, unwilling to give up. There are 2, but they're for other uses, Zhuge Liang said, fanning himself with his fan, as if to say, I still have transport ships left. Can I have those too? 4 times the price. Anything higher? Zhuge Liang, blinded by greed, excitedly asked the other students. 5 times. I offer 5 times. Another student said. Pay up, and you can pick them up in 10 minutes. Zhuge Liang happily released the contract. Okay, I pay. I want 1. Me too. I want 2. Great. Although Zhuge Liang said he still had 2, he accepted all orders, immediately taking orders for 6 transport ships. Seeing Zhuge Liang's excited expression after receiving the orders, he continued to accept orders from those who wanted them. Gradually, the others began to change their minds. Transport ships reaching 800 kilometers per hour were actually quite rare. Most only reached 600 to 700 kilometers per hour. Therefore, achieving 800 kilometers per hour required modifications. They also believed that Zhuge Liang couldn't possibly produce that many ships within 10 minutes. I want 1 too. Okay. I want 3 too, Delivered within 10 minutes. I want 3. I buy some too. The people behind them weren't just buying transport ships anymore. They wanted Zhuge Liang to lose money. After all, if he couldn't deliver within 10 minutes, he'd be compensated 5 times the order price, a penalty protected by the laws of the Tokus Empire. Thinking about the losses they had just suffered, and now that a sucker had come knocking, they were like gamblers blinded by greed, desperately throwing money at buying, regardless of whether they had enough transport ships. They just bought like crazy. Wait a minute, almost there. After Zhuge Liang received the order for 92 ships, no one else came to pay. A few people watched from afar, but they could only look on with envy. They had no money. Soon, 6 minutes later, 30 transport ships arrived. Although 30 transport ships arrived, most people just smiled at Zhuge Liang. The remaining 4 minutes wouldn't be so easy to deliver the 62 transport ships. If he couldn't deliver, Zhuge Liang would have to pay out. 9 minutes later, the remaining 62 transport ships also arrived, and all orders were marked as delivered. Zhuge Liang's punctual delivery caused some students to groan in despair. They wanted Zhuge Liang to pay them back, but unexpectedly, they had been led into a trap by him. This time, Zhuge Liang finally left with a smile. Teacher Li and the others could only watch the whole thing. Before setting sail, they had no authority to manage what the students wanted to do. It was a matter of mutual consent. Brother Long is so wicked, I love him. Zhou Zhilan, who had watched the whole thing, felt extremely satisfied. She was also slightly relieved. With Haolong's excellent technology, he could make money very quickly. She could keep that 20 billion without worry. After all, you can't get anywhere without money, and she still had a warship fleet to maintain. Time's up. All students, lead your warship fleets into formation. Teacher Li ordered. Yes. More than 1,000 warships lined up, and at Teacher Li's command, they set sail towards the Blade Military Academy. Meanwhile, at Zhilan's modification shop, Haolong had also set the remaining 300 modified warships to delivery status, allowing customers to collect them themselves. The next day, Haolong set off with Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang, Huang Yueying, Lilies, and Huang Ximei. The warship fleet was at full strength. Besides the true white horse and the industrial ship, Haolong had also transformed the transformation toolbox into the true white horse warship. The other 7 ships were temporary battleships, mainly to complement Haolong's skills. They could be easily replaced with other warships later, when suitable captains were found. As for why they were transformed into true white horses, Haolong's idea was to facilitate hunting down alien warships. Li Bai and Qin Shaoxian were currently wandering the star-damaged battlefield and hadn't returned yet, as there were still 10 days until the start of school. Chief, according to the news from the humans, our target has set sail. There are over 1,000 warships in total, including 3 T5 class fleets with 150 ships each. The rest are student warships. In a stellar battlefield between Blade's Edge and Cloud Edge planets, a Zerg reported to its leader. Good. Are our 4 T5 class fleets ready? The Swift Bug leader asked. Ready! Brother, this time your brother will definitely avenge you. The Fire Phoenix fleet will perish. The Swift Bug leader fiercely pierced a human with his claws. Ah! The human screamed. This Swift Bug was the older brother of Haolong's, killed by the Orc supply ship. He had traversed the human territory of the stellar battlefield to avenge his brother's death. After all, T5 class warships are forbidden in the stellar battlefield. It's no joke. If discovered, the higher-ranking Zerg will capture them and hand them over to the humans. The student group heading to Blade's Edge Military Academy was also tense, as Hu Yang and his group had failed miserably and were blaming Zhou Zhilan for their actions. The Fire Phoenix warship fleet ignored the students, though some collisions between the fleets did occur. However, the Fire Phoenix fleet wasn't at a disadvantage, as its hull defenses, enhanced by Haolong, reached T3 level. Teacher Li and her colleagues didn't interfere with the students, who actively provoked the Fire Phoenix fleet. As long as it wasn't too excessive, or if someone reported it to her, she generally wouldn't intervene. After all, Blade's Edge Military Academy wasn't a peaceful school. The competition was fierce, and only the fittest survived. If they couldn't even handle student disputes, how could they fight against other races in the future? Order the Fire Phoenix warship fleet to the right. I want to be in the center of the right flank. After a day's sailing, nearing Area 4000, Zhou Zhilan finally made her move. Her first move was to directly target Hu Yang. Of course, Zhou Zhilan wasn't that bored, specifically targeting Hu Yang. It's just that his position was excellent, allowing him to launch attacks from the outside, and driving him away was just a side effect. Bang! Bang! The Rhino frigates cleared the way, the Super Hive carrier and the Matrix destroyer widened the gap, directly cutting Hu Yong's fleet in half. Domineering. Extremely domineering. Teacher Li this. Teacher Chen and the others were dumbfounded. The difference in the size of the two fleets is huge. A chick trying to provoke an elephant. What can we do? Teacher Li shook her head, ignoring them. She only believed in strength and disliked those who lacked power yet still jumped out to cause trouble. After all, planetary expansion requires strength, not those clowns, and Teacher Li had always been very clear about this. Chapter 112. Zhou Zhilan, I fight you to the death. All the warships give me. Hu Yong was furious. Zhou Zhilan was bullying him too much. Just as Hu Yong was about to order the warships to attack, Zhou Zhilan also gave an order, and even faster than his. Order the missile ships to launch 24-star heavy cruise missiles. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. 20 heavy cruise missiles were launched, circling once above Hu Yong's fleet before flying away. Boom. A T-2 class Zerg warship hiding under a hill was destroyed. Following this, the missile ships fired a dense barrage of missiles at Hu Yong's fleet, and the 4 massive 2,500mm main guns of the Xingtian battleship were even more formidable, their muzzles almost touching Hu Yong's flagship. The 3 aircraft carriers launched nearly 300 fighters and bombers, their gun barrels spinning rapidly, and the bombers loaded with 12 cruise bombs. Hu Yong was terrified. The 30 cruise mechs dispatched by Fire Phoenix were much more low-key, simply watching quietly. Fire! Zhou Zhilan activated the Space Warning System and issued the order. Space Warning System. It can transmit sound through space. As long as the warships don't take isolation measures, it can generally be heard. The 3 teachers also heard the sound of the Space Warning System. It was incredibly powerful. No. But they were also startled by Zhou Zhilan's actions. If Zhou Zhilan really killed Hu Yong, they would also bear some responsibility. Boom. Boom. The 4 battleship main guns fired, their power shaking the entire area. Whoosh. Whoosh. 80 heavy cruise missiles were launched. Boom. Boom. The 4 battleship heavy guns bombarded the 4 T-2 class Zerg warships hiding in the forest, destroying them. It turned out Zhou Zhilan was just trying to scare Hu Yong, otherwise, he'd be like a fly buzzing around, annoying to be around. 80 heavy cruise missiles streaked across the forest, striking the valley behind it. Boom. In the valley, 4 T-2 Zerg warships exploded, creating massive mushroom clouds. 300 fighter jets and 30 cruise mechs took off, while 100 bombers dropped 600 cruise bombs into the valley. Boom. 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 Brutal. Too brutal. Even the Zerg are being bombed, even if they're dead. The cruise mechs rapidly descended into the valley. Were they going down to dig up the corpses and desecrate them? However, as the fighter jets continued to circle, an T-2 class Pangolin Zerg warship appeared. Everyone understood why Zhou Zhilan was doing this. She wanted to capture a Zerg warship with a contract heart. The fighter jets circling the Zerg warship were to prevent anyone from attacking, but if anyone dared to attack, especially the Fire Phoenix fighter jets, Zhou Zhilan had the right to retaliate directly. Her counterattack would be a devastating storm. Just look at those numerous charging cannons, and the heavy missiles ready to fire. Shwe. The surrounding students gasped. What kind of operation was this? A T-2 level contract heart, and 1.5 billion in hand. They said they learned something, but weren't sure they could pull it off. Teacher Li and the others were also incredibly shocked. They only detected 1 T-2 Zerg warship. The others were missing because these Zerg warships had all shut down their power and engines. However, the Phantom warship, equipped with an enhanced T-5 all-around radar, still detected the residual energy flow even after power was shut down. Since it detected it, what happened next was no surprise. Ding! All trainees are entering the projected meeting. Teacher Li announced the projected meeting. Commander, it seems the teacher is going to intervene. Ma Yilu said with some concern for Zhou Zhilan. Don't worry, even if there's some punishment, it won't hurt me. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly, feeling warm towards Ma Yilu, this gentle young lady. Because someone complained, his seat was taken. I want to ask if this is true. Teacher Li asked knowingly, starting with the question. Teacher, it's probably a misunderstanding. There's no such thing. Zhou Zhilan answered Teacher Li's question with a firm and calm demeanor. You? Zhou Zhilan, you took my seat. Teacher, you must stand up for me. Hu Yong was naturally indignant, angrily confronting Zhou Zhilan and turning to the teacher for help. Then Zhou Zhilan explained what happened. Teacher Li ignored Hu Yong and asked Zhou Zhilan with a smile. Here's the thing, the students discovered T2 class Zerg warships lying in ambush. To prevent the students from being attacked, they took it upon themselves to attack them. There was no question of fighting for positions. Even if there was, it was to save their classmates. Zhou Zhilan spoke with an air of righteous indignation, as if she had nothing to hide behind. The explanation was reasonable, since there really were T2 class Zerg warships lying in ambush. If they had actually ambushed the student warships, some students would have been injured. Teacher, she's lying. Those Zerg warships were clearly hiding and not coming out. She went and provoked them. Teacher, with T2 class Zerg warships present, there's a certain chance of a sneak attack. Zhou Zhilan projected the captured Zerg warships. Hu Yong stared wide-eyed. So that's how it's explained? Hu Yong, Zhou Zhilan said, there was an ambush by Zerg warships. Is that true? Teacher Li couldn't help but smile slightly as she asked Hu Yong. Teacher, she even threatened me with the warship's main gun. Hu Yong complained again. Teacher, I was just trying to confuse the Zerg warships. Look, it worked. I ambushed them without them even realizing it, and I got a T2 contract heart in one fell swoop. I think this strategy can be used again next time. Zhou Zhilan said confidently, looking at Hu Yong with a hint of unfinished business. Her meaning was clear. Try it again next time. However, she didn't know if it would fail this time. Hu Yong could only hope for the best. It really works well, and the effect is there. One success is worth 1.5 billion. Everyone can try it with Hu Yong's warship. Zhou Zhilan said to the interested students. Okay. Surprisingly, one student actually believed her, his eyes shining as he looked at Hu Yong. After all, it's 1.5 billion. Teacher Li was somewhat amused and exasperated. Did people really believe that? But you all need to be able to defeat them. Let alone T2 class warships. Many students couldn't even beat T1 class contracted warships. After all, no one can be like Zhou Zhilan, with Haolong leading the charge in battles, and even fighting against ships of higher levels. Furthermore, Haolong's help with modifications and enhancements. The funds spent on modifications and enhancements alone could buy someone else a T3 warship fleet. How could she not be strong? And then, there's the virtual combat training space. More than 2 months of rich combat time, equivalent to someone else's year of combat time. Can you even compare? As for Hu Yong, he dared not speak anymore, because some students were staring intently at him, their thoughts written all over their faces, wanting to test if it was true. Chapter 113. If everyone has nothing else to do, let me explain the rules in more detail. On the way to school for registration, you can hunt T1 class warships, and even T2 class warships, to earn points. The more you hunt, the more points you get. Of course, the teacher's warship group won't stop specifically for you, you need to keep up. If you fall behind, you're on your own. Teacher Li explained in detail again. She knew some people hadn't read the school's admission handbook carefully. Teacher, what about my position? Hu Yong continued to ask. You can choose your position however you like. Those who feel strong enough can be like Zhou Zhilan, positioned on the outermost edge of the group for easier hunting of alien warships. Teacher Li explained again. In the end, Hu Yong obediently went to the side away from Zhou Zhilan, while Zhou Zhilan was surrounded by Hu Ge, Li Yiping, and Zhang Lining. Boom! 3 hours later, the T2 Zerg warship that had harvested the contract hearts was detonated by Zhou Zhilan. The Fire Phoenix battleship squadron patrolled everywhere, launching its main guns and heavy missiles immediately upon detecting Zerg warships. A truly spectacular sight. Haolong headed towards the Blade's affiliated military academy, and he didn't hold back along the way. Piloting the Morph True White Horse battleship, he charged at T1 and T2 class Orc warships, relying on the astonishing power of its main guns and the strength of its skill-absorbed shields, directly ramming and breaking even T1 Orc warships. Zhao Yun watched, sweating profusely. He never seen the True White Horse battleship used like this before. He learned something new. Commander, there's an Orc squadron of T2 warships ahead. The industrial ship's vice-captain reported to Haolong. As for Zhuge Liang and Huang Weiying, they were busy crafting parts on the industrial ship. Haolong was quite happy with their choice, since the parts they crafted could be sold in bulk to others. As for using them themselves, forget it, with Haolong around, they used what Haolong crafted. Alright, send me the projection. Haolong was in high spirits. He only fought one T1 warship squadron in the past 2 days, and was getting bored. Zhao Yun, let's chase them. This T2 level Orc squadron is really uncooperative, running away as soon as they see us. Haolong said to Zhao Yun beside him, watching the T2 Orc warship squadron getting further and further away. Yes. He didn't even look behind him. Besides the warship squadron of over 80 students, there were also 4 T5 level warship regiments. The others were only T2 level warship squadrons. Should they not run and wait to be annihilated? Fortunately, the school's T4 level warships were mainly for protecting students and wouldn't actively clear out other races in the star-damaged battlefield. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 true White Horse warships accelerated rapidly, disappearing in an instant, and reappeared behind the orc fleet. Skill attack. How Long ordered Zhao Yun. It was already evening, and there shouldn't be any other foreign warships. Now was the best time to use skills. Yes. Skill, Sky Dragon. Instantly, the true White Horse warships unleashed 7 consecutive thrusts. Boom! 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 7 orc warships were pierced, exploding in a chain reaction. Fire! How Long arrived and gave the order. The 2,600mm main guns and 18 2,000mm naval guns fired. Boom! 1 orc warship was destroyed by How Long. The remaining warships were now in a 2-on-2 battle, one of which was the orc flagship, where the T2 contract heart was located. Boom! Boom! The 2 white-clad warships, leveraging their speed advantage, evaded the orc attacks while simultaneously retaliating with their cannons. However, unlike Zhao Yun's fluid and graceful fighting style, How Long's tactics were more about sheer power. With its powerful shields, it periodically exchanged fire with the orcs, resulting in the orc shield shattering and their ships suffering heavy damage, while How Long's shields grew ever thicker. The orcs began to back down. They had no choice. How Long's shields grew stronger with each attack, while their own shields shattered, and even their hulls were severely damaged. Trying to escape? You think you can escape? How Long shouted, watching the orcs use their skills and retreat rapidly. Fire! Suddenly, Zhao Yun intercepted the orc flagship, his warship cannons opening fire. Boom! The orc flagship, with nowhere to hide, could only withstand Zhao Yun's barrage. System, Reconnaissance Skill. Transform, Super Mech. How Long, piloting the true White Horse, suddenly transformed into a super mech, crashing into the orc flagship before quickly flying out again. Ah! My heart of contract. The orcs' roar could still be heard behind them. Fire, main guns. How Long transformed back into the true White Horse, and fired alongside Zhao Yun. Boom! Boom! The remaining 2 orc warships were destroyed. Zhao Yun, let's go! That's enough for today. How Long tossed his T2 heart of contract. A decent haul for today. Yes! Commander Zhao Yun, you're back. As soon as they returned to the warship formation, Zhuge Liang entered the projection conference room and addressed How Long and Zhao Yun. Yes, we're back. Strategist. Commander, Hung Li just arrived. After greeting them, Zhuge Liang began to report. If nothing else was going on, he'd still be forging parts on the industrial ship. Oh, it's him. What's up? How Long wasn't really interested in Hung Li, so he asked casually. How Long had heard that Hung Li was Vice Principal Zhang's new disciple, and he initially thought he was a very talented person. However, after getting to know him, How Long felt nothing but disgust. He said the journey is long, and he wants to share our industrial ship at market price. Zhuge Liang fanned himself and then reported to How Long. The strategist can handle it. How Long smiled and let Zhuge Liang handle it. Understood. There are too many secrets on the industrial ship. Outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Zhuge Liang nodded, giving a suitable reason. It's normal not to allow outsiders to enter personal secrets. Let's get together on the industrial ship later. On the way back, we caught a delicious space bear. We have a feast on the industrial ship tonight. After finishing the business, How Long suggested that a delicious meal here and now would be very pleasant. However, How Long was thinking of someone. Jilan, I'm so glad you're here. You're usually the one who grills my bear paws. Really, space bear paws are one of the most delicious ingredients. This is something the little girl has been wanting to do for a long time, Zhuge Liang said with a happy smile. That's good. Tell them the news, and let the 3 of them take care of it. We can't get involved. How Long laughed. Once they knew, there wouldn't be much for them to do. It's just that there are fewer people now. When there are more people, there's even less for the men to do. They handle everything. That evening, on the deck of the industrial ship, How Long, Zhao Yun, Zhuge Liang, Huang Yueying, Lilies, and Huang Ximei, a group of 6, gathered around grilling bear paws. The space bear paws were very large. How Long and the others only took the tenderest part of the paw to grill. The rest were distributed among all the warships, giving everyone a chance to try this exquisite delicacy. Chapter 114. The aroma wafted on the wind, making the other students drool. They couldn't even smell it, let alone actually taste it. They were too frustrated to eat anything. Ding, Hengli requests projection. At this moment, Hengli requested a projection. Decline, busy with urgent matters, will reply via star message later. Halong directly clicked decline. Now was the time to enjoy the delicious food. No one should disturb them. Bang! Halong, don't think you can ignore me just because you're AT1 level modification master. My master is AT3 level 5-star modification master. Hengli slammed his wine glass down. This wine was a perfect match for the space bear paw. He only tried it once. That time, he only eaten a small piece. Now, watching Halong and the others casually eat such a large piece, and even sharing most of it with the crew, drove him crazy. The next morning, Halong had just emerged from the virtual combat space. Ding, Teacher Jia has started a projected meeting. You are invited to join. Halong didn't join immediately. Instead, he went to wash up first. Ding, Teacher Jia has started a projected meeting. You are invited to join. Ding, Teacher Jia has started a projected meeting. You are invited to join. Join! Halong, holding his breakfast, entered the meeting while eating. Halong, why are you so late? Hengli immediately questioned him, as soon as Halong entered. Good morning, Teacher Jia. Halong greeted Teacher Jia proactively, ignoring Hengli's clamor. Halong, I'm asking you a question. Hengli once again usurped the initiative, questioning Halong before Teacher Jia could even speak. This time, Teacher Jia's expression darkened. Although you're the vice principal's disciple, he still calls the shots here. Besides, Halong is AT1 level 5-star modification master, far superior to you, AT1 level 3-star modification mechanic, even if you have AT3 level 5-star modification master. Teacher Jia, do you have a dog? Why is it so noisy? Halong continued, still eating breakfast, as he asked Teacher Jia. Halong, how dare you call me a dog? Hearing Halong's words, Hengli exploded on the spot. When did I call you a dog? Halong asked with a smile. You said I'm noisy, you said I'm a dog? Hengli was furious, roaring at Halong. You said you're a dog, it's none of my business. It was you who said it, that I'm noisy and therefore a dog. Hengli, burning with rage, began spewing nonsense. Ha ha. Ha ha. The surrounding students laughed. They only felt disgust for Hengli. He relied on being the vice principal's disciple to show off everywhere, looking down on everyone as if he were AT3 level modification master. Alright, let's get down to business. Teacher Jia quickly interrupted, seeing the situation was about to spiral out of control. Although he also disliked Hengli's behavior, he was, after all, the vice principal's disciple, and the vice principal was his superior. He had to defend him. Teacher Jia, as we discussed, let Halong share the industrial ship, raising the price to 10% of the market price. Hengli, thinking Teacher Jia was backing him up, immediately became arrogant again. Teacher Jia only said to discuss it with Halong. How did it become directly asking Halong to share it? Teacher Jia, is that so? Directly asking me to share it. Halong ignored Hengli and instead asked Teacher Jia. Teacher Jia said he wants you to share it. Hengli continued, speaking first. If it's convenient for you. Teacher Jia didn't fall into the trap Hengli had set for him, instead using a more consultative tone. Teacher Jia, please forgive me, but there are important secrets inside the industrial ship, and it's not convenient for outsiders to enter. Halong responded with a smile, ignoring Hengli, who was standing nearby. What's inconvenient? I think you just don't want to share it, and you don't want all of the students to be happy. Hengli continued to shout, falsely accusing Halong. I understand, I was being presumptuous. Teacher Jia quickly backed down. Teacher Jia, if there's nothing else, I'd be leaving now. Halong politely said goodbye to Teacher Jia. You're not allowed to leave. The industrial ship hasn't been shared yet. Hengli jumped up, completely ignoring Halong's presence. Teacher Jia nodded, glancing at Hengli, not bothering to stop Halong. It was best to end the meeting as soon as possible. Halong is already a T1 modification master, with unlimited potential. Hengli is the vice principal's disciple. He can't afford to offend either of them. If he had known, he wouldn't have held this projection meeting. It's exhausting, and he only pleased neither side. Ding, Commander, a T2 class Orc warship squadron has appeared in the distance. Zhuge Liang reported to Halong. The stealth reconnaissance aircraft on the industrial ship, connected by a communication device, had an even wider reconnaissance range, detecting the Orc warship squadron at an extremely long distance. Strategist Zhao Yun, What's the little girl's idea? Halong played the reconnaissance video and displayed a large map. Commander, they're courting death. Zhao Yun watched the video. The orc warship squadron had actually driven a human warship fleet into Huilong Valley, while 5 orc flagships and 10 orc warships were guarding the cave entrance. The entrance to the cave was only wide enough for 1 warship to pass through. 2 warships couldn't get through. However, the 5 orc flagships concentrated their fire, bombarding them one by one. Brother Zhao, are you planning to use the battleships as bait, then take the opportunity to kill the 5 orc flagships? Huang Weiying, quick-witted as ever, understood immediately. Yes. But isn't that too risky? Zhuge Liang asked cautiously. We can try. Evacuate all personnel from the battleships to the industrial ships, Halong decided. Yes. Since Halong was willing to try, Zhuge Liang and his men immediately carried out the order. Halong's large-scale operation attracted the attention of many students. After all, a large-scale evacuation to the industrial ships would be difficult to avoid detection. Commander, the personnel on all 7 battleships have been evacuated. Zhuge Liang reported to Halong. All right, you and the little girl stay here. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded. Let's go! Halong, piloting his transformed white horse, set off alongside Zhao Yun's white horse, followed by 7 battleships. These battleships had no crew and were all remotely controlled by Halong. Others might not be able to remotely control them, but Halong had already modified them, and with the help of communication devices, remote control wasn't a problem. Humph. Show off. Hengli watched Halong depart, feeling extremely disdainful. As a modifier, not focusing on modification and spending all his time fighting meant he would achieve nothing in the future. He even fantasized about becoming a T3 modification master and thoroughly humiliating Halong, making him never be able to hold his head high again. Afterwards, Hengli dispatched 10 reconnaissance planes to pursue Halong. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment he sent out the reconnaissance planes, Halong and his crew received the reconnaissance report and were already aware of his actions. Chapter 115. Chief, another human warship fleet has entered our ambush zone. Hunt them. Drive them into Dragon Valley. The Kobold Orc chieftain shouted excitedly. They loved driving human warships into Dragon Valley, then killing them at the exit. Watching them emerge one by one, like being led to an execution ground, being blasted apart by their concentrated fire. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. Yes, sir. 35 orc warships pursued and intercepted, finally driving 7 battleships into Dragon Valley. Gentlemen, the show is about to begin. Let's see who can destroy the most this time. The Kobold shouted excitedly. This was their entertainment. At the exit of Dragon Valley, 5 orc flagships stood in a row, all of them battleships. Unbeknownst to them, while they considered these 7 battleships their prey, Halong and Zhao Yun, aboard the true White Horse warship in the distance, saw them as their prey as well. Inside returning Dragon Valley, 35 orc warships relentlessly pushed forward, chasing 7 battleships. The exit wasn't far ahead. Zhao Yun, I go first. At this moment, Halong, piloting his transformed super mech, activated his stealth ability and flew towards returning Dragon Valley. Yes. Zhao Yun stood up, watching Halong depart. They're coming out soon. First one, prepare. The Kobold commanded. Yes. The Kobold on the first flagship sharpened his claws, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he watched the cave entrance. He was waiting for the first battleship to emerge. Zhao Yun, move out. As the first battleship prepared to emerge, Halong gave the order to Zhao Yun. Yes. Whoosh. Zhao Yun activated the true White Horse warship and sped towards the 5 orc flagships. What's that? Soon, the Kobolds also spotted Zhao Yun's true White Horse warship. Shape-shifting Phantom warship. At that moment, Halong transformed into the Phantom warship and activated its skill. Skill, Shadow Blade Slash. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 slashing blades swept across, and 10 orc warships exploded in succession. Boom. 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 Damn it, it's a T3 warship, retreat. The Kobolds were horrified, not expecting a T3 assassin warship to suddenly appear. Shape-shifting super mech. Before the Kobolds could react, Halong completed his transformation into a super mech. Skill, Sky-soaring dragon. On the other side, Zhao Yun, piloting the true White Horse, used his skill to perform 2 consecutive dashes, charging into the 5 flagships. Then, he unleashed a 5-hit combo, all aimed near the heart of the contract. Bang! 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 The shield of the 5 orc flagships shattered, and large holes were pierced through their hulls. I'm here! Mech weapon, heavy cannon. Halong dashed into the large hole in the ship's hull, only to be met by a giant kobold. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and slashed. Boom! The entire kobold was blasted apart by the heavy cannon sword. Halong seized the opportunity to dismantle the Heart of Contract and install a T-3 class cruise bomb. The same happened to the next 4 flagships. After Halong had extracted the Hearts of Contracts from 5 ships, he immediately detonated them. Boom! 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 After the 7 battleships emerged, Halong controlled them to sail back first, while he and Zhao Yun destroyed the orc warships emerging one by one from Huilong Valley. It wasn't that they had a penchant for it, but rather they feared that the orc warships would engage in a fierce battle, wasting their energy. After destroying more than 10 ships, the remaining orc warships seemed to realize the situation and dared not emerge again. Zhao Yun, let's go! Halong, piloting the transformed True White Horse warship, said to Zhao Yun. Yes. The 2 True White Horses then quickly returned, catching up with 7 battleships along the way, along with stealth reconnaissance aircraft, jammers, and communication aircraft overhead. Since you want to play, I'd play with you. Halong muttered to himself, looking at the 10 reconnaissance aircraft sent out by Hunley. Ding! Special alert, Zerg T-5 class warships detected. The Fire Phoenix warship formation's Phantom warship radar detected Zerg information. What? How could Zerg T-5 class warships be here? Play the reconnaissance projection. Zhou Zhilan was stunned upon receiving the notification from the Phantom warship. Commander, they must have crossed the star-damaged battlefield, Lolita explained. As the projection started, Zhou Zhilan saw that the 2 leading teacher warship regiments had already passed the ambush Zerg warship formation. The chances of them turning back to raid the Zerg were slim, especially since the teacher's fleet was closely followed by the student fleet. Quick, expand the search. I suspect there are other Zerg fleets. Zhou Zhilan pointed to 3 locations on the map. If there were fleets at each location, the entire area would be surrounded, allowing for a pincer attack. Ding! 2 T-5 Zerg fleets detected ahead, totaling 100 ships. Ding! 1 T-5 Zerg fleet detected behind, with 50 ships. Just as Zhou Zhilan suspected, they were surrounded. Teachers, student Zhou Zhilan has a very urgent matter to report. Zhou Zhilan requested to join the projected meeting with Teacher Li and the others, then spoke calmly. What is it? Teacher Li asked gently. She personally liked this student, who was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. We entered the Zerg's ambush zone. This is their intelligence. For T-5 warship squadrons, 200 warships. Zhou Zhilan projected the video to Teacher Li. What? The other 2 teachers were shocked. They hadn't expected that a Zerg warship squadron would penetrate deep into the Terran territory to ambush them. Open the projector. Teacher Li remained calm. She needed to open the projector first to observe the situation before making a decision. After all, the ambush hadn't appeared, which meant that their warship squadron hadn't reached the ambush center yet. Yes. Currently, to the left and right front, 2 warship squadrons were ambushing in the space forest, directly confronting Teacher Li and Teacher Zhang's 2 warship squadrons. There was another warship squadron behind them. Judging from their movements, they had 2 plans, directly attacking Teacher Chen's warship squadron at the rear, while their defenses relied on the rear island, making it difficult for them to break through. Most importantly, to the right of the center, there's a large island with 3 T-5 Zerg warship squadrons lurking beneath it, totaling 30 warships. The other 2 Zerg warship squadrons, totaling 20 warships, are positioned below 2 smaller islands to the left of the center, directly threatening the student warships in the center. Teacher Li, what do we do now? Our rear is blocked, and with 2 warship squadrons in front, it's very difficult for us to break through. The situation in the center is even worse. If they manage to get into the student warships, it will be devastating for us. Teacher Zhang, to the right front, you allocate 3 warship squadrons, 30 warships, to defend the large island to the right of the center. I allocate 1 warship squadron to you, 30 warships, to defend against the 50 Zerg warship squadrons to the right front. Yes. Teacher Zhang immediately accepted the order. Chapter 116. Teacher Li, positioned to the left front, continued her instructions. As for the central left side, I allocate another warship squadron, and Teacher Chen will allocate 2. We launch a surprise attack from both sides, aiming to end the battle as quickly as possible. If that's not possible, let the student warships escape on their own, their survival depends on themselves. This time, they had indeed been careless, relying solely on radar reconnaissance without conducting close-range physical reconnaissance. However, Who could have imagined that the Zerg would dare to penetrate so deeply into human territory undetected? However, this arrangement was extremely dangerous. To the left front, Teacher Li only had 30 warships to defend against 50 Zerg warships. Teacher Zhang, on the right front, had the same arrangement, 30 warships against 50 Zerg warships. Teacher Chen, in the rear, had the same arrangement, 30 warships to defend against 50 Zerg warships in the rear. If the 30 warships in the central left side couldn't quickly eliminate the 20 Zerg warships, the entire battlefield would collapse rapidly. Teacher Li, I request permission to engage. I can directly suppress the 3 T5 warship squadrons on the large island for an hour without any problem. Zhou Zhilan volunteered, looking at Teacher Li's deployment. She pointed out that the airspace above the large island was highly advantageous for her defense and attack. Can you really hold out for an hour? Teacher Li hesitated. Yes, teacher. As long as the 20 Zerg warships in the center left are quickly destroyed, and then come to support me, we will be as solid as a rock. Zhou Zhilan's plan was very bold, and more importantly, she could hold out. However, Zhou Zhilan wasn't telling the truth. She wanted to try to destroy the 3 Zerg warship squadrons beneath a large island, not just simply defend. Do as you say. You be responsible for defending the 3 warship squadrons on the large island. Teacher Zhang, send 1 warship squadron to me. I deploy 3 warship squadrons, and Teacher Chen, deploy 1 warship squadron to quickly eliminate the 2 Zerg warship squadrons on the left-hand side. Teacher Li gave this important instruction. Besides Zhou Zhilan, she bore the greatest pressure, deploying 30 warships to defend against an attack from 5 Zerg warship squadrons totaling 50 warships. However, she was very skilled in defensive formations. If the 2 Zerg warship squadrons on the left-hand side could be quickly eliminated, everything would turn out well. Yes. The other 2 teachers had no objections. This was the only way to break the deadlock. After discussing with the teachers, Zhou Zhilan began assigning tasks to the Fire Phoenix warship squadron, while the teachers also prepared to adjust their warship squadrons. You all seen the projection, now I assign the tasks. Zhou Zhilan returned to her projected meeting room. Yes, sir. Ma Xiaoling, your Xingtian battleship is stationed here. Upon receiving orders, charge forward immediately and fire directly downwards at this Zerg flagship. Fang Ling, your Rhino frigate follows closely behind. Once the Xingtian battleship fires, immediately block its path and withstand the Zerg warship's counterattack. Yes, sir. Ma Xiaoling and Fang Ling stood up and replied. Xie Zitian, your missile ship is to the right rear of the Rhino frigate. Upon receiving orders, arrive here immediately. 5 missile clusters are required to sink all 5 Zerg aircraft carriers. Zhou Zhilan pointed to a location again and instructed Xie Zitian. Yes, sir. Given the current terrain of the 3 Zerg warship formations, the 5 Zerg aircraft carriers pose the greatest threat to the Fire Phoenix formation, which is why Zhou Zhilan is determined to eliminate them. Ma Yunlu's Cloud Horse battleship and Xiao Luolu's ferry supply ship will follow the Fire Phoenix carrier, positioned in the center of the battle. Yes. Ma Yunlu and Xiao Luoluo stood up and accepted the mission. Pang Sihua's hive carrier is positioned at the top left of the island, and Peng Yingyuan's super hive carrier is positioned at the top right of the island. Send all bombers to bomb the Zerg flagships, 1 per person, and make sure they are destroyed. Yes. Pang Sihua and Peng Yingjun stood up and replied. Lolita, your Phantom battleship will monitor the entire battlefield and eliminate a major threat for us. Zhou Zhilan said to Lolita. Yes. Lolita stood up and accepted the mission. Huang Silin, your Matrix destroyer is positioned on the left side of the super hive, which will be able to intercept the artillery fire from below. Actually, Matrix destroyers could be deployed on both the top left and right sides, but the super hive carrier is more powerful, so Zhou Zhilan had to prioritize protecting the most important combat force. Yes. Huang Silin stood up and accepted the mission. Everyone, please don't panic. There might be an emergency. Who among you is willing to form a warship squadron with me and take my orders? After arranging the Fire Phoenix warship formation, Zhou Zhilan pulled Hu Gu, Li Yiping, and Zhang Lining into the projection and asked them. After all, they had gotten along quite well during the 4 days of sailing. I'm willing to take your orders. Hu Gu thought for a moment and decided to trust Zhou Zhilan. If there's an emergency, I'm also willing to take your orders. Zhang Lining knew clearly that his warship formation was far inferior to the Fire Phoenix warship formation. In the event of an emergency, when the teacher was too busy to attend to everything, it would be best to find a powerful warship formation to join him. I'm willing too. Seeing that Hu Gu and the other man agreed, Li Yiping reluctantly nodded. Then remember, Don't hesitate to give my orders, otherwise it's best to refuse now, because that would be very dangerous. Zhou Zhilan emphasized again, especially to Li Yiping, because once the war starts, mishandling one side could cause significant losses. I understand. I will strictly follow orders. Li Yiping knew Zhou Zhilan was referring to her, and reiterated her stance. Since you are all willing to temporarily join the Fire Phoenix battleship group, I will arrange your combat missions. Your mission is to intercept enemy fire, dispatch all fighters for escort, and have the bombers assemble into a mixed bomber group, awaiting my orders. Seeing Li Yiping's change in attitude, Zhou Zhilan arranged for Hu Ji's warship to be placed in the safest location, the one least vulnerable to attack. Yes. Hu Ge and the others quickly responded, originally intending to stay in a safe position to help with air defense. As the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet passed by the island, Zhou Zhilan loudly issued orders in the projected conference. I now order the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet to proceed at full speed, according to plan, rush towards the space island, and give it your all to the 3 Zerg battleship fleets below. Yes, sir. The 9 captains of the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet immediately carried out the order. Yes, sir. Hu Ge and the others also quickly commanded their respective battleship fleets to follow behind the Fire Phoenix. Ignorance is bliss, and Hu Ge and his group had no idea that a T5 class battleship fleet was lying in ambush below the island. As for the other student fleets, they were completely bewildered, wondering what had gotten into Zhou Zhilan and the others this time. Had they discovered Zerg battleships again? Chapter 117. Meanwhile, Teacher Li and her team also deployed a large number of warship squadrons, ordering the student warship squadrons to separate and move away from the left-hand center, and especially not to block the teacher's warship squadrons. However, Teacher Li and her team made a blunder. Under the threat to their lives, some students led their warship squadrons to directly block the advance of Teacher Li's 30 warship squadrons. Perhaps because there were 2 teacher's warship squadrons ahead, the students felt safer, so most of their warship squadrons surged forward, completely blocking Teacher Li's 3 warship squadrons. Fortunately, Teacher Chen noticed the situation ahead, and had to send out another warship squadron to contain the 2 Zerg warship squadrons on the left-hand center. However, Teacher Chen's pressure suddenly increased. With 30 warships defending against 50 Zerg warships, the removal of a warship squadron disrupted his previous defensive deployment, forcing him to make an emergency mobilization. Damn it, they discovered us. Order all warships to attack. The Swift Bug leader, seeing the sudden change, knew he'd been discovered and immediately gave the order. Skill, Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens. As soon as they approached the island, Zhou Zhilan used her skill first. Except for the Cloud Horse battleship, Ferry Supply ship, and Matrix Destroyer, which lack skill buffs, the other 7 warships all receive the Phoenix Flame buff, gaining 30 minutes of 9x all attribute attack power. 2 9ths activate the 5 missile cluster skill. Since the long-range missile ship could fire while turning, Xia Sitian also activated the heavy missile cluster as soon as she landed on the island. 5 missile cluster launch. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. 180 Crimson heavy cruise missiles were launched. Whoosh. Whoosh. 180 Crimson heavy cruise missiles launched. Whoosh. Whoosh. 180. 5 consecutive missile launches shook the entire island. The 900 heavy cruise missiles were enough to intimidate anyone. Fire Phoenix heavy cruise missile launch. Rhinoceros frigate heavy cruise missile launch. Whoosh. Whoosh. 37 heavy missiles from 2 warships joined the attack. Power of punishment, for cannons combined. At this moment, the Xingtian battleship also arrived at its designated attack location. Ma Xiaoling activated the battleship's special skill. Command, all battleship artillery fire. For 2,800mm Star Destroyer cannons merged into one, and 32 1,800mm Star Destroyer cannons were adjusted, with every 4 cannons forming a single unit. Boom! Boom! The deafening roar of the main guns echoed throughout space. This power, even a T5 battleship isn't this exaggerated. Hu Ge, who was beginning to enter the island, muttered to himself, also startled by the thunderous roar of the heavy artillery. The 3 carriers of the Fire Phoenix fleet launched all their bombers, leaving half of their fighters for escort, while the rest relentlessly bombarded the Zerg. Quickly, activate the warships and attack the Zerg. The Zerg fleet leader roared excitedly. Hidden beneath the island, their warships were in shutdown mode to avoid detection. Reactivating them would take at least 30 seconds, but when attacked head-on by the Fire Phoenix, even 20 seconds would be enough to escape their doom. Moreover, being in shutdown mode, they had no idea the Fire Phoenix fleet was attacking them. Hearing the loud noise, they assumed it was fighting outside, and that this was their attack signal. 900 heavy cruise missiles rained down from above, striking the Zerg carriers. Boom! Boom! A series of massive explosions rang out, reducing all 5 Zerg carriers to fragments. Damn it! The Zerg squadron leader, stunned by the explosions, roared in fury as he regained his senses. Boom! Boom! The main guns of the Xingtian battleship fired, and before its shields could even deploy, the Zerg flagship was obliterated in a single blow. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sounds of bombers and fighters diving filled the air as countless cruise bombs rained down. The Zerg leader, terrified, immediately ordered, "Quick, deploy the shields." Boom! Boom! The Zerg warships deployed their shields, but one Zerg flagship was too slow, suffering the same fate as the previous one, sinking instantly. Of course, with nearly 4,000 cruise bombs falling, more than one Zerg flagship was destroyed. Over 10 other Zerg warships were also destroyed. At this point, the 30 Zerg warships in the 3 battleship squadrons had been reduced to 13. Order, Mixed Bomber Group, drop bombs directly from above. Yes, sir. Hugu and his men responded immediately. While the rapid-fire maneuvers were exhilarating, the Fire Phoenix was also entering a period of weakened offensive. The missile ships and the Xingtian battleships had to retreat, waiting for their main guns to recharge. The bombers from the 3 carriers quickly returned to base, heavily reloading cruise bombs. All medium-range missiles and close-in weapon systems were ready to prevent a surprise attack from enemy ships. Die! Zerg clones. The Zerg leader on the flagship knew that they were now like turtles in a jar. A charge was preferable. 10 Zerg flagship clones charged upwards, completely ignoring the cruise bombs from the mixed bombers. It was like tickling them, barely depleting even a tenth of their shields. Charge. 10 Zerg flagships rose upwards. The Terrans finally exhausted, it was their turn to attack. Behind them, the remaining 12 Zerg warships followed suit. Boom! Boom! To the left, Teacher Lee, with 3 warship squadrons, was holding off an attack from 5 Zerg warship squadrons, managing to maintain her footing for the time being. Retreat was out of the question. Her students' warship squadrons were behind her, leaving her nowhere to retreat. To the right, Teacher Zhang, with 4 warship squadrons, was facing 5 Zerg warship squadrons. Although she was putting up a good fight, she was primarily on the defensive. Further ahead, Teacher Chen, having hastily changed her defensive deployment from 4 to 3 warship squadrons, was severely impacted and was forced to retreat repeatedly by the 5 Zerg warship squadrons. On the left-hand center, 2 newly activated Zerg warship squadrons were immediately intercepted by Teacher Chen's 2 warship squadrons. A fierce battle ensued, and Hu Yong, who was blocking the way, had his 3 transport ships destroyed first, causing him to cry out in distress. He wasn't the only one distressed. Many students' transport ships were also destroyed. After all, if they hadn't positioned their transport ships to block the enemy's advance, their entire warship squadrons might have been destroyed. As for the 3 warship squadrons dispatched by Teacher Lee, they were still surrounded by the student warships in the center, unable to advance or retreat. In their desperation, they could only forcefully push the student warships aside and slowly advance. At the large island, 10 Zerg flagship clones were about to rise to the top. Skill, Shadow Blade Slash. Suddenly, the Phantom warship appeared at a tricky angle, its 5 slashing blades sweeping across in an instant, shattering all 10 Zerg flagship clones. Boom! 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 Ah! The skill clones, activated by draining all the ship's energy, were completely wiped out. This was unacceptable to the Zerg leader still at the bottom of the island. Chapter 118. But the physical attacks of warships are just that monstrous. Moreover, with Zhou Xilan's Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens skill boost, the T3 Phantom warship is no weaker than a T5 warship. 5 cutting blades sweeping across could easily wipe out 10 T5 warships. Long-range missile ships attack. Fighter jets and bombers sortie. Destroy the remaining 12 Zerg warships. Deploy jammers to control that Zerg flagship, prevent it from self-destructing. If you can't control it, return immediately. The bombers have been replenished, and the battle here is over. Zhou Xilan, acting as a capable wife, continues to plunder. However, at this moment, she thinks of Haolong. If only he were here. Yes. The other captains quickly responded. Whoosh. Whoosh. 180 heavy missiles ascended, curving like a massive rain of arrows, heading towards the Zerg warships below. Boom. Boom. The shields of 12 Zerg warships were destroyed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Numerous bombers swooped down, dropping another 4,000 heavy cruise bombs. Quick, Anti-aircraft fire. The Zerg warships that had just reached the top of the island opened fire for anti-aircraft defense. Boom! Boom! But 7 warships were still destroyed, leaving the remaining 5 Zerg warships in despair. Because what awaited them were medium-range missiles and dense close and weapon systems. Open fire. At this moment, the Phantom warship was located on the left side of the island's top. Lolita commanded, and the Phantom's main guns, the naval guns, were extremely powerful, directly destroying a Zerg warship. Send fighters out. Open fire fiercely. Don't let them have time to attack other warships. Although the Zerg warships had risen up, Zhou Zhilan was not afraid and immediately dispatched all the fighters to destroy their gun emplacements. Yes, sir! The terrifying attack of over 1,000 fighter jets was too much for the 4 Zerg warships to withstand. Their turrets were destroyed one after another. Mainly because they were directly hit by anti-tank missiles during firing, the shells exploding inside the gun barrels and destroying their own turrets. In less than 2 minutes, the 4 Zerg warships had lost 40% of their turrets, and their anti-aircraft and offensive firepower were greatly reduced. They also had to withstand the concentrated fire of all the medium-range missiles and close and weapon systems from the Fire Phoenix warship formation. The warships were beginning to crumble. The most powerful weapon was the Matrix Destroyer, whose firepower exceeded the combined firepower of the Fire Phoenix and the other warships. Boom! The Matrix Destroyer single-handedly destroyed 1 Zerg warship. Now, only 3 Zerg warships without shields remained, awaiting their fate of being harvested. Commander, we're about to collapse. The student warship formation is not far behind. On Teacher Chen's warship, he received a message from the vice captain. Understood. Order all warship formations to halt any further retreat, regardless of the cost, and forcefully establish a defensive formation, Teacher Chen declared resolutely. Whether he recalled his fleet or continued to retreat, it would cause chaos and even defeat. Therefore, his only option was to hold out until the very last moment. Yes, sir! The vice captain understood. They had no choice but to hold their ground. Boom! 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 3 warships exploded in succession. Teacher Chen's heart bled. Commander, the Zerg fleet is launching a fierce attack. They breached our defensive formation. Teacher Chen quickly received the report. Contact Teacher Li and convene a high-level alert meeting. Teacher Chen knew that once the defensive breach was opened, he would be powerless to close it, resulting in their complete annihilation. Currently, he could only rely on those 3 warship squadrons. Commander, we can't contact them. The interference is too severe. The vice captain brought news that brought despair to Teacher Chen. Order. Each warship squadron must hold its position and not retreat a single step. Also, tell them that reinforcements will arrive soon. Holding on his victory. Teacher Chen gritted his teeth and resolutely issued the order. Yes, sir. The vice captain strode forward, not wanting Teacher Chen to hear his own orders. Reporting to the commander, the Zerg flagship below has run out of power. The reconnaissance aircraft transmitted the status of the Zerg flagship below the large island. Order. Bombers to launch and annihilate the remaining 3 Zerg warships. Send out 3 squadrons of patrol mechs to wipe out the Zerg inside the Zerg flagship. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly. She hadn't expected the raid to be so successful. But she also knew that such a great achievement was entirely due to Halong's tireless modifications, and the creation of the ultra-powerful T1 class warship for her. Brother Long, I miss you. Yes, sir. Boom. Boom. The bombers only dropped a small portion of their bombs, and the remaining 3 Zerg warships were all destroyed. Captain, reconnaissance aircraft projection. Teacher Chen's fleet at the rear can't hold out any longer. The vice captain urgently reported to Zhou Zhilan. What? Why so fast? Zhou Zhilan had been busy fighting the Zerg and hadn't expected Teacher Chen's fleet to crumble so quickly. The situation is... The vice captain quickly explained the details to Zhou Zhilan. I understand, orders. After understanding the whole story, Zhou Zhilan was speechless at the students. They were like pigs among teammates. However, she knew she had been careless. When Halong was around, he always conducted comprehensive reconnaissance of the battlefield, often achieving a thorough understanding of every aspect, something she couldn't do. She missed Halong. Commander, Xingtian battleship fully charged. Before Zhou Zhilan could give the order, Ma Xiaoling brought good news. Excellent. Order. Launch long-range missiles. Target the Zerg warships that Teacher Chen is facing. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. 180 heavy cruise missiles soared into the sky, rapidly bombarding the 2 Zerg warships that had charged in. Order. Xingtian battleship. Sink this Zerg carrier. Zhou Zhilan pointed to the Zerg warships at the front and gave the order without hesitation. Yes! Boom! Boom! The 4-in-1 main gun and the 4-in-1 battleship gun fired, their sounds echoing across the island once more. Order, except for the Fire Phoenix Group 1 fighters, all other fighters and bombers sortie. Yes, sir! A breathtaking scene unfolded in space as nearly 2,000 fighters flew in multiple columns, providing emergency support to Teacher Chen. Order, Rhino frigates and Matrix destroyers, sortie to the rear and close the gap. Yes, sir! Fong Ling and Huang Silan immediately accepted the order. Lolita, attack autonomously. Zhou Zhilan said to Lolita, knowing how to seize the opportunity. Yes, sir! Boom! 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 3 more warships exploded. Teacher Chen, suppressing his grief, asked, has the gap widened again? Which 3 warships were lost this time? Commander, all 3 warships belong to the Zerg. We arrived with reinforcements. It's that student. The vice captain rushed to Teacher Chen, his joy overflowing. Chapter 119. 2 Zerg warships that had breached the gap were destroyed, and a nearby Zerg carrier was also destroyed, temporarily stabilizing their defensive formation. Zhou Zhilan? Teacher Chen asked. Yes. Wasn't she fighting on the island? How come? Confirming it was Zhou Zhilan, Teacher Chen was even more confused. Ding. Fire Phoenix Battleship Formation, Zhou Zhilan requests a projection conference. Quickly connect. Teacher Chen said hastily. Teacher. Zhou Zhilan wanted to report the situation, but was interrupted by Teacher Chen. Zhilan, what's the situation on your end? Teacher Chen asked anxiously. All the Zerg on my end have been annihilated. I already dispatched warships to support you, teacher. Upon hearing that all the Zerg had been annihilated, Teacher Chen couldn't hear anything after that. Teacher Chen. Zhou Zhilan called out to Teacher Chen several times. Tell me. Teacher Chen woke up. I already dispatched 3 warships and 2,000 fighters to support you. Please hold on a little longer, teacher. Zhou Zhilan had to repeat herself. We will hold on. My fleet can hold the line. Teacher Chen said firmly. With Zhou Zhilan's artillery support, Teacher Chen's fleet barely managed to stabilize its position, but it was still in danger of being breached at any moment. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, my warships can't hold on any longer. I'm sorry, Commander-in-Chief, Chen Ming, the commander of Teacher Chen's second fleet, told his vice-captain. His warships had already suffered 40% damage. Another concentrated attack from the Zerg warships would destroy them. Order concentrated fire on that Terran flagship. The Zerg, having also noticed that Chen Ming's warships were on the verge of collapse, quickly issued the order. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Numerous artillery shells bombarded Chen Ming's warship. Commander, farewell. Chen Ming. Teacher Chen, who had been observing the battle, also noticed Chen Ming's danger, and couldn't help but feel a surge of grief. That was his nephew, a student at Blade's Edge Academy, and always the bravest commander in battle. Matrix destroyers, open fire. Intercept the Zerg's artillery fire. At the critical moment, Huang Silan arrived. The destroyers unleashed their powerful interception capabilities, precisely intercepting the barrage of artillery fire. Boom! 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 Success! Huang Silan's 50% precision support, combined with the Matrix destroyer's 500% interception capability, directly blocked most of the artillery fire. Although some still fell, none hit Chen Ming's warship. Chen Ming was stunned. They had blocked everything. Then I don't have to die. Roar fire back. Chen Ming was overjoyed. Who wants to die if they don't have to? This. Teacher Chen, his eyes red, was also stunned. This destroyer was too powerful. Quick, our warships break through. We absolutely cannot let them plug the gap. The Zerg squadron leader was exceptionally fierce, directly commanding his warships to break through the gap. Because the gap was right in front of them, just one step forward would allow them to break through the Terran's defensive formation. Commander, the Zerg flagship has broken through the gap. The vice-captain brought more bad news. Concentrate our forces and drive it back. Teacher Chen said without hesitation. The defenses are already very strong and difficult. We don't have any extra strength. Although it was cruel, the vice-captain still said it. Teacher Chen moved his lips, but finally his eyes dimmed. Million-ton horn ram. Suddenly, the Rhino frigate burst forth from the right side of the Zerg flagship, its massive horn blade slamming into it. Bang! With a deafening crash, the Zerg flagship was smashed in two. Snow. Teacher Chen and his vice-captain gasped in shock. No one wanted to face the frigate's terrifying horn ramming at close range. A large number of fighter jets suddenly appeared from space, each already following behind the Zerg fighters. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless missiles fired. Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted in space as numerous Zerg fighters were destroyed or shot down, with only a few exceptions. Ah! The Zerg fleet leader, witnessing this, roared in fury. Without fighter escort, would its bombers dare to carry out bombing missions? The answer, of course, was no. And it wasn't over yet. Nearly 600 bombers were already diving at close range, dropping 4,000 cruise bombs on the 5 Zerg carriers. Boom! Boom! 5 Zerg carriers exploded in succession, and Zerg bombers in space plummeted to the ground. Damn it! How did their fighters and bombers suddenly appear above us? The Zerg fleet leader roared in fury. What's going on with these fighters and bombers? Teacher Chen was bewildered. He hadn't even noticed them. Commander, the student destroyed 9 Zerg warships, and we gained air superiority. This defensive formation is stable. The vice captain reported to Teacher Chen with a smile. Without air superiority, the Zerg's bombers could bomb with impunity, solidifying their defensive formation. Yes. This defensive formation is stable again. Teacher Chen smiled as well. Everyone knew they had almost collapsed. Zhou Xilan, taking a holistic view, ordered all fighters and bombers return to base to replenish their energy. After bombing the Zerg carrier, the bombers returned to reload their cruise bombs, and even the fighters were recalled to replenish their energy. Commander, why did you recall the fighters? Xiao Luoluo asked curiously. After all, the fighters hadn't consumed too much energy, and their bombs were only partially used, more than enough for a few more battles. Teacher Li needs support more now. Zhou Xilan focused her gaze on Teacher Li's precarious defensive formation, smiling as she answered Xiao Luoluo's question. She now understood that everything was for the greater good, something Haolong had always told her. Currently, Teacher Chen had gained air superiority, and the defensive formation was gradually stabilizing. As for annihilating those Zerg warship formations, even with the deployment of the Fire Phoenix warship formation, it would take a long time, but her skill duration wasn't that long. The 2 Zerg warship squadrons on the left center are already easy prey, while the other 3 squadrons are approaching the battleground. Once they arrive, the Zerg warships will be trapped like turtles in a jar. On the right, Teacher Zhang's position is strong enough defensively, but lacks counterattack capability, though it's not a major problem. On the left, Teacher Li's position is in dire straits, and she desperately needs rescue. Only the Fire Phoenix warship squadron can rescue her. Oh, that's true. Little Luoluo nodded, indicating she understood. Commander, 2/3 of our warships have lost their shields, and 4 warships have been destroyed. The vice captain reported to Teacher Li. I understand. Continue defense and await reinforcements. Teacher Li's face was pale. With casualties and shields gone, a breach was imminent. As for reinforcements, Teacher Li could only watch helplessly as the 3 warship squadrons were trapped in the student warship group. Chapter 120. Then, her gaze hardened. She had to be responsible for the other students. She couldn't abandon them for the sake of these few. Order. If the student warships don't clear the way, the 3 warship formations will immediately order the fighters and bombers to sortie. Target the Zerg fighters over Teacher Li's side. Having received confirmation that all fighters were replenished, Zhou Xilan issued another order. Yes. The 2,000 fighters filling space launched again, soaring upwards and disappearing without a trace after passing through the clouds. When they reappeared, they were already following the Zerg fighters, launching massive amounts of missiles, shooting down the Zerg fighters. Boom! Boom! The bombers' close-range dives captured another 5 Zerg carriers. This time, except for some fighters that needed to escort the bombers into the clouds, the remaining fighters joined the attack on the Zerg bombers, treating the slower bombers as prey. Commander, that order. Looking at the sudden reinforcements and the heavy casualties of the Zerg fighters, the vice captain asked Teacher Li. Retract the order. Teacher Li breathed a sigh of relief. Killing those students blocking the way and forcibly opening the passage wasn't her intention. Now that she had stabilized the front line, nothing else mattered. Did she really want to kill those students again? Yes, sir. Captain, the Zerg flagship beneath the island has been cleared. The vice captain reported to Zhou Xilan. Good. Send out the harvesters to harvest the contract hearts from the Zerg flagship. Yes, sir. These harvesters were specially crafted by Haolong for Zhou Xilan. They could harvest contract hearts in 15 minutes, an essential tool for travel. See, she was experiencing it now. Of course, Zhou Xilan dispatched the bombers without anyone knowing. she was very discreet about her resources. The bombers returned, reloading cruise bombs. This time, Zhou Zhilan's target was Teacher Zhang's location. Order: all fighters proceed to Teacher Zhang's location on the right front. Each fighter will independently determine its attack target. Bombers will launch a collective attack, targeting these 5 Zerg aircraft carriers. Zhou Zhilan pointed there and issued the order. Yes, sir. The side that loses air superiority often finds it harder to break through the opponent's defensive formation unless it has a sufficient number of battleships to clear a path with a terrifying salvo of main guns. Therefore, Zhou Zhilan continued to have the fighters and bombers conduct stealth attacks to gain air superiority. Moreover, 23 minutes of the skill duration had already passed. With only 7 minutes remaining, Zhou Zhilan could only launch one last sortie. The stealth fighters and stealth bombers once again performed their mission flawlessly, intercepting most of the Zerg fighters and successfully bombing the 4 Zerg aircraft carriers. Order: a portion of the fighters will escort the enemy, the rest will engage for another 3 minutes, then return to base. The commander, seeing the remaining 4 minutes of skill time, gave the order. Yes, sir. At this moment, Ma Xiaoling and Xia Sitian reported in succession. Commander, the Xingtian battleship is fully charged. Commander, the long-range missile ship is fully charged. Zhou Zhilan turned her gaze to Teacher Li, circling the Zerg flagship and the 2 battleships that posed the greatest threat to Teacher Li's defensive formation. Order: Xingtian battleship, lock onto the Zerg flagship near Teacher Li and launch a concentrated attack. Yes, sir. Boom. Boom. 9 combined battleship cannons fired. Order: long-range missile ships, lock onto 2 Zerg battleships and sink them. Yes, sir. Whoosh. Whoosh. 180 heavy cruise missiles carrying the Phoenix Flame were launched, directly crossing the central combat zone, weaving to avoid aircraft and other obstacles, faithfully flying towards their targets at high speed. Zhou Zhilan originally intended to attack all 3 battleships simultaneously, but considering the extremely long attack distance, only the long-range missile ships and the Xingtian battleship could reach them. If damaging all 3 battleships wouldn't achieve the goal of sinking them, it would be better to play it safe and sink 2 directly. Commander, the Zerg battleships are too much of a threat to us. On Teacher Li's warship, the vice captain pointed at the heavy gun battleships. They were simply too ferocious. With their current hulls, they couldn't withstand 2 concentrated attacks from them. Order: fighter escort, bomber sortie, bomb these 2 Zerg battleships. Boom! The Fire Phoenix's Xingtian Convergence heavy cannon arrived, instantly destroying a T5 class Zerg flagship. Where did that heavy cannon come from? Teacher Li reacted, asking the vice captain. 180 heavy cruise missiles arrived, accelerating rapidly as they reached the Zerg battleships, concentrating their fire on the 2 most powerful Zerg battleships. Boom! Boom! Watching the 2 battleships reduced to nothingness, the vice captain slowly asked Teacher Li, where should our bombers bomb? Bomb the 2 destroyers first. Teacher Li, looking at the battleships disappearing into the Zerg battleship formation, had no choice but to give the order. The destroyers there have denser firepower. It's not advisable for the bombers to risk it. Let's take out the outermost destroyers first, reducing the Zerg's anti-aircraft firepower. Yes. Where did those battleships and missiles come from? Teacher Li asked again. She herself didn't know where the reinforcements came from, first fighters and bombers, then battleships and swarm missiles. Judging from the direction and the battleship firing trajectory, it should be from the large island, the vice captain said with slight uncertainty. Teacher Li carefully checked the data and the battleship firing trajectory. She moved her lips, then. The distance there. Yes, the distance there should be beyond the attack range, the vice captain confirmed Teacher Li's words. Boom. Boom. Teacher Li's bomber operation was successful. The Zerg lost 2 more destroyers. Boom. One of Teacher Li's warships also couldn't hold on and was destroyed. Order: convene a special meeting with the 3 teachers. Zhou Zhilan looked at the 4 battlefields and ultimately chose to reveal the powerful communication capabilities. At this time, on the 4 battlefields, Teacher Li's side was still at a disadvantage. Although they had air superiority, they had lost more than half of their bombers and were barely holding their ground. On Teacher Zhang's side, they could only manage a stalemate with the Zerg warships, unable to support the others. On Teacher Chen's side, things were also starting to go downhill. After all, they had fewer bombers than Teacher Li, and they relied on destroyers and Rhino frigates for defense. However, their skill time was running out, and without destroyers and Rhino frigates, Teacher Chen's defensive formation might not hold for long. Commander! Wang Silin, Lolita, and Ma Yunlu exclaimed in unison. Is something wrong? Zhou Zhilan asked humbly. Commander, just open a passage for the 3 warship formations. Wang Silin suggested, pointing to the 30 trapped warships. Chapter 121. I understand. Order the fighter jets to destroy these transport ships. Warn Hu Yong, and the student warships along the way, to destroy them if they don't retreat there. Zhou Zhilan nodded, looking at the 3 warship formations blocked. As for whether it would offend the students, Zhou Zhilan didn't care. Rat-a-tat-tat. The T1 class transport ships were no match for the Phoenix Flame fighter jets with their enhanced skills. Boom! 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 More than 10 transport ships were destroyed by the fighter jets, and many student warships hurriedly retreated, clearing a large amount of space. Ah, that's Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix fighter jets. What is she trying to do? I'm going to report her to the school. She attacked us. Soon, over 500 fighter jets appeared above Hu Yong's fleet. Zhou Zhilan's space warning was issued domineeringly. Hu Yong, retreat to the empty transport ships, or I will destroy you and open a passage for the teacher's fleet. You dare! Hu Yong roared, his voice laced with fear. Zhou Zhilan didn't waste any words, directly issuing the order through the space warning system. All fighter jets locked onto Hu Yong's flagship. If it doesn't retreat in 3 seconds, attack immediately. Yes. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Hu Yong looked at the terrifying Fire Phoenix fighter jets, and finally made his choice. Order the fleet to advance and annihilate the Zerg fleet. The 3 fleets finally saw a glimmer of hope. Emerging from their frustration, they desperately needed to vent their anger. Zhou Zhilan also quickly established communication and issued 3 alerts. Alert! Teacher Chen's situation is critical. He can't hold out any longer. Request 1 additional warship squadron. Alert! Teacher Chen's situation is critical. He can't hold out any longer. Request 1 additional warship squadron. Understood. The supporting warship squadron will be dispatched immediately. The warship squadron quickly replied to Zhou Zhilan. 2nd Warship Squadron, depart to support Teacher Chen and assist him in stabilizing the formation. Yes, sir. Order, Warship Squadron, launch an attack. Yes, sir. Boom. Boom. The 2 Zerg warship squadrons on the left side of the center met their doom. Attacked from both sides, the Zerg warships were destroyed one after another. With the support of the warship squadron, Teacher Chen regained his footing, making it even more difficult for the Zerg to break through. Commander, the T5's Heart of Contract harvesting is complete, and the mech warriors have also found 2 fragments of the Heart of Contract. On the Fire Phoenix carrier, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Good. Zhou Zhilan smiled like a greedy woman. She hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. She then ordered, Rhino frigates and destroyers, proceed and open the passage connecting to Teacher Li. Yes, sir. Fong Ling and Huang Silin, who had just stepped back, quickly replied. At this point, they had shed their Phoenix Flame aura, but they were still more than capable of dealing with the student warships. The Rhino frigates led the way, followed by the Matrix destroyers, and Hu Yong stepped out to block the passage again. Zhou Zhilan's space warning rang out. Order the Rhino frigates to ram through all the warships blocking the passage. Any that dare to resist, destroy them as enemies. Yes, sir. Wait, I retreat, I retreat. Hu Yong completely backed down. He didn't dare challenge Zhou Zhilan. The Rhino frigates advanced smoothly, though some stubborn ones did. Look, that stubborn one has come out. Coward, I, Wu Bufan, am not afraid of being threatened. Rhino frigates, ram. Zhou Zhilan didn't tolerate him, and directly ordered a ramming attack. Bang! A deafening crash startled everyone. They frantically checked their reconnaissance projections, seeing the transport ship now split in 2. Their fleet instinctively shrank back. Wu Bufan was stunned. Good heavens, a direct ramming. Commander, battleship fully charged. Commander, long-range missile ship fully charged. Good, order, long-range missile ship launch 4 missiles and sink this transport ship. Zhou Zhilan smiled as she gave the order, looking at the transport ship in the center of Wu Bufan's fleet. Stubborn, huh? Let's see how tough your head is. My missiles are more powerful. Yes, sir. Whoosh. Whoosh. For heavy missiles launched. Ding, warning, heavy cruise missiles approaching, please evade. Ding, warning. The students' warship sounded evasive warnings, not interception warnings, because their systems determined they couldn't intercept the missiles. Is that a heavy cruise missile we can't intercept? No. Boom. With Wu Bufan's scream, his precious transport ship was destroyed. Retreat. Wu Bufan didn't care about the loss. This time, he was truly terrified. Commander, fighters and bombers have been replenished. The vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Zhou Zhilan used the space warning device again. Good, order, maintain the fighter and bomber access channels clear. Anyone who dares to enter the channels, bomb them immediately without waiting for orders. Yes, sir. All the students couldn't help but shudder. It was terrifying. If they dared to issue such an order, who would dare to be reckless? A massive swarm of Fire Phoenix fighters was deployed, forcefully suppressing the students. With 2 previous cases already established, no student dared to disobey Zhou Zhilan's orders. The passage to Teacher Li was quickly opened by Zhou Zhilan. The 2 Zerg warship squadrons on the left side of the center have been more than half destroyed, their combat power reduced by 2/3. Li's deputy captain, order, 4th warship squadron, return to reinforce the commander. Now that the passage is open, the Zerg warships here can't cause any trouble. They must return to reinforce quickly. Yes. Order, 2nd warship squadron, return to reinforce the commander. Jin's deputy captain also gave the order. There wasn't much warship squadron needed here. Reinforcement was more important. Yes. Li's defensive formation became unstable again, and the 3 Zerg battleships played their part, creating a breach in the defensive formation. Order, 1st warship squadron, hold your ground, fight to the death. Li gritted her teeth and persisted. She didn't know how long her formation could hold out, nor whether reinforcements would arrive in time. All she could do was fight to the death. Yes. Commander, the passage is open. The deputy captain brought good news. Really? How's the Zerg warship fleet in the center? And how's it going on the Big Island? Teacher Li asked anxiously, finally receiving good news. Everything's fine. The 2 Zerg warship fleets in the center have been mostly wiped out, and the 3 Zerg warship fleets on the Big Island have been completely destroyed. The vice captain relayed the information from the Rhino frigate to Teacher Li. Also, one of our warship fleets has returned to port. The vice captain received the latest message from Fong Ling. Good, excellent. Inform all warships of this. Tell them to hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on their way. Teacher Li immediately gave the order. Chapter 122. Yes. With Teacher Li's fleet returning to reinforce, the 3-way defensive formation was completely secured, and the Zerg warships in the center were annihilated. Retreat. After all of Teacher Li's fleets returned to reinforce, the Zerg Swift Bug leader knew that the raid had failed. He also lost 8 fleets, totaling 80 warships, leaving him with 120 warships in 12 fleets. Of these, 50 warships, or 5 fleets, were destroyed by Zhou Zhilan. The 2 Zerg warship fleets in the center on the left were surrounded and wiped out by Teacher Li and Teacher Chen's fleets. Teacher Li's fleet also suffered heavy losses. 3 fleets, totaling 30 warships, were destroyed, leaving 120 warships with numerous casualties. After re-establishing the projection conference, Teacher Li issued the order all medical warships to treat the wounded with all their might. Teacher Li, there are too many wounded, the medical ships can't handle it all, Teacher Chen said heavily, his casualties being the most numerous and severe. Teacher, transport all the wounded to my ferry supply ship. Just as Teacher Li and the others were racking their brains over treating the wounded, Zhou Zhilan stood up and said, Your ferry supply ship? Yes, we have universal treatment pods. As long as most of the brain is still intact, they can be treated. That's great. Quickly, transport all those with intact brains, as well as the seriously wounded, to the ferry supply ship. Teacher Li's heart was filled with excitement, unable to calm down. Heaven knows how much pressure she had endured regarding casualties. Now that more could be saved, she was naturally thrilled. Okay, I get on it right away. Teacher Chen's excitement was no less than Teacher Li's. After all, his warship regiment had the most wounded. He lost 14 warships, Teacher Li lost 12, and Teacher Zhang lost 4. However, the ferry supply ship's healing capabilities far exceeded the teacher's expectations. Powerful, incredibly powerful. In less than an hour, most of the remaining casualties, those seriously injured or crippled, had recovered. Finally, even the lightly wounded were transported to the ferry supply ship for treatment. Zhilan, thanks to your Fire Phoenix warship squadron, otherwise we would have been completely wiped out, Teacher Li said without exaggeration. The 3 teachers were now extremely grateful to Zhou Zhilan. Without her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Teacher, you flatter me. This is what I should do. Zhou Zhilan shook her head. She was there too. Without repelling or annihilating the Zerg, no one would escape. Alright, after we return to school, I will submit a detailed report on this battle. We won't take a single penny of your achievements. Teacher Li assured them, and Teachers Chun and Zhang both nodded in agreement. This battle was extremely dangerous. To repel and kill so many Zerg while protecting the students is already a great achievement. To claim credit for Zhou Zhilan's contributions would be shameless. No! Teachers, Zhilan thanks you for your kindness, but the tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. The Fire Phoenix battleship fleet is far too weak. We don't deserve such a great achievement. Zhou Zhilan firmly shook her head. This? Then what do you plan to do? Teacher Li, and the others were stunned by Zhou Zhilan's refusal. You can take the credit, but I only need half of the reward supplies. After all, the teacher suffered greater losses, and there are still many crew members to deal with. Zhou Zhilan's approach was quite generous. Even taking only a small reward wouldn't be unreasonable. No, that's too little. Why don't you take all the material rewards? With the credit and honor, we all benefit immensely. Teacher Chen shook his head, unwilling to let Zhou Zhilan suffer such a loss. Teachers Li and Zhang nodded in agreement with Teacher Chen's plan. Teacher, half the rewards are already too much. If I get all the rewards, people will easily suspect me. Zhou Zhilan smiled and refused. Half the rewards were a carefully considered decision. She couldn't accept more. Well, alright then. Teacher owes you a big favor. If you ever have any difficulties, you can come to Teacher Li anytime, Teacher Li said decisively, seeing Zhou Zhilan's repeated refusal. We will too. If you have any difficulties, come to us. We help if we can. Teachers Chun and Zhang nodded, considering it a favor to Zhou Zhilan. Commander, those students are gathered together, demanding compensation from Zhou Zhilan, Teacher Li's vice captain reported. Although she didn't show it outwardly, her anger was palpable. How could she not be furious? These students blocked their way during the battle, causing heavy losses to various warship regiments, and now they're causing trouble for Zhou Zhilan after the war. Zhilan, this matter will be handled by your teacher. Teacher Li was truly enraged. She hadn't even settled accounts with those people yet, and they were already accusing her of wrongdoing. Thank you, teacher. Please believe me, and let me handle it myself, Zhou Zhilan said confidently, thanking Teacher Li first. How are you going to handle this? Teacher Chen asked anxiously, assuming Zhou Zhilan was going to compensate Hu Yang and the others. Teacher, please believe me. Don't interfere later. Since they want to cause trouble, then I won't be polite. Zhou Zhilan didn't offer a solution, but instead spoke to the teacher again. Okay. I believe you. Do whatever you want, and I fully assist you. Before anyone else could react, Teacher Li made the decision. Yes, thank you, teachers. I go handle it. Zhou Zhilan thanked the three teachers. Go ahead. Let me know if you need any cooperation. The teachers nodded. We will. Zhou Zhilan exited the projected meeting. Zhou Zhilan, stop hiding. Come out and compensate us for our transport ship and supplies. Hu Yong and the others shouted using the space warning device. Do I, Zhou Zhilan, need to hide? Who asked me to compensate for supplies? Bring your warship over and list the supplies you need to compensate, or you miss your chance. Zhou Zhilan's domineering voice came from the space warning device, frightening the student warship into retreating. She didn't need to be polite to these students. Zhou Zhilan, don't push your luck. We're not afraid of you, Hu Yong replied timidly. Can't you understand human language? Are you scared? You want me to pay compensation? Then give me a list. Zhou Zhilan slapped her forehead. How did someone with this level of intelligence get into Blade Military Academy? He's definitely going to be a deadly teammate. Wait a minute, I make a list right now. Hu Yong thought Zhou Zhilan was really going to compensate him, and got excited. I say it again, those who need compensation, take your warships forward. All other warships, stay far away. Order, Fire Phoenix warship formation, clear a space for us to discuss compensation. Looking at the unmoved warships around her, Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly, and issued another domineering order. Yes, sir. As the Fire Phoenix formation's fighters took off, the battleships moved their main guns, and the missile ships raised rows of heavy cruise missiles. All the student warships immediately retreated rapidly. Chapter 123. This time, no one would dare to be stubborn. After all, even the most reckless would fear Zhou Zhilan's missiles and artillery fire. Come on, besides Hu Yong and Wu Bufan, who else needs compensation? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the Fire Phoenix warship fleet had already surrounded Hu Yong and Wu Bufan's flagship in the center. Even though Wu Bufan tried to leave twice, he was blocked by the Rhino frigate. Zhou Zhilan, you. No rush. Let's wait for the others to come in and talk together. Is there anyone else who needs compensation? Come in and talk, otherwise there won't be any compensation. Zhou Zhilan interrupted Hu Yang and addressed the others. Since you don't want compensation, then I discuss the compensation they need with Hu Yang and Wu Bufan. Zhou Zhilan said, seeing that the other warships hadn't moved. Destroyer clothes and weapon systems, fire. Blow up Hu Yang's flagship shields. Zhou Zhilan suddenly ordered. Yes. No. Faced with the destroyer's attack, Hu Yang was gravely shocked. Boom. Boom. Cruise mechs deploy. Capture all crew members on the flagship. Anyone who resists will be executed. Zhou Zhilan ordered again. Yes, sir. 30 cruise mechs entered through the breach in the hull and quickly took control of the entire warship. Teacher Li, should we intervene? Isn't she going too far? No, she's very calm and handles things with great restraint. Let's watch the show. These students need to be taught a lesson. Teacher Li wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she calmly appreciated Zhou Zhilan's performance. Hu Yang, tell me who he is. In space, Zhou Zhilan projected a huge image showing Hu Yang's warship control room, now under the control of the cruise mechs. Besides Hu Yang, there was also a masked, dead man inside. He was my crew member. You're too domineering. Why did you put a mask on him and then kill him? You have to give me an explanation. Hu Yang, steeling himself, began to accuse Zhou Zhilan. Exactly. How can you kill someone so easily? What was she trying to do? Settle a personal score? He was your crew member, so that explains why you blocked the passage while he was sending intelligence to the Zerg. You led the Zerg in. Zhou Zhilan ignored the other voices and said calmly. Zhou Zhilan, you're making false accusations. I didn't lead the Zerg in. Hu Yang panicked and quickly accused Zhou Zhilan. Hu Yang, you can't deny it. I have the video of him telling you to block the passage, the information about his communication with the Zerg warships, and the equipment he used to contact the Zerg is still behind you. As Zhou Zhilan revealed the details, Hu Yang's face grew paler. I talk. He's from the Bailey family, responsible for guiding the Zerg to ambush you. He forced me to block the passage. Hu Yang collapsed to the ground, terrified, and quickly confessed. Hu Yang, from this moment on, you and all your crew members and warships will be detained. Make them shut down their power and surrender, Teacher Li announced urgently from the projection screen. She hadn't expected there to be a Zerg spy among the students. I say it again, besides Wu Bufan, who else needs compensation? Make a list, and I compensate them all, Zhou Zhilan asked calmly. No, I don't want compensation. It was my transport ship that blocked the passage. It deserved to be destroyed. I signed the agreement now that I don't need compensation. Wu Bufan wasn't stupid. Blocking the passage was his fault. If the school investigated, he could be expelled. Zhou Zhilan, our transport ship's loss was normal. It's normal for it to be destroyed in a major battle. Other students echoed, recalling the events. Zhou Zhilan's actions were understandable, given that combat was paramount. Then disperse. All of you return to your respective battleship formations for self-criticism. Submit everything to me later. After detaining Hu Yang and all his crew, Teacher Li issued another order. Yes, sir. Some with ulterior motives had already begun recording Zhou Zhilan's intelligence. For the remainder of the journey, Zhou Zhilan's battleship formation moved frequently. The most formidable was the Phantom battleship, which relentlessly searched every possible ambush location, uncovering all the hidden Zerg warships. Following it was the combination of Phoenix Flame reconnaissance aircraft and communication aircraft, conducting long-range reconnaissance and often detecting Zerg warships early. When the Phoenix Flame encountered the T-1 battleship, hundreds of fighters were deployed. Wherever they passed, only heavily damaged contract warships remained, with the following cruiser mechs mercilessly clearing the area. When they encountered a T-2 Zerg fleet, they immediately surrounded and hunted them down, using heavy firepower to eliminate them at pinpoints, leaving the Zerg warships utterly helpless. When they encountered a T-3 Zerg fleet, they crippled all the Zerg flagships, freely driving away and bombing the remaining warships. Those who refused to leave were completely annihilated. When they encountered a T-4 Zerg fleet, Peng Yingjun directly consumed the Super Swarm carrier's energy to conjure over 2,500 fighters, launching a surprise attack with a total of 5,000 fighters. This annihilated the T-4 fleet's carriers and key air defense destroyers, completely seizing air superiority. Faced with such a massive air force, the remaining Zerg warships had little chance of defense, and were quickly destroyed by the heavy firepower of the Fire Phoenix Squadron. Only a few dilapidated contract warships remained on the space battlefield. Watching the Fire Phoenix come and go every day, occasionally bringing back some T1 and T2 Zerg contract warships, it would be a lie to say the students weren't envious and resentful. If they knew that most of the T2 contract hearts, and all the T3 and T4 contract hearts, had already been harvested and hidden, I wonder if they would go berserk. Compared to the Fire Phoenix's frenzied hunt, Halong's side played like an assassin's hunt. They could easily wipe out the T1 and T2 orc warships, but the T3 were more troublesome and took longer. Ding! A T4 class warship fleet of 23 ships detected. System mission: capture the flagship of the T4 class orc warship fleet and obtain the military intelligence map of the orc space fortress. Mission failure: randomly deduct 2 skills. The system mission appeared immediately upon detecting the orc T4 warship fleet. Sound the high-level alarm. Have them stop everything they're doing and follow me. Yes, sir. High-level alarm from the commander. Let's go, we're entering the meeting. Zhuge Liang, who was building something, immediately put down what he was doing, even though he was having a good time this time. Understood. Huang Wang, who was beside him, also put down what she was doing and followed into the projection meeting. Of course, Lily's and Huang Sime were exceptions. The alarm couldn't reach their workshop. This was specifically explained by Halong, since their future career paths were as dedicated engineers and modifiers. Commander. Zhao Yun. Commander. Zhuge Liang and Huang Wang. This is T4 level reconnaissance intelligence. I need to capture their flagship. Do you have any ideas? Chapter 124. Commander, this is very difficult. Killing them is easy, capturing them is hard. Zhuge Liang and the others were trying their best to find a solution. After all, capturing a T4 class warship is not as simple as capturing a T3 class one. If they're not careful, they could even get injured themselves. Commander, use the phantom warships to wear them down. Zhao Yun often used guerrilla warfare and knew how effective it was. Commander, Zhao Yun's method is good, and to be on the safe side, we can use yesterday's Huilong Valley. Hearing Zhao Yun's suggestion, Halong and Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up, and Zhuge Liang then suggested, "No, let the battleships hide in Huilong Valley. It might be better to coordinate with my skill attacks then. Hunting down a T4 orc flagship in Huilong Valley is easy, but capturing the flagship would be counterproductive. After all, when trapped, fighting to the death is the only option. If we let the 7 warships and industrial ships hide in Huilong Valley, and only attack the Zerg flagship when Halong needs to, that would be even better. This way, the probability of capturing the flagship would be extremely high. Order, strategist, you take the industrial ship and 7 battleships to ambush at Huilong Valley. Zhao Yun, you are responsible for escorting them, and be wary of the orc warship group from before." Halong gave the order, looking at the silent group. Yes. Yes. Now that the commander had given the order, Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun quickly responded. After giving the order, Halong piloted the transformed True White Horse warship away from the student group, heading towards the orc warship group. "Chief, we shaken off the human warships." On the orc flagship, the vice captain reported to the long-nosed elephant orc. "Good, but we shouldn't linger. We still have 2 days before we can escape the human territory. Ship order, all ships maintain high speed." The long-nosed elephant was initially excited, but seeing that they were still deep in the human territory, he dared not relax. "Yes." Upon hearing the order, the orc warship maintained its high speed, directly crossing a forest and heading towards the orc territory. Shape-shifting phantom warship. Hidden in the forest, Halong quickly transformed, and a phantom warship appeared above the forest, right behind the orc fleet, at a considerable distance. Ding! Alarm! Human warship detected. Ding! Alarm! The appearance of the phantom warship caused the orc warships to sound their alarms. Skill: Shadow Blade Slash. Before the orc warships could react, Halong had already used the warship skill. 5 slashing blades almost struck a single point on the orc warship, instantly shattering its shield. The 5 blades, undiminished in momentum, sliced the orc warship into 6 pieces. Roar fire! The long-nosed elephant was enraged. A T3 class assassin warship dared to ambush them, and successfully dismember one of their warships. This is intolerable. Boom! Boom! All the shells exploded in the air. The phantom battleship had long since vanished. Damn it! Quickly use the radar to monitor it closely. The long-nosed elephant hadn't expected this battleship to be so troublesome. Chief, nothing detected. Withdraw, remain vigilant, return to the fortress immediately. The long-nosed elephant knew it couldn't afford to entangle with Halong. Yes! Thus, the 22 orc battleships, like frightened birds, only wanted to sail quickly away from human territory. Meanwhile, Halong, piloting his transformed super mech, had already landed on a small space island, not far from the orcs. Hee hee. Halong smiled slightly. Such hasty speed gave him another opportunity to launch a sneak attack. As the last orc battleship flew overhead, the phantom battleship materialized, and all its artillery fire was already aimed at it. Fire! The 4,800mm main gun and 16 3,300mm naval guns fired in a close-range salvo. Ding! Alarm! Human warship detected. Boom! Boom! Damn it! Return fire. The long-nosed elephant reacted quickly, immediately ordering a counterattack. But the rapidly moving warships couldn't adjust so quickly, and they hadn't expected Halong to be lying in ambush at such close range. By the time they had adjusted, only one heavily damaged warship remained behind them. Halong had vanished again without a trace. Chief, my warship is heavily damaged and can no longer move at high speed. The orc captain reported to the long-nosed elephant in terror. It was too close. The warship was almost blown up. Quickly, transfer to other warships and evacuate. Yes. Boom. The warship self-destructed, and the remaining 21 orc warships set off again. Boom. Not long after setting sail, a small island exploded. This time, the missile ship fired a salvo of 180 missiles, severely damaging a T-5 warship. Fire! The already prepared warship squadron opened fire on the island, their barrage covering it. I'm here, fire! In the small forest ahead of the orc warship, Halong appeared piloting the phantom warship. Boom! The barrage severely damaged another orc warship. Halong piloted the phantom warship forward, seemingly intending to continue the ambush. Retreat, this way. This time, the long-nosed elephant ignored the heavily damaged warship and ordered it to turn around and retreat. Yes, sir! The 20 orc warships sped away. The remaining orcs activated their self-destruct mechanisms, perishing in space along with their ships. Can we escape? Halong, who had been scouting the orcs, muttered to himself. Boom! Boom! Soon, Halong's sneak attack succeeded. These frequent and successful sneak attacks terrified the entire orc fleet. They didn't know if they would be next. Boom! Boom! 10 warships were severely damaged in succession, and the long-nosed elephant itself began to panic. Whenever it launched a sneak attack, it would lead the retreat, ignoring the other warships and even failing to issue orders. But the panicked long-nosed elephants ran wildly, deviating from Halong's planned route. At one point, it even ran towards the human territory, much to Halong's dismay. Zhao Yun, strategist Zhuge, come help. Helpless, Halong changed his plan. Yes. Boom. Halong successfully attacked another warship. This completely disheartened the remaining 12 orc warships. They stopped following the long-nosed elephant and instead sailed in all directions, the entire fleet scattering. After all, the repeated abandonment by the long-nosed elephant had completely chilled their hearts, and the idea of scattering and retreating had long been ingrained in their minds. It's better if they scatter. The other orcs can leave, but you can't. Halong stared intently at the long-nosed elephant flagship. Boom! The long-nosed elephant flagship, fleeing with 2 warships, was once again ambushed by Halong. Seeing this, the other scattered orc warships accelerated their escape. Only the long-nosed elephant and the warship beside him remained. Roar! You can't leave. Come back! The long-nosed elephant, feeling the desolation of being abandoned, roared in panic. Quick, speed ahead! The other orcs ignored the long-nosed elephant's orders and instead accelerated their escape. Boom! The warship beside the long-nosed elephant was destroyed again by Halong. In space, the previous liveliness was gone, leaving only 2 warships gazing at each other from afar. Charge! Fire! The long-nosed elephant, having lost patience, immediately ordered the cannons to fire. Dodge, counterattack! Halong commanded, and the phantom warship sped off. Boom! Boom! The long-nosed elephant's artillery fire relentlessly pursued the phantom warship, while the phantom warship dodged and retaliated. Boom! Boom! The 2 warships exchanged fire, occasionally landing a couple of shots on each other, giving both sides a glimmer of hope. The long-nosed elephant's hope was to destroy the phantom warship and leave the human territory. Halong's hope was to shatter the long-nosed elephant's flagship shields and find an opportunity to capture it. Seeing hope, the 2 fought even more fiercely and diligently. Send out all jamming aircraft to surround the combat zone and await my orders. Zhuge Liang and his team finally arrived. However, they didn't rush into battle, but instead made various preparations, waiting for an opportunity. Fire! Long-nosed elephant. Fire! Halong. The two, now locked in a fierce battle, clashed again, their main cannons aimed at each other, and slamming down the fire buttons. Boom! Boom! The two main cannons fired, shattering the opponent's shields. Skill. Cannon fire silence. Long-nosed elephant suddenly used his skill, directly silencing Phantom's cannon fire. It seemed he had been planning to ambush Halong for a long time. Skill. Soaring dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yun, piloting the true White Horse warship, intervened in the battle. With two quick flashes, he arrived outside the control room of the Orc flagship, then launched the remaining 5 bayonets at the hull. Boom! Boom! Long-nosed elephant's flagship was pierced by Zhao Yun's attack, revealing a large hole. Disruptors, get out! Zhuge Liang waved his fan, ordering the surrounding stealth disruptors to swarm forward. Their powerful jamming capabilities made it impossible for Long-nosed elephant to self-destruct his warship. Seeing the disrupted Orc flagship, Halong transformed into his Super Phoenix Flame Mech, under the incredulous gaze of the long-nosed elephant. He piloted the mech into the flagship's control room, facing the long-nosed elephant face to face. His Aurora Flame sword flashed, severing the long-nosed elephant's hands and immobilizing him. System, dismantle the heart of the contract. Ding, dismantling successful. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the Orc T4 class flagship. Obtain the Orc Space Fortress layout. You dismantled my heart of the contract so quickly? The long-nosed elephant stared at Halong in shock, indifferent to his own life or death. Without waiting for Halong's reply, he looked up at the photo on the warship, his only regret being that he hadn't found her, couldn't see her one last time. Halong took out a T4 cruise bomb, curiously following the long-nosed elephant's gaze. What he saw was a photo of lilies. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you. The long-nosed elephant slowly closed his eyes. Don't you want to see lilies? Halong didn't make a move, but instead uttered words that shocked the long-nosed elephant. Lilies? You know where Lilies is? The long-nosed elephant's expression instantly changed. He asked excitedly, completely unlike his previous resolute willingness to die. Yes, I know. She's even broken through to T1 5-star Modification Master. It won't be long before she breaks through to T1 Engineering Master. Halong was now quite certain that the long-nosed elephant's relationship with Lilies was not simple. This bomb was made by her. The long-nosed elephant glanced at the T4 bomb in Halong's hand, a smile spreading across his face as he asked. It was as if it weren't a bomb, but rather a gift given to him. Halong was so startled he almost pressed the start button and placed it on his flagship. You figured it out? But I finally understand what Lilies' mark means. Doesn't it look like a little long-nosed elephant? Such a cute little long-nosed elephant. Halong's eyes darted around, subtly guiding the conversation. Actually, he knew that Lilies simply found the little long-nosed elephant cute and used it as her own mark. There was no other meaning. Really? The long-nosed elephant's mind raced. Was Lilies hinting at something? If he thought about it more deeply, he would realize that Lilies had already been using this mark when she met him. Sigh. Girls are all like that. Their thoughts are always hard to fathom. Yes. The long-nosed elephant nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. But with my help, things will be different. Halong added, completely piquing the long-nosed elephant's interest. It was like a deadly poison. How? The long-nosed elephant asked hastily, having already forgotten their enemy status. She's almost at the T1 level engineering master, but you know, my strength is weak. Sometimes I'm even struggling to protect myself. If you were by her side, and could protect her closely, she'd be much safer. She might even gradually become closer to you without you even having to take the initiative. Halong chuckled inwardly, a devilish laugh almost showing on his face. Halong's words sparked endless imagination in the long-nosed elephant. Day and night, in times of danger, he would stand tall and shield her, and finally, Lilies would confess her love, and a whole bunch of little long-nosed elephants would run around everywhere. That scene was just too beautiful. Commander, the time for interference is almost up. At this moment, Zhuge Liang's report rang on Halong's star messenger. I understand. It seems I need to reselect bodyguards for Lilies. Hearing Zhuge Liang's reminder, Halong looked at the long-nosed elephant with a regretful expression. I surrender. Take me to see Lilies, I'm willing to surrender. Alright, but the only way to closely protect Lilies right now is for our strategist to contract you. You need to be mentally prepared. Halong feigned some unease. After all, it's normal for a newly surrendered orc to be cautious. I'm willing. The long-nosed elephant paused, then immediately said. He knew that at the moment of his surrender, He had no choice. Then shut down the power and engine. Come with me to see Lilies. Lilies will be very happy to see you. Halong smiled and said to the long-nosed elephant. Halong thought to himself, of course Lilies will be happy. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, he'd be happy no matter what. Good. Upon hearing that Lilies would be pleased, the long-nosed elephant immediately got to work. The entire orc flagship fell silent. Commander. Halong led the long-nosed elephant to the industrial ship, where Zhuge Liang and Huang Yuan called out in unison. Strategist, little girl, is Lilies finished being built? Halong nodded, then inquired. Let me see. Huang Yuan immediately replied, contacting Lilies' forging workshop. Young master. Soon, the door to the forging workshop opened, and Lilies quickly bowed to Halong. Chapter 125. Lilies, you seem so happy. It seems you're not far from becoming a T1 engineering master, Halong teased. As for the long-nosed elephant beside him, he was overjoyed. He saw Lilies again, and even saw a different Lilies. She was actually smiling, a genuine smile from the heart. So beautiful. So beautiful. Yes, I already forged a world-class component. Lilies hurriedly boasted to Halong, even cutely gesturing with her claws. That's good. Huh, long-nosed elephant Willy? Lilies finally noticed the orc beside Halong, asking with a hint of doubt. It's me, Lilies, Willy wanted to say something more, but Halong didn't want him to continue. Lilies, our strength is weak now, and you're a genius engineering master. Willy will be responsible for protecting us from now on. How about it, are you happy? Happy, very happy. Since he was here to protect the young master, Lilies was naturally very happy. Willy, you're not willing anymore. Halong asked, looking at the drooling elephant Willy. Willy, you little rascal, let's see where you run now. Willy, willing, very willing. Willy nodded hurriedly. He hadn't expected Lilies to be so happy. It seemed the young master hadn't lied to him. Then let's make the contract. Lilies, you go, and do your work. I come find you later. Okay, young master. Lilies happily walked back to the manufacturing workshop, leaving Willy with a beautiful back view. Strategist, you make the contract with him, Halong said to Zhuge Liang. Understood. After Zhuge Liang successfully made the contract with Willy, Halong took Willy away and encouraged Lilies to continue his efforts. I will, young master. Lilies replied respectfully. Then followed the strategist. Young master, this. Willy hadn't expected Halong to send him away so quickly. Willy, if you want to protect Lilies, you need strength. Otherwise, how can you protect her? Go back to the flagship and reorganize the fleet. Halong explained. What use is Willy if he's not strong enough? Yes. Halong's words struck Willy like a ton of bricks, making him realize Halong's point. He thought back to their Orcish world. Without strength, one truly couldn't protect his wife and children. Strategist, you take Willy and arrange the other contract matters. Halong instructed Zhuge Liang beside him. Yes. Back on the flagship, Willy began transporting personnel to the industrial ships and the true White Horse warships, instructing them to enter into contracts. Those unwilling were eliminated, thus gaining complete control of the flagship. Zhuge Liang then focused his attention on the several damaged T4 class orc warships. After dealing with them, he acquired 8 warships and 5 orc crew members. After Halong's selection, only 5 orc warships remained, the rest were destroyed. Let's go, return to base. Now that things were settled, Halong and his group needed to catch up with their teacher and the others quickly. As for Willy and the other orc warships, after the contract, they were considered slaves of the human race. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhilan and her team detected the T5 Zerg warship squadron that had previously ambushed them. Ding! Special alert. 35 T5 class Zerg warships detected speeding towards us. Commander, it's the Zerg, but they seem to have been badly damaged. Half of their warships have shattered shields. Lolita reported to Zhou Zhilan, as her Phantom warship's radar had obtained more detailed information. Commander, what do we do? Going back to ask Teacher Li and her team for a warship squadron is impractical, and even then, they might not be willing to participate, as their duty is only to protect the student group. There's a large island ahead, enough for us to maneuver. We ambushed them there, Zhou Zhilan decisively stated, pointing to a large island. Commander, isn't that too risky? After all, the strength of those insects is beyond our ability to directly confront. Lolita worried. No, we won't engage them head-on. We only attack 10 ships, aiming to severely damage them all in one strike. Then, the escort ships and destroyers will hold off the advance. Being chased, They won't dare fight us to the death, they just slink away. Zhou Xilan drew a line in front of the island, speaking confidently. Seeing these insected warships, Zhou Xilan had no reason not to attack. Judging from their condition, they were definitely being pursued by powerful warships. Understood. This was indeed the current situation of the insected warship squadron. Order the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet to ambush on the island. Except for the Rhino frigates, Matrix destroyers, and Xingtian battleships, all other warships must not be easily exposed. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. We must make the Zerg afraid to engage us easily. Zhou Xilan's arrangement was very reasonable. The Zerg warship fleet, currently being pursued, dared not engage Zhou Xilan. Just as the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet had taken cover, the fleeing Zerg warship fleet, without any reconnaissance, directly entered the airspace above the island. Of course, many Zerg warships were also sailing on both sides of the island. Skill, Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Since the Zerg warships had entered the ambush area, Zhou Xilan wouldn't hesitate to use the skill, then ordered, all warships, attack. Yes. Battleships, for guns combined. All main guns, battleship guns, fire. Boom. The combined 4-gun blast unleashed its power, its might shaking the entire island. Boom. Boom. The 2 warships locked onto by the battleships, whether shielded or not, were simultaneously destroyed. Launch 5 heavy missile salvos. Whoosh. Whoosh. 900 heavy cruise missiles were launched, instantly filling the airspace above the entire island. They fired directly at the 5 nearby Zerg T5 warships. Boom. 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 Successfully destroying 2 more, and severely damaging 3 more. Rectangular formation fire. Huang Silin, piloting the destroyer, also activated her warship skill, unleashing maximum firepower. She bombarded a shielded T5 Zerg warship relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The warship was blasted to pieces, once again demonstrating her powerful sustained firepower. Skill, triple transformation. Peng Yingjun uses her skill. All fighters sortie. Zhou Xilan, Peng Yingjun, and Pang Sihua commanded in unison. Over 5,000 fighters were deployed, directly attacking the 2 warships above the island. Their terrifying fighter-bomber strike capabilities reduced their artillery emplacements to scrap metal, and bombers easily destroyed them with just 2 cruise bombs. As for the jamming aircraft, they were already circling the remaining 3 T5 Zerg warships, possessing the heart of contract. These were warships deliberately left behind, after being destroyed by missile ships. Huh, they got guts. A T1 class warship squadron actually dares to ambush a T5 class warship group. Shinruru, piloting a T7 warship in pursuit, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing this scene. Is the commander tempted by the sight? The vice captain replied with a smile. Indeed, do you think her abilities can compare to Li Macho's? Chapter 126. No comparison. Mainly because her warships are too low level. Li Macho is already a T3 class warship, and her strength is that of a second-year king. Quick, order the warship squadron to advance at full speed. Shenruru wanted to say something more, but the sudden situation on the island made her extremely anxious. On the island, a Zerg flagship suddenly turned back, rushing in from the side and rear of the island, heading straight for the Fire Phoenix carrier. Its speed was so great that Ma Yunlu didn't even have time to react. All guns open fire. Die! I'm going to avenge my brother. The flagship of the Swift Zerg rushed to the side of the Fire Phoenix carrier, aimed its 5,500mm main guns, and issued the order to fire. Commander. The captains of the Fire Phoenix all changed color. Ding, passive skill triggered, divine protection, immune to any attack for 1 minute. In that instant, the Yunma warship and the Fire Phoenix carrier were enveloped in a golden shield. Boom! The terrifying blow from the T5 warship shattered even the shield of the nearby Super Hive, demonstrating the immense power of the attack. As the smoke cleared, the Fire Phoenix, which everyone thought had been destroyed, reappeared unharmed, its golden shield still intact. Little Lolo, use your defensive skill, Zhou Xilan calmly ordered. Yes, divine armor. Seeing the Fire Phoenix carrier unharmed, Little Lolo breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used her skill. Order, all artillery fire. Fighter jets and bombers, get out there. Ignore the other warships, and focus fire on this Zerg flagship. Zhou Xilan was determined. Since it was delivered to their doorstep, they might as well take it. Thus, the Fire Phoenix fleet's artillery fire concentrated entirely on the Zerg flagship, completely ignoring the attacks from the 3 Zerg contract warships. Her tactics looked brutal, but Shenruru, who was leading a T7 fleet from afar, quite admired Zhou Zhilan's approach. Clearly, the Zerg flagship was a greater threat. With its shield multiplied by 8 times, crippling the Zerg flagship first would render the remaining 3 Zerg warships ineffective. Sure enough, under Zhou Zhilan's fierce concentrated fire, the Zerg flagship couldn't hold on. First, its shield shattered, then it was bombarded with over 30 shots, leaving its hull riddled with holes. Stop! On the jamming aircraft, don't let it self-destruct. 6 squadrons of cruiser mechs, clear out the Zerg on the warships. Other fighters, cripple those 3 warships as well. Zhou Zhilan knew how to control the situation. Although the T5 Zerg flagship had nearly killed her, she remained focused on collecting contract hearts rather than simply destroying it. I never seen such a calm, resolute, and composed student. Go, find out her name, and which class she's in. I want to recruit her and personally tutor her. Chunruru was quite domineering. Her personality really didn't match her name. Actually, she didn't say something else. Zhou Zhilan's warship fleet was quite complete. Each warship type was extremely powerful, and when coordinated, it gave the impression of an invincible warship fleet. Yes, sir. Soon, after some investigation, the vice captain looked at Chunruru with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is she that person's student? We still have to snatch her. Don't think that just because she's the vice principal, I'm afraid of her. Chunruru waved her small fist, showing a posture as if she would even beat up the principal. She's not the principal's student, but that person is even more troublesome than the principal. Who? Is he as troublesome as me? Chunruru blinked, indicating that she was indeed very troublesome. Yes, it's you. She's your student, recommended by Princess Dis using that quota. The vice captain finally couldn't help but smile. So it's her. Chunruru nodded, surprised that Zhou Zhilan was the student she had planned to leave to her own devices. Commander, look at the strange fighters she sent out. The vice captain pointed to the 4 5-star super harvesters Zhou Zhilan had deployed. They should be the fighters for harvesting contract hearts. I stay and take a look. You order the other warships to pursue the remaining T5 Zerg warships. Chunruru was very curious about Zhou Zhilan's harvesters, and decided to stay and observe. Yes. Zhou Zhilan hadn't expected that a T7 class King warship would be spying on her. Boom. Boom. Harvesting complete. Following standard procedure, detonate the Zerg flagship. Commander, her harvesters are powerful. They finished harvesting in 15 minutes, Chunruru's vice captain reported, recovering from her shock. Truly powerful harvesters. Her warships have so many secrets. Chunruru smiled, watching Zhou Zhilan efficiently finish packing. With the help of her stealth reconnaissance aircraft, Zhou Zhilan quickly and easily escaped the surrounding battles. As for staying to help, it was clearly unnecessary, because she discovered that the pursuers of the Zerg included T7 King-class warships, while the rest were all T6 warships. The next day, Halong and his group returned, causing a great sensation. Contracted beasts are generally difficult to obtain, as they require the beast's willingness. How could Halong not be astonished, bringing back 5 T4-class warships, including 5 orc crews with contracted beasts? Hengli swallowed back the words of accusation he wanted to utter. He dared not provoke Halong now. After all, those T4-class orc warships were no pushovers. However, he didn't consider that if Halong's warships could subdue T4-class orc warships, their strength must far surpass that of T4-class warships. Afterwards, Halong had Lilies repair the orcs' T4 warships. As for him, he was out of the question. Although he was a T3 class master, his T4 class repair skills were still rudimentary. In the evening, Halong and his group finally arrived at the Blade's Edge Military Academy. Teacher Jia, could you contact Principal Zhang Lin? I have something important to report to him, Halong said immediately. He had to report the leak of the human fortress layout map, and he needed to find a high-ranking acquaintance to help. Others simply couldn't. Halong, you dare? Hengli was anxious. He thought Halong was going to complain. After all, he knew his own character and role throughout the journey. He might not be afraid of others, but Halong was a T1 level modification master, and his words carried weight. Halong, I'm sorry, I don't have Principal Zhang's contact information. Teacher Jia also assumed Halong was going to complain to Zhang Lin, and he clearly didn't want to help Halong, fearing retaliation from Hengli later. I understand. Halong nodded, not wanting to say anything more. He could only try to contact him through other teachers or other means. However, Halong was unlucky. He learned from a teacher that Principal Zhang Lin wasn't at the school and might not return until tomorrow morning. Since that was the case, Halong could only settle his warship and wait for Zhang Lin's return tomorrow. Chapter 127. Halong, don't think you can do anything to me by complaining to the teacher. Let me tell you, the teacher highly regards me, and even said my special skills are perfect for being his disciple, so give up on that idea. Hengli, seeing Halong repeatedly fail, relaxed and stepped forward to mock him. I can only say that Principal Zhang has misjudged you. With your character, no matter how talented you are, you're not suitable to be Principal Zhang's disciple. Halong shook his head, disappointed with Zhang Lin's chosen disciple. After all, he had met Zhang Lin, he was a person of excellent character, and Zhang Lin had once asked him to be his disciple. Halong, who do you think you are, to make decisions for the teacher? Even if you're a T1 level modification master, the teacher still didn't choose you as a disciple. What does that prove? It proves your T1 level modification mastery is inferior to mine. Hengli immediately jumped up, pointing at Halong and cursing wildly. Halong didn't say anything more. Arguing with such a person was a waste of his energy. Halong, you just slipped away like that, nothing special. Hengli grew even more smug seeing Halong leave without arguing. He believed he was right. Commander, I settled them in. Zhuge Liang reported to Halong, with Zhao Yun also present, clearly waiting for Halong's return. You done a good job. Let's go to the conference room. Halong nodded and walked towards the conference room. Yes. Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun gestured to each other, wanting the other to go first. Then, they smiled at each other, and followed Halong into the conference room. I have something to tell you now. The layout of the human fortress on Blue Star has been leaked, which is why I wanted to find Vice Principal Zhang Lin, but I didn't find him. Commander, the fortress layout map concerns the safety of the entire human race on Blue Star planet. How could they have leaked it so easily? Zhao Yun immediately believed Halong's words, but he was puzzled as to how easily the fortress layout map could have been leaked. Zhuge Liang watched quietly. He also wanted to know the general situation. Moreover, the leak of the fortress layout map might have been the work of high-ranking officials of their own human race, so they had to be even more cautious. They weren't afraid of what tricks outsiders used. At worst, they would sacrifice themselves heroically. What they feared most was being betrayed by their own people. If they were tricked by these people, their families would also be disturbed. I already questioned Willie. He said it was done by Master Wei Zhong's disciple, but he didn't know who exactly, Halong replied. Master Wei Zhong passed away a few days ago. 2 days ago, a half-orc warship legion came to gather intelligence, and was then chased and attacked by the Fortress Warship Legion. Now, the Blue Star Fortress has issued an emergency mission to find T2 and T3 Fortress Modification Masters. After hearing Halong's words, Zhuge Liang quickly retrieved Master Wei Zhong's information and recounted all the events of the past few days. Clearly, Zhuge Liang had been paying close attention to major events on Blue Star Planet these past few days, which explained his quick retrieval of the information Halong sought. That makes sense then. The human fortress recently needed renovations, even upgrades. Master Wei Zhong was originally in charge, but his sudden death led to the leak of the fortress layout plans, and the orc warship fleet came to take them over. Zhao Yun immediately connected the dots. Good. Although the specific reasons are unclear, the line of reasoning is clear, Zhuge Liang stated definitively to Halong. Halong understood Zhuge Liang's meaning. If the leaked fortress layout plans weren't clear, he had to proceed with extreme caution, lest he easily run into the enemy's line of fire. For example, the Northeast Commander-in-Chief leaked the fortress layout map, and Halong even reported the leak to him. What would the consequences be? Absolutely certain death. However, this is also why he sought out Vice Principal Zhang Lin. After all, he knew who to report to, and with Zhang Lin's involvement, many things would be much easier. Halong opened the school's mission system. The highest priority was the Blue Star Fortress Modification Emergency Mission. He clicked on it without hesitation and selected modifications to the fortress supply system, the main gun's power, and the fortress radar. After selecting these 3 options, he didn't immediately receive the mission. Halong had to send the modification direction, materials, and the planned data for the modified version for review. It seemed this mission was indeed very urgent. 10 minutes later, Halong received approval. Ding! Emergency mission to modify a T3 level fortress accepted. Report to the Blue Star Fortress Administration Department within 2 days. Upon receiving the mission, Halong said to Zhuge Liang and the others, strategist, Zhao Yun, prepare all warships and resupply them. Get ready for battle. I have accepted the fortress modification mission. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded respectfully. Although the fortress was already in dire straits, Halong had accepted the mission, so he didn't say much more, and would only prepare supplies more carefully. Yes. The fearless Zhao Yun was even more undaunted, secretly rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Actually, Haolong hadn't accepted the fortress modification mission recklessly. Although the fortress layout had been leaked, taking the entire fortress wouldn't be easy. After all, the human race's warship legion wasn't made of paper. Moreover, the humans also had fortress radar. They could detect the orc warship legion as soon as it approached. If the fortress commander-in-chief realized the orc warship legion was prepared, he could choose to retreat and redeploy, mitigating the harm caused by the leaked fortress layout. Upon Zhou Zhilan entered the Blade Military Academy, Princess Dis immediately sent someone to announce publicly that 4 warship squadrons would be incorporated into Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix warship squadron, forming a Fire Phoenix warship regiment. However, a piece of information quickly changed Princess Dis's mind. I am very satisfied with Zhou Zhilan as my student. I want to take her as my personal disciple. Shen Ruru. Order, transfer 100 billion to Zhou Zhilan as operating funds for the Fire Phoenix warship regiment. Also, let her choose 4 warship squadrons from the list to form the Fire Phoenix warship regiment. Chun Ruru, as a T7 class king warship, had always been a target of Princess Dis's efforts to win her over. Now that she was willing to take Zhou Zhilan as her disciple, it was even better. After all, Zhou Zhilan now owed her a great favor and was her subordinate. Ding dong. Zhou Zhilan has transferred 100 billion star coins to you. Note, Brother Long, you must accept this 100 billion star coins, because only then can you return to my side as soon as possible. Love, Zhilan. Upon receiving Princess Dis's transfer, Zhou Zhilan immediately transferred the 100 billion to Haolong. As for herself, she still had 5 T5 level contract hearts, which she could sell later. Currently, the Fire Phoenix carrier's contract level had reached 118, enough to upgrade to a T2 level warship, but with Haolong not around, it had to be put on hold for now. I will. Haolong murmured to himself, gently stroking the star message, then clicking to receive. Chapter 128. Strategist, go and buy these materials immediately. Build your space fortress tomorrow morning. Looking at the 130 billion and the 65 tons of chasm-grade energy-absorbing material, Haolong no longer hesitated and began building the space fortress for Zhuge Liang. The reason he hadn't built it immediately before was because the 65 tons of chasm-grade energy-absorbing material were too precious. Other materials weren't chasm-grade, so the resulting space fortress would at best be top-tier. Even with future upgrades, it would be difficult to break through the chasm-grade level, given the inferior materials used. Now, with enough star coins and using chasm-grade materials, even if the initial build is still top-tier, there's a high chance of it breaking through the chasm-grade level during future upgrades. Because of the superior materials, the breakthrough probability is dozens of times higher. Commander, using 120 billion to build a space fortress? Isn't that too much? After seeing the amount, Zhuge Liang stopped fanning himself and asked Haolong questioningly. Not much. If we had more star coins, we might invest more. After all, the better the quality of the materials, the higher the chance of upgrading and breaking through the heavenly barrier level later, Haolong explained with a smile, his thinking quite far-sighted. Liang knows, but won't this strain our funds? Zhuge Liang asked worriedly. He certainly knew that the better the materials, the better the warship. Don't worry, we still have 8 contract hearts. We can sell them, otherwise, what's the point? Haolong was very firm. Now was not the time to save star coins. Commander, did you use all 8,000 military merits too? Zhuge Liang asked tentatively. Those 8,000 military merits were worth at least 40 billion, plus the precious energy-absorbing materials worth 30 billion, bringing the cost of that space fortress to over 200 billion. I used it all. There are still some materials that you need to exchange for with your points. Haolong nodded in agreement and produced a list of materials Zhuge Liang needed to exchange for with his military merits, totaling 3,800 merits. Good. Zhuge Liang hesitated, finally only managing to utter a single word. Actually, he was deeply moved. He was fortunate to have met such a wise commander as Haolong, otherwise, when would his space fortress have ever been realized? After all, he only had 20 billion in startup capital. He originally thought that even if it wasn't enough, it wouldn't be too far off, but now, compared to Haolong's construction cost, he realized his shallowness. As for Zhao Yun, seeing this exorbitantly priced space fortress, he was also incredibly shocked. It turned out that a super-rich tycoon was right beside him. After 2 days of frantic travel, Earthworm finally returned to the Orc Fortress. He hurriedly entered the projection conference. Chief Commander, Earthworm's warship fleet has successfully obtained the layout map of the human fortress. Good, bring it here quickly. What about the long-nosed elephant warship fleet? Have they returned yet? The Sky Fox Orc asked him. Sky Fox, the supreme leader of the Orc fortress, had initiated 3 invasions of human fortresses over the past 10 years, even once crossing the 5th line of defense and overpowering the human fortress. They haven't returned yet. The long-nosed elephant fleet was discovered by human pursuers, and a major battle ensued. Considering the importance of the human fortress layout map, I chose to return. Please punish me, Supreme Leader. Earthworm lowered its head, appearing prepared to accept punishment. No, you did the right thing. The human fortress layout map is crucial. Sky Fox highly approved of Earthworm's actions, recognizing its strategic vision. Passed down the order, Earthworm is promoted to Army Group Commander, commanding 3,000 T4 warships and 30,000 T3 warships. Thank you, Chief. Earthworm was overjoyed and quickly thanked Sky Fox. Sky Fox said nothing more, and began carefully examining the layout map of the human fortress. Various strategies for attacking the human fortress constantly formed in his mind, which he recorded one by one. Now I will assign tasks. All Army Group leaders must complete them as required. Yes. The 46 T4 Army Group leaders in the meeting quickly responded, quietly awaiting further instructions. Of these 46 Army Group leaders, Earthworm was newly promoted, his army was not yet fully organized, its combat strength was underdeveloped, and he was not yet of great use. 5 of them were from Sky Fox's own T4 Warship Army Group, the strongest among them. Another 20 Army Group leaders were his subordinates, extremely powerful, and the main force for attacking the human fortress. The last 20 Army Group leaders were transferred from the rear planet Blazing Flame. Their strength was only slightly weaker than his own subordinates, but they were also an important asset in attacking the human fortress. Clearly, the Sky Fox had been planning to seize the human fortress for a long time, even mobilizing a fleet from the Blazing Planet. Once they captured the human fortress, they could freely send fleets to attack Blue Star Planet until they successfully occupied it. Blue Star Planet is part of the Star Destruction battlefield, so the humans and orcs can only deploy a maximum of T4 warship armies. T5 warships are impossible. The Northern Occupation Army Commander-in-Chief, leading his own 5 occupation armies, plus 4 assisting armies, totaling 30,000 T4 warships, plus 30 T3 warship armies, totaling 100,000 T3 warships, for a total of 130,000 warships, attacks the human northern fortress. Yes! The leader of the Northern Occupation Forces immediately stood up to receive Tianhuahu's orders. The Commander-in-Chief of the Northeastern Occupation Forces, leading his own 5 occupation armies, plus 4 assisting armies, totaling 30,000 T4 warships, plus 30 T3 warship armies, nearly 100,000 T3 warships, for a total of 130,000 warships, will attack the human race's northeastern fortress. Yes! The leader of the Northeastern Occupation Forces immediately stood up. The Commander-in-Chief of the Southeastern Occupation Forces, leading his own 5 occupation armies, plus 4 assisting armies, totaling 30,000 T4 warships, plus 30 T3 warship armies, nearly 100,000 T3 warships, for a total of 130,000 warships, will attack the human race's southeastern fortress. Yes! The Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Occupation Forces, you will remain with your own army group and 3 assisting armies, totaling 13,000 T4 warships, and 10 T3 warship armies, for a total of 30,000 T4 warships. 12,000 T3 warships, totaling 45,000 warships, are responsible for guarding the entire fortress. Yes! I will personally lead Tianhua's 5 army groups, the 4 occupying army groups in the south, plus 5 assisting army groups, totaling 50,000 T4 warships. Add to that 60 T3 warship army groups, totaling 200,000 T3 warships, for a total of 250,000 warships, to attack the human race's eastern fortress. Tianhua chuckled sinisterly, as if everything was under his control. Yes! Now that the mission has been assigned, speed is of the essence. Let's set off now, and capture the human fortress before it reacts. Yes! Immediately, the 640,000 warships that had been prepared beforehand advanced towards the human fortress from 4 directions. Chapter 129. At 4 o'clock the next morning, at the Blade Military Affiliated Academy. After the materials arrived, Halong began rapidly constructing the Space Fortress warship. All the transported materials were immediately purified and forged into batches of parts, the heavenly barrier light continuously emanating from it. Fortunately, knowing the scale of his operation, he had preemptively transformed his transformation toolbox into a T5 level forging workshop, concealing all the purple light. With the final step completed, a powerful heavenly barrier light erupted. A full half-hour passed before a gigantic space fortress warship finally appeared. Wow, what a massive space fortress! And it's a heavenly barrier level 1. Huang Weiying and Huang Ximei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Commander, this space fortress is twice the size of the blueprints. Those 200 billion star coins are well worth it. Zhuge Liang was incredibly shocked. He had seen the space fortress design blueprints countless times. He could recite all the data by heart. But he hadn't expected Haolong to create such a massive space fortress. Yes, that's how you justify the 200 billion plus cost. Haolong shrugged, feeling inwardly that the 200 billion plus was well spent. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, building a world-class space fortress. System shop now open. This space fortress is 8,000 meters long, equipped with 7 heavy cannons. The first level has 5 cannons, 2 at the front, 1 on the left, 1 on the right, and 1 at the rear. The second and third levels each have 1 cannon, both rotating fortress cannons capable of 360-degree fire. System, use skill enhancement. Haolong wasn't satisfied with just that. He immediately clicked on the system to use an enhancement skill. Ding dong, enhancement begins. Countless hammers of creation pounded down, continuously feeding in materials. More. Watching it devour the massive amount of materials, like a gold-devouring beast, Zhuge Liang and the others were speechless with shock. Another half-hour passed before the hammers finally dissipated. Ding dong, space fortress enhancement successful. Haolong stared at the enhanced data, stunned. As for Zhuge Liang and the others, simply looking at the space fortress's appearance, the fortress cannons were now significantly larger, and the fortress turrets were reinforced. What could they say but utter shock? Strategist, contract this space fortress ship and transfer all 7 crew members there. Arrange the deployment yourself. Haolong, suppressing his excitement, smiled with satisfaction at Zhuge Liang and the others' astonishment. He had been thinking about the space fortress for a long time, and now it was finally built. In the future, his all-purpose transformation toolbox could also transform into a super space fortress. Actually, he had tried to deform the space fortress before, but it wouldn't deform, which raised a big question mark in Haolong's mind. After all, the T3 Phantom battleship could deform, so why couldn't the T1 space fortress? Through this experience, Haolong realized that any warship he had built himself, or completely disassembled and used to create blueprints for, or any existing warship, could be deformed using his toolbox. Yes! Zhuge Liang suppressed his excitement, and quickly responded. Ding dong, contract successful. After seeing that Zhuge Liang's contract was successful, Haolong checked the system data. Zhuge Liang, 1,000-mile march, activation conditions. Exclusive space fortress, increases the speed of all friendly units by 200% when using the skill, increases by 800%. Wooden ox and flowing horse, passive, increases fortress space by 500%, activation condition, exclusive space fortress. Space fortress ship, exclusive owner, Zhuge Liang, special ability, automatically absorbs 20% of space energy to replenish the warship's energy. Skill, passive heavy cannon bombardment, increases the power of the fortress cannon by 500%. Defense fortress, passive increases the defense and shield capabilities of itself and allies by 5 times. When receiving damage exceeding its tolerance range, there is a 30% chance to become immune. Battleship tier, T1. Forward hull armor strength, star rating. Side hull armor strength, star rating. Battleship shield energy, 8,500 star rating. Cruising speed, 2,100 kilometers per hour. Engine, Super Fortress Engine X12. Length, meters. Mass, 5.2 million tons. Staff, 800. 5-star Fortress Heavy Guns, 7 by 6,800 millimeters. 5-star Fortress Main Guns, 12 by 4,500 millimeters. 5-star Fortress Battleship Guns, 40 by 3,200 millimeters. 5-star Super Cruise Missiles, 300 launch silos. 5-star Medium Range Interceptor Missiles, 280. 5-star Close and Weapons System, 360. Aircraft, 1,200. Supply capacity, 7.2 million tons. Skill bonus, 36 million tons. Looking at these impressive stats, Haolong felt confident heading towards the fortress. With its long-range march capability, it could quickly maneuver, rapidly pursue the enemy, and swiftly retreat in case of trouble. There's also the wooden ox and flowing horse skill. It increases the space fortress's capacity by 5 times, enough to hold materials for hundreds of thousands of fighter jets. Combined with the rapid construction of industrial ships, tens of thousands of fighter jets will be fighting continuously, forcing even T-4 class warship regiments to retreat. Time was of the essence, and Halong didn't linger on the space fortress. He instructed Zhuge Liang to prepare supplies, and then went to find Vice Principal Zhang Lin, as it concerned the safety of the entire planet. On the way, however, he opened his system and checked the newly opened system shop. Seeing the abundant T1 level warships, fighters, mechs, and various special-purpose ships and fighters, Halong was overjoyed. This time, the industrial ship would finally have its day. The industrial ship was already quite powerful, capable of carrying 400 fighters, and having 5 versatile production lines. Its combat endurance was excellent, but for this upcoming battle against T3 and T4 warships, it was somewhat inadequate. However, now that the system shop was open, it contained a large number of special-purpose warships and fighters capable of dealing with T3 warships, plus the 5x storage capacity of the space fortress piloted by Zhuge Liang. The industrial ship's combat capabilities had increased dramatically, making it capable of destroying a T4 warship squadron. "Why are you here again? This isn't a place for you." Hengli blocked Halong's path as they approached Vice Principal Zhang Lin's office, mocking him. "Why can't I be here?" Halong looked at Hengli, who resembled a clown, with righteous indignation and retorted with a smile. "What a joke. Don't you know your place? As a prospective student, you should act like one. Do you think you're qualified to attend the fortress modification meeting? If not, don't pretend." Hengli loudly mocked Halong, making sure everyone around could hear. A prospective student dares to say that? The surrounding people also began pointing and whispering about Halong. "Yeah, what qualifications does he have? He's just here to cause trouble, isn't he? This concerns the safety of our planet. We absolutely cannot allow him to enter. Yeah, everyone, come help. Don't let him slip in and disrupt the normal operation of the fortress modification meeting. I can't afford to take responsibility for that." With the support of the crowd, Hengli shouted even louder, resonating with the surrounding students, who then surrounded Halong and began to condemn him. Chapter 130. I received the urgent mission to modify the fortress yesterday, and I just received the message to attend the meeting. Are you sure you want to keep blocking me like this? Halong was exasperated with these students. They were so easily led by the nose, almost brainless. You only came to school with me yesterday. How could you possibly have successfully received the fortress modification mission? If you're going to make something up, at least make it believable. Hengli scoffed at Halong's explanation. Attending the modification meeting? Impossible. He probably wanted to disrupt the fortress meeting and make him fail in his duties. Confirming his suspicions, he blocked Halong even more forcefully. Faced with Hengli's obstruction, Halong knew what he was worried about. Halong was afraid that Halong would complain to Zhang Lin about him. "Hengli, get out of my way. I have no interest in complaining about your personal behavior, nor do I care to. But the fact that you didn't even check if I had an invitation to the meeting is dereliction of duty, and a dereliction of duty that involves abusing your power for personal gain." After all, the fortress renovation meeting was of great importance, and Halong was extremely disgusted by Hengli's personal vendetta, but he still spoke calmly. "What a joke. You, a prospective student council member, received an invitation? So what if I'm taking revenge? You're not staying here today, that's what Hengli said." The calmer Halong was, the angrier Hengli became, almost to the point of irrationality. "The meeting is about to start. Don't blame me if you keep blocking me," Halong warned Hengli calmly. "Halong, what do you want? This is a school, I'm not afraid of you." Hengli was initially startled, but when he remembered he was at school, he became bolder and more arrogant. "I know you're not afraid of me, but you might need to explain to the school why you blocked me from entering the meeting." Halong clicked send in Xingxin. He didn't intend to do anything drastic about Hengli's blocking. He simply sent the video to the registration area in the meeting room. "Fengtian, Yufeng School has secured 2 spots for this fortress modification mission," Zhang Lin said to Ji Fengtian with a smile in the conference room. Only 3 people from Blade's affiliated school participated in this fortress modification meeting, and Ji Fengtian happened to be at the affiliated school, and also accepted the fortress modification mission. As for the remaining spot, it was Halong, who was temporarily considered a student of Yufeng School, since he had only been there for 2 days, and the official procedures hadn't been completed yet. "That's right, no matter where he goes, he's still a student of our Yufeng School," Ji Fengtian said with a hearty laugh. After all, nurturing such an outstanding talent as Halong was a great honor for a teacher. Ding! Halong has checked in. Huh? What's Halong doing? Why is he outside the conference room? Does he want us to go and greet him? Ji Fengtian looked at the check-in location and couldn't help but laugh, then habitually clicked the video call. Gradually, the atmosphere changed. The short 1-minute video call caused everyone's expressions to change drastically, and Zhang Lin's anger reached its peak. Everyone, it seems I wasn't careful enough in selecting my disciples. Please forgive my blunder. Zhang Lin stood up solemnly and apologized after watching the video. Senior, Halong also made mistakes. Ji Fengtian tried to ease the awkward atmosphere. Fengtian, where did Halong go wrong? Zhang Lin shook his head. He knew Hingley's character was questionable, but considering his special skills, he reluctantly accepted him as a disciple. He hadn't expected that on his very first day. Ji Fengtian was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Halong was quite restrained. Was his mistake in sending a video to check in? Ji Fengtian made up an excuse. His mistake was not contacting us to handle this issue. Does he know you're here? Zhang Lin, having made up his mind, asked Ji Fengtian. He probably doesn't, but he should have contacted you. He has my star signal? You gave it to him. Zhang Lin clicked on his star signal, but couldn't find Halong. He didn't add your star signal? This time, Ji Fengtian asked in surprise. I forgot to tell him last time that you gave him my star signal? Zhang Lin stared at Ji Fengtian questioningly. Their focus was always on Halong. Hingley, embarrassed, was completely forgotten. No, I tried to contact. I don't think I have Halong's star signal either. Ji Fengtian was embarrassed. It turned out he didn't have Halong's star signal either, so how could he contact him? Still trying to contact him. I go out and handle this. Zhang Lin firmly shook his head. He could only repay the Hung family patriarch's favor next time. After saying that, he got up and walked out of the conference room. Halong, how is it? No one's coming, right? I'm the principal's disciple. What do I need to explain? After waiting for a while, nothing happened, and Hingley became even more arrogant. Indeed, there's no need for explanation. He acts like this even in front of me, so what more needs to be explained? A voice came from behind Hingley. Exactly. Hingley nodded. What he said made sense, but the voice sounded so familiar. He quickly looked back, and the next second, he was terrified. Teacher. No, I can't be your teacher. I hereby announce that Hingley is no longer my disciple, and I, Zhang Lin, have no plans to take on any disciples in the near future. Zhang Lin was extremely disappointed. Ignoring Hingley, he loudly announced. Good. Some students spontaneously applauded, and then most of the students followed suit. Hingley was truly too arrogant. Teacher. I was wrong, teacher, I was wrong. It was all because Halong tried to barge into the meeting room, and I said those things in my haste. Hingley immediately went to Zhang Lin, hastily trying to exonerate himself. But of all people to exonerate, he had to choose Halong. Don't say anything more. You're not needed here. You can leave. Your mission points will be credited tomorrow. Zhang Lin was almost angered by him, and quickly sent him away. Teacher, Hingley tried to continue explaining, but Zhang Lin and the others went straight to Halong. Principal Zhang, hello. Halong greeted Zhang Lin first upon his arrival. Hello Halong, it was my oversight that I didn't give you the star signal. Zhang Lin bowed apologetically. Principal Zhang, it was because I didn't ask for it that this happened. Halong quickly stopped him, shaking his head. Wow! What did I just see? The principal is actually bowing and apologizing to a student? What's going on? Are all prospective students this arrogant these days? Is this guy from a powerful family, trying to get in through connections? I don't think so. Can you get a fortress modification mission through connections? That's true. Good, Halong, you're very good. You even got the fortress modification mission. Unlike me, I have to use the Yufeng school's name. Ji Fengtian said truthfully. Halong was the most outstanding student he had seen since becoming the principal of Yufeng school. I happen to know a little bit about fortress modification, Halong said modestly. Halong. Hingley stared intently at Halong. It was all his doing, making him lose the opportunity to become Zhang Lin's disciple. Chapter 131. Let's go, the meeting's about to start. Let's go inside and talk. Ji Fengtian, to avoid embarrassing Zhang Lin, steered the conversation back to business. Okay, Halong has already been invited. Let's go inside and talk. Zhang Lin nodded. Their time was precious, and it wasn't appropriate to waste it on Hingley's matter. Okay. Halong and the others nodded, following Zhang Lin into the meeting room. The other students, however, didn't leave. The climax was just beginning. Halong was being portrayed as a genius modification master, while Hengli was being subtly criticized, becoming a foil. The meeting was simple: to prepare some rare materials for modifying the fortress. After all, everyone's modification direction was different, and it would be awkward if they couldn't find the materials at the fortress. Come on, send up your lists of the rare materials you need, then I compare them with the fortress's list to see what's missing. The meeting began, and Zhang Lin addressed the group. Not bad, mostly commonly used materials. Zhang Lin received the others' material lists, and nodded slightly. Halong was still frantically typing on the virtual keyboard when Halong chuckled and said, "Halong, the fortress has all the common materials, you only need to list the rarer ones." "Okay, all done." "I see." Zhang Lin, who was drinking water, spat it out when he saw Halong's exaggerated list of materials. "Halong, these are all T3 level rare materials. How come there are so many?" Ji Fontian also looked at it, staring at it with horrified eyes. "Don't doubt it. These materials are mainly used to upgrade the fortress's main gun, radar, and defenses. Among them," Halong explained with a smile, even briefly mentioning the main function of each material. He made it sound simple, but the other four listened with growing awareness of its complexity. If the modification were successful, how much would the fortress's defensive, offensive, and radar reconnaissance capabilities be enhanced? Halong paused for a moment. "Forget about the later modifications. Let me check the fortress's material inventory to see what's missing." Zhang Lin, completely confident in Halong's modification abilities, quickly checked the inventory to see which materials were lacking. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, the affiliated school has sent a list of required materials, but many of them are missing from our fortress's inventory, totaling over 300 billion. Xiao Tu reported to Fortress Commander-in-Chief Ingzheng. What? What are their modification specifications? Although the required materials were ridiculously high, Ingzheng didn't immediately reject the idea but inquired further. The estimated performance improvement is 40%. Xiao Tu said, shocking Ingzheng. Really? Ingzheng immediately stood up upon hearing this. Really? This is their preliminary estimate, but there might be a 5% difference. Even a 35% difference is well worth it. Get all these materials ready as soon as possible. Report any shortages immediately, or you face military punishment. Ingzheng emphasized, this matter was extremely important. Yes, your subordinate will do it immediately. The Fortress Commander-in-Chief has sent back a message that they are purchasing the materials, and the missing ones will be available soon. Zhang Lin received the message, and then informed Halong and the others. Good, that means Halong's modification design has been approved. Ji Fontian smiled. The Commander-in-Chief sent a message that all the missing materials can be purchased, we just need to arrive on time. Shortly after, Zhang Lin received the message. Is there anything else? If not, everyone can leave now and get ready, Zhang Lin asked. Principal Zhang, Principal Ji, I have something else to discuss with you, Halong said to Zhang Lin and Ji Fontian after watching the other two leave. What is it? Zhang Lin asked. The layout map of the human fortress has been leaked. This is a fortress layout map I intercepted from the orcs. Halong took out the fortress layout map that Willie had given him and handed it to Zhang Lin. What? Zhang Lin and Ji Fontian exclaimed in unison, quickly taking the fortress layout map to check its authenticity. They couldn't believe it. They knew better than anyone the seriousness of the leaked fortress layout map. Finally, Zhang Lin and Ji Fontian exchanged a glance and nodded solemnly. This fortress layout map is genuine. The Blue Star Fortress is in grave danger. According to the Orc Willie's confession, the fortress layout map was copied twice and sent out by 2 T4 Orc Warship regiments. I only intercepted one copy, the others' whereabouts are unknown, most likely falling into the Orcs' hands, Halong added from the side. Halong, I sent the message to the Commander-in-Chief. I also ordered the warship regiments to make emergency replenishments. We depart immediately after the Commander-in-Chief's reply. How are your preparations going? The situation was serious, and Zhang Lin sent a star message to Halong. Besides his own warship regiment, Zhang Lin also instructed his 2 instructors to prepare. As for the fortress layout, it still needed confirmation with the fortress's Commander-in-Chief. It's ready. We're ready to depart at any time. Halong also received a star message from Zhuge Liang at this moment. The Commander-in-Chief replied, ordering us to depart immediately and head to the fortress as quickly as possible. Soon, Zhang Lin received the reply. All right. Halong and the others nodded and rushed back to their respective warship fleets. Human Fortress Headquarters. Commander-in-Chief, the leak of the fortress layout map was my fault. I failed to supervise properly. Xiao Tu apologized to Ing Zheng. This is not the time to talk about that. If anyone is at fault, it is me. I shouldn't have left the forces of the two royal families alive. Ing Zheng was furious. Master Wei Zhong's disciples were divided into two factions, both involved in the royal family's power struggle, vying for control of the fortress's army. He just hadn't expected that their conflict would ultimately benefit the orcs. With the fortress layout map falling into their hands, it was utterly ridiculous. Then, Commander-in-Chief, what should we do? Zhao Tu asked. They had only expanded their reconnaissance range, yet they had already detected the orcs' military activities. After all, 640,000 warships were relatively easy to detect. However, even if they discovered it, with only 1 day left, Ing Zheng had no time to adjust the fortress's defensive deployment, essentially exposing its weaknesses to the orcs. He could only abandon some less important fortress positions, dispatching these warships to reinforce key areas. Changing the fortress's defensive layout was virtually impossible. Blue Star Planet also urgently dispatched 10 T4 class standing warship armies, which would arrive at the fortress in 1 day and be under Ing Zheng's command. Another 10 warship armies would follow in support, but they would arrive in 5 days. Xiao Tu, I appoint you as Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Expedition, leading the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Elite Armies, along with 5 armies from the planet, totaling 9 armies and nearly 30,000 T4 warships. When the orcs are completely bogged down in fortress battles, I want you to covertly advance and assault the orc fortresses, and make sure they are captured. Chapter 132. Commander-in-Chief, no. Zhao Tu was extremely anxious. Ing Zheng was putting himself in a do-or-die situation. The price was the exhaustion of all 250,000 warships in the fortress, including his own. Execute the order. No matter what happens in the fortress, you must prioritize the mission, Ing Zheng reiterated. He had no other choice. He, Ing Zheng, could die, but the orc fortress had to be captured, otherwise the human race on Blue Star Planet would be unable to defend itself. Of course, the risks were proportional, even greater. One wrong move, and not only would the human fortress fall, but the orcs would also advance onto the planet. Yes! Zhao Tu gave Ing Zheng a deep military salute. As soon as the battle triggered, Halong received 2 system missions in quick succession. Ding! System side mission, assist Zhao Tu in capturing the orc fortress within 60 days. Mission completion unlocks the T2 level system shop. Mission failure closes the system shop. Ding! System main mission, defend the fortress for 10 days. Obtain 1 special warship enhancement stone, 1 exclusive skill card, and 20 T4 repair cards. The rewards were incredibly generous, especially the main mission's exclusive skill card. This was practically invincible. If he could obtain matching skills, he'd be on a roll. This is a crisis for Blue Star Planet. I will fight alongside you to the death to defend the fortress. 1st and 2nd Army Groups, proceed. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian each led their T4 warship regiments to the T4 Army Groups. Due to the fortress crisis, Zhang Lin had already applied to the school, which directly mobilized 2 T4 level Army Groups and 20 T3 level Army Groups, totaling 70,000 warships, under Zhang Lin's command, to support the fortress. Yes, sir. The 2 Army Group commanders responded. Commander, the Vulcan battleship formation is here. It consists of 3 special warships, 1 industrial ship, and 2 space fortress ships. At this moment, the deputy captain reported to Zhang Lin. A commotion arose from the direction of the school gate. It turned out that Hao Long, piloting his transformed space fortress ship, was leading Zhuge Liang's space fortress ship, Huang Yuang's industrial ship, and Zhao Yun's true white horse battleship. 2 of the supermassive fortress ships drew gasps from the students. Fengtian, Hao Long's teacher can even build such a massive space fortress ship. Zhang Lin exclaimed, believing that the space fortress was built by Hao Long's master, as its sheer size was truly awe-inspiring. Yes, but that's to be expected. Someone who can teach such an outstanding disciple as Hao Long, how could his engineering master level be low? I, for one, have to look up to him. Ji Fengtian smiled. Principal Zhang, please add my Vulcan battleship squadron to the army group as well. Hao Long volunteered via star message, thanks to Zhuge Liang's ability to travel thousands of miles. Of course, the primary mission of the army group protecting the school is to escort you to the fortress, Zhang Lin replied. Even if Hao Long and the others hadn't asked, he would have included them in the army group anyway. The moment the Vulcan Battleship Squadron was added to the Army group, it caused a stir among the warships. The 200% increase in speed was truly dazzling. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian were once again filled with amazement. Deploy the communication device to ensure our communications are secure, Zhuge Liang fanned himself, assisting Haolong with some minor tasks. As the communication device was deployed, Ji Fengtian, who had been watching the Vulcan Battleship Squadron intently, suppressed his shock and said to Zhang Lin, "Senior, look, there's more. T1 level communication aircraft? Are they even useful?" Zhang Lin was initially puzzled, then ordered, "Deploy jamming aircraft to jam those communication aircraft." He needed to know just how powerful Haolong's communication aircraft were, whether they could counter T4 level jamming aircraft and effectively protect communications during wartime. "Yes, sir." 2 jamming aircraft flew out from Zhang Lin's battleship squadron, heading towards Haolong's 5 communication aircraft, emitting powerful jamming waves. "Brother Liang, what is Principal Zhang doing?" Huang Wing asked innocently. "He wants to see the capabilities of our communication aircraft." "Commander, we need to take action. It's not good to be underestimated in wartime," Zhuge Liang suggested to Haolong with a smile, fanning himself. Indeed, jamming aircraft versus communication aircraft would be a good test of both sides' jamming and communication capabilities. "Oh, I see," Huang Wing nodded, indicating she understood. "Strategist, request Principal Zhang to join the projection meeting," Haolong smiled, of course understanding Zhuge Liang's intention. Their time to showcase their true skills has come. After all, strength is always the standard by which one's authority is judged, especially in war. The stronger one is, the more command authority one receives. Ding, Vulcan Battleship Formation requests to enter projection. "Senior, you're short on jammers. Send out 3 more, Ji Fengtian said with a smile. The stronger Haolong's communication capabilities, the happier he was. "Alright, order. Send 3 more jammers to jam those communication machines one-on-one." Zhang Lin agreed without a hint of bullying the weak. After all, in war, others won't refrain from attacking you just because you're weak. "Yes." Whoosh. 5 jammers surrounded the 5 communication devices, emitting powerful interference. The fluctuations were so intense that even the reconnaissance projection could see them. Permission granted to access the Vulcan Battleship Formation's projection. Zhang Lin looked on expectantly, eager to know just how powerful Haolong's communication devices were. Ding, access successful. The projection conference smoothly connected Haolong without any lag. "Impressive," Zhang Lin exclaimed in admiration. His was a T4 level jammer, and this was even in a one-on-one situation. "Hello, Principal Zhang, Principal Ji." Haolong entered with Zhuge Liang, proactively greeting Zhang Lin and the others. "Haolong, your communication device capabilities have truly broadened our horizons." Ji Fengtian grew increasingly fond of Haolong. This student was remarkable. "It's all thanks to the excellent teaching of my teachers," Haolong said modestly. His communication and jamming devices were truly incomparable to ordinary T4 level devices. Even when they were first built, they were already comparable to T4 level devices, and with the enhancements, they far surpassed theirs. "Time is of the essence. Let's talk as we set off." Seeing the Vulcan battleship fleet already in formation, Zhang Lin ordered move out. "Yes, sir." Shortly after Haolong departed, the planet's 10 warship armies also set off. News of the orc invasion of the fortress gradually spread, and many families on Blue Star also dispatched their own warship armies to support the fortress. After all, they had considerable assets here, and certainly didn't want to give up easily. After 2 days of travel, 640,000 orc warships arrived before the human fortress with overwhelming force. The fortress's warship armies displayed a fearless courage, leaning against the first line of defense, ready to repel the enemy. Chapter 133. Order, all warship armies, attack across the board and capture the human fortress. Tianhua waved his hand imposingly, issuing the order to attack. He had waited over 10 years, finally witnessing the change of leadership at the human fortress. To create chaos within the fortress, he had invested the resources of several warship regiments over the past 2 years. Today, he would recoup his investment with interest. "Yes, sir." Boom. Boom. The northern, northeastern, eastern, and southeastern parts of the fortress were simultaneously attacked by orc warships. "Commander-in-Chief, the orcs have begun their attack." The vice-captain reported to Ing Zheng. "Have the commanders of each division execute the order, maintain the tightest defenses, and delay the orc warships' advance as much as possible," Ing Zheng calmly commanded. He didn't need much time, just 3 days. 3 days. 4 lines of defense could be lost, But the fifth line of defense could not be lost. Yes. Northeast Fortress. Human defensive warships. 16,000 T4 class ships and 50,000 T3 class ships. A total of 66,000 ships. The Orc warships number 130,000, twice the number of the humans. Normally, these warships would be sufficient for defense, preventing the Orcs from advancing even a single step. Attack according to plan. The Orc leader. Yes. The 130,000 Orc warships advanced rapidly. Commander-in-Chief, the Orcs have attacked, but they seem to know the blind spots of the fortress's heavy artillery. The main T4 warship army is not within the heavy artillery's firing range. The vice captain reported to the Northeast Commander-in-Chief with surprise. Order the fortress's heavy artillery to bombard the most densely packed T3 Orc warships. The Eastern Commander-in-Chief had already received news of the leaked fortress layout. There was no surprise, only a somber expression. In the past, an attack on the fortress would have been impossible without 5 times the number of Orc warships. But now, with the human fortress layout leaked, the fortress's heavy artillery was rendered ineffective against the Orc T4 warship army, its power reduced to a minimum. Yes. The 20 massive fortress cannons adjusted their angles, each targeting a T3 warship regiment. Fire! Boom! Boom! The fortress cannons bombarded the center of a T3 Orc warship regiment, instantly obliterating 3 T3 warships, shattering the shields of 5 others, and causing some damage to their hulls. 20 consecutive massive explosions terrified the Orcs with the sheer power of the heavy artillery. Don't be afraid. The fortress cannons take 30 minutes to recharge. If you don't want to be bombarded again, take advantage of their recharging time and crush the human fortress. Seeing the attack hampered, the Orc leader explained, trying to boost morale. Roar! Crush the human fortress. The numerous Orc warships, no longer afraid, surged forward, their morale soaring, their fighting fierce. After all, none wanted to be the next target of the fortress's heavy artillery. Lock onto the weak points of the fortress's shield wall fire. The Orc leader ordered, as the warships advanced to the effective range of their main guns. Having obtained the layout map of the human fortress, they knew the weaknesses of the shield wall, unlike before when it would take forever to breach it. Fire back. The Northeast Commander-in-Chief, of course, didn't remain idle, issuing the same order. However, he locked onto the Orc warships and fired. Boom! 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 Hundreds of thousands of cannons fired simultaneously, destroying numerous Orc warships. But the Northeast Commander-in-Chief was far from happy. The reason was, half of the first row of the fortress's shield wall had been destroyed. Advance. Don't give the shield wall a chance to regenerate. The Orc chieftain, a shrewd strategist, seized the opportunity to advance. Fleets attack. Block the shield wall. Seeing half the shield wall destroyed, the Northeast commander frowned and issued the most reluctant order. Sacrifice the escort ships' shields to buy time to repair part of the fortress's shield wall. Boom! Boom! Entering the range of the warship's cannons, human and Orc warships exchanged fire, directly using all means at their disposal. Boom! Boom! The number of warships lost on both sides skyrocketed. Fire! Hundreds of escort ships were destroyed, exposing parts of the shield wall, which the Orc chieftain, of course, did not hesitate to attack. Boom! Boom! The fortress's shield wall, only 1/3 of which had been repaired, was further destroyed, and the shield value rapidly decreased. Fighters, sortie! Attack! The time was ripe, and the Orc chieftain ordered, and countless fighters swarmed in. Fighter jet sortie, defensive formation. Unlike the Orcs' attack, the humans used fighter jets for defense, with the defensive range limited to the airspace above their warships. Hundreds of thousands of fighter jets from both sides clashed, countless anti-tank missiles being launched, dominating the entire sky. Boom! 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 Fireworks exploded in space as numerous fighter jets from both sides were destroyed. Due to the sheer number of Orc fighter jets, they launched a powerful and relentless attack on the human fighters, pushing their defenses to the brink of collapse. Destroyer anti-aircraft fire. The Eastern commander had anticipated this, unleashing a barrage of destroyer fire that caught the Orc fighter jets off guard. Boom! 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 The concentrated anti-aircraft fire shot down many Orc fighter jets, barely managing to hold their ground. Order all warships to charge and break through the human fortress. Seeing the heavy losses of their aircraft, the Orc chieftain ordered the warships to advance. As the Orc warships advanced, both sides engaged in close-range artillery bombardment. However, due to the leak of the fortress layout map, the Eastern warship army quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Quickly, Report the situation at the eastern fortress to the Commander-in-Chief. Yes, sir. Commander-in-Chief, the northeastern fortress is under attack. The orcs are launching a fierce attack from the blind spots of the fortress's heavy artillery, and the targets are precisely the weak points in the fortress's shields. A chief of staff reported to Ing Zheng. This is the danger of the leaked fortress layout map. The fortress has 5 lines of defense, each a complex, overlapping defensive shield wall. Without the layout map, it would take 5 times the number of warships to possibly breach it. Now, the fortress's heavy artillery cannot reach the orcs' T4 warships, yet they can specifically target the weak points in the shield walls, rendering the fortress's defenses essentially ineffective and completely weakening its defensive capabilities. Tell the Northeast commander that reinforcements won't arrive until this afternoon. Continue holding the line. Yes, sir. Commander-in-Chief, the northern part of the fortress is under attack. In just 1 hour, they lost 3 warship regiments. The first line of defense is on the verge of collapse. Tell them to continue holding the line. Reinforcements will arrive soon. If necessary, they can retreat to the second line of defense, but the second line of defense cannot be lost today. Ing Zheng said resolutely. If the lines of defense fall too quickly, he feared they wouldn't last 3 days. Yes, sir. Commander-in-Chief, the southeast is under attack. Tell them to continue holding the line and await reinforcements. Ing Zheng, bearing the pressure, showed no intention of recalling Xiao Tuo. Yes, sir. Chief, the advances in the north, northeast, and southeast are incredibly rapid. They even captured the first line of defense. The human fortress reinforcements haven't arrived yet, so they're powerless to resist. The vice captain reported to Tianhuahu with delight. Good. Then we don't need to wait. Let's recoup our initial investment and collect the interest. Looking at the loose defenses of the eastern fortress, Tianhuahu laughed. The infighting among humans is truly amusing, sending such an incompetent person to be the eastern commander-in-chief. For the past 2 years, he fed this eastern commander-in-chief, Tang Xingji, with 3 warship regiments to stabilize his position and constantly lull him into a false sense of security, making him believe he was incredibly powerful and achieving minor victories in every battle. Order, Eastern Occupation Army Group, attack. Break through the human fortress. Yes, sir. The Orc Warship Army Group no longer concealed its strength, displaying its most ferocious side. A barrage of artillery fire destroyed numerous fortress defensive shields. The Orcish escort ships seized the opportunity to advance, weaving in among the eastern warships and disrupting their defensive formation. Numerous Orcish fighters also surged forward, unleashing a barrage of cruise bombs on the eastern warships. Boom! Boom! The eastern fortress warships exploded one after another. Order, all warships open fire, launch a charge, and advance. Tianhuahu had taken control of the entire situation, directly and overwhelmingly crushing the eastern fortress warships. Report, Commander-in-Chief, the 2nd and 3rd armies have suffered heavy casualties. The first line of defense has fallen. They request reinforcements. Report, the 4th and 5th armies are in dire straits. The first line of defense has been lost. They request reinforcements. In just 3 rounds of combat, the 4 eastern warship armies had directly lost their first line of defense. Tang Xingji was frantic, completely disoriented. He wondered if he misheard. For the past 2 years, he'd been adept at fighting orcs, with frequent victories. Why were the orcs different today? Commander-in-Chief, what do we do? The vice-captain asked Tang Xingji. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Have them continue to hold the second line of defense. According to the Commander-in-Chief's orders, the second line of defense cannot fall today, Tang Xingji blurted out. The 1st Eastern Army was still behind him, but he hadn't ordered reinforcements. Commander-in-Chief, the 2nd and 3rd armies have suffered 1/5 of their casualties. The orcs have already captured the front lines of the second line of defense. 10 minutes of such terrifying losses made Tang Xingji somewhat afraid. He come here only to gain experience, not to risk his life. Quickly, request reinforcements from the Commander-in-Chief. Tang Xingji frantically told the vice-captain. The Commander-in-Chief replied that reinforcements haven't arrived yet, and ordered us to continue holding the line. The vice-captain quickly received Ing Jing's reply. Order them to hold out. I, Tang Xingji, will defend to the death with them. Tang Xingji, unsure of how to coordinate, simply gave a hasty order. Yes, sir. Commander-in-Chief, the second line of defense has been breached. All 4 warship armies have suffered 1/3 of their losses. What? How could it be so fast? Tang Xingji was initially alarmed, then exclaimed in shock, withdraw? We must evacuate the fortress. What? What about the Commander-in-Chief? The vice-captain was astonished. This was no joke. Never mind, let's go. Order the first army group to withdraw from the fortress with me. Tang Xingji immediately gave the order. He took a T4 class warship army group with him, his private army group built using fortress funds. The other warship armies were just enough to hold off the orc warships for a while. Report, Commander-in-Chief, the second line of defense at the Eastern Fortress has been breached. Eastern Commander-in-Chief Tang Xingji has led the T4 First Army Group to evacuate the fortress. What? Tang Xingji, you deserve to die. Order the elite army group to reinforce the Eastern Fortress. Ing Zheng was furious. He wanted nothing more than to kill Tang Xingji. He truly couldn't understand it. Although Tang Xingji was a member of the Prince's faction and had been forcibly promoted to Eastern Commander-in-Chief by them, he had annihilated many orc warship legions in the past 2 years. His fighting spirit shouldn't be this weak. However, the deed was done, and Ing Zheng had to accept reality. He could only order the elite First Army Group to move out and stabilize the Eastern Front. Yes, sir. When Ing Zheng arrived, Tang Xingji was already gone, the third line of defense had also been lost, and more than half of the other 4 T4 class army groups had been destroyed. The elite army group advances. Fire a volley of artillery to intercept the orcs' advance. Seeing the routed and pursued eastern warships, Ing Zheng had no choice but to order a blockade of the orcs in the rear. All eastern warships, return to base immediately. Reinforcements are on their way. If we don't stop the orcs, we won't escape. Our planet will be invaded because of our cowardice. Ing Zheng's words blared through the space alarm, causing the rout to pause briefly. Then, they quickly returned to base, and, under Ing Zheng's command, joined the fourth line of defense. Although the elite army group was at the forefront, it couldn't withstand the fierce attacks of the orc warships. Moreover, the 4 T4 main army groups had suffered heavy losses, their morale was low, and their combat power was practically non-existent. Commander-in-Chief, the fourth line of defense has been half occupied by the orcs, the vice-captain reported to Ing Zheng. Currently, the orc warships are fighting with increasing ferocity, their morale soaring. The fourth line of defense is on the verge of collapse. Even if Ing Zheng wanted to hold it, he had to consider the consequences. Where are our reinforcements? Ing Zheng asked, his lifeline. Losing the fourth line of defense in less than 6 hours. The direct impact of that was unimaginable to Ing Zheng. I already urged them, they won't arrive for another 8 hours. The vice-captain's reply sent a jolt through Ing Zheng. He knew it was time for him to make a choice. Commander, are we really not going to support the Commander-in-Chief? Zhao Tuo, leading 4 elite army groups, remained hidden behind the fortress. The vice-captain inquired. Orders are orders. Wait! Zhao Tuo clenched his fists. He wanted to support Ing Zheng more than anyone else, but he couldn't, he carried a special mission. Commander, the long-range reconnaissance aircraft has transmitted a reconnaissance projection. The human fortress is in grave danger. Zhuge Liang reported to Halong in the projection conference. Quickly, deploy the reconnaissance projection. Halong nodded, speaking quickly, demonstrating his focus on the fortress and his composure. Yes. As the reconnaissance projection played, Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian panicked. They hadn't expected the orcs to have already breached the fourth line of defense. Order, all warships, proceed at full speed. Zhang Lin commanded. Yes. Strategist, use your skill. Halong instructed Zhuge Liang. Yes. Zhuge Liang waved his fan, activating the skill. 1,000-mile march. Increases movement speed by 800%. Whoosh. All the warships vanished like phantoms, instantly traversing space and disappearing from their original positions. This once again stunned Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian. Chapter 134. Boom. Boom. The orcs' main T4 warship army was incredibly fierce, advancing rapidly. Ing Zheng, you're far inferior to your father in defense, Tianhuahu laughed. They pushed to the fourth line of defense in less than 8 hours. What could Ing Zheng possibly do against him? In truth, he knew Ing Zheng still had 4 warship armies undeployed. To prevent his supply lines from being cut, he had made ample preparations, bringing enough supplies to last him 10 days. As for the fortress, he left behind his most skilled defensive army commander. The other armies he left behind were also adept at defense. Without 200,000 T4 warships, no one could budge the fortress an inch. Commander-in-Chief, the eastern warship armies on both flanks can't withstand such heavy damage. They're requesting reinforcements again, the vice-captain urgently reported to Ing Zheng. Withdraw? Preserve your strength and defend the fifth line of defense, Ing Zheng said through gritted teeth, remaining resolute in not sending Zhao Tuo's 4 armies. He could be destroyed, but he had to seize the orc fortress, and Zhao Tuo was his trump card. Yes. Before the vice captain could finish speaking, the Orcs' main T-4 warship army was bombarded by the fortress's heavy artillery. A massive shell struck the T-4 army instantly. Boom! For T-4 warships were instantly engulfed, exploding violently and vanishing into nothingness. Surrounding warships were also affected. Several suffered shattered shields and severe damage. Boom! 7 more massive shells exploded, engulfing numerous warships. The 8 fortress heavy cannons destroyed nearly 30 T-4 warships and damaged over 70. Where did these fortress heavy cannons come from? Tianhuahu carefully examined the human fortress layout map again, making sure nothing was missed. Chief, the humans have said 2 T-1 class space fortress ships, and they deployed 8 space heavy cannons. The vice captain quickly ascertained the situation. Those 2 space fortress ships pose a significant threat to us. Find a way to destroy them. Tianhuahu was greatly surprised that the humans possessed space fortress ships, and then he issued the order. Space fortress ships typically require dozens of T-3 and T-4 class engineering masters to build. The workload is immense, the number of parts is numerous, and the construction difficulty is extremely high. Moreover, the construction costs are too high. If the combat capability is unsatisfactory, it's all for nothing. This is why few people are willing to build them. But the successfully built space fortresses are terrifying. Their fortress heavy cannons are incredibly powerful, breaching defenses, and destroying T-3 class warships is child's play. Yes. Where did these fortress heavy cannons come from? Ing Zheng inquired. He remembered clearly that the fortress heavy cannons had only been in use for less than 20 minutes, and the angle of attack was incorrect. Commander-in-Chief, reinforcements have arrived. The vice captain reported excitedly to Ing Zheng. Where did these reinforcements come from? Ing Zheng asked calmly. Since the planet's reinforcements took 8 hours, it certainly wasn't them. Reinforcements from the affiliated military academy have arrived, along with 2 space fortresses. It was their space heavy cannons that bombarded us just now. After the 2 space fortress ships fired their bow heavy cannons, they quickly turned their ships around, and the space heavy cannons on the left side unleashed their power again. Boom! The 2 cannons from the 2 space fortress ships startled the Orcs once more, directly destroying 7 warships. But behind the space fortress, on each side, there was another space cannon, which would soon subject the Orcs to a relentless bombardment. Boom! Ding! Principal Zhang Lin of the affiliated military academy requests access to the projection conference. Quickly grant access. Seeing the space fortress under heavy artillery fire, Ing Zheng hurriedly ordered. Commander-in-Chief, Zhang Lin of the affiliated military academy, leading the 1st and 2nd Army groups of the Academy's Guard, reporting for duty. Zhang Lin, accompanied by Hao Long, Ji Fengtian, and Zhuge Liang, the 2 Army group commanders, entered the projection conference and reported to Ing Zheng. Principal Zhang, excellent. Order. The 1st Army group of the Academy's Guard, proceed to the left flank to hold off the Orc Warship Legion. The situation was critical. Since Zhang Lin had voluntarily relinquished command, Ing Zheng immediately gave the order. Yes, sir. The commander of the 1st Army Group of the Academy's Guard quickly accepted the mission. Order. The 2nd Army Group of the Academy's Guard, proceed to the right flank to hold off the Orc Warship Legion. Yes, sir. The 2nd Army Group of the Academy's Guard accepted the mission. He hastily led the Warship Army Group to set off, leaving behind Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian's 2 T-4 warship regiments, as well as Halong's Vulcan warship squadron. Principal Zhang, are those 2 space fortresses yours? They're truly amazing, greatly boosting our morale, the deputy captain respectfully asked Principal Zhang Lin. No, they're not mine, Commander-in-Chief. These 2 space fortress ships belong to Halong. He's a T-1 level 5-star modification master. Zhang Lin introduced Halong to Ing Zheng. Hello, Master Halong. Ing Zheng greeted Halong with great surprise. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief, what's the situation now? Zhang Lin inquired. Fortunately, they possessed Zhuge Liang's skill enhancement, increasing their speed by nearly 9 times, which allowed them to arrive so quickly. The situation is extremely critical. The Orcs have already occupied half of the 4th line of defense, and the Eastern Army Group has suffered 2/3 casualties, essentially crippled, Ing Zheng said gravely. The most important thing right now is to drive the Orcs out of the 4th line of defense. Looking at the projection, the warships being destroyed one after another filled Zhang Lin and his men with anxiety. Although the addition of 2 Imperial Guard armies and the bombardment from Hao Long space fortresses had been effective, the main problem was the sheer number of Orc warships, 250,000, directly overwhelming their 120,000 ships. Commander-in-Chief, modify the fortress heavy cannons to change their attack range, Hao Long suggested to Ing Zheng after understanding the situation. We don't have a T3 fortress modification master. Modifying the fortress heavy cannons is no easy task. Ing Zheng shook his head, rejecting Hao Long's plan. If it were possible, he would have had it modified yesterday, so they wouldn't be too passive and could disrupt the orcs' deployment. Hao Long, can you modify them? Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian asked in unison after hearing Hao Long's suggestion. They had already witnessed Hao Long's abilities before setting off. Zhang Lin's words also aroused the expectations of Ing Zheng and the other warship army commanders. But seeing that it was Hao Long, they all shook their heads and sighed. After all, Hao Long was far too young. Even an older warship army commander questioned, "This is an urgent battle situation. Don't offer useless suggestions, it will affect our command." "Yes, give me 10 minutes. I can adjust 2 fortress heavy cannons and give the orcs a big surprise," Hao Long said. These T3 fortress heavy cannons are twice the size of the space fortress ship's fortress heavy cannons, and their power is equally astonishing. If they can launch a surprise attack on the orcs, the damage will be immense, severely injuring many T4 warship army groups. Chapter 135. How is this possible? 2 cannons in 10 minutes? The other commanders were incredulous. Even the deceased Wei Zhong wouldn't dare say such a thing. "Commander-in-Chief, we believe in Hao Long." Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian exchanged a glance, and then assured Ing Zheng in unison. After all, they had already communicated with Hao Long and knew the situation was critical. They believed Hao Long wouldn't act recklessly without certainty. "Alright, go and modify them immediately. I give you 1 hour. Modify as many fortress heavy cannons as you can." Ing Zheng finally nodded and said to the vice captain, "You are responsible for all the materials Master Hao Long needs, and report on the progress at all times." "Yes, sir." With Principal Zhang Lin and the others' assurances, Ing Zheng quickly made the arrangements. Actually, he wasn't without doubts about Hao Long's abilities, but in this critical situation, trying was better than passively waiting to die. "Yes, I go modify the fortress heavy cannon immediately." After leaving the projected conference, Hao Long initiated a new smaller projected conference, which included Zhuge Liang, Huang Weiying, Zhao Yun, and Ing Zheng's vice captain. "Vice captain, this is the list of required materials. Please fetch them immediately," Hao Long said bluntly to the vice captain. "Alright, I fetched them for you right away." The vice captain didn't dare delay, and quickly began ordering the materials to be retrieved. Huang Weiying, land the industrial ship at the fortress heavy cannon and begin the modification. "Yes, sir." Subsequently, Huang Weiying piloted the industrial ship, enveloping the fortress heavy cannon. The deformed space fortress then enveloped the industrial ship, and Hao Long also entered the industrial ship. The versatile deformation toolbox once again proved its worth, with hundreds of T5 mechanical arms appearing and beginning to dismantle the fortress heavy cannon. Lilies also came out to help. As Hao Long frantically modified the fortress's heavy artillery, the orcs' offensive grew increasingly powerful. "Commander-in-Chief, the elite fleet army has suffered 2/5 of its losses. The 2 Imperial Guard armies have also lost 1/5 of their warships, and the Eastern Fleet Army has lost more than half. The orc warships are advancing relentlessly, leaving us with only 1/3 of our 4th line of defense," the vice captain urgently reported to Ing Zheng. In just 1 hour, they had fallen into a disadvantageous position once again. "Go and ask Hao Long how many fortress heavy artillery pieces have been modified." Ing Zheng could only rely on Hao Long's ability to modify the fortress's heavy artillery. "Commander-in-Chief, it would be best to retreat to the 5th line of defense as soon as possible to avoid further losses, and weaken the defenses of the 5th line," an elderly army commander suggested to Ing Zheng. "Commander Zhang, prepare to evacuate the 4th line of defense." "Commander-in-Chief, Master Hao Long has modified a total of 12 fortress heavy cannons. Their blind spots have been adjusted, and their attack range has doubled." Hao Long and the vice captain entered the projection conference room, and the vice captain hurriedly reported to Ing Zheng. "Good. Order." Ing Zheng, suppressing his shock, prepared to order the fortress heavy cannons to attack the Orc T4 warship group. Seeing Ing Zheng preparing to give the order, Hao Long immediately volunteered. "Commander-in-Chief, let me command these fortress heavy cannons. I can locate those orc flagships and destroy them." "Commander-in-Chief, Hao Long's Vulcan warship squadron possesses powerful communication equipment. Destroying the orc flagships is of great significance." Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian once again provided crucial assistance to Hao Long, quickly reporting to Ing Zheng. Seeing Hao Long's impressive achievements in modifying the fortress heavy artillery, the other commanders did not object to his request for command, quietly awaiting Ing Zheng's orders. Order Haolong to be the overall commander of the Eastern Fortress Heavy Artillery, to carry out the major objective of bombarding the orcs. Ing Zheng was decisive, directly entrusting all the Fortress Heavy Artillery to Haolong's command. Since Haolong had already given him such a pleasant surprise, he chose to trust him. After all, Haolong had displayed many extraordinary abilities from the very beginning. Those two space fortresses, and the ability to quickly modify the Fortress Heavy Artillery, far exceeded his expectations. "Yes, sir." Haolong saluted, greeted Zhang Lin and the others, and then left. System, Super God level reconnaissance skill. Having gained command of the heavy artillery, Haolong didn't stand on ceremony, immediately using the system to reconnoiter and marking all the orc flagships. Even the flagship where Tianhuahe was located was there, although Tianhuahe was cunning, always operating from outside the range of the Fortress Heavy Artillery. Order the Fortress Heavy Artillery to lock onto their targets. Having received the intelligence, Haolong decisively gave the order after making the arrangements. Yes. All 20 Fortress Heavy Artillery pieces and 8 Fortress Heavy Artillery pieces locked onto their targets. Report, all Heavy Artillery pieces have locked onto their targets. Fire! Yes! With a deafening roar, all 28 Fortress Heavy Artillery pieces fired simultaneously, causing the entire fortress to tremble. Boom! Boom! Instantly, the orc warships were bombarded one after another, many flagships not even having time to react before being obliterated. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the humans have destroyed 18 of our flagships, and many warships are now leaderless. What? Have the deputy commanders of each army group take over the warship army groups and continue the attack. Tianhuahe was horrified, but also thankful that he had been cautious enough not to step forward to command. He believed this was a skill of the human commander, which was why he had found all of his flagships. But now it was different. Since the skill had been used, finding his flagships again would have to wait until tomorrow. Yes. Order all warships to attack and drive the orcs out of the fourth line of defense. Ing Zheng's heart pounded. He had scouted 8 orc flagships, but hadn't told Haolong, yet now they were all destroyed. What did this prove? It proved that Haolong could indeed find orc flagships, and many of them at that. This meant he could solidify his defenses, and even launch a counterattack. Yes! Boom! 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 With the fierce counterattack of the Swiss First Army Group, the School Guard Army Group, and the Eastern Warship Army Group, the orc warships became somewhat chaotic, a sign of large-scale flagship loss. As for the newly appointed deputy leader, he also struggled to quickly take control of the Warship Army Group, leading to a decline in combat effectiveness and a retreat. Commander-in-Chief, let's go modify some shield walls, Haolong volunteered again. Alright, be careful. Haolong, you're now the chief commander of the fortress modification. The vice captain is responsible for any necessary arrangements. Ing Zheng granted Haolong full authority over the modification without hesitation, without asking any further questions. If the fortress shield wall modification is successful, he have a chance to stabilize the fourth line of defense, and even the entire fortress. Yes, sir. Haolong saluted Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng instructed the vice captain beside him, Vice Captain, provide whatever chief commander Haolong needs. If you don't have the authority, come to me. Yes, sir. The vice captain accepted the order. Chapter 136. Haolong boarded the industrial ship, and led the Vulcan battleship fleet to begin modifying the shield walls. Haolong, possessing the all-purpose deformation toolbox, could modify hundreds of shield walls simultaneously, greatly reducing the modification time. Half an hour later, Haolong completed the modification of the shield walls on both sides. Commander-in-Chief, to preserve our strength, let's retreat. Watching the orc warships gradually stabilize and begin their counterattack, Commander Zhang suggested to Ing Zheng. Alright, fortress heavy artillery bombardment cover, all warships retreat to the rear shield walls. Ing Zheng nodded. He knew it was impossible to push the orcs out of the fourth line of defense. System, God-level reconnaissance skill activated. Upon receiving the order, Haolong immediately used the reconnaissance skill and arranged the fixed points for the fortress heavy artillery bombardment. Boom! The fortress heavy artillery's precise bombardment successfully intercepted the pursuing orc warships and even destroyed several flagships. This left all the warship commanders stunned. Ing Zheng and his team began examining the shield wall data and adjusting their warship's defensive deployment. As numerous data points were displayed, the commanders in the projection conference were shocked, especially the data on both sides. They had been thickened and completely renovated. Although only T2 class, their defensive performance had increased by 50%. Ing Zheng and his team were stunned. Halong was their greatest savior. Order the Ruishi Army Group to dispatch 2 warship regiments, each leading 5,000 T3 warships, to reinforce the fortress defenses on both sides. Looking at the modified shield walls on both sides, Ingzheng instantly understood Halong's intention. He didn't have enough time to modify the entire central section of the shield wall, but he prioritized modifying the sides, leaving the center hollow. His intentions were clear. He was betting the orcs wouldn't dare venture deep into the center, even if the central shield wall hadn't been modified. Commander-in-Chief, this is too dangerous. If the orcs send 5 T4 class warship armies to risk it, the 4th line of defense will be in grave danger. Commander Zhang was the first to object. He felt it was far too risky. Ding, Zhuge Liang, Deputy Chief Commander of the Vulcan Battleship Squadron and Captain of the Space Fortress, requests access to the projection conference. Before Ingzheng could even consider, the flagship system issued a request. Greetings? Ingzheng didn't hesitate. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief, greetings to all commanders. Upon entering the projection conference, Zhuge Liang immediately greeted them. Strategist Zhuge, in this state of war, there's no need for formalities. Speak frankly, Ingzheng quickly said to Zhuge Liang. Yes, the Commander-in-Chief instructed me to tell the Commander-in-Chief to focus on strengthening the defenses on both flanks. The central position is already well prepared, designed to lure the orcs' main warship army into the central area for a coordinated attack and annihilation. Zhuge Liang, undeterred by his low rank, reported to Ingzheng in a composed and respectful tone. The commanders remained silent, awaiting further instructions from Zhuge Liang. What method? How to annihilate them? A commander from the Eastern Army Group, however, was particularly anxious and raised the question. Commander-in-Chief, I will transmit the plan to you. Zhuge Liang ignored the commander and transmitted the plan directly to Ingzheng. Brilliant plan. Take a look. Ingzheng reviewed the plan transmitted by Zhuge Liang and then displayed it for everyone to see. This left Zhuge Liang speechless. Commander-in-Chief, this plan is too risky. One wrong move, and the 4th line of defense will collapse. Commander Zhang immediately objected. Because this plan was indeed very risky, having already let the enemy advance to the last 2 layers of shield walls, a single, decisive strike from the orcs would break through the 4th line of defense. Commander Zhang, what is our current situation? If we preserve our strength, how long can the 4th line of defense hold out? Zhuge Liang fanned himself with his fan and asked rhetorically. A conservative estimate is 5 hours. Commander Zhang replied in a heavy voice. Indeed, given the current situation, we can hold out for 5 hours, even 6, but our warships have suffered heavy losses, making it difficult to sustain support for 8 hours. Why not conserve our strength and try this plan? Zhuge Liang waved his fan again, analyzing the pros and cons of the plan. If the plan fails, we only lose the 4th line of defense that is about to be lost. If the plan succeeds, it can directly cripple the orcs' main force and re-establish the 4th line of defense. Zhuge Liang's words brought the commanders to their senses. This was the current situation, and they all fell silent. So, what do you commanders think of this plan? Should we execute it? Ingzheng inquired. Zhuge Liang had already analyzed the situation thoroughly, so there was no need for the Commander-in-Chief to explain further. We will follow the Commander-in-Chief's orders. The various commanders exchanged glances. Commander-in-Chief, let my warship army group execute this plan. We are very familiar with the Eastern Fortress, and it will be much more efficient. The commander of the Eastern Army Group, who had been anxious earlier, stepped forward again, taking the initiative to accept the order. All right, then Commander Gao Jing will lead the Eastern 5th Army Group to carry out this mission. Ingzheng nodded. The Eastern 5th Army Group had suffered fewer losses than the other armies, and possessed strong combat capabilities, making it a very suitable candidate for executing this plan. Yes, Gao Jing replied excitedly. But after leaving the projection meeting, a strange smile appeared on his face. The Supreme Commander was truly prescient, allowing me to infiltrate this human fortress so early. Commander, the 2,000 transport ships dispatched by the Supreme Commander have arrived, the Vice Captain reported to Gao Jing. Good. Have the crew of the transport ships disembark. We can't let them take risks. We send our own crews up, Gao Jing said, looking around and finding a plausible excuse. Yes. The Vice Captain hurriedly left to prepare. These 2,000 transport ships were specially prepared by Halong for the orcs. They were filled with cruise bombs, enough to annihilate the invading orc warship army. But what Halong didn't expect was that there was an orc infiltrator among the Eastern Army commanders. Order, all warships attack. Seeing that the various warship armies had re-coordinated, Tianhuahe issued the attack order again. Now that their flagship was disguised, he didn't believe the humans could find it. Boom! Boom! As the orcs increased their firepower, the human fortress warship army retreated. Raise the shield walls. Once the army had retreated to its designated position, Ingzheng calmly gave the order. Yes! The new T2 shield walls rose, once again providing safe protection for the human warships and blocking much of the orc fire. Quickly, adjust the cannons and attack the weak points in the shield wall's defenses. The orcs, seeing this, gave the order. Yes! However, the previous effect did not repeat itself. After the bombardment, the shield walls remained sturdy, having lost less than a tenth of their energy. Chapter 137. Report, Chief, the humans have modified the shield walls on both sides, making it difficult for us to break through. Only the central shield wall is still easily destroyed. The orc, having quickly discovered the situation, hurriedly reported to Tianhuahu. Order: dispatch 6 T4 class main battleship armies, employing a central breakthrough strategy, to launch a fierce attack on the elite army group. Tianhuahu smiled contemptuously. Ingzheng was mistaken. At this moment, I already possess a huge numerical advantage, especially in the T4 main battleship armies. He has 14, while Ingzheng only has 5. How could he possibly win against them? Yes! Immediately, as Halong had predicted, the orcs concentrated their main armies for a fierce attack. Soon, Ingzheng also received intelligence of the Orcish advance. He asked Gao Jing, Commander Gao Jing, are the transport ships ready? Commander-in-Chief, they're all ready. I'm still going up to add some supplies. It's enough to annihilate the Orcish warship army. Gao Jing confidently patted his chest, inwardly gloating. Good. Everyone, proceed according to plan. The loss of 6 warship armies is enough to cripple the orcs. Ingzheng trusted Gao Jing and calmly issued the order. Yes. The commanders responded in unison. Boom! Boom! Under the fierce attack of the Orcish warships, the central part of the eastern fortress finally couldn't withstand the heavy casualties and hastily retreated. Order the warship army to continue advancing and directly break through the 4th line of human defense. The orc leader pressed his advantage, directly ordering the warships to continue advancing. But the further they advanced, the greater the resistance on both sides became. The Orcish warships could only concentrate their breakthrough towards the center, their ships becoming increasingly dense. The shield walls on both sides weren't as strong as the orcs believed. Only 2 layers were modified, the rest were unmodified and couldn't withstand their bombardment. Gao Jing, with the 2,000 transport ships How Long had prepared for him, had already deployed on the left and right flanks, awaiting orders to attack the orcs. However, Gao Jing had already obtained top-level access to these 2,000 transport ships and removed the detonators from the bombs. Chief, I received a special signal from Gaoing. The humans intend to use transport ships loaded with cruise bombs to ambush our 6 T4 army groups, but the detonators have been removed. The vice captain rushed over and reported to Tianhuahu. That's too ruthless. Luckily, I had Gaoing infiltrate them beforehand, otherwise we would have suffered a huge loss. Investigate who came up with such a vicious plan and capture him alive. Tianhuahu was clearly startled by the plan. He desperately wanted to know who devised this annihilation plan. However, sending Gao Ing to execute it meant that even the most brilliant plan was useless. Then, Tianhuahu smiled and order the main army group to continue its advance. Take this opportunity to break through the 4th line of defense in one fell swoop. Yes! Boom! 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 The 6 T4 army group warships of the orcs advanced rapidly, now only 2 layers away from the 4th line of defense. Pushing any further would force Ingzheng and his men to abandon the 4th line. Ding! How Long requests to enter the projection meeting. After finishing the modification of the last layer of the 4th line of defense's shield wall, How Long, along with Zhuge Liang, requested to enter the projection meeting. Commander-in-Chief, greetings to all commanders. Commander-in-Chief, you arrived at the right time. Now that the orcs have penetrated deep enough, we can begin the plan. Seeing How Long enter the projection, Ingzheng addressed him as Commander-in-Chief, intentionally elevating How Long's status. That's great. Everything went exactly as planned. The orcs fell for our trap. How Long smiled. Commander Gao, have the transport ships charge in 2 minutes. I closed the shield walls on both sides then, Ingzheng told Gao Jing. The orc warships were now charging straight at them. Both sides only had defensive warships, making it very easy for the transport ships to advance and detonate. Yes, mission accomplished. Gao Jing was also very excited. Order, fortress heavy artillery bombardment, close the shield walls on both sides, Transport ships attack. Yes. Haolong. Yes. The vice captain. Yes. Gao Jing. Boom boom boom. Under Haolong's command, the fortress heavy artillery bombarded the orc defensive warships on both sides, opening a path for the transport ships. The shield walls on both sides then closed, and Gao Jing personally led the transport ships towards the orc warship army group. Under Haolong and Ingjing's watchful eyes, the orcs allowed the transport ships to storm into their fleet without resistance. Haolong, quick, detonate. However, after Haolong pressed the detonator, the transport ships remained motionless. Undeterred, he pressed it several more times, but still no response. Haolong, what's going on? Ingjing asked Haolong. Report, Commander-in-Chief. Commander Gao Jing of the 5th Army has also rushed out with the transport ships. What? Except for Ingjing and Haolong, the other commanders exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha. Of course there's no response. I dismantled all 3 detonators on each warship. Gao Jing laughed loudly, his face gradually changing to that of a cat-like orc. Gao Jing? You're an orc spy? The commanders of the Eastern Army were furious, especially Commander Zhang, who had personally promoted Gao Jing. They never expected him to be an orc. Well done, Gao Ying. On the other side, Tianhuahu projected his image into the transport ship piloted by Gao Jing, praising Gao Ying highly, since it was his idea to have Gao Ying lie low. Then, through the projection, he began to speak to Ingjing. Ingjing, you little brat, your father and I are evenly matched, but you're still a bit green. Indeed, I am not as experienced as my father's generation, but if you want to conquer the fortress, I'm afraid you need to work harder. Ingjing didn't show any anger, but calmly looked at Tianhuahu and said, Chief, don't be fooled by him. I know Ingjing's situation best. The remaining 2 layers of shield walls will definitely not be able to withstand the attack of our 6T4 main force armies. Gao Jing hurriedly reported to Tianhuahu. Ingjing, it seems the 4th line of defense belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Tianhuahu revealed a confident expression. Is that so? I'd be waiting for you, but until then, leave these 6T4 army groups here. Ingjing spoke with an air of authority that shocked Tianhuahu. This plan was devised by Haolong through Zhuge Liang, who already knew through reconnaissance that Gao Jing was an orc spy. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Tianhuahu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly realized the situation. He finally understood that something was wrong. Ingjing had always remained calm and unsurprised regarding Gao Jing's situation, which meant that Gao Jing had been exposed long ago. Since Gao Jing had been exposed, the 6T4 army groups were in grave danger. Chapter 138. You've fallen for their trap? Gao Jing asked, bewildered. Yes, you've fallen for Haolong's trap, Gao Ying. Ingjing smiled. The transport ships Gao Ying had brought had already silently spread throughout the entire orc army. Impossible? Gao Ying cried out in terror. Tianhuahu remained silent. He knew he had miscalculated. The 6T4 army groups were now doomed. Nothing is impossible. Haolong, detonate. Ingjing nodded to Haolong beside him. Roger. Haolong took out his star message and clicked to detonate. On the transport ship where Gao Ying was, 1 detonator in the energy compartment and 2 detonators beneath the transport warehouse activated. Ah! Boom! Boom! 2,000 transport ships detonated, obliterating the Orc 6T4 warship army groups, totaling 20,000 warships. Order, Ruishi Army Group, move out and annihilate the remaining enemy ships. Ingjing excitedly issued the order. Yes! Boom! Boom! The elite warships launched a fierce attack. Having just experienced the massive explosion, the orc warships were in complete chaos and utterly powerless to resist. The elite warship regiments previously dispatched to the flanks also moved out, flanking the orc warship army. Tianhuahu could only watch silently. It was too late to mobilize the T4 army group for support. As for sending the T3 warship army group to the rescue, that was simply impossible. They suffered heavy losses before even penetrating the area. Subsequently, Tianhuahu began to adjust his battle deployment. 3 T4 armies were moved to the center, and 6 T3 armies served as the vanguard, attacking Ingjing's elite army group once more. Meanwhile, the elite army group, having just cleared out the T4 orc warships, hastily formed a defensive formation to withstand the orc attacks. During this time, Haolong was also busy. He had completed the modification of the third-to-last layer of the shield wall in the central area and reopened it, greatly boosting the morale of the Ruishi army group. To preserve the existing strength of the warships, Ingjing ordered the Ruishi army group to retreat behind the third layer of the shield wall. With the added bombardment of the fortress's heavy artillery, they gradually stabilized their position. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the northern, northeastern, and southeastern fortresses are under attack. The third line of defense has been captured by the orcs, and they have now retreated to the fourth line. Although the eastern fortress was held, the other three fortresses were powerless to resist. Without reinforcements, even the fourth line of defense might be lost today. Does anyone have any suggestions? Ingzheng pondered for a moment, and then asked the other commanders in the projected meeting. Hearing Ingzheng's question, the commanders all fell silent. Without reinforcements, what could they do? The only option was to hold their ground. Commander-in-Chief, I go to provide support. Halong volunteered again. If he was fast enough, he could modify the fortress's heavy artillery and shield wall. This involves 3 fortress divisions. Time is limited. Is it feasible? Ingzheng asked with great concern. I already have a plan, but it requires a lot of materials. Hao Long directly transmitted the materials list to Ingzheng and awaited his decision. Alright, pass down the order. Hao Long is appointed as the chief engineer of the fortresses, fully responsible for the fortress modifications. All warship armies must cooperate. Ingzheng nodded, directly promoting Hao Long to chief engineer of the fortresses. He then gave Hao Long a deep military salute. Hao Long, time is extremely tight this time. I prepared all the materials for you. Go quickly. I await your good news. Salute. The commander saluted Hao Long in unison. Yes, sir. Hao Long returned the salute and disappeared from the projection conference with Zhuge Liang. Commander, what are our plans this time? Zhuge Liang asked on the way to provide support. Use the same plan again. As long as the orcs fall for it again, we have a chance to hold onto the 3 fortress branches. As for your mission, Hao Long said casually, while mass-producing T2 level shield walls. Excellent plan. Hearing Hao Long's plan, Zhuge Liang put away his fan and clapped his hands. Then set off as soon as possible, Hao Long said to Zhuge Liang. Yes, sir. Zhuge Liang immediately piloted his space fortress and parted ways with Hao Long. At the southeastern fortress, the orcs had advanced to the 4th line of defense. The booming of cannons continued, and shield walls shattered one after another. The southeastern army group was forced to retreat again. Commander, the chief engineer of the fortress, ordered by the commander-in-chief, has arrived. He has already modified the shield wall in the middle section, the vice-captain reported to the southeast commander-in-chief. Good. Then cooperate fully, and provide him with all the materials he needs, the southeast commander-in-chief instructed. Ingzheng had already informed all fortress headquarters of Hao Long's achievements, so the southeast commander-in-chief was full of anticipation for Hao Long's arrival. Soon, the shield walls on both sides were largely modified, only the middle section remained unmodified, so Hao Long busied himself with making traps. Commander, the chief engineer wants to replicate the plan of the eastern fortress, but the orcs already know about it. Will it work? The vice-captain quickly reported the situation to the southeast commander-in-chief. Yes, we can't use this plan anymore. The orcs know about it. Let the chief engineer modify or install a shield wall in the central section as well. The other commanders also objected, feeling that Hao Long's method was no longer viable. Ding! Fortress Chief Engineer Hao Long of the Vulcan Battleship Squadron requests access to the projection conference. Connect him. The Southeast Commander-in-Chief announced. Greetings, commanders. Hao Long greeted the various commanders upon entering. He then ignored them and transmitted a plan to the Southeast Commander-in-Chief. Good, I know what to do. The Southeast Commander-in-Chief smiled slightly upon seeing the plan. Order, strengthen the defenses on both flanks. I will lead the Southeast 1st Army Group to oversee the central area. The Southeast Commander-in-Chief issued the order. As for Hao Long's plan, he didn't show it to the other commanders. Yes, sir. Although they didn't know what the plan was, the other commanders didn't inquire since the Southeast Commander-in-Chief hadn't said. After seeing the Southeast Commander-in-Chief execute the plan, Hao Long exited the projection conference. At this time, he was already on his way to the northeast, where he was also mass-producing T2 level shield walls. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the southeastern fortress has once again seen modifications to its side shield walls, and the central fortress is still easily breached. The vice-captain, upon receiving the news from the southeast, immediately reported to Tianhuahu. The same plan again? Did Ingzheng really think he was an idiot? Order, have the southeastern commander-in-chief dispatch 6 T4 warship armies to attack the central area. This time, the attack doesn't need to be too fast, but it must be steady to prevent a surprise attack. Tianhuahu said confidently. He had been careless the first time with this tactic, allowing Ingzheng to succeed, but the second time, It was easily thwarted. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the enemy has amassed 6 warship armies and is launching a fierce attack on the central area. Chapter 139. Order. Close the central shield wall. The 1st Army Group in the southeast retreats to the rear section of the shield wall, forming a defensive formation to await enemy ship attacks. The Southeast Commander-in-Chief ordered. Yes, sir. The other commanders hesitated, unsure what the Southeast Commander-in-Chief and Halong were up to. The Orsish Southeast Chieftain was also very clever. He directly dispatched 2 T4 warship armies, each leading 1 T3 warship army, to defend the flanks and prevent a surprise attack. The remaining 4 T4 warship armies advanced in a long, serpentine formation in the center, quickly reaching the middle of the 4th line of defense. Before the orcs could react, the Southeast Commander-in-Chief ordered, detonate. Yes, sir. Boom. Boom. The shield wall, which had just been deliberately closed, transformed into heavy bombs. The long, serpentine formation of T4 warship armies was completely stunned, suffering heavy casualties instantly. 1st Army Group, attack. The Southeast Commander-in-Chief smiled. Halong's plan had succeeded once again. Yes. The entire southeastern fortress erupted in cheers, every warship army commander excited. Boom. Boom. Quickly, order the remaining warship armies to retreat. Having instantly lost 4 T4 warship armies, the Orc Southeastern Chieftain had no time to grieve, hastily issuing the order, fearing the remaining 2 warship armies would also perish there. Fire! Boom! Boom! In the center, the Orc warship armies were completely driven back to the front of the 4th line of defense, as if they had never breached the central shield wall. Quickly, install the shield wall. The vice captain, leading a group of engineers, reinstalled the shield wall that had just been detonated, but this time it was a T2 level shield wall crafted by Halong. The Rhino shield wall, designed by Halong based on the hull of the Rhino frigate, its defensive capabilities are no weaker than the original T3 shield wall. Report. Commander-in-Chief, 4 of the 6 T4 warship armies advancing towards the southeastern fortress have been destroyed, and the remaining 2 have been forced to retreat to the front of the 4th line of defense. The vice captain reported to Tianhuahu in shock. Tianhuahu was initially incredulous, then hesitated, and finally fell silent. He had suffered losses twice with the same plan. He couldn't accept it no matter what. At this time, Halong had arrived in the northeast to modify the shield wall. The orcs had advanced to the middle of the 4th line of defense in the northeastern fortress. The situation was dire. Eastern Human Command? Report, Commander-in-Chief, great news. The Commander-in-Chief has annihilated 4 T4 army groups and severely damaged 2 others at the southeastern fortress. What? The Commander-in-Chief is that powerful? That's 6 warship armies. The various commanders in the east were astonished. They hadn't expected Halong to succeed again, this time with 6 army groups. Those commanders who had previously been unconvinced of Halong's abilities were now completely impressed. However, soon, the vice captain brought more bad news. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the 4th line of defense at the northern fortress in the northeast has fallen. Where is Commander-in-Chief Halong? Commander Zhang asked hurriedly. He just arrived at the northeastern fortress. That's troublesome. The 4th line of defense at the northern fortress might not hold. Commander Zhang's face changed drastically. Losing 4 lines of defense in one day, this news would surely cause a huge drop in morale. As for the northeast, they had complete faith in Halong. With him there were no surprises. Vice Captain, where are the reinforcements? Ing Zheng asked calmly, unaffected by the crisis at the northern fortress. Commander-in-Chief, they take another 3 hours to arrive. I'm afraid it'd be too late. Commander-in-Chief, what do we do then? Wait! Ing Zheng answered crisply. Wait! Wait for reinforcements. Commander Zhang asked. No, wait for news from Commander-in-Chief Halong. Reinforcements arrive in 3 hours. The northern fortress can't wait that long. Ing Zheng's expression was grave. He could only hope that Halong could complete the mission quickly. Halong? Can he complete the mission? Commander Zhang remained skeptical. It wasn't that he had a problem with Halong, but given the current situation, the northeast could be held, but the north was in trouble, time was running out. I believe in him. Ing Zheng recalled the confident demeanor of Halong and Zhuge Liang in the projected meeting. The Eastern Orcs flagship. Report. The rear 3 layers of shield walls at the northeastern human fortress have been modified, only the central shield wall is completely closed. Halong's plan has been revealed, causing Tianhuahu to hesitate. After 2 consecutive heavy losses, he dares not act rashly. Human engineering masters? Quickly, The human engineering masters are heading to the northern fortress. Send 2 assassin warships to ambush them, kill them at all costs, and intercept all the human engineering masters so they don't have time to reinforce the northern fortress. Tianhuahu suddenly realized that the number of human fortress engineering masters was limited. They could only modify the fortresses one by one. Currently, the northeastern fortress has been completed, so the north is the only one that hasn't been modified, and Halong should be on his way there. Sending 2 warships, totaling 1,000 T4 class assassin warships, would be enough to leave Halong with no escape, unless they didn't want to go to the northern fortress. Yes. Subsequently, 1,000 T4 class assassin warships were deployed along the passage leading north. Unless Halong deterred, he would fall into the assassin warship army's ambush. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang had arrived in the north, bringing with him a large number of shields, enough to install half a 4th line of defense. Commander-in-Chief, I have other important matters to attend to, so I take my leave. Zhuge Liang reported to the northern commander-in-chief. Good, thank you, Chief Engineer and Mr. Zhuge, for the timely delivery of the shield wall. The northern fortress commander thanked Zhuge Liang, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. It's nothing, farewell. Zhuge Liang disconnected the projection conference, and then hurriedly departed in his space fortress. Eastern Human Command? Commander-in-Chief, the Commander-in-Chief just finished the defense of the northeast. The northern fortress might continue to wait. No news at the moment is the best news. Ingzheng calmly glanced at the various commanders, and replied indifferently. Report. Commander-in-Chief, good news. The rear 3 layers of the 4th line of defense at the northern fortress have been fitted with shield walls built by the chief engineer. The vice captain reported excitedly to Ingzheng. Good. Ingzheng, who had been calm all along, became excited and quickly checked the details. Unexpectedly, Halong had managed to temporarily hold the 4th line of defense for the 3 fortresses in this way. Why temporarily? Because even with shield walls, holding off the orcs for 3 days would be extremely difficult. Moreover, even a T3 shield wall could only hold for 2 hours. He didn't know how long Halong's shield walls could hold. The other commanders also showed joy. They hadn't expected Halong to actually complete the mission, temporarily stabilizing the 4th line of defense for the other 3 fortresses. Chapter 140. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian exchanged a glance, both unable to hide their shock. They hadn't realized Halong had grown to such a level. Truly, it transforms into a dragon when faced with adversity. Eastern Orc Flagship. Order all warship armies to launch a fierce attack. We must breach the 4th line of defense of the fortress within 2 hours. Tianhuahu, having received intelligence from all sides, angrily issued the order. However, while the 4 fortresses seemed to be holding them off, it was only temporary. In his view, these T2 shield walls wouldn't last 2 hours. Boom! Boom! As the attack began, Halong's rhinoceros shield wall stunned the orcs. It directly withstood the barrage of artillery fire from the T4 warships, making things difficult for the orcs. After all, failing to quickly shatter the shield wall meant giving it time to recharge. If the energy was replenished in time, the effectiveness of their attack would be reduced by at least tenfold. Upon hearing this news, Tianhuahu fell silent, his face terribly grim. Upon hearing this, Ingzheng and his men were immediately invigorated. This shield wall was incredibly powerful, its defensive capabilities comparable to a T3 shield wall, and its energy replenishment time was significantly reduced. Commander-in-Chief, what do we do next? These T2 shield walls should hold for 2.5 hours, said Commander Zhang, an experienced commander who had also discerned the T2 shield wall's condition from the projected report. Wait for news from the chief engineer, Ingzheng calmly replied, looking at the plan Hao Long had transmitted to him. Yes. Although Commander Zhang was unaware of the situation, he knew that Hao Long's plan for Ingzheng must contain a solution. Since Ingzheng hadn't spoken, he didn't press further. After the Gao Jing incident, no one dared to speak out, only he dared to raise questions. Skill, Sky Dragon, at the border between the north and northeast, Zhao Yun, piloting the true White Horse warship, suddenly attacked 7 T4 class Orc assassin warships. Boom boom boom. The 7 assassin warships couldn't withstand Zhao Yun's attack, and were instantly destroyed. This huge commotion attracted the attention of many assassin warships, who all chased after Zhao Yun. In space, an invisible T3 warship took the opportunity to sneak towards the northern orcs. Order all occupying forces to bombard with full force. Use all available skills. Today I will breach the fortress's 4th line of defense. Tianhuahu issued the order again. If the fortress had been equipped with these shield walls from the beginning, they wouldn't have inflicted such heavy casualties on the humans. But the current situation was very different. The human fortress's warships had suffered more than half their losses, and their counterattack capability was clearly insufficient. They would wear them down. Yes. Boom. Boom. All the warships began to focus their fire on the fortress, using various attack skills, shattering the human fortress's shield walls one after another. Human Eastern Fortress. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the orcs have unleashed a barrage of skills, launching a full-scale attack. The shield walls of all 4 fortresses have crumbled, forcing us to retreat again. The shield walls of the northern and eastern fortresses are down to 2 layers. Order all units to use their skills, and hold out for another 2 hours. Zheng issued the order in a firm voice. In 2 hours, the planet's 10 T4 warship armies and 30 T3 armies, totaling 130,000 warships, will arrive. Yes, sir. Where is Commander Haolong? Zheng inquired. Haolong disappeared after being refitted at the northeastern fortress, and Zheng was worried about his safety. Your subordinate is unaware. I have not received any reports from the Commander-in-Chief regarding his movements. Find him. Send out my pioneering warship army. They must find the Commander-in-Chief and bring him back safely. Zheng immediately ordered, even dispatching his own personal warship army group. No. Sending out the pioneering warship army will leave you, Commander-in-Chief, without warships for protection. If the orcs launch a sneak attack, how will you defend yourself? Commander Zhang hurriedly advised. My mind is made up. My life, Zheng's, is less important than Commander-in-Chief Haolong's. Send out the pioneering warship army. If I unfortunately perish, the fortress will be under the Commander-in-Chief's responsibility. I hope all commanders will cooperate. Zheng disregarded the objections, and solemnly gave the order. As for why he chose Haolong, Zheng had given it careful consideration. Firstly, Haolong's 2 plans had won him, and all the commanders' approval. Then, Haolong took over the fortress's renovation. Haolong knew how to maximize the fortress's defenses after the renovation, greatly delaying the orcs' attack and trapping them in the fortress's defensive quagmire, buying Zhao Tu enough time. Yes. After a brief silence, the commanders all accepted the order, acknowledging Zheng's arrangement. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian were the most shocked. When they arrived, Haolong had them as his leaders, but in less than 5 hours, Haolong had become the fortress's second-in-command. His status had changed too quickly. Northern Orc Flagship. Chief, the humans have already used defensive skills in large numbers. Are we to enter the fray? A black porcupine orc rubbed his claws and asked the chief of the northern occupying forces. Ever since he, the black porcupine, was assigned to the 3-tailed white fox's side, he had been looked down upon by the other orcs, who thought he had no future and could only protect the 3-tailed white fox. Today, he was going to use his skills to assassinate the human commander-in-chief of the northern fortress. His fame and fortune were about to be made. Prepare yourselves. I stay in the transport ship and await your return. A 3-tailed white fox's eyes gleamed, a cunning smile spreading across her face. This black hedgehog was an S-rank T4 assassin prepared for her by the cunning fox, responsible for her safety. Now, she was sending the black hedgehog out to assassinate the northern fortress commander-in-chief to gain merit and impress the other leaders, thus easing the burden of the cunning fox's special care. As for herself, she remained in the safest transport ship group, surrounded by orc warship armies, making it impossible for humans to infiltrate. Chief, we're ready. The black hedgehog replied excitedly. His assassin warship army had finally gotten its chance. All right, let's begin. The 3-tailed white fox nodded. Skill, time travel. Human Northern Command. Report. Commander-in-Chief, after using our skill, we pushed the orcs back to the middle section and reinstalled the new T2 shield walls. The shield walls built by the Commander-in-Chief are incredibly effective. The Vice Captain brought good news. This was indeed encouraging news. If they could accumulate strength and launch a counterattack every now and then take the opportunity to install new shield walls, they might be able to gradually push the orcs outwards. Even if they couldn't, they could at least hold them off. Order all warship groups to form defensive formations and accumulate strength. The Northern Commander-in-Chief excitedly stood up and gave the order. Yes. Before the Vice Captain could finish replying, the flagship's alarm sounded. A fleet of hedgehog-like warships appeared out of thin air in front of the flagship. Chapter 141. Quick, sound the alarm. Enemy attack. It turned out that the 3-tailed white fox had used her special skill to teleport one of Black Hedgehog's assassin warships to the Northern Commander-in-Chief's flagship. Skill, Dark Space. Black Hedgehog aimed at the Northern Commander-in-Chief's flagship, and with a spatial distortion, the 500-ship assassin fleet and the Northern Commander-in-Chief's flagship vanished. Damn it, the Commander-in-Chief has been ambushed. By the time the warships in the Northern Fortress reacted, the flagship had already disappeared without a trace. System using God-level reconnaissance skill. At the same time, Halong, who had infiltrated the Northern Orcs, used his skill again. Ding! Detection detected the Northern Orc chieftain, three-tailed white fox, currently located in the center of the transport ship. She has already used her time travel skill. Her strongest assassin warships have been dispatched to ambush the Northern commander. Below is the status of the warships surrounding the orcs. Looking at the series of reconnaissance reports, Halong immediately issued the order, 10 Phantom Mechs, deploy and infiltrate the transport ship group to attack the orc chieftain. Yes, sir. 10 Phantom Mechs were deployed, spreading out towards the transport ship, followed by 30 jamming machines, which had a significant purpose. Congratulations, chieftain. From the corner of my eye during the time travel, I saw that Commander Black Hedgehog's raid was a success. The human fortress commander is now easy prey. The vice captain hurriedly congratulated Three-Tailed White Fox. If their northern occupation army was the first to break through the human fortress, their status would naturally rise, and they would reap substantial rewards. Then let's take advantage of the enemy's confusion and break through the fifth line of defense of the fortress in one fell swoop, and completely occupy the entire northern fortress. Hearing the good words, the Three-Tailed White Fox did not lose its way, but instead wanted to press the attack and completely destroy the human fortress. After speaking, she wanted to continue giving orders, order all warships. Fire! Halong, piloting the Phantom warship, seized the opportunity and ordered the gun turrets. Yes! Boom! One 4,800mm main gun fired, and 16 3,350mm electromagnetic railguns opened fire. Ding! High-level alarm, close-range main gun attack. The sudden alarm interrupted the Three-Tailed White Fox's orders, and under her terrified gaze, 9 railguns struck the flagship. Boom! The flagship shield shattered instantly, but thankfully the hull remained undamaged, allowing the Three-Tailed White Fox to relax slightly. Ding! Alarm, 10 enemy T3 mechs are attacking. The flagship system beeped again, and the Three-Tailed White Fox, who had just relaxed, was once again filled with anxiety. Panic gripped her heart, and she immediately issued an order, quickly, send the T4 battleship fleet to protect me. The skill she had just used wasn't without its cost, it consumed the entire battleship fleet's energy. Boom! Boom! 10 Phantom Mechs unleashed a barrage of attacks on the Three-Tailed White Fox's flagship. The surrounding orc warships dared not attack recklessly, lest they accidentally injure the flagship and cause further trouble. However, they also dispatched mech groups to try and entangle the Phantom Mechs, but the effect was less than ideal. The Phantom Mech's stealth capabilities often caused the mechs to miss their targets, while the flagship was repeatedly struck. Quickly, have those transport ships withdraw. Have the T4 battleship send more mech groups to escort us. The Three-Tailed White Fox urgently added another order. Whoosh! Whoosh! 30 jamming aircraft appeared, beginning to interfere with the surrounding transport ships, forcing them to remain in place to block the arriving orc warships. Order the warships to go full speed ahead and ram the transport ship to rescue the leader. All mechs move out. The orc army leaders mobilize their warships for the rescue. The Three-Tailed White Fox cannot be harmed, or they will be in trouble. The Heavenly Fox will not let them off the hook. Mech weapon skill. Heavy cannon sword. Suddenly Halong, piloting the transformed Super Phoenix Flame Mech, descended from the sky, his Aurora blazing sword brimming with powerful energy, slashing fiercely at the Three-Tailed White Fox's flagship. Boom! A hole was cleaved through the flagship's hull, and Halong, without hesitation, went straight through. Quickly, all warships charge. Mechs move out. Protect the Supreme Leader. The other army leaders panicked, hastily issuing their orders. Bang! Bang! The surrounding warships surged into the center of the transport ship, crowding it into a single formation. In the sky, countless orc mechs flew in, densely arrayed in the air, surrounding the Phantom Mech and advancing towards the flagship. Unlike the orc mech's defensive formation, the Phantom Mechs unleashed their full firepower, eliminating any fear of friendly fire. Soon, the orc warships were densely packed together, completely blocking the surrounding area. The approaching mechs successfully intercepted the Phantom Mechs, continuously shrinking their space. Their destruction was only a matter of time. Halong, piloting the Phoenix Flame Mech, would also find it difficult to escape this tight encirclement. Although the encirclement was successful, the leaders of the orc warship army showed no joy. Instead, they all ordered, quickly, send elite mechs into the flagship to protect the Commander-in-Chief. If anything happened to the Commander-in-Chief, even killing Halong wouldn't save their own fate. Yes. As the orc mechs approached the flagship, a sudden boom. Another hole was torn in the flagship, and a Phoenix Flame mech hurtled out. Boom. Boom. At that moment, 10 Phantom mechs also self-destructed in succession, blasting a path for Halong. Quick, seal the gap. We absolutely cannot let that mech escape. The orc leader reacted quickly, immediately ordering the mech swarm to block Halong's path. Cruise mode. Halong's Phoenix Flame mech transformed, activating cruise mode, its main cannon barrel turning backward. Boom! Using the powerful thrust of its main cannon, the Phoenix Flame mech's speed instantly surged, quickly reaching the encirclement point. Seeing the gap almost sealed, Halong unhesitatingly brandished his Aurora Flame sword. Mech weapon technique, heavy cannon sword. With its formidable speed, the Phoenix Flame mech transformed into a long sword beam in space, slicing through dozens of mechs, breaking through the orc mech's encirclement, and soaring away. Boom! 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 Only after Halong broke through did the explosions echo from the severed mechs. Order all warships, mechs, focus fire. Take down this mech. The orc army leader commanded. Whoosh! Halong piloted the Phoenix Flame mech, frantically fleeing, pursued by a barrage of artillery fire. Boom! Boom! But soon, he received a message and issued an emergency order to cease fire. What? Stop the attack. Be careful not to accidentally injure the Commander-in-Chief. It turned out they had discovered that Halong had captured the Northern Commander-in-Chief, the three-tailed white fox. Chapter 142. As the artillery fire ceased, Halong sped away, instantly disappearing from the densely packed area of orc warships. Chase him. The army commander sighed, issuing a largely ineffective order, as their mechs were unlikely to keep up with Halong's Phoenix Flame mech. Miss White Fox, let me show you the price of invading our human fortress. Having escaped a sufficient distance, Halong transformed back into the Phantom warship, a T4 grade contract heart still in his hand, and spoke to the bound three-tailed white fox beside him. What are you going to do? The three-tailed white fox struggled, looking at Halong in terror, thinking he was going to do something to her. Don't worry, I have no interest in you. The price I want you to pay is this. Halong casually drew a circle in the virtual projection, encompassing the 4 T4 army groups and transport ships currently crowded together. Skill: Heavy Cannon Skybreaker. After using the skill, Halong locked onto the flagship in the center of the densely packed warships. This was Halong's objective: to weaken the Northern Orcish fleet as much as possible, in addition to the orc leader. As Halong's skill activated, the heavy artillery of the northern fortress instantly absorbed the fortress's energy supply, directly connecting with the Phantom warship piloted by Halong. The intense connection light illuminated the entire sky above the fortress. What? You? The three-tailed white fox was filled with terror. Ding! Destruction alert. Enemy warship detected. Destroy it immediately. Ding! Destruction. All the affected orc warships heard the destruction alarm from their systems. Fire! Halong pressed the fire button. No. A deafening roar. The intense light from the heavy cannon's explosion was so powerful that even the T3 class Phantom warship couldn't withstand it, plunging the three-tailed white fox into despair. Boom! A massive explosion connected and detonated the entire densely packed transport ship and the T4 warship army that had rushed in. Human Eastern Command. Report. The Northern Fortress Commander-in-Chief was abducted and killed by an orc using a skill. What? Commander Zhang and the others were greatly shocked. The death of the Northern Fortress Commander-in-Chief during the orcs' massive offensive was a devastating blow. Order: the Northern Fortress is to be. Zhang remained calm. He was somewhat prepared for the attack on the fortress branch commander, as they had all been at the forefront of the battle. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Commander-in-Chief. He launched a sneak attack on the north. The newcomer was too excited, too overjoyed to speak. What's wrong? Speak slowly. Zhang looked at the newcomer seriously. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian grew tense, fearing something might have happened to Halong. Yes, it was the Commander-in-Chief who risked his life to infiltrate the Orcish army, and then used the fortress's heavy artillery to bombard the Northern Occupation Army's flagship. The man quickly reorganized his report before excitedly stating it. What? This time, Zhang also stood up excitedly. It's true. This bombardment of the Orcish flagship triggered a chain reaction of explosions, directly destroying the orcs' northern transport ships, the 4 T4 warship armies that went to their rescue, and even the entire Northern Commander's army. This time, the man spoke more fluently, recounting Halong's heroic feat. "And where is the Commander-in-Chief?" Ing Zheng quickly inquired. "The orcs' devastating losses can be gradually absorbed. The most important thing now is Halong's safety. After all, Halong is too important. If he can come a few more times, what is there to fear from the orc invasion? Your subordinate doesn't know, only that the orc warship army is currently running around haphazardly, seemingly chasing and searching for something. There are also some T4 army groups withdrawing. They are resolutely heading directly towards the fortress at high speed. Order: the Deputy Commander-in-Chief will take over command of the Northern Fortress. Launch a full-scale counterattack to avenge the Northern Commander-in-Chief, and spare no effort to find and rescue the Commander-in-Chief." Ing Zheng knew that Halong could not be lost. Currently, chaos is evident among the orcs, with even mass exodus from the fortress. He bet the orcs' morale is completely shattered. Perhaps Halong's attack didn't just take down the Northern Orc leader. Some of the highest-ranking members were also among them, which caused the orcs to fall into disarray. "Yes, sir." Eastern Orc Headquarters. Report. Chieftain, the Northern Chieftain's flagship was bombarded by the human fortress's heavy artillery, causing a secondary explosion. 5 T4 warship armies, and all the Northern transport ships are destroyed. What? Tianhuahu was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He could ignore the losses of the other orcs, but the three-tailed white fox was his lover. Their wedding day was supposed to be after they captured the human fortress, but now? What's the situation over there? Tianhuahu stood up again and asked the vice-captain. 5 T4 armies perished in the heavy artillery fire. The remaining 4 armies are pursuing the infiltrated enemy. Some T4 warships have also escaped. Tell them to cease pursuit. The 1st Army Group of the Bullhorn will temporarily assume command, stabilize the current situation, and prevent a human counterattack. Tianhuahu gritted his teeth, suppressing his grief. He wanted revenge, but he had to stabilize the Orcish occupying forces at the Northern Fortress. "Yes, sir." The flagship of the human Deputy Commander-in-Chief at the Northern Fortress. Order all warship armies to launch a fierce attack to avenge the Commander-in-Chief and our heroic Commander-in-Chief Halong, who is rescuing us. Upon receiving Ing Zheng's order, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Fortress immediately organized a counterattack. At this time, the North still had 3 T4 warship armies and 10 T3 warship armies remaining, totaling 40,000 warships. Avenge the Commander-in-Chief. Fire! Rescue the Commander-in-Chief. Fire! The warship armies of the human fortress erupted with the fury of revenge, fueled by the humiliation of previous retreats, forcing the orcs to retreat repeatedly until they were driven out of the 4th line of defense. Halong also emerged, piloting his morph space fortress. "Commander-in-Chief, it's so good you're alright." The Northern Commander-in-Chief, upon receiving the report that Halong had been found, immediately projected his message to him. "Commander-in-Chief, thank you for your concern, I'm fine," Halong replied politely, omitting the deputy title. "Commander-in-Chief, the orcs have retreated to the 3rd line of defense, but they soon be returning. What should we do?" The Northern Deputy Commander-in-Chief humbly inquired of Halong. Although he hadn't received orders to obey Halong, he wasn't stupid. Halong's abilities and strength were undeniable. It would be foolish for him not to seize the opportunity. This is the new fortress layout. Once constructed, they can support each other and better withstand enemy ship attacks. Quickly have the shield walls installed. I refit the fortress's heavy artillery. It will be ready for battle soon. Halong transmitted the temporary shield wall layout to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 143. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. The Deputy Commander-in-Chief was excited. He hadn't expected Halong to actually have a plan. At this moment, he was completely convinced of Halong's abilities. With a brand new fortress layout map, and the Northern Orcs already severely weakened, Halong had successfully defended the Northern Fortress, making his becoming the next branch Commander-in-Chief a certainty. Eastern Human Command. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Northeast Commander-in-Chief has sent an urgent alert. No reinforcements. The 4th line of defense will fall in 30 minutes. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Southeast Commander-in-Chief has sent an urgent alert. No reinforcements. The 4th line of defense will fall in 30 minutes. 2 consecutive pieces of bad news made Ing Zheng's face grim. Report. The Northern Commander-in-Chief has sent a message. They have driven the orcs back to the 3rd line of defense. Furthermore, the Commander-in-Chief has been found, and the 4th line of defense has been redeployed. Good. Hearing that Halong was alright, Ing Zheng finally relaxed. Gentlemen, the Northeast and Southeast are in dire straits. What should we do? Ing Zheng asked the other commanders. The commanders present remained silent. After all, even the most skilled cook can't cook without ingredients. All 4 fortresses were without reserve warships. Where would they get reinforcements? Commander-in-Chief, if all else fails, we can only retreat to the 5th line of defense and preserve our strength. Commander Zhang, after much deliberation, finally offered an answer. I agree with Commander Zhang. I agree too. The other commanders nodded in agreement. After all, this was the safest approach and the only option at present. They had been discussing for 15 minutes without finding any other solutions. Zhang could only nod in approval. All right, let them hold out for another 10 minutes. If necessary, withdraw from the 4th line of defense. Eastern Orc Flagship. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the southeast and northeast are attacking fiercely as ordered. The 4th line of defense is about to be captured. Let them continue their relentless attack. Anyone who fails to capture the 4th line of defense within 20 minutes will die. Tianhua issued a cruel order. He was bloodthirsty. Anyone who dared to disobey, even the branch commander-in-chief, would be executed. Yes, sir. Boom. Boom. With the orcs' increasingly fierce attack, the northeast and southeast could no longer hold out. Commander, order a retreat to the 5th line of defense. The enemy is attacking relentlessly. The 4th line of defense has fallen. The vice-captain reported to the commander-in-chief of the southeast. Commander, retreat to the 5th line of defense. The last shield wall is about to crumble. The vice-captain reported to the commander-in-chief of the northeast. The northeast and southeast simultaneously collapsed. Quickly, report to the commander-in-chief. We need to evacuate the 4th line of defense. Eastern Human Command. Report. Commander-in-chief, urgent telegrams from the southeast and northeast. They request to evacuate the 4th line of defense. The vice-captain reported to Zhang, projecting the battle situation in the northeast and southeast. Pass on my order. The southeast and northeast, to protect their forces, evacuate the 4th line of defense. Zhang nodded calmly. What was coming was bound to happen sooner or later. Report. Commander-in-Chief, planetary reinforcements have arrived. Quickly, immediately begin a new projection conference. Also, inform the Northeast Fortress and the Southeast Fortress that reinforcements are arriving soon. Continue to hold the 4th line of defense. Zhang had no time to be surprised by the planetary reinforcements' rapid arrival. He immediately instructed the vice-captain to begin a projection conference only between himself and the planetary reinforcements. Yes, sir. Commander-in-Chief, the 1st Army Group of Blue Star, the 10th Army Group reporting for duty. During the projection conference, the commander of the 1st Army Group of Blue Star reported to Zhang. The situation is urgent. I now order the 6th and 7th Army Groups of Blue Star to reinforce the Northeast Fortress. Order the 8th and 9th Army Groups of Blue Star to reinforce the Southeast Fortress. Order the 10th Army Group of Blue Star to reinforce the Eastern Fortress. Yes, sir. The 5 commanders responded hastily. Northeast of the human race. Commander-in-Chief, what do we do? The shield wall can't hold. The vice-captain asked the commander-in-chief of the northeast. Has the reinforcements the commander-in-chief mentioned not arrived yet? The commander-in-chief of the northeast asked. No. Continue to hold the line. Without the commander-in-chief's order, anyone who dares to retreat even half a step will be court-martialed. The commander-in-chief of the northeast issued a stern order. Without Zhang's order, he would not withdraw from the 4th line of defense, even if the entire army was wiped out. Southeastern Human Race. Order, all warship armies in the southeast continue to hold their ground. No one is to withdraw from the 4th line of defense without the commander-in-chief's order. The southeastern commander-in-chief also issued the order. Since Zhang said reinforcements would arrive soon, the northeastern and southeastern forces gritted their teeth and held on. Boom! Boom! After this round of bombardment, the remaining shield walls were riddled with large cracks, unable to withstand another round of orc bombardment. Quickly, another round of concentrated fire. The 4th line of defense of the human fortress will be ours. The orc leader shouted excitedly. For their own lives, they desperately carried out Tianhua's orders. Fire! Boom! 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 Suddenly, the orc warships were hit by artillery fire. The 6th and 7th Army Groups of Blue Star arrived at the northeastern fortress, bringing with them 20 T3 warship armies and nearly 70,000 T3 warships. They immediately launched a fierce artillery barrage, catching the orcs off guard and forcing them to retreat. Quickly, reinstall the 3 layers of shield walls. The northeastern fortress finally had a chance to catch its breath. Yes, sir. With the third to last layer of shield walls installed, the northeastern fortress regained its footing. The situation was similar in the southeast. The orcs' fierce attack was met with a head-on blow by the reinforcements, forcing them to retreat as well. The southeastern fortress took the opportunity to deploy shield walls. Seeing the situation stabilize in the southeast and northeast, Ingzheng secretly transferred the 1st-5th Army Group of Blue Star to Zhao Tuo's command, and ordered Zhao Tuo to depart. Immediately, Zhao Tuo led 9 warship armies, nearly 30,000 T4 main warships, and secretly set off towards the orc fortress. Tell me, why did the planetary reinforcements suddenly speed up? Didn't they say they had no way to get here quickly? Now that he had a moment to spare, Ingzheng asked the vice-captain. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, it was the commander-in-chief's strategist who went to meet the planetary reinforcements. Strategist Zhuge? Yes, after handing over the shield wall to the northern fortress, strategist Zhuge immediately went to the reinforcements and quickly led them here. Hearing that it was Haolong's doing again, Ingzheng and the other commanders fell silent. Truly flawless planning. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian exchanged bewildered glances. Well, he's become a true dragon. Commander, we're back. At this moment, Zhuge Liang, leading Zhao Yun, Huang Yuing, and 5 T4 class orc warships, arrived at the northern fortress. You did a very good job this time. Thank you for your hard work. Haolong smiled and nodded. Chapter 144. We didn't suffer much, but the commander-in-chief accomplished something truly remarkable. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, increasingly admiring Haolong, whose strategy surpassed even his own. The commander-in-chief's risky actions put me, Zhao Yun, to shame. Zhao Yun prided himself on his courage, but compared to Haolong, he seemed far inferior. His own fighting style was one of relentless charging and slaughter. While he could take down an enemy flagship from among thousands, he could hardly achieve Haolong's effect. Brother Haolong, don't be too reckless next time. I promise Sister Zhilan and the others I keep a close eye on you, the little girl Huang Yuing said with concern. All right, there won't be a next time, Haolong quickly replied, knowing this little girl was not to be trifled with. Commander-in-Chief, our deployment is complete. Please give your instructions. The Deputy Commander-in-Chief arrived with a group of commanders to report to Haolong. His tone clearly indicated that command of the northern fortress had been handed over to Haolong. The other commanders were merely somewhat surprised that the Deputy Commander-in-Chief had relinquished authority so easily, but no one dared to object. After all, Haolong's achievements speak for themselves. He only been at the fortress for a few hours, yet he already made indelible contributions. Who would dare disagree? Currently, the orcs are resting at the third line of defense. If I were to order you to lead your elite troops in a fierce attack to drive the orcs out of the third line, would you be willing to accept the order? Haolong calmly stated his thoughts. He preferred offense to defense, especially now. My Northern 1st Warship Army Group is willing to accept the Commander-in-Chief's order, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief said, initially surprised, then nodding. We are also willing to accept the order, the other commanders chimed in. Since the Deputy Commander-in-Chief was willing, they naturally were too. Thank you for your trust, commanders. I order, the 1st Army Group, the 2nd Army Group, the 5th Army Group of the Northern Fortress, immediately dispatch elite warships to launch a fierce attack on the orc flagship. The remaining warships will serve as reserves, ready to provide support at any time. Haolong, in the virtual projection, drew 5 points, simultaneously attacking the orc flagship's position. Yes, sir. Fire. Warships, advance. The 1st Army Group Commander. Fire. Warships, charge. The 2nd Army Group Commander. The 5th Army Group Commander. Boom. Boom. Countless cannon fire bombarded the warships at the forefront of the orc flagship. The war at the northern fortress reignited. The new orc leader, still resting and recuperating, was both shocked and enraged. Shocked because he feared a human sneak attack, enraged because the humans were too arrogant. He still possessed 60,000 warships, no less than the humans, yet they dared to act this way, truly considering them incompetent. Quickly, all warships counterattack. The orcs then began their counterattack in army groups. Human Eastern Flagship. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Northern Fortress has launched a counterattack. Whose order? Ingzheng's expression turned grave, and he asked in a stern voice. Without his order, who would dare launch an attack so easily? It's the order from the Commander-in-Chief. Who? Ingzheng thought he had misheard. Haolong's command authority only extended to the fortress's modifications and the use of its heavy artillery. It's the order from Commander-in-Chief Haolong, a full-scale counterattack in the north. The vice-captain answered with absolute certainty again, projecting Haolong's order. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian looked slightly worried after seeing it. Haolong had made a mistake. He should have reported it and awaited the Commander-in-Chief's orders. Where are the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Fortress? They actually agreed without reporting? Commander Zhang inquired. The Deputy Commander-in-Chief is directing the Warship Army Group's attack on the Orc flagship. There's no sign of any feedback. Order, the Northern Fortress is under the command of... Ingzheng suddenly shouted, startling everyone. Commander-in-Chief. Everyone was shocked. Changing commanders on the eve of battle was a major taboo. Do you have any questions? Seeing everyone's reaction, Ingzheng asked authoritatively. No. The commanders quickly shook their heads. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian exchanged glances, and finally decided to wait and see. Order. The counterattack at the Northern Fortress will be entirely under the command of Commander-in-Chief Hao Long, with the Deputy Commander-in-Chief providing full assistance. Ingzheng's decision to delegate authority shocked everyone present, meaning, how the Northern Fortress is fought is up to Hao Long. No further instructions are needed. Of course, reporting is still required. Although Hao Long's sudden counterattack seemed illogical, Ingzheng didn't bring it up again, showing that he trusted Hao Long. Since the commanders of the various groups in the Northern Fortress obeyed his orders, that was for the best. However, he still needed to see the results to give the commanders an explanation. Yes. The vice captain, like the other commanders, was initially stunned, then quickly responded. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian both breathed a sigh of relief. Northern Human Fortress. Seeing that most of the Orc warships had already moved, Hao Long pointed to the liaison point adjacent to the north and northeast. Order all fortress heavy artillery to prepare, target here. It seemed he had planned this all along, having the Northern Army Group launch a fierce attack to draw all the Orc firepower, making it easier for him to act. Yes. Report. Fortress heavy artillery locked onto the target, ready to fire at any time. The heavy artillery's positions were quickly adjusted, and Zhuge Liang reported. Good. Pass on my order. Fortress heavy artillery fire. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. 28 fortress heavy artillery cannons fired, emitting a deafening roar, and a blinding white light flashed across the sky. Ding, destruction alarm. Ding, destruction alarm. A series of destruction alarms sounded on the Orc warships, but the alarms had barely sounded before the shells arrived. Boom! Boom! Where the heavy artillery passed, warship fragments littered the ground. More than 50 Orc warships were directly destroyed, most of them T-4 warships. Order the Vulcan battleship formation to set sail, and annihilate the Orcs at this stronghold. Yes! Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, and Huang Guiying. 2 space fortresses led the way, followed by the Heavy Hammer Industrial and True White Horse battleships. Hao Long, aboard the industrial ship, commanded, release the Divine Speed Thunderships. Divine Speed Thundership, Hao Long's improved version and ultra-small self-destruct warship, capable of briefly reaching the speed of a T-4 class 4-star cruiser, carrying 20 cruise bombs, with an explosive yield equivalent to a T-4 main gun. This was the Divine Speed Thundership crafting technology purchased from the T-1 class system shop. Its crafting price was extremely low, and Hao Long immediately took a liking to it, hence its use here. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. Each of the 2 space fortresses launched 240 Divine Speed Thunderships, and the industrial ship launched 40, for a total of 520 Divine Speed Thunderships, which hurtled towards their respective targets at incredible speeds. Meanwhile, Hao Long, aboard the industrial ship, wasn't idle either, continuing to build batches of Divine Speed Thunderships, with materials being transported in bulk from Li Bai's space fortress. Once these Divine Speed Thunderships were completed, they would be automatically programmed to navigate and dock inside 2 space fortress ships, ready for use in the next wave of Thundership assaults. Chapter 145. Quickly, open all artillery fire to intercept. The Orc army leader was greatly alarmed. These lightning-fast flying men-assailants were incredibly fast and extremely small, making interception extremely difficult. Although he didn't know the purpose of these warships, keeping them at bay was the best course of action. Countless medium-range missiles and close-in weapon systems bombarded the front, attempting to intercept the lightning-fast flying men-assailants. Boom! 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 Due to the sheer volume of intercepting fire, some of the lightning-fast flying men-assailants were still hit, causing massive explosions. The Orc leader, seeing the enormous explosive yield, was also frightened and urgently ordered, quickly, open fire with all artillery to intercept them. These lightning-fast flying men-assailants were certainly not simple. After Hao Long built them, he further enhanced them. The explosive yield of 5 flying men-assailants could directly destroy a T-4 warship, even with shields. As for T-3 class warships, 1 lightning-fast flying men-assailant was enough, it would definitely severely damage them. If that wasn't enough, then another one would be added. Whoosh! 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 Although some of the divine speed thunderships were destroyed, many more failed to be intercepted. Their speed remained undiminished, and they rapidly sped out of the blast zone, hurtling towards their locked targets. What? No! The orc chieftain was initially shocked, but this was quickly replaced by terror, as the divine speed thunderships darted erratically through the fleet, closing in on his flagship in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! Over 80 more of the orc's T4 warships were destroyed, including the orc chieftain's flagship. Continue deploying all the divine speed thunderships, Halong ordered again, having already built over 520 more. Yes! Zhuge Liang and his men were shocked by Halong's construction speed, completely bewildered. Their response was simple, showing a lack of focus. Fortunately, they weren't operators of the divine thunderships, they only needed to issue orders. Whoosh! 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 Another 520 divine thunderships launched themselves, terrifying the orcs. The T4 class flagship had been destroyed, and without command, they were even more chaotic, their intercepting fire showing many gaps. Boom! Boom! After passing through the intercepting fire, numerous divine thunderships crossed the interception zone. Whoosh! 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 No! Boom! Boom! Send out all divine thunderships again, Halong ordered once more. Yes! Zhuge Liang and his men were numb. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing another 500+ divine thunderships, the orcs panicked. The foremost orc warships scurried in other directions. They dared not remain and risk being bombed. After all, Halong hadn't even entered their main gun range, yet they were already being relentlessly bombarded. Don't panic. Quickly, send out fighters to intercept those suicide ships. A T3 leader ordered. Yes, sir. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Boom! Numerous fighter jets and mechs intercepted the divine speed thunderships, their interception fire flying everywhere, but with little effect. The divine speed thunderships were simply too fast. Whoosh! 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 The divine speed thunderships continued their assault on the orc warships, the explosive power of which they would never forget. Even in the central main battlefield, the combined losses of both sides didn't compare to the horrors of this situation. Boom! Boom! More than 80 warships were destroyed again, mostly T4 warships. Report. Chief Commander, the enemy used suicide ships at the Northeast Liaison Office. Within 20 minutes, 1,000 warships were destroyed, including an entire T4 warship fleet. The area is in chaos and unable to resist. Requesting urgent support. The Vice Captain hurriedly reported to the Northern Chief Commander. What? 500 T4 warships couldn't hold out for 20 minutes. The orc chieftain was shocked. What was going on? Since the start of the war, he had only destroyed a little over 100 human T3 warships, and had lost 80 of his own. How could they have lost 1,000 warships so quickly, half of them T4 class? Send the 4 nearest T4 warship fleets to provide support. They must hold them off for 2 hours. The Northern Chief Commander knew the humans in the north would soon retreat to the 4th line of defense. The best course of action was to stall Halong and his forces. Yes! Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! 520 divine speed thunderships relentlessly pursued the orc T3 warships, exploding in chaos. The orc warships were in complete disarray. This time, the targets were T3 warships. A single divine speed thundership could destroy one, filling the other orc warships with terror and despair. Vulcan warship formation, proceed. Recapture the rear of the 3rd line of defense. The 10th Northern Guard Army Group will follow. Yes! 2 space fortresses led the way, followed by industrial ships and true White Horse warships, with 3,000 T3 warships bringing up the rear. Seeing Halong's space fortresses finally appear, some orc T3 warships chose to fire. Boom! Boom! Seeing the shields only ripple slightly, the orcs who had been firing trembled with fear. Hard. Incredibly hard. This shield is incredibly tough. Although the space fortress ship is only T1 class, its protective shield is even stronger than that of a T4 class ship. Combined with its passive skill, its defensive capabilities are elevated to another level. Command, Space Fortress, fire. Halong issued the order while using the system to create batches of divine speed thunderships. Yes! The 2 Space Fortress ships then displayed their true power. At the bow of the 2 Space Fortress ships, 8 heavy fortress cannons fired. Boom! Boom! The sound was deafening. A single shot could take down 3 T3 warships, mainly because the orc warships were too scattered. The 12 4,500mm Fortress main cannons also fired in succession. For a T3 class warship, 2 shots were enough to take it down, and more than 40 Fortress warship cannons supplemented the firepower. The orcs were even more confused. How could they fight? They couldn't break through the enemy's shields, and their own shielded warships were being destroyed in a single hit. This terrified the orcs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although the orcs were terrified, Zhuge Liang and Howling showed no mercy. 600 super missiles launched into the sky, their power no less than that of the fortress's heavy artillery. 5 missiles locked onto the same target. Fire! Intercept those missiles! Seeing the 600 super missiles, some orcs, barely suppressing their fear, ordered their warships to fire and intercept. But most orc warships fled for their lives, their confidence had crumbled, utterly destroyed. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed from space. The 600 super missiles easily penetrated the orcs' weak anti-aircraft fire, landing on their warships. Ah! Boom! Boom! The continuous missile bombardment resulted in the orcs losing over 100 more warships. Chapter 146. The most terrifying flying thunderships reappeared, 520 of them flying in unison, accelerating at full speed towards the orc warships. This time, they were utterly routed, fleeing in all directions. Boom! Boom! The flying thunderships quickly caught up with the retreating T3 orc warships. Howlong, leading the Vulcan warship squadron, escorted the 10th Army Group to successfully recapture the rear of the third line of defense. Howlong then ordered Huang Yueying to reinstall the shield wall on the industrial ship. Ding! Alarm! Orc reinforcements are approaching. The reconnaissance projection showed 4 orc warship armies, totaling 2,000 T4 warships, along with 10,000 T3 warships, rushing towards them. Their force appeared immense. Deploy all the Divine Speed Thunderships to intercept those reinforcements. The 10th Army Group to immediately form a defensive formation and counterattack using the shield wall. Yes, sir! Zhuge Liang. Yes, sir! Commander of the 10th Army Group. Although the orcs were overwhelmingly powerful, Howlong and his men remained calm. Whoosh! 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 More than 520 Divine Speed Thunderships set off, swiftly traversing the vast expanse of space. Quickly, fire to intercept. The orcs' T4 level leader had received the projection, and knew the power of these Divine Speed Thunderships. Naturally, he dared not let them get close. Countless cannon fire intercepted the Divine Speed Thunderships as they sailed. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yet half of the Divine Speed Thunderships were not intercepted. They bypassed the anti-aircraft fire zone, quickly darting into the orc warships, and heading directly towards the orc flagship. No! The orc leader never expected that the swift thundership would swarm through the army like a swarm of wasps, just to take his head. Boom! Boom! 8 Divine Speed Thunderships destroyed 1 orc flagship. In moments, the 4 orc T4 class warship fleets were left without a flagship, and nearly 30 other warships were lost. Keep going. Our guests seemed dissatisfied with this gift. Deploy more Divine Speed Thunderships. Materials were continuously being transported from the rear, allowing Howlong to continuously build Divine Speed Thunderships. However, it was extremely expensive. Each batch of Divine Speed Thunderships, including construction and enhancement, cost over 140 million. Fortunately, Howlong's gains were also considerable. At the rear of the third line of defense, the cruiser mechs conducted a thorough search, finding 3 damaged T4 class and 12 T3 class contract hearts. This was a technique Howlong and Zhuge Liang had tested in the virtual combat space, destroying enemy warships while minimizing damage to contract hearts, thus maximizing the harvest of contract hearts. Whoosh! Whoosh! 520 swift flying thunderships set off again. The orc reinforcements were still in disarray. No single warship could command them effectively. Fire! Some orcs opened fire to intercept. Report to the Grand Commander, requesting reinforcements. Some orcs reported to the Northern Commander, requesting reinforcements. Report. Grand Commander, the warship group supporting the Northeast Liaison Office requests reinforcements. Their flagships have all been destroyed, and all the warships at the original Liaison Office have collapsed, essentially annihilated. The deputy captain of the Northern Occupation Army reported to the orc leader. What? The orc leader jumped in shock. How long had it been? According to the distance, the supporting warship group should have just arrived, and they had already lost all their flagships. How could they possibly fight this battle? What kind of suicide warships are these? How can T1 class ships be so powerful, and there are so many of them? Not only are there many, but they're also incredibly fast. We can't intercept them at all. Upon seeing the battle report, the orc chieftain bombarded him with a series of questions. The orcs also had suicide warships T3 class, but in smaller numbers and easily intercepted, so they rarely used them in regular battles, usually for ambushes and surprise attacks. But now, what was he seeing? Suicide warships were also engaged in direct combat, and they were driving them to the brink of collapse. Chieftain, what do we do? The vice captain couldn't help but ask. Any later, and the supporting fleet would be swallowed up by Haolong. Withdraw from the third line of defense, retreat to the second line, report to the commander-in-chief, and request support from the northeastern occupying forces. The northern commander-in-chief also knew that he was currently unable to hold out. His T4 main force army consisted of only his 2,000-odd ships. The rest had been reduced to dust. Yes, sir. Eastern Human Headquarters. Report. Commander-in-chief, an emergency at the northeast fortress. The orcs have amassed their main army group for a fierce attack. Our northeast fortress army group is unable to withstand them. Please make a decision, Commander-in-chief. The deputy captain reported to Ing Zheng. Currently, the orcs at the northeast fortress have changed their strategy, concentrating their main force for a fierce attack, making it difficult for the northeast to defend. The newly installed penultimate layer of the shield wall has been breached again, forcing them to retreat to the last layer of the shield wall. What methods do you have to resolve the problem at the northeast fortress? Ing Zheng asked the other commanders. The other commanders fell silent for a moment. What methods could they have? The eastern fortress could only barely defend itself. Where would reinforcements come from? Eastern Orc flagship. Report. Commander-in-chief, the northeastern occupying forces have successfully counterattacked and recaptured the penultimate shield of the fourth line of defense. We believe we will soon completely breach the fortress's fourth line of defense. The vice captain reported the good news to Tianhua. Issue the order. Whoever breaks through the fourth line of defense first will be the vice commander-in-chief of the occupying forces, and will have priority in selecting resources after the battle. Tianhua said expressionlessly. He might have smiled slightly before, but now it was different. Even if he captured the entire fortress, he would still lose. Yes. The vice captain immediately relayed the order. He dared not linger. A moment later, the vice captain appeared again hurriedly. Report. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the northern occupying forces request reinforcements. Play the projection. Tianhua asked calmly, but only he could feel the deep sorrow in his eyes. He realized how painful it was to lose her. At this moment, he wished he had never started this war. The projection showed Haolong's swift flying thunderships relentlessly chasing and self-destructing the orcs. The northern orc occupation force suffered a crushing defeat, with the T4 main army group suffering heavy losses, leaving only one army group capable of combat. Order the northeast to dispatch 3 T4 armies and 10 T3 armies, totaling 40,000 warships, to annihilate the human warships at the liaison office. Execute immediately. Those who disobey will be executed. Tianhua coldly issued the order. He was worried that the northeast chieftain, for the sake of personal gain, would disregard his orders, hence the final sentence. Of course, he also knew that such a forceful order was unfair to the northeast chieftain, who had almost achieved great merit, but he had to issue the order, and the northeast chieftain had to obey. Yes. Chapter 147. Ignoring the varying expressions of the leaders, Tianhua continued issuing orders. Order the 33rd, 34th, and 35th Army groups of the Eastern Occupation Army, with 10 T3 warship groups totaling 40,000 warships, to depart and support the Northeast, under the command of the Northeast Commander. Yes, sir. At the Eastern Human Fortress, Ing Zheng and his men were still discussing feasible methods to support the Northeast Fortress. Report. Commander-in-Chief, a great victory at the Northern Fortress. The orcs have been severely damaged, and the third line of defense has been driven out. Currently, the Northern Orcs only have 3 T4 warship groups and 40,000 T3 warships left. The vice captain excitedly reported to Ing Zheng. What? The Northern Fortress really recaptured the third line of defense? And severely damaged the Orcish Northern Occupation Army? Commander Zhang was initially astonished, then quickly confirmed. This was simply too shocking. The other 3 fortress divisions had been steadily retreating, yet the Northern Fortress had launched a counterattack, recapturing the third line of defense and crippling the enemy. It was truly unbelievable. Yes, this is a battle projection. The vice captain quickly displayed the projection, showing the lightning-fast flying mines chasing and bombing the orc warships, like cats chasing mice, leaving everyone stunned. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian exchanged glances, their shock lingering. Haolong's abilities were heaven-defying. Every time they thought they understood him, he would deliver a shocking performance, leaving Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian in awe. Report. The orcs in the east have withdrawn T4 warship groups 33, 34, and 35. Their target is the northeast. The vice captain rushed in, bringing more bad news. Damn it, they must be accelerating their attack on the northeast. Commander Zhang immediately concluded, and the other commanders nodded in agreement. No, those 3 warship armies are indeed supporting the northeast, but I think the northeast also needs to send 3 armies to attack here. Ing Zheng shook his head, marking the liaison point between the northern and northeastern lines of defense. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the orcs in the northeast have dispatched 3 T4 armies and 10 T3 warship armies to attack our northern and northeastern liaison point. The vice captain quickly relayed the news, confirming Ing Zheng's words. How is the northeast? Ing Zheng didn't immediately address Haolong's situation, but instead inquired about the northeast. The other commanders were initially puzzled, but quickly understood Ing Zheng's meaning. He wasn't worried about Haolong, but he needed to inquire about the northeast. I already reported the news. The commander-in-chief of the northeast has indicated he will strengthen defenses, the vice captain replied. Order the entire northeastern force to launch an attack and attempt to recapture the 4th layer of the shield wall within 20 minutes. If they fail to recapture it within 20 minutes, retreat to the 5th layer of the shield wall and hold the position to the death, prioritizing the preservation of strength. Ing Zheng personally issued the order, deeply concerned about the situation in the northeast. Yes. Ing Zheng then swept his sharp gaze across the other commanders, silencing them all and daring not to utter a word. Looking at them, Ing Zheng had already decided that after this battle, if he were still alive, he would reform these warship armies. Not a single one of them was capable of fighting. The leader of the 2nd Orcish Army Group in the northeast, leading 40,000 warships, marched majestically towards Haolong. Their morale was extremely high. Every warship was filled with rage, determined to wipe out Haolong at all costs. After all, the great achievement they had almost gained had slipped away. How could they not harbor deep resentment towards Haolong? Soon, they had been sailing for 15 minutes. Ahead were 2 space mountain ranges, which they drove directly through. These were small mountain ranges on either side. Even if there were warships lying in ambush, there wouldn't be many, making it unlikely that the humans would dare to ambush them here. In less than a minute, the orc warships had safely passed through the mountain ranges. Just as the orc leader had expected, there was no ambush whatsoever. Shortly afterward, numerous strange small warships emerged from the 2 mountain ranges. They filled the space in the middle with many round objects, instantly covering the entire expanse of space. Report, Chief, enemy warships have appeared on the large island ahead. They have already set up shield walls and formed a defensive formation. The flagship of the 2nd Army Group's Flying Eagle commander in the northeast received a report from a reconnaissance aircraft. That human commander is naive. Without the support of fortified heavy artillery, we could easily capture this pointed mountain island. Order all main force armies to attack and crush them. Yes, sir. The orc warship surged forward aggressively towards the large island. Fortress heavy artillery fire. Shuga gave the order. Haolong remained inside the industrial ship, seemingly building some special warships. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy artillery locked onto the densely packed T4 class orc warships, bombarding them and inflicting massive casualties. Damn it, the enemy has heavy artillery. Quick, all T4 class warships scatter. Yes, sir. Fire back. Fire back. Flying Eagle roared. All the orc warships opened fire simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Countless artillery shells bombarded the shield wall. Fortress main guns, fortress warship guns fire. Launch super missiles. Zhuge Liang ordered again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 50 main guns and warship guns opened fire, and 600 super missiles were launched, fiercely bombarding the foremost orc warships. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of orc warships were destroyed. Charge, charge. If you don't want to be bombarded by the enemy's heavy artillery, charge. Yes. The orcs shouted frantically. They didn't want to face the fortress's heavy artillery again, so they had no choice but to fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. The orcs' artillery fire relentlessly bombarded the shield wall. Ding, alarm. Shield wall damaged by 30%. Please be aware of intercepting enemy fire. All medium-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, fire. Seeing the orc warships getting closer and closer, They had no choice but to engage in close combat. Boom! 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 All close and weapon systems, fire back. Fire back. Close and weapon systems weren't just on Halong's side, the orcs had them too. Boom! 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 The two sides engaged in close quarters artillery combat. The shield wall's energy levels plummeted, and nearly 100 orc warships were destroyed. Commander, the space fortress's heavy cannons and super missiles are fully charged. Halong had just returned from the industrial ship when Zhuge Liang reported. I understand. Continue to await orders. After the fortress's heavy cannons fire and the super missiles bombard, we immediately retreat to the next line of shield walls. Halong looked at the increasingly lower shield walls and shook his head helplessly. The Vulcan battleship fleet's attack was insufficient. Even with the shield walls, it would be difficult to withstand the onslaught. Yes. Zhuge Liang, holding a fan in both hands, saluted Halong and went to arrange for the other warships to relay Halong's orders. Chapter 148. Report. Chieftain, the human race has dispatched 3 T3 warship groups to ambush reinforcements. Their current whereabouts are unknown. On the flagship of the Orcish Northern Occupation Army, the vice captain reported to the northern chieftain, Bullhorn. Increase reconnaissance efforts. We must find them. Chieftain Bullhorn said anxiously. He dared not act rashly before finding out the truth. What if Halong was ambush him? The thought made his heart skip a beat. He was afraid. He was afraid of Halong's unpredictable actions. Report. Chieftain, we located 3 human army groups. They all landed on Sharp Mountain Island, where they installed shield walls and formed defensive formations to repel reinforcements from the northeast. Before the vice captain could respond, the scouts brought a detailed reconnaissance report. Good, excellent. The humans are courting death this time. Send 10 T3 warship armies with me to encircle and annihilate the humans' 3 warship armies. The other armies, prepare for defense and don't let the humans counterattack. Yes. Following this, Bullhorn, the orc leader of the northern fortress, led his T4 warship army and 10 T3 armies, a total of 30,000 warships, towards Halong's direction. Order. Fortress heavy artillery bombardment, super missile launch, all warships retreat to the second layer of the shield wall. Seeing that the shield wall's energy was almost exhausted, Halong gave the order. Yes. Zhuge Liang quickly responded. Boom. 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 The orc warships charging at the forefront were all blown up by the heavy artillery. 600 super missiles exploded in a chain reaction, destroying hundreds of orc warships. Having endured another fierce barrage of fire from the space fortress ship, the other orc warships also paused slightly, their frustration palpable. Quickly, withdraw from the shield wall. This was the effect Halong wanted. Fire back. Don't let them escape. At this moment, the orcs' main cannons were fully charged and began firing. Boom boom boom. Bang. Bang. Many shield walls finally succumbed and shattered. Report. Chief, the humans have withdrawn. We have successfully captured the first layer of shield walls. The vice captain reported to Chief Flying Eagle. What are the human ship casualties? Flying Eagle showed no joy at successfully capturing the first layer of shield walls. Instead, he asked urgently. No warships were destroyed. They all successfully retreated to the second layer of shield walls. The vice captain reported truthfully. Because Halong's firepower was too intense, the foremost warships were directly blown up, and before the other warships could react, they had withdrawn. Damn it. Order all warships to intensify the attack. I received word from the northern leader that they're attacking from the other side. Let's see where they can run this time. Flying Eagle was furious. Their northeastern occupying force had been advancing triumphantly, suffering minimal warship losses, and almost capturing the human race's fourth line of defense. Unexpectedly, they suffered a setback on this small pointed mountain island. Yes, sir. Halong and his men continued to hold the second line of shield walls, but the orc warships that followed were firing with overwhelming firepower, rapidly depleting the shield wall's energy. Boom. 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 On the other side of Pointed Mountain Island, the 10th Warship Army Group was defending. They were now under attack from 4 armies of Bullhorn. Quickly, continue bombarding them. Let's see where they go this time. The Bullhorn leader shouted excitedly. There were only 2 T3 warship armies ahead, along with a row of shield walls. Such a small defensive formation would hardly be able to hold them off. As for the other 2 T3 armies, he naturally assumed they were on the other side, struggling to defend against the orc warship army in the northeast. Commander, the orcs in the north have moved out, attacking us from both sides, Zhuge Liang reported to Halong, fanning himself with his fan. Zhao Yun, are those things deployed? Halong asked Zhao Yun, who had just entered. Commander, everything is ready, Zhao Yun replied quickly. Good, proceed according to plan. Halong nodded. Yes. Boom. 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 Countless artillery shells struck the second row of shield walls again, this time creating numerous breaches. Commander, the second shield wall is about to be breached. Let's retreat. Zhuge Liang received the information and immediately reported to Halong. Alright, fortress heavy cannons, fortress main guns, super missiles, fire. Cover our retreat. Facing the orc warships so close at hand, Halong showed no fear, calmly issuing the orders. Yes, sir. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Enemy heavy cannons, scatter, take cover. Faced with the fortress heavy cannons, the orc warships couldn't remain calm, making various evasive maneuvers. Boom. 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 Retreat. Watching the orcs caught in the barrage, Halong smiled, leading the Vulcan warship squadron to retreat to the third shield wall. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the enemy has retreated. We have successfully captured the second shield wall. The vice-captain reported to the Flying Eagle leader. What about the enemy warships? How many were destroyed? The Flying Eagle leader asked again. No, not a single one. When they retreated, they unleashed heavy artillery and 600 super missiles. Our forward warships suffered heavy casualties, and were unable to pursue them. By the time the follow-up warships caught up, the enemy had already entered the third shield wall. The vice-captain lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the furious Flying Eagle leader. Order the forward warships to charge. Charge with all your might. The enemy doesn't have many warships, so charge straight in. And when the enemy shield walls are about to break, charge forward with all your might. Don't let them break apart again, and let the enemy retreat smoothly. Flying Eagle was furious. They were being played like fools by the enemy. They'd been played again, and this was the second time already. They couldn't afford a third. Yes, sir. Commander, the orcs in the north are about to break through the defenses. Our plan must begin, Zhuge Liang said to Halong. Good. Order the 10th and 11th warship groups to retreat to the northeastern fortress. Let the orcs play with this. Yes, sir. Boom. 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 Numerous warships were destroyed, creating a large amount of cacophony that instantly covered the entire island. Damn it, they're trying to retreat. Charge in. If you encounter artillery fire, don't wait for orders, counterattack with full force. Flying Eagle roared. They couldn't just run away after being played like fools. Yes. Nearly 40,000 orcs charged towards the island, reaching its summit where they encountered artillery fire. Counterattack. Don't let them escape. All artillery, fire without waiting for orders. Flying Eagle issued the order again. Fire. Fire without waiting for orders. Boom. 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 There's heavy artillery fire 5 kilometers to the left. Brothers, counterattack. Bullhorn's command was equally sharp. He seized every opportunity to order a fierce bombardment. Boom. 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 Chapter 149. System, use reconnaissance skill. Order, 2 space fortresses, use super missiles to lock onto their respective targets and destroy the enemy flagship on a large scale. Halong had already marked the northeastern orc flagship using his reconnaissance skill. Yes. Commander, all super missiles have locked onto their targets. From behind a distant hill, Zhuge Liang reported to Halong. It turned out that the battle between the island and the orcs was between the northern bullhorn warships. They had entered Halong's trap, and the interference fog had directly caused the 2 orc forces to fight each other. Good, launch the space fortress super missiles. Order all fighters to take off and bomb all targets in this area. After dropping the nuclear bombs, return immediately. Since the northern bullhorn warships were too weak, Halong naturally used his super missiles to weaken the Flying Eagle orc reinforcements in the northeast, especially prioritizing the destruction of flagships with special skills. Whoosh! 600 super missiles launched, scattering in all directions towards their respective targets. Boom! 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 Soon, numerous orc flagships were subjected to a dense bombardment of super missiles, with dozens destroyed. Immediately afterwards, 2 space fortresses and 2,400 bombers took off, entering from behind the Flying Eagle battleship group and subsequently dropping massive amounts of nuclear bombs on the densely packed T-4 warships. Boom! 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 Counterfire. Increase the attack intensity. Annihilate the enemy. Seeing the enemy's increased firepower, destroying many of their flagships, and subjecting their main T-4 warships to massive bombardment, Flying Eagle was furious. Yes. Boom boom boom. Charge. The enemy is fighting a desperate last stand. Unleash all skills to weaken their forces. Bullhorn wasn't one to be trifled with. He had already secretly scouted the area of concentrated artillery fire, roughly pinpointing the enemy's location. Yes. Skill. Heavy firepower coverage. Skill. Aerial bombardment support. Skill. A series of skills slammed into Flying Eagle's fleet, destroying numerous warships. Counterattack. Use skills to counterattack. Seeing thousands of warships destroyed by skills, Flying Eagle immediately ordered his flagships to use their skills in counterattack. Commander, many of the flagships with attack skills have been wiped out by missile barrages and bomber bombing. Only 10 remain. The vice captain, having just received the statistics, reported to Flying Eagle in shock. What? Why did this happen? Flying Eagle stared at the vice captain with eyes that seemed to devour him. Commander-in-Chief, I also gathered information that most of their firepower is T3 level, far inferior to ours. They already used their skills. Now's our chance to charge and wipe them out. Good. Order all warships to launch a death charge. I want the warships to charge until not a single enemy remains. Flying Eagle nodded, agreeing with the vice captain's reasoning. Pass on the commander-in-chief's order. Launch the death charge immediately. No matter the circumstances, we must annihilate the enemy forces. Death charge activated. Charge. 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 Yes, death charge activated. Charge. 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 Yes, death charge activated. Charge. 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 Once the death charge begins, it's a fight to the death. There's never a situation where either side's warships survive. The Flying Eagle's orc warships charged recklessly through the cacophony of fog, rapidly closing the distance with Bullhorn's fleet. First came the barrage of main and secondary gun fire, followed by medium-range missiles and close-in weapon systems. Finally, they collided, with shipwrecks frequently exploding. Boom! 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 Chief, the humans are likely caught in a pincer attack by our two fleets and have launched a desperate charge, the vice captain reported to Bullhorn. Order. All warships launch a desperate charge. It's either them or us. Charge. 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 As the orc leader, Bullhorn knew the battle had reached a brutal reality. Only one of the two fleets could survive. Yes, sir. Pass on the chief's order. Launch a desperate charge and annihilate the enemy ships. Yes, sir. Charge. Charge. Bullhorn's orders quickly spread throughout the fleet, and they too began to self-destruct. Boom. 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 Commander, why are they attacking even more fiercely? Huang Wang looked at the artillery fire through the fog of fire, which was 10 times stronger than before, and asked in confusion. Yes? Halong said to Huang Wang with a smile. They were concealing their firepower earlier, and now they're unleashing their full power. Huang Wang couldn't help but guess. No, Zhao Yun, you tell me. Halong shook his head, and said to Zhao Yun beside him. They already engaged in close combat, and even launched a desperate charge. Zhao Yun answered with certainty. A desperate charge? Are they all that ruthless? They're all orcs. Huang Wang was shocked. She hadn't expected these orcs to be so ruthless. But they don't know that. Halong smiled. Commander, the fortress's super missiles are fully charged. Requesting instructions. Zhuge Liang reported to Halong. These are the concentrated T4 main force areas of the orc reinforcements. Assign super missile targets and try to annihilate their manpower. I'm worried they won't have enough fun. It's better to keep them balanced. Also, send out the remaining 2,400 bombers. Don't worry about losses. Even if all the bombers are destroyed, I replenish them immediately. Halong naturally used his reconnaissance skill. Even with the enemy's fog of war, he still maintained the combat status of Bullhorn and Flying Eagle. As for the 2,400 bombers, Halong wouldn't be heartbroken if they were lost. He could build many more. Yes. Looking at this intelligence, Zhuge Liang could only look up to Halong in awe. His loyalty to Halong was even stronger. Who wouldn't want to follow such a wise commander? Super missile lock target launch. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 600 super missiles, flashing blinding white light, hurtled into the fog and landed precisely on the densely packed T4 warships of the Flying Eagle fleet. Boom boom boom. Bombers also arrived, dropping over 10,000 nuclear bombs on the densely packed warships. Boom. 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 The densely packed T4 warships were engulfed in a series of explosions, a large number of T4 warships destroyed. This attack alone destroyed at least several thousand warships. Those who don't want to be bombarded by heavy artillery, charge. Kill them all. Upon receiving news of the massive bombardment, Flying Eagle had no choice but to order all its warships to charge. At this point, both sides had nowhere left to retreat. Boom boom. As the warships charged, the suicide ships reappeared, even more frenzied than before. Almost immediately upon contact, a suicide ship would detonate, dragging several enemy warships down with it. Chapter 150. This time, it was utter madness. Both sides were using artillery at an excessive frequency, pushing their firepower to its limits. The desperate charges on both sides also reached their peak. Many warships accelerated to maximum speed, crashing directly into the enemy fleet before self-destructing. Boom! Boom! The desperate charges continued for another 20 minutes, but the Orc warships suffered tens of thousands of casualties, a sight that chilled even How Long. He hadn't realized the destructive power of such desperate charges. Commander, the fog of war is dissipating quickly. Should we proceed? Zhuge Liang asked How Long for instructions. This plan was How Long's idea, but he handled all the details. It could be said that after this battle, Zhuge Liang's position as strategist was now legitimate. Proceed. I already transmitted all the targets to you. Make the arrangements. How Long used his reconnaissance skill to mark all the remaining Orc flagships. Yes, all warships moved closer. Zhuge Liang smiled broadly. Both Orc warships had already lost 2/3 of their strength. It was time to deliver the final blow. Report. Chief Commander, the opposing warships are the Northern Bullhorn Chief's fleet. As the interference fog cleared, the Vice Captain reported to Flying Eagle in terror. He felt like dying. All that fighting had turned out to be a self-inflicted wound, with casualties reaching 60,000, practically decimated. You? What did you say? Flying Eagle coughed up blood, staring at the Vice Captain in disbelief. He wanted to hear something untrue. Chief Commander, the opposing warships really are the Northern Bullhorn Chief's fleet. Ah. Flying Eagle was going crazy. Played for fools by the humans, forced to fight amongst themselves, he stared at the devastated battlefield, his mind reeling, muttering incessantly. Report. Chief Commander, those fighting us to the death are the Northeast reinforcements. The Vice Captain, Bullhorn, reported in a voice tinged with tears. The battle was fierce, utterly devastating. If it were a battle against humans, no matter how fierce, he wouldn't cry. But after the carnage, discovering that those he had been fighting so desperately were his own people was unbearable for anyone. What? The Northeast reinforcements? Those fighting us are the Northeast reinforcements? How could this be? Bullhorn was devastated. What was going on? After fighting for so long, with tens of thousands of warships dead and wounded, it turned out they were all on their own. Pass on my order, all warships open fire. How Long led the Vulcan warship fleet closer. The 2 Orc warships remained unmoved. He issued the order to fire without hesitation. On the battlefield, there can be no mercy. Yes, sir. Having already locked onto their targets, the fortress heavy cannons, main guns, warship cannons, and super missiles fired in unison. A deafening roar erupted. The barrage of artillery fire jolted the Orcs from their grief, throwing them into chaos. None of them could react in time. When Bullhorn and Flying Eagle looked at their flagship's reconnaissance radar, the artillery fire was already upon them, and there was no time to dodge. Boom! Boom! Bullhorn's flagship's shields had already shattered, destroyed by a single heavy cannon shot. The remaining 100-plus Orc flagships suffered a devastating blow at this moment. One of the fortress heavy cannons struck Flying Eagle's flagship, leaving less than 20% of its shields broken. Ding! Warning, hull damage reached 30%, please pay attention to repairs. Flying Eagle's flagship system issued a damage warning. Ah, humans, you gone too far with the Orcs. Quick, launch a counterattack. Fire the main guns. Destroy them. Flying Eagle was furious, pointing towards the Vulcan battleship formation. Yes. Ding, fortress heavy artillery attacking, please intercept. Ding, fortress heavy artillery attacking, please intercept. The flagship system's continuous alarms instantly jolted Eagle awake. Quick, fire to intercept the enemy's heavy artillery. Ding, interception failed, please strengthen defenses. Ah! Eagle faced despair, his flagship couldn't withstand this heavy artillery barrage. Boom! The flagship was directly destroyed by the heavy artillery, along with the 5 T-4 warships beside it. Numerous super missiles hit their targets, directly destroying over 100 Orc flagships. This explosive victory stunned even the other Orc warships. Move closer, use medium-range missiles and close-in weapon systems. Launch all aircraft. We must fight the orcs head-on. Both space fortresses launched 300 bombers each seeking targets to bomb. Halong, looking at the remaining 10,000 troops, gave the order. Yes. Space fortress ships, advance to withstand enemy fire. Medium-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, fire. Zhuge Liang gave the first order, carrying out Halong's command. 300 bombers, launch, each seeking targets to bomb. True White Horse, speed ahead, close in. Medium-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, fire. Zhao Yun, fearless, piloted True White Horse to mow down enemy warships as enemy fire fell on the fortress ship, quickly leaving the orcs behind with its astonishing speed. Space fortress ships, advance, providing cover for the strategist. Medium-range missiles, close-in weapon systems, fire. Launch 300 bombers, each seeking targets to bomb. Halong waved his hand, advancing alongside Zhuge Liang's space fortress ships. Yes. Numerous close-in weapon systems and medium-range missiles continuously bombarded the orc warship. Boom boom boom. Commander, you can't. Zhuge Liang, Zhao Yun, and Huang Weiing all objected to Halong stepping forward. No need to say more. Two fortress ships relying on each other can unleash their strongest defensive capabilities. Halong interrupted them. Space fortress ships possess built-in defensive skills, increasing their own and allied forces' defense and shields by 5 times. Two fortress ships would increase the warship's defense and shield defense by 10 times. Adding to the numerous artillery strikes against the enemy warship, the total damage absorbed 20% of the shield strength. That shield, approaching T7 level, is enough to withstand several rounds of concentrated enemy fire. Long-nosed elephant warship formation, follow behind me. Use your strongest artillery fire to draw the enemy's fire towards us. Zhuge Liang was also very clever. He knew he couldn't change Halong's mind, but he did his best to create a safe environment for Halong. Yes, sir. The long-nosed elephant warship formation moves closer to the strategist's space fortress ship, then bombard the enemy ships with heavy fire. Willie hurriedly gave the order. Boom boom boom. 5 T4 orc warships opened fire fiercely behind Zhuge Liang's space fortress ship, successfully destroying nearly 10 T3 warships. Fire back. Avenge our leader. Nearly 10,000 orc warships quickly reacted, launching a barrage of artillery fire at Halong and his forces. Boom boom boom. The two sides once again engaged in close-quarters artillery combat. In less than 8 rounds, the shields of 2 space fortress ships had suffered over 70% damage. Chapter 151. Commander, the space heavy cannons and super missiles are fully charged, Zhuge Liang reported to Halong. The effect is almost there. Order all warships to fire their heavy cannons and main guns, launch all super missiles, and then we will withdraw. Halong, seeing the orcs' fierce counterattack, gave the order. Yes. Heavy cannons, main guns fire, launch super missiles. Boom. 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 Numerous artillery shots landed on the densely packed forward area, destroying hundreds of warships. We retreat. Halong, seeing the orc warships instantly suppressed, quickly ordered a retreat. Yes. The Vulcan warship formation turned around on the spot, with 2 space fortress ships blocking their way. The other warships remained calm. Boom. Boom. The 2 space fortress ships fired their side heavy cannons, main guns, and naval guns, intercepting any approaching warships. Go! Boom boom boom. The orcs' artillery fire continued to fall behind the fortress ships. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds rang out as the shields of 2 space fortress ships shattered. Ding! Warning! Fortress shields have been shattered. Please evade enemy attacks. Under heavy fire, the fortress ship's system issued a warning. Chase! The orcs, of course, wouldn't let Halong and his group escape. Boom! Boom! Behind the space fortress ships, heavy cannons, main cannons, and battleship cannons fired in succession, suppressing the orc warships once again. Quick fire! Don't let them escape. The orc pursuers pressed forward relentlessly. Boom boom boom. Ding! Warning! Ship damage reached 20%. Please evade. Retreat quickly. Proceed at full speed. Halong piloted the space fortress ship at the rear, leading the Vulcan battleship squadron to break away from the orc warships. Boom! 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 The orc warships, after a brief, sparse pursuit, halted their advance. These thousands of warships were now crippled. Eastern Orc Flagship. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Northeastern Reinforcements and the Northern Army Group have sent a joint intelligence report. The vice captain reported to Tianhuahu with a terrified expression. What happened? Tianhua asked calmly, deliberately ignoring the vice captain's expression. The northeastern reinforcements and the northern army group fell into an enemy trap. Although they annihilated 3 enemy warship armies and crippled the enemy flagship, they escaped in disarray. However, their own casualties were heavy, leaving only 8,000 warships. What? Nearly 80,000 warships were deployed, and now only 8,000 remain? Although Tianhua was already composed, the enormous casualties still shocked him. Yes, according to their report, the enemy used interference tactics, causing them to fight amongst themselves. Although they eventually saw through the scheme, the casualties were already heavy. Is it still that Haolong? Tianhua asked. Yes, it's still the human race's commander-in-chief Haolong. His shadow has been everywhere these past 2 days. Speaking of Haolong, the vice captain trembled with fear. He was a ruthless man. He had destroyed 18 T4 warship armies. Their worst 40 T4 warship armies invaded the human race fortress, losing a total of 20 T4 warship armies, only 2 of which were lost in conventional combat. Keep a close eye on his movements. It seems that if they want to capture the human race fortress, Haolong must die. Tianhua had never imagined that a human, with only a T1 class warship, could be so powerful. He was forced to retreat north, with the remaining ships of a fleet, and hasn't returned to the human race's northern fortress yet, the vice captain hurriedly replied. Send the remaining 10 T3 warship armies in the north, and 1 T4 army and 3 T3 warship armies in the northeast, to quickly pursue Haolong's whereabouts. We send 3 T4 armies, and 7 T3 warship armies closely behind. We must find Haolong as soon as possible. Tianhua's eyes flashed with hatred. He already knew that the 3-tailed white fox was killed by Haolong. This time, he dispatched 4 T4 warship armies and 20 T3 warship armies, a total of 75,000 men, to search for Haolong. Chieftain, excluding the warship armies dispatched to pursue Haolong, we currently have only 100,000 warships attacking the fortress in the northeast, 8 T4 warship armies, and 20 T3 warship armies. We still have 100,000 warships attacking the fortress in the southeast, 5 T4 warship armies, and 23 T3 warship armies. We have 4 T4 warship armies, and 40 T3 warship armies remaining in the east, totaling 150,000 warships. Looking at the statistics, of the 640,000 warships that arrived, after more than a day of fighting, only 420,000 remain. The T4 warship armies have suffered more than half their losses, now reduced to 21. Meanwhile, the human fortress's warships have gradually increased. 2 reinforcements totaling 150,000 warships have been sent. Starting with 250,000 warships defending the fortress, after a day of fighting, 150,000 have been lost, and now only 250,000 remain. Order the northeast and southeast to continue the fierce attack on the human fortress. We will only send out T3 warship armies for a feint attack in the east. All T4 armies will rest and reorganize, ready to be dispatched at any time to encircle and kill Haolong. Tianhua adjusted the battle plan again. Whether the human fortress can be breached this time depends on the northeast. Eastern Human Fortress Flagship. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the northeast fortress requests urgent support. The orcs have launched their fiercest suicidal charge, forcing them to retreat to the last layer of shield walls. The shield walls are now only half defensive. Commander-in-Chief, we have no warships to support us. Even if we did, it would be too late. Let the northeast fortress retreat to the 5th line of defense, Commander Zhang suggested to Ing Zheng. Is the shield wall of the 5th line of defense in the northeast the Commander-in-Chief's T2 Rhino shield wall? Ing Zheng remained calm, asking the vice captain. The 5th line of defense in the northeast is still a T3 shield wall. The Commander-in-Chief only allocated 3 layers of T2 shield walls to the northeast fortress, and they already used them all. Commander-in-Chief, what do we do? Commander Zhang was frantic. The T3 shield walls were a level higher, but in reality, their defense was inferior to Haolong's T2 shield walls. Moreover, the orcs knew the layout of these shield walls. Now they were like paper, easily torn apart. How's it going with the Commander-in-Chief? Ing Zheng remained calm, asking the vice captain again. No news yet. The northern Commander-in-Chief and his men are busy with the counteroffensive and haven't given any reports, the vice captain replied truthfully. What? What is Haolong doing? What is he planning? Commander Zhang was furious. As a veteran commander, military regulations and discipline were etched in his mind. Report. Commander-in-Chief, a great victory in the north. Commander-in-Chief, Haolong has once again severely damaged the northeast reinforcements, destroying 60,000 warships in the north and northeast. All the orc warships in the north have now withdrawn. A crew member excitedly ran in, reporting to Ing Zheng. Chapter 152. What? But what's the use? If the northeastern fortress falls, the orcs can use it as a springboard. As long as they hold it, it's like a deadly dagger piercing our heart, ready to take our lives at any moment. Commander Zhang was right. Once the northeastern fortress fell, the orcs could amass a large force there, and the entire human fortress would require 10 times the manpower to defend it. Now all the commanders looked at Ing Zheng, waiting for his orders. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian both became worried. They exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously, as if they had reached some kind of consensus. The Commander-in-Chief's operations are fine. The results of the past 2 days show that he has done his best. We are the ones who are holding him back, making him run around trying to rescue others. Ing Zheng's eyes flashed with a piercing light as he swept over the commanders, especially Commander Zhang. Although Commander Zhang was right, Haolong hadn't reported intelligence in a timely manner. His ability to destroy the entire Northern Orc warship fleet with the unsupported Northern Army group was a tremendous achievement. From the start of the war until now, all the victories were Haolong's doing. Meanwhile, the other commanders' warship armies were performing terribly. Even with Haolong's new shield wall, they couldn't withstand a fleet 3 times their size, requiring Haolong to provide reinforcements from all sides. Commander Zhang suddenly fell silent. Indeed, the past day and a half of fighting had essentially become a battle between Haolong and the orcs, rather than them fighting alongside Haolong against the orcs. The other commanders fell silent, bowing their heads in shame. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian both breathed a sigh of relief for Haolong. Thankfully, he had the Commander-in-Chief's support, otherwise, Haolong would have had to bear the responsibility for the loss of the northeastern fortress. Have the Northeast Warship Army hold the 4th line of defense to the death, even if it's to the last man. I will personally lead reinforcements to support them. Also, promote Haolong to Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the fortress. Let him lead 2 T4 Army groups and 5 T3 Warship Army groups to the 5th line of defense in the northeast to establish a defense, Ing Zheng said to the Deputy Captain. Commander-in-Chief, no. You need to take charge here, Commander Zhang said again. No need to say more. I, Ing Zheng, would rather die than let the orcs set foot on the 5th line of defense. I leave this to you, Commander Zhang. Ing Zheng waved his hand, stopping Commander Zhang from continuing. Commander-in-Chief, our school protection army group is not to be outdone. We are willing to go together. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian stood up and requested. Watching Haolong fight everywhere while they could not help him, they felt deeply distressed. This time, no matter what, they were determined to fight the orcs head-on, hold the 4th line of defense to the death, and buy time for Haolong. All right, let's depart immediately. Ing Zheng nodded to Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Northeast Commander-in-Chief has sent an urgent military report. Reinforcements to the northern fortress have arrived, 2 T4 warship armies, and 5 T3 warship armies, along with enough T2 Rhino shields to form 2 lines of defense. They are currently deploying at the 5th line of defense. The Northeast Commander-in-Chief requests a retreat to the 5th line of defense. Just then, the Vice Captain rushed over to report to Ing Zheng. Quick, let me see this. Ing Zheng was no longer calm and immediately looked at the Vice Captain. The other commanders were also dumbfounded. Haolong had truly planned everything perfectly. After wiping out the entire Northern Orc warship fleet, he immediately provided reinforcements to the northeast, and even brought shields for 2 lines of defense. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian were also visibly excited, almost jumping for joy. Their faces were beaming with pride. Just now, someone said that Haolong's failure to report was affecting the overall situation and leading to the loss of the northeastern fortress. Now, Haolong's reinforcements have arrived, and they're only now starting to think of a solution. Good. With Haolong here, our human fortress will not fall. Order the Northeastern Commander-in-Chief to retreat to the 5th line of defense. By the way, Commander-in-Chief, where is the Deputy Commander-in-Chief? Ing Zheng didn't see Haolong at the reinforcements location, so he asked the Deputy Captain. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, according to the report from the 10th Escort Warship Group, after the Deputy Commander-in-Chief ambushed the Orc warships at Jianshan Island, he withdrew northwards. So far, there has been no news of them, and their whereabouts are unknown. What? What about the orcs' movements? Ing Zheng began to worry and inquired. The orcs have dispatched 70,000 warships to pursue the Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Currently, only their northeastern and southeastern naval forces are still launching fierce attacks, while the T4 warship army in the east is assembling, seemingly preparing to pursue the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, the Deputy Captain explained in detail. Order the Eastern Warship Army to launch an attack. Don't be too reckless. Focus on inflicting casualties on the Orc's T3 warships, forcing the Eastern T4 class Orc warship army to join the battle. Zheng calmed down again and issued a new operational order. Commander-in-Chief, what about the Deputy Commander-in-Chief? Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian asked anxiously. Commander-in-Chief, we should prioritize the fortress, Commander Zhang hurriedly said. He feared that Zheng might risk a decisive battle to rescue Haolong. Principal Zhang, don't worry. With strategist Chuga's rapid navigation, these pursuers pose little threat to the Deputy Commander-in-Chief. Although Zheng comforted Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian in this way, he secretly sent a satellite message, dispatching his most elite warship army. Order the pioneering warship army to set sail. After finding the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, ensure his safety, and obey his orders without reservation. Ding. Hello Zhou Xilan, this is Kong Qi, the class monitor of Class 5. Please assemble in the classroom now. Suddenly, Zhou Xilan's campus satellite message rang, and a message arrived. Received, Class Monitor. In the past 2 days, Zhou Xilan had had the most contact with Kong Qi. Soon, all 20 students in the class arrived, lining up neatly. Class 5 was the elite of the elite classes, with extremely strict selection criteria, so only 1/3 of the other classes were selected. Everyone's here. Let me explain. This mission involves selecting from 20 D-Class T2 warship regiments and 2 C-Class T3 warship regiments. This is also the class assessment mission. The objective of all missions is to destroy enemy warships. Many students were extremely shocked. They were T1 and T2 class warships. To destroy a T3 warship regiment was an insurmountable challenge. If you fail to destroy them, you will be expelled from Blade's Edge School. If none of you complete the mission, you will all be expelled from Class 5, and Class 5 will be disbanded this year. Blade's Edge School currently has 1,000 classes. In the past, classes that failed to complete missions or completed less than half of them were disbanded without hesitation. What? How could this be? The students finally couldn't help but start discussing amongst themselves. Only Zhou Xilan and Kong Qi remained motionless, standing quietly. Chapter 153. Ignoring the shocked students, Chenru continued, as for the students who chose the sea-level T3 mission, simply defeating one T3 warship fleet will qualify them for the class reward. Of course, if you can complete this bonus mission, congratulations. You become my personal disciple, receiving a direct reward of 300 billion from the school, which allows you to choose 2 treasures from the school's treasury. I will also personally reward you with 200 billion, and I will dedicate myself to nurturing you. Wow, this is truly a bonus. It's an incentive, but the prerequisite is that you can complete it, otherwise, it becomes a disaster. I should be able to barely annihilate a T3 battleship squadron. I suggest you don't go. Why? You have to fight tooth and nail to get in. Isn't it better to fight a D-Class T2 battleship squadron? Why struggle with T3? And you only barely annihilate a T3 battleship squadron. Is that the same as annihilating a battleship squadron within a T3 battleship squadron? The difficulty is increased tenfold. Ah. Thank you for reminding me. The person instantly came to their senses. Indeed, if you take down one of someone else's battleship squadrons, do you think the other 4 battleship squadrons will stand idly by? Of course not. In the end, you still have to fight a battleship squadron alone. Just eliminating one squadron is considered completing the mission. We might be in trouble, but what about the T1 battleship squadron? They must be having an even harder time. Someone started looking at Zhou Xilan, their anticipation obvious. That's right, she'd definitely be eliminated. The others nodded in agreement, all looking like they wanted to see a show. Zhou Xilan's T1 class warship fleet is indeed dazzling. Currently, those who enter Blade Academy receive hundreds of billions to trillions of dollars. They have all been upgraded to T2 warships, and have formed a T2 warship regiment in the past few days, greatly increasing their strength. Among them, Kong Qi is the most formidable. She has already upgraded to a T3 warship fleet. Her father is the Minister of Finance, and the Kong family is a prestigious and wealthy clan. It's very easy to help her increase her contract level, and her warships are all custom-built, possessing extremely high combat power. The warship fleets formed are also perfectly suited to her combat style. Seeing that the students had almost digested the information, Chenru continued, let me tell you about the class ranking rewards. The first place class will receive 300 billion, and can choose 2 treasures from the treasure vault. The second place class will receive 100 billion, and can choose 1 treasure. And the third place class will receive 50 billion, and can choose 1 treasure. The welfare missions can also be ranked, and the 2 rewards don't conflict, You can receive both. Wow! We can get double the rewards. But who can do that? Alright, if you say another word, you'd be expelled from Class 5 immediately. You either quit or die in the mission. Only those who complete the mission at the end will be considered Class 5 members. The choice is yours. Shinru patiently explained everything clearly. As for those who kept complaining about not hearing the mission clearly, well, sorry, I won't repeat myself. Class 5 doesn't need useless complainers. Teacher, I'm willing to complete the C-Rank T3 Battleship Group mission. Zhou Zhilan and Kong Qi stepped forward simultaneously and said in unison. After speaking, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. No way. The T1 Battleship Squadron chose to complete a C-Class T3 Battleship mission? Did we mishear, or did she make the wrong choice? No. She's purely going to her death. She knows she can't complete the mission, so she chose a C-Class T3 mission to gain attention. Oh. I see. No wonder, weakness is the original sin. Alright, 2 students have already chosen the C-Rank T3 mission. You can only choose the D-Rank T2 mission. You have 10 seconds to choose. Those who don't choose will be considered to have forfeited. Lin Ruru looked at Zhou Zhilan and Kong Qi, nodding in satisfaction. I'm willing to participate in the mission. I'm also willing to participate in the mission. In the end, the others were reluctant to leave Blade's Edge School, and all chose to participate. After all, graduating from Blade's Edge School meant at least becoming a commander of a warship army. Not to mention that after graduation, they would receive training from their families or forces, and becoming a group army commander, or even a group army supreme commander was not out of the question. Remember, those participating in the mission, assemble at the square at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Being late will be considered a forfeit. Lin Ruru finished speaking and left. After this mission, less than half of the students in Class 5 might remain. She always followed an elite soldier route. Those with weak abilities would be eliminated to avoid wasting Class 5's resources. The next morning at 6 a.m., the Blade's Edge School Square was a sea of warships. Ding! School assessment mission issued, please check. Zhou Zhilan immediately opened the mission information and headed to the Rocky Valley and Star Damage 6212 area to annihilate the Zerd T3 class warship fleet. Upon seeing the address, Zhou Zhilan immediately set off with Fire Phoenix. Let's go to the Rocky Valley and Star Damage 6212 area. Yes! The 9 captains in the projection meeting immediately responded. On the Star Damage battlefield, Zerg warships were as numerous as hairs on a cow. There were at least 1,000 C-Class T3 missions locked on the entire Blade planet, making it very suitable for Blade Academy to use as assessment missions. After the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet departed, a T4 class battleship fleet immediately followed. This fleet was their school's proctoring fleet, also serving as a protective fleet for the students. A day later, after passing through Blade Fortress, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet quickly arrived at Area 6212. Not far away, around the Rocky Valley, Zerg warships were already patrolling. Zhou Zhilan, the assessment is now officially starting. The commander of the proctoring fleet sent a star mail message to Zhou Zhilan. At the start of the assessment, Zhou Zhilan used her skill on the long-range missile ship. Skill: Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens. Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens, SS rank skill empowers 9 units, 8 nines, with Phoenix Flame, granting them a 9x performance boost for 30 minutes, with a 6-hour cooldown. Order: all aircraft from the 3 carriers will launch all their fighters to surround the entire Rocky Valley. Long-range missile ships will lock onto targets and attack. Battleships, phantom battleships, and cruisers are ready to fire at any time. Yes, sir. Captain, all missiles have locked onto their targets and are ready to launch. The vice captain reported to CS Sitian. Launch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 180 missiles imbued with Phoenix Flame ascended into the air, firing directly into the Rocky Valley. Sitian used the skill. Focus fire on the Rocky Valley. Zhou Zhilan was ruthless and taciturn. This was a crucial moment in the assessment, so she could only order the long-range missile ships to attack without reservation. Yes, sir. Activate the long-range missile ship skill. 5-fold missile firepower coverage. CS Sitian authorized, pressing the ship's skill button. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 consecutive waves, 900 Phoenix Flame missiles, launched into the air, heading straight for the Rocky Valley. Boom boom boom. Chapter 154. Quickly, enemy attack. Take off. The first wave of Phoenix Flame missiles shocked the Zerg T3 fleet, causing them to frantically activate their warships. Immediately afterward, 900 Phoenix Flame missiles rained down, devastating the newly launched warships. 48 T-3 warships were instantly destroyed, leaving only 2 heavily damaged warships remaining in the valley. Quickly, large-scale bombing raids by fighter jets. Fighter jets were now the closest, even missiles couldn't keep up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of fighter jets dropped hundreds of thousands of bombs. Boom! Boom! The remaining 2 warships were riddled with bullets, eventually exploding. Quickly, press the timer button. The supervising commander hurriedly reminded them, this wasn't the time to be surprised. Commander, it's already been pressed. The vice captain responded somewhat guiltily. If he hadn't been distracted, Zhou Zhilan's timer would have been a second faster. I hope she gets first place directly, so we don't have to appeal. Zhou Zhilan's time of 2 minutes and 1 second was extremely fast, but in the past, geniuses had taken around 2 minutes, which was what the commander was most worried about. Commander, according to the projection transmitted back by the reconnaissance aircraft, a lot of mineral resources have been discovered at the bottom of the rocky valley. What should we do? Send T-3 mining robots to dig. For what they can't dig, send the cruiser mechs to plant bombs. Tell them to be careful. Even a small amount is still something, Zhou Zhilan said without hesitation. Yes. 10 unique mining robots appeared. Using special mining tools, they quickly mined away the discovered ore. Of course, their mining was very rough. They only mined 2/3, leaving 1/3 wasted. This operation startled everyone invigilating. They had never seen anything like it. So thrifty. Boom boom boom. After the explosion blasted through the rock layers, several tons of even higher grade ore lay beneath. Zhou Zhilan, you can dig a little slower. We can wait 30 minutes. The invigilator commander, unable to bear watching any longer, quickly reminded Zhou Zhilan to change her digging method. The previous approach was too wasteful. They felt it was a squandering of resources. Okay, thank you, teachers. Zhou Zhilan quickly thanked them. These few tons of ore could bring her over 1 billion, not counting the broken contract heart she had just found, which was worth at least 800 million. Teachers, I finished digging. We can leave anytime. 15 minutes later, 10 mining robots returned fully loaded, and Zhou Zhilan reported to the invigilators. Zhou Zhilan, the proctoring squadron has finished packing everything. We can return to school to hand in our mission. Okay, I'll be right back. When Zhou Zhilan arrived back at school, 12 students from Class 5 had already returned, including Kong Qi. Teacher, I'm back, Zhou Zhilan reported to Chenruru in the classroom. Good, go back to your seat. We look at the results together later, Chenruru said with a smile, showing no concern that she might fail. Yes, I understand. Zhou Zhilan strolled back to her seat with a relaxed gait. A cacophony of voices arose around her. Even T1 level can pass a C-level T3 warship mission? That's possible. Someone tried it before. First, they set a trap, then attacked the Zerg T3 warship squadron, lured them into the trap, and then detonated the bombs inside. They only needed to kill 10 warships before reporting to the proctoring commander. I heard that person even got 3rd place in the class. Oh, no wonder the T1 class battleship squadron dared to choose a C-class T3 mission. If that's the case, then I would too. Exactly, it's just taking shortcuts, anyone can do that. So that means C-class T3 missions are sometimes easier to pass. That's really true. Our class monitor is different. He crushes the T3 Zerg battleship squadron with ease, relying on his strength. Yeah, that's true. Our class monitor is amazing. He already has a T3 class battleship squadron, and all the ships are T3 class 4-star ships. Their strength is formidable. Zhilan, it's so great that you passed the mission. I was worried about you just now. Zhou Zhilan's deskmate, Guiyu, was indeed very enthusiastic towards her, acting like they were old friends. Luckily I passed. Zhou Zhilan responded with a smile. She was quite satisfied with this deskmate. That's great. Congratulations, Zhou Zhilan. Chen Liangjian, sitting in front of her, suddenly interjected, but his eyes were burning with desire as he looked at Zhou Zhilan. Thank you. Zhou Zhilan responded with a smile, but her tone was cold, completely different from Guiyu's earlier enthusiasm. How about I treat you to dinner after school to celebrate passing the assessment and officially becoming classmates? Chen Liangjian remained unmoved by Zhou Zhilan's coldness, his enthusiasm undiminished. No need. You should find someone new. Our Zhou Zhilan already has someone she likes, Guiyu bluntly told Chen Liangjian, though she hadn't noticed. I have a fiancé. Zhou Zhilan blushed, her smile growing even sweeter as she thought of Haolong. Sigh, That's what girls in love are like, Guiyu sighed from the side. Everyone, proceed. Assemble in the square. We're about to release the rankings. Jinru received the message and announced. Yes, sir. Nearly 10,000 students from 100 classes lined up neatly. The rankings are now being released. The top student in each class is Class 5, Zhou Jilan. The rankings are now being released. The top student in each class is Class 5, Zhou Jilan. The rankings are now being released. The top student in each class is Class 5, Zhou Jilan. Let's congratulate Zhou Jilan from Class 5 for ranking first with an excellent SS level score. The students of Class 5 were completely dumbfounded. They thought they were hallucinating. Zhou Jilan from Class 5. Zhou Jilan from Class 5? Wasn't she part of AT1 level warship squadron? Even Shinruru was surprised for a moment. She knew Zhou Jilan could annihilate AT3 warship squadron, but she didn't expect her to rank first, especially with an SS level score. Ah, Jilan, you got first place in the class. You actually got first place in the class? Guiyu's high-pitched voice startled the students, instantly waking them up. They lowered their heads, feeling inexplicably guilty. Their heads were as low as they had just described Zhou Jilan so badly. And Zhou Jilan also completed a D-rank T3 mission, and will become the teacher's personal disciple. Wow! She even wiped out the entire T3 battleship squadron. The teacher's personal disciple. Jilan, did you hear that? You become the teacher's personal disciple. Guiyu was even happier and more excited than Zhou Jilan herself. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought it was Zhou Jilan, who had gotten first place in the class, and become the teacher's personal disciple. Chapter 155. I know, don't shake me, don't shake me. Zhou Jilan quickly shook off Guiyu to avoid being shaken dizzy. Alright, everyone stand still, the school leaders are watching. Shenruru smiled, maintaining order. But her eyes met those of a vice principal on the stage, and she instantly went into battle mode, making the old principal's eyes twitch. Little devil, don't cause trouble. Now, the results will be announced. The third place in the class is Class 1, Xiao Jian. As for the second place, who knows? The highest honor is always first place. The projector on the stage always showed a picture of Zhou Jilan's captivating smile, never changing. Kong Qi's expression changed slightly. The surrounding classmates were all looking at Zhou Jilan, not really paying attention to her as the class monitor. Here is the list of disciples who have entered the inner circle. Zhou Jilan and Kong Qi from Class 5. Congratulations to both of you. Now, please invite the top 3 students from each class to come to the stage to receive their rewards. Then, according to their ranking, they will enter the treasure vault to select items. Finally, all the disciples who have entered the inner circle will enter together. Zhou Jilan is a disciple, and can collect her rewards as well. The old principal is clearly showing Zhou Jilan the utmost favoritism. There have been instances where the second-place student was a disciple, but there was no decision to have them collect their treasure vault items together. Ding! 600 billion star coins have been credited. Zhou Jilan's star message rang. She had received her star coin reward and gained authorization to enter the treasure vault system to select 4 treasures. Zhou Jilan immediately went to the rare or category. 1 ton of energy-absorbing T3 grade 4-star material, using up 1 treasure slot. 1 ton of super rare stealth T3 grade material, using up 1 treasure slot. 10 tons of rare heavy weapon or resources, all taken, occupying 1 slot. This is best for modifying missile ships, increasing missile power by 10% and charging speed by 10%. 10 tons of rare stealth T1 grade material, occupying 1 slot. As for warship weapon components, technology-related items, and warship-specific items, she didn't need to consider them, because she trusted Haolong. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Zhou Jilan reported to the principal, "Principal, I made my selections." "Good, just these?" The principal was very surprised after looking at them. He had never made such selections before. "Yes, just these." "Why?" "There are many powerful warship weapons, and some special warships." "Aren't you going to choose from them?" The principal asked with a smile. "These are exactly what I need most. The best that suits my current situation is the best." Zhou Jilan was very firm, not swayed by the principal's words. "The best that suits my current situation is the best?" "Good, very good. It seems you chosen the most suitable treasures for yourself." The old principal was taken aback at first, then truly understood Zhou Jilan's meaning. No matter what it is, anything that can improve one's current situation is a treasure. Soon, the reward distribution ended, and the principal dismissed the group. Zhou Jilan, If you don't like the people Princess disarranged, you can just tell me, and I replace them all for you, Chunwoo said in the office. Thank you, teacher, but there's no need to replace them. If I can't even subdue these people, I'd be letting you down. Zhou Zhilan shook her head, speaking with great confidence. If she can't even handle these people, how can she build a suicide fleet for Brother Long? As for those with low loyalty, she'd find a way to get rid of them. Good, impressive. I look forward to your performance. Here's 200 billion, your reward for this assessment. Chunwoo was very satisfied. Zhou Zhilan was even more outstanding than she had imagined. She commanded the warships effectively, was brave and decisive, very calm, and possessed considerable strategic acumen, perfectly matching her personality. Thank you, teacher, Zhou Zhilan quickly thanked her. Her Fire Phoenix carrier's contract level had already reached over 130, enough to upgrade it. She could save up the money now, and upgrade it as soon as Halong arrived. By the way, is your warship's contract level full? Do you need me to find a T5 5-star modification master to help you upgrade? Chunwoo asked Zhou Zhilan gently. Thank you, teacher, no need. I already have a modification master, he'd be here soon to help me with the modifications. Zhou Zhilan thought of Halong, then smiled sweetly, and refused Chunwoo's help. Sigh, I used to modify and upgrade him like this too, but... Chunwoo recalled the past, and decided to persuade Zhou Zhilan. Thank you, teacher. No matter how he modifies or upgrades me, I always think it's the best. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly, interrupting Chunwoo. She trusted Halong. Even if the modifications or upgrades weren't perfect, so what? In her heart, it was already the best. You really think so? But a T2 level 5-star modification master's understanding of the future is limited, and it might create irreversible flaws later, Chunwoo countered. He knows my personality, and understands my skills. As long as his approach remains the same, his modifications and upgrades might not be the strongest, but they definitely be the most suitable for me, Zhou Zhilan firmly stated. Alright, here are my combat notes. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Thank you, teacher. I like to take on missions recently to hone my fleet skills. Tell me when you've chosen a mission. Chunwoo nodded. This girl actually understood. Real combat is the best training. Commander, I selected 4 T2 warship squadrons. They're all from humble backgrounds, and all possess S-rank skills. I just don't know what their skills will be. After Zhou Zhilan returned, Lolita reported to her with a list, which circled the 4 names, along with their fleet information and battle records. This was the authority Princess Dis had granted Zhou Zhilan, allowing her to choose 4 warship squadrons to form the Fire Phoenix fleet. The list consisted entirely of warship commanders recruited by Princess Dis, with at least A-rank talent. These 4 it is. I report this to my superiors. Zhou Zhilan casually selected them. Those from humble backgrounds were easy for her to lead. If they weren't suitable, she could simply change them. The current situation is that she doesn't recognize any of the ships on those lists. Sister Lolita, pass the word down to have them assemble all their warships in Area 96. We meet their fleet at 12 o'clock noon. Back on the Fire Phoenix carrier, Zhou Zhilan projected this message to Lolita. Yes, Commander. Lolita nodded. Selecting 4 warship fleets was her task, and she was also responsible for communication. Fire Phoenix Fleet 2nd Fleet, Song Shuwan, S-rank talent, skills unknown, 3 T2 4-star carriers, 7 T2 3-star carriers. Fire Phoenix Fleet 3rd Fleet, Su Li, S-rank talent, skills unknown, 3 T2 4-star battleships, 3 T2 3-star destroyers, for T2 3-star cruisers. Chapter 156. Fire Phoenix Fleet 4th Fleet, Yumi, S-rank talent, skills unknown, 5 T2 4-star cruisers, 5 T2 3-star cruisers. Fire Phoenix Fleet 5th Fleet, Lu Ying, A-rank talent, skills unknown, 1 T2 3-star space fortress ship, 9 T2 3-star cruisers. Actually, their chosen fleet formations revealed their skill focus, though the specific effects of those skills remained unknown. Zhou Zhilan visited each fleet formation, meeting and chatting with the captains and vice-captains of the 4 fleets to understand their approximate strength. Finally, in a projected meeting, Zhou Zhilan announced the decision to conduct the mission the day after tomorrow. Everyone, go back and prepare now. We meet here at 6 a.m. the day after tomorrow to depart for the mission. If there are any special circumstances, please inform us now. Looking at the loyalty of the 4, Zhou Zhilan already knew that some people needed to be ousted or turned against them. She needed to have complete control of her fleet. Any unstable elements had to be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent them from affecting the entire fleet. Commander, in this mission, 2 destroyers and 1 cruiser of my fleet were severely damaged, and more than 1,000 crew members were killed or wounded. I'm afraid they won't be able to fight for a while, Sully said, forcing a smile, seeing that the others remained silent. I handle that. What about you? Any other problems? Zhou Zhilan asked the other 3. I also have 5 cruisers severely damaged and need major repairs, and another 5 need minor repairs, Yumi said, somewhat embarrassed. Her warships were all cruisers, fast in attack and speed, but with low defense. While they could individually fight a T2 Zerg fleet, they would suffer heavy damage and could only rely on skills to whittle down the Zerg. What about you too? Mine also needs major repairs, especially the space fortress, Luing added. She was telling the truth. The space fortress had directly endured a barrage of fire during the mission. Although it wasn't destroyed, it was severely damaged and would be unusable without major repairs. My mothership only has damaged fighters. We can just buy new ones. We guarantee we assemble on time. Song Shuan confirmed she could participate in the mission. Understood. Let's address the crew injuries first. All crew members from your 4 squadrons will go to the ferry supply ship for treatment. There are 2 all-purpose healing pods there. They can restore you to peak condition today. What? All-purpose healing pods? 2 of them? Song Shuan and the others asked incredulously. Is this the ability of a fallen noble family? Many powerful families might not even be able to produce 2 all-purpose healing pods. Yes, immediately transport the seriously wounded crew members to the ferry supply ship for treatment, Zhou Zhilan said with a smile. That's wonderful, thank you, Commander, I arrange it right away. Sully immediately perked up, happiness coming too suddenly. Relying on the school's treatment would take at least half a month. If she had to go on a mission during that time, she would need to recruit crew members, which would be costly and significantly reduce her strength. Thank you, Commander, we arrange it right away too. Yes, all crew members come and get thorough treatment. Our Fire Phoenix fleet crew members receive this benefit every month. If a crew member's family member needs treatment, they can also apply, and we treat them for free, Zhou Zhilan explained, mentioning one of the Fire Phoenix fleet's benefits. Commander, isn't the cost too high? Sully asked in surprise. You see, each person healed by the omnipotent healing pod costs tens of thousands of star coins. If the families of many crew members also receive free treatment, how many star coins would that cost? No matter how high the cost, this is a benefit for the crew, Zhou Zhilan said firmly, waving her hand. The 4 commanders of the warship squadrons fell silent. They were simply following orders. Frankly, they didn't feel much belonging to Zhou Zhilan. Alright, let's move on to the next question. Song Shuan Yue, Sully, Luing, how much funding do you need to upgrade all your warships to T2 4-star? Zhou Zhilan asked efficiently. Commander, I don't have that many star coins left. After several battles, my star coins are almost exhausted. I also plan to do some E and F level missions to earn more, Sully answered first. Commander, so do we, Yume, and the others echoed. This is the norm for ordinary T1 and T2 class warships. If they don't have a wealthy family, or earn many star coins at school, they have to rely entirely on themselves. If an unexpected event occurs during a mission, the costs will increase dramatically. One mission can drain them completely, and another would leave them in their current state. Although the school will provide full compensation for the losses this time, it will still take some time to fully recover. So how will they survive during this period? By spending a lot of time on E and F class missions, which are considered to be risk-free but actually not very profitable. Don't worry, I will cover all the expenses. You can cash out all the compensation from the school, and use it to buy other things or store it away. I won't interfere, Zhou Zhilan said calmly, uttering words devoid of humanity. Commander, isn't that inappropriate? Sully hesitated immediately, though very tempted, she was too embarrassed to accept. After all, helping them replace their warships on such a large scale would cost at least 50 billion, plus personnel and other supplies, requiring at least 10 billion more. They also had another concern. What if Zhou Zhilan took the opportunity to plant personnel in her own warship fleet? In a worse scenario, she might completely sideline them. Don't worry, I just want the Fire Phoenix warship group to grow rapidly. I won't plant anyone in your fleet. However, I do have a requirement. During battle, I need you to obey orders. Of course, I won't ask you to do anything too risky. But if you disobey reasonable orders, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhou Zhilan spoke calmly, delivering a wake-up call. Sully, and the others fell silent. This time, they had to make a choice: follow Zhou Zhilan and receive new warships, equipment, and supplies, or a warship fleet stronger than before. If they refused, they would definitely be kicked out of the Fire Phoenix fleet and forced to rely on themselves for everything, living a hand-to-mouth existence. Commander, our assignment is to obey your orders and form the Fire Phoenix fleet. I am willing to follow you. Song Shuwan was the first to respond, interrupting Su Li and the others' thoughts. All right, I accept your request to follow you. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly. Chapter 157. Commander, I am willing to join the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron and will obey all commands. Su Li's tone was firm, indicating her willingness to follow orders. Good, welcome to the squadron. Zhou Zhilan nodded and smiled. Commander, I Yume, am also willing to join the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron and will obey all orders. Yume saluted Zhou Zhilan. Good, welcome to the squadron. Zhou Zhilan returned the salute earnestly. Commander, I Lu Ying, am also willing to join the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron and will obey all commands. Lu Ying's attitude was also firm, her tone sincere. Welcome, welcome, I'm glad you joined. You won't regret your choice. Within 6 months, I will have someone upgrade your space fortress to a T1 class 4-star. Zhou Zhilan was very confident that as long as Hallam arrived, Li Ying's space fortress would definitely be upgraded by 1 star. Really? Thank you, Commander. Lu Ying was taken aback at first, then quickly expressed her gratitude. While there were very few modification masters who could upgrade a space fortress ship by 1 star, she knew of a few. However, even with her wealth, she might not be able to hire them. Alright, now your task is to compile a list. The number of warships to be purchased, the number of personnel to be replenished, and the amount of supplies. Submit all of this to Captain Lolita tonight, Zhou Zhilan instructed crisply. Yes, Commander. Su Li and the others had begun to accept Zhou Zhilan as their commander. Soon, the ferry supply ship began to bustle with activity. Numerous wounded were directly transported, but thanks to the powerful all-purpose healing pods, these crew members quickly recovered. Witnessing all this, Su Li and the others were greatly impressed. The all-purpose healing pods truly lived up to their reputation as a cure-all. If Zhou Zhilan wanted, possessing these 2 universal healing pods would essentially be a money-printing machine. News of Zhou Zhilan owning 2 universal healing pods quickly spread throughout Blade's Edge Academy, and many students began approaching her, hoping she could help treat their seriously wounded crew members. Considering they were classmates at Blade's Edge Academy, and would likely fight side by side in the future, after careful consideration, Zhou Zhilan agreed to their requests, but on the condition that they pay a treatment fee, 100,000 star coins per unit, and only until 8 p.m. the following night. Halong had previously told her that the cost of a universal healing pod outside was 80,000 star coins per unit, and they charged at least 200,000 per unit. Therefore, she would need at least 100,000 per unit to treat others. 1 unit refers to 1 location causing serious injury. Some people have several serious injuries, which would require hundreds of thousands, even millions, or even tens of millions. In fact, the cost of the universal healing pods on the ferry supply ship is very low, only 30,000 per unit. Of course, this secret is currently known only to 3 people. Send out 5 squadrons of patrol mechs. Keep a close watch on those coming for treatment. Don't let them steal our secrets. For safety's sake, Zhou Zhilan ultimately decided to deploy mechs for surveillance. Commander, have my warships activate their radar reconnaissance as well, Lolita suggested. Commander, I go and protect little Lolo closely, in case the enemy acts desperately. Ma Yunlu also volunteered. Okay, you can all go, Zhou Zhilan nodded, better safe than sorry. Watching Zhou Zhilan quickly deploy mechs for surveillance, and even mobilize the T3 class Phantom warships to approach and activate their radar reconnaissance. Chun Rura couldn't help but be satisfied with her actions. She knew how to unite, understood human relationships, and remembered to take precautions. The previously restless forces instantly fell silent, each sinking as if nothing had happened. The next day at noon, Zhou Zhilan didn't check the status of the various warship formations. Instead, she directly issued an order. Each warship formation reports on its progress, and also mentions any cases where I need assistance. Commander, my main guns need repair, but I can't find a modifier right now, Su Li anxiously reported to Zhou Zhilan. Just buy brand new main guns. I find a modifier. Zhou Zhilan casually replied. Okay. Su Li was taken aback. The commander was so generous, directly finding a modifier to help. Yesterday, the ferry supply ship reported that they had helped the modifier treat many crew members, successfully obtaining a promise to help with modifications without an appointment. Commander, The other three also had some problems they couldn't solve, and they told Zhou Zhilan about them. Zhou Zhilan accepted all requests without hesitation, simply using money to resolve their problems, spending less than 300 million star coins. Commander, where are we going for our mission? On the morning of the third day, after the Fire Phoenix fleet assembled, Song Shuan asked. First, go to the Starlight Free Trade Zone. We need to buy something very important there. Zhou Zhilan didn't reveal her assigned mission, simply choosing a target. Yes. Since Zhou Zhilan wouldn't say, Song Shuan didn't press further. Fire Phoenix Fleet, depart. 3rd Squadron, Su Li 5th Squadron, Luing 1st Formation. Yes. Su Li Luing. 2nd and 4th warship formations are positioned in the 2nd formation, flanking the Fire Phoenix formation on the left and right sides respectively. Yes, sir. Song Shuan and Yume replied. Actually, Zhou Zhilan's arrangement was not without reason. Yesterday, she had attracted too much attention. From now on, she needed to be cautious when venturing out. Moreover, the right side of Blade's Edge planet was the center of the star-damaged battlefield. Once inside, they would be facing Zerg T3 warships. Caution was paramount. Commander, we're almost at the edge of the star-damaged battlefield. Which route should we take? The vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Any abnormalities with the reconnaissance aircraft, communication aircraft, or jamming aircraft? Zhou Zhilan inquired. It turned out that as soon as they left Blade's Edge Academy, she had secretly dispatched reconnaissance aircraft, communication aircraft, and jamming aircraft to patrol the surrounding area. Previous reconnaissance areas showed no abnormalities. The search has now been expanded. Ding! T2 warship regiment spotted 30 kilometers behind. According to database comparison, the flagship commander is Chen Liangjian from Squad 5. Speed towards Area 8001 at high speed. I need to see if this person is trying to follow us. Also, monitor communications for the entire warship regiment, but don't make any rash moves. Zhou Zhilan ordered the vice captain. There were definitely rats in the other 4 warship formations. Understood. According to the reconnaissance report from the reconnaissance aircraft over Area 8001 of the star-damaged battlefield, there are no other warships along our route. The vice captain relayed Zhou Zhilan's orders to the Fire Phoenix warship formation and reported the reconnaissance report for Area 8001 to Zhou Zhilan. Thank you for your hard work. Expand reconnaissance in the star-damaged area and keep an eye on the warships behind us. Understood, I will arrange it. Commander, we have received a specially encrypted star message. The Fire Phoenix fleet has accelerated and is heading directly towards the star-damaged Area 8001. Should we follow them? On Chen Liangjian's flagship at the rear, the vice captain reported to him. Chapter 158. Those people are crazy to dare head towards Area 8001. We sail towards Area 5001. Chen Liangjian chickened out. He only wanted to impress Zhou Zhilan. There was no need to risk his life. Area 8001 could easily encounter T3 class Zerg warship fleets, squadrons, or even entire armies. Would his T2 warship squadron dare to go in? Going in would be suicide. There would be no escape. Commander, Chen Liangjian's warship squadron has turned towards Area 5001, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Understood. Have the warship squadron reduce its speed. All warships remain vigilant, Zhou Zhilan said to the vice captain, while checking the Blade's Edge School's mission list via virtual star communication. Yes, sir. Actually, the school's missions were also planetary mercenary missions, but after evaluation by the school, some suitable missions were included, allowing students to choose which ones to complete. Emergency Class CT3, 8436 Mission. A Zerg T3 fleet has appeared in the space forest of Area 8436 and seized a batch of high-grade materials 30 minutes ago. Mission requirements: retrieve the materials, 3 billion star coins reward. Annihilate the Zerg fleet, 1 billion star coins reward. Ding. Do you accept Emergency Class CT3 Mission 8436? Accept. This emergency mission has no deposit. After all, in another hour, the Zerg warships will have vanished without a trace, making it extremely difficult to find them again on the battlefield. Ding. Mission accepted successfully. Mission intelligence transmission in progress. Vice Captain, dispatch 30 stealth reconnaissance aircraft and 5 communication aircraft to conduct a long-range search of Area 8436 and locate the Zerg T3 fleet. After accepting the mission, Zhou Zhilan issued the order to the vice captain. Yes, sir. The projection conference commenced, with the commanders of the 4 major warship formations and the captains of the Fire Phoenix all present. Zhou Zhilan directly ordered, Warship Regiment, change formation. 3rd Warship Formation, Fire Phoenix Warship Formation, and 5th Warship Formation, take the 1st formation. 2nd Warship Formation and 4th Warship Formation, take the 2nd formation. Understood. Our target area is 8436. All units, prepare for combat. Yes, sir. Commander, what is this mission? Su Li inquired. This is the mission intelligence. I have already dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to locate them. Zhou Zhilan sent the intelligence to them. Commander, besides the combat, the difficulty of this mission lies in finding them. Song Shuwan pointed out the key point of the mission. Yes, I have already dispatched reconnaissance aircraft. We will wait here. 10 minutes later, the vice captain rushed in to report. Commander, we found them. They are withdrawing and have begun their evacuation. Deploy the reconnaissance projection. Warship Regiment, proceed rapidly towards the target. Zhou Zhilan ordered. Yes, Battleship Squadron, target area 8536, use high-speed navigation. Fire Phoenix's vice captain. As the reconnaissance projection played, Zhou Zhilan finally received accurate intelligence. Commander, stop immediately. It's not just 1 T3 Zerg Battleship Squadron, but 2. Yumi reminded Zhou Zhilan. Song Shuwan and the others also jumped up. They weren't afraid of 1 battleship squadron because of the Fire Phoenix battleship formation, but if it were 2, a full 100 warships, they would be terrified. Don't worry, you don't need to participate in the battle. You can just watch from a distance. Zhou Zhilan smiled and shook her head. Actually, she just wanted to find a T2 Zerg battleship fleet or a T3 battleship formation for them to practice and refine their skills. If it's a T3 Zerg warship squadron, forget about it. It's meaningless to them. It only allows the Fire Phoenix to dominate. Commander, I heard that if these Zerg warship squadrons are trapped, they immediately destroy what they looted. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's try it out first. Order the long-range missile ships to attack, harass them, and slow their retreat. Zhou Zhilan pointed to a T3 Zerg carrier flagship. Understood. Long-range missile ships lock onto the target and fire freely. CS Sitian immediately ordered the missile ships to lock onto the target, following Zhou Zhilan's instructions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 180 T1 4-star missiles took off, bombarding the target at long range. Commander, can we hit the target at this distance? Yumi asked in surprise, looking at the attack range of more than twice that of the main guns. Yes, we can. Ding, alert. T1 missile swarm attack. Please be aware of air defense. 1 minute into flight, the long-range missiles accurately struck the Zerg carrier flagship. Quickly, intercept the missiles. Close and weapon systems, fire. Shoot those missiles down. The Zerg carrier flagship ordered hastily. Boom. 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 Numerous missiles were intercepted, while some successfully struck the carrier flagship's shields. Ding. Shield has lost 10% of its energy. Counterattack. Main guns fire back. Although the shield damage wasn't significant, it still enraged the Zerg leader on the carrier flagship. Leader, the enemy warships aren't in our radar range. Our main guns can't reach them. The vice captain replied immediately in alarm. Every warship dreaded this situation. What? How could this be? The enemy's missiles are at most T2 3-star power. Even if they were T3 3-star, our radar could still detect them. The Zerg leader was incredulous. What kind of enemy was this? He began to panic. The unknown enemy is often the most terrifying. It could be a skill attack, the vice captain speculated uncertainly. It might really be a skill attack. After all, I never heard of a T2 warship having such a long attack range, the Zerg leader said confidently. Leader, what do we do? Their skill won't last long. Just intercept their firepower with all your might. That's great. I go down and prepare for full-scale air defense. The vice captain excitedly went down to relay the order. Sitian, keep a close eye on the Zerg carrier flagship. Once it's fully charged, immediately launch missiles continuously. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly. You can't escape. Understood. I let them practice. CS Sitian responded confidently. After numerous battles, she had become a mature captain. Practice? Su Li and the others were stunned. 2 T3 warship regiments, and she dared to call it practice? That's good. Zhou Zhilan nodded with satisfaction. Now, every captain in the Fire Phoenix warship squadron was gradually maturing, making her life much easier. Vice Captain, How's the overall operational area? Zhou Xilan ignored the surprised Su Li and the others, and asked the vice captain behind her. We've been conducting reconnaissance for 30 minutes, and it's gradually expanding. For now, we extend the reconnaissance perimeter to 1 hour. Currently no other warships have been detected within the perimeter, the vice captain replied professionally. You did a great job. 1 hour is enough for the reconnaissance perimeter, Zhou Xilan praised generously. The vice captain smiled slightly. Being on Fire Phoenix was her most comfortable time. She was frequently praised for her good work, and the commander and captain would guide her on any shortcomings. Chapter 159. Commander, what is this reconnaissance perimeter? Song Shuan couldn't help but ask. She racked her brains trying to figure out the term reconnaissance perimeter, but couldn't find an answer. Su Li and the others also looked on with curiosity, as it sounded incredibly impressive. The so-called reconnaissance perimeter is our reconnaissance area, but the reconnaissance methods are more rigorous. Each location is covered by at least 3 reconnaissance aircraft, and physical reconnaissance is also conducted in many areas to ensure the quality of the reconnaissance and prevent us from being ambushed by the enemy, Zhou Xilan patiently explained. Wow, Commander, how many reconnaissance aircraft does that require? And with such a long reconnaissance distance, how do you transmit the reconnaissance reports? Su Li and the others were stunned. Was this really the reconnaissance capability of the T1 warship? You find out later. You get used to it gradually, Zhou Xilan smiled, offering no further explanation. Yes, yes. Although Su Li and the others were eager to know, they could only nod since Zhou Xilan didn't explain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In less than 2 minutes, the long-range missile ship launched again, sending 180 T1 4-star missiles into the air for long-range target bombardment. Commander, is this missile ship recharging so quickly? Yumi exclaimed in surprise, watching the missiles launch again. You know, while missile ships have powerful firepower, their recharging time is still 8 minutes. But what she was seeing now was that the commander's missile ship recharged in less than 2 minutes. What was going on? Now they knew that if the attack continued at this rate, the Zerg carrier flagship wouldn't escape. Before, they thought this attack was ineffective, that the Zerg carrier's shield strength would quickly replenish. But now, with such a rapid missile attack, the Zerg carrier's shields couldn't keep up. Ding! Alert! T1 missile swarm attack. Please be aware of air defense. Long-range missiles once again precisely attacked the Zerg carrier flagship. Again? Quickly, intercept the missiles. Close and weapon systems, fire. Shoot those missiles down. The Zerg carrier flagship hurriedly gave orders, this time even more panicked than before. Boom boom boom. Ding! Shield energy lost 15%, currently 78% remaining. The carrier shields had only replenished 3% of their energy. This missile attack had reduced it by 15%. Chief, what do we do? The vice captain asked the Zerg leader. Strengthen air defense interception. I don't believe they can launch missiles so quickly, it must be a skill. The Zerg leader knew he couldn't panic would be a trap. Yes, I understand. Less than 2 minutes later, the long-range missiles struck again. Ding! Alert! T1 missile swarm attack. Please take precautions against air defense. Quick, take precautions against air defense. Medium-range missiles, close and weapon systems, intercept. Boom boom boom. Ding! Alert! T1 missile swarm attack. Please take precautions against air defense. Damn it, there are more? Take precautions against air defense. The Zerg leader barely suppressed his urge to vomit blood. Boom boom boom. Ding! Alert! T1 missile swarm attack. Please take precautions against air defense. Leader, there's a valley ahead. If the mole leader is willing to lead a fleet to ambush them, we can attack from both sides and annihilate them when they catch up. The vice captain, adapting to the situation, came up with a good idea. Leader, that's indeed a good idea. I can dig a very deep burrow and hide all our warships there, then we can launch a surprise attack on the enemy. The mole leader nodded, also strongly agreeing with the plan. Good idea. Chief Mole, you go and ambush them immediately, while you go and destroy these transport ships, leaving not a single one for the enemy. Chief, no! Annihilating the enemy means they're still ours. Destroying them now would be a waste. The vice captain quickly dissuaded him. If he didn't speak up now, his credit for the victory would be diminished. That's right. We can also leave the transport ships behind the valley to draw the enemy's attention, making it easier for us to launch a surprise attack. Immediately restrain those Zerg crew members, and tell them not to damage anything on the transport ships. They'd be ours again later. Yes, sir. Commander, the Zerg have left the transport ships behind. We also detected a Zerg warship squadron hiding in the valley. They seem to be planning an ambush. The vice captain excitedly returned to report to Zhou Zhilan. That's good. It's time to end this. Zhou Zhilan smiled. With the most difficult part, the transport ships, preserved, the Zerg wouldn't waste any more time. Order, long-range missile ships in front, continue missile attacks, Xingtian battleships and Phantom battleships flanking, pursue at high speed. Understood, mission accomplished. Xie Sitian stood up and saluted Zhou Zhilan. Roger. Ma Xiaoling and Lolita stood up and saluted. Frigid ships, matrix destroyers, and ferry supply ships behind. Beware of Zerg warships attacking from the valley. Roger. Fong Ling, Huang Silan, and Xiao Luoluo stood up and saluted. The remaining 4 warships will be positioned in the center. The 3 carriers will launch all fighters and bombers to control the Zerg warship groups in the valley. Patrol mechs will be deployed in small groups around the 2 Zerg warship groups. Yes. Peng Yingjun, Pang Sihua, and Ma Yunlu immediately stood up and saluted. The other 4 warship formations follow at a distance. My reconnaissance aircraft will provide reconnaissance projections for you, Zhou Zhilan said to Song Shuwan and the others. Yes. Song Shuwan and the others were relieved. Zhou Zhilan really didn't want them to do anything risky. Soon, the Fire Phoenix warship formation sailed at full speed, appearing on the Zerg carrier flagship's radar in less than 2 minutes. Chief, they come out. All are T1 class warships, but they're very strong, comparable to T2 3-star warships, the Zerg vice captain reported to the Zerg leader. They dare to play tricks on me, order. Chief, if you want to annihilate them, it's not advisable to attack now. Their warships are very fast. Just wait a little longer, they will be wiped out under the chief's pincer attack, the vice captain quickly advised. Alright, then I wait a little longer. Commander Song Shuwan, how confident are you in winning? Su Li asked Song Shuwan with concern. Among the 4 squadron commanders, Song Shuwan had the most experience. There should be a 70% chance of victory. After all, Commander Zhou Zhilan already knows the Zerg's plan. Since she dared to do this, she must be confident. Song Shuwan gave an optimistic assessment. We think so too. Yu Mei and Lu Ying nodded in agreement. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix battleship squadron had crossed the valley and arrived in front of the transport ship. Skill, Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens. Zhou Zhilan used the skill on the missile ship, then issued the order. Order, long-range missile ships attack the Zerg warship squadron ahead. Remember to leave those 5 contract flagships alive. Yes. Chapter 160. The Hive and Phoenix carriers will launch 400 fighter jets. Bombers will immediately bombard the Zerg warships in the valley. Watch out for those 5 contract flagships, don't destroy them, they're star currency. Yes, sir. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 180 Phoenix flame missiles launched, turning space fiery red. Quick, intercept those missiles. The Zerg leader finally sensed something was wrong. These missiles were 10 times more powerful than before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of medium-range missiles launched, raining down like arrows, but all the missiles seemed to possess sentience, rapidly weaving through the barrage, with very few intercepted. Ding! Medium-range missile interception failed. Please intercept. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Close and weapon systems fired, countless artillery pieces intercepting the missiles. This time, the missiles were arrogant, rapidly propelling themselves forward, leaving them far behind. Ding! Close and weapon system interception failed. Please strengthen defense. Ah! The Zerg were terrified. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The powerful missiles destroyed Zerg warships one after another. Even the shields of the 5 flagships were shattered by 2 missiles, and the hulls also suffered some damage. What? What's going on? Zhou Zhilan's skill? No wonder she got first place in the class. She could just sweep through. Song Shuwan was so shocked that she was incoherent, even saying things that were inappropriate for her. Yeah, the Zerg warship fleet was wiped out like that? Am I dreaming? No, you're not dreaming. 10 jammers, 15 bombers, 50 fighters, and 50 cruise mechs waiting in the air swooped down. First, jammers directly interfered with the 5 Zerg flagships. Then, 15 bombers dropped 36 cruise bombs on each flagship, riddling their hulls with holes. Seeing several Zerg fighters take off, fighters swarmed them, launching countless missiles that pierced through the Zerg aircraft. Cruise mechs entered the Zerg flagships through the breaches, creating a bloodbath inside. Soon afterward, the 5 Zerg flagships hovered, and 5 Peculiar Reapers, escorted by 50 fighters, flew directly towards the Zerg warships. The valley above was now filled with a dense swarm of aircraft, especially the bombers, all heavily armed. One 5-star Skycrossing-class bomber was carrying a staggering 12 5-star super missile bombs. The 200 bombers not only carried 2,400 cruise bombs, but also had an additional 2,400 mechanically mounted. With only 50 T-3 Zerg warships in the valley, each would be bombarded with nearly 100 T-14 or 5-star super cruise bombs. Most outrageous, even the fighter jets were mechanically mounted with 6 5-star super cruise bombs. What were they planning? To crush the Zerg warship fleet. Seeing so many cruise bombs, Zhou Zhilan urgently warned, be careful not to drop them all. Avoid those 5 contract flagships. Su Li and the others were also stunned. Even a T-4 warship probably couldn't withstand so many cruise bombs. Actually, these cruise bombs weren't all being used for bombing. The Fire Phoenix crew was practicing mechanically mounted bombing. Numerous bombers and fighter jets swept through the valley, dropping their mechanically mounted cruise bombs according to their locked targets. A full 3,600 cruise bombs were dropped into the valley. From space, it would be clearly visible that 5 areas only had about 20 bombs each. Boom! 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 Smoke billowed from the valley floor. The 5 Zerg warships that had been submerged were also blasted out. Dozens of jamming aircraft, bombers, and cruise mech swooped down, and another bloodbath ensued inside the Zerg flagship, followed by a slow, desolate silence. Commander, mission accomplished. Taking over the transport ships and harvesting contract hearts. No anomalies found within the reconnaissance perimeter, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Good. Try to keep a low profile regarding the contract hearts. Many of the 4 newly joined warship squadrons are not aligned with us. Zhou Zhilan made it clear to the vice captain. Understood. I dropped some smoke grenades immediately to ensure they don't spot us. The vice captain, who had just left, rushed back, reporting, Commander, a Zerg T-3 fleet has been spotted ahead. At their speed, they be here in about an hour. Keep a close watch on them. After harvesting the contract hearts, we would draw immediately, Zhou Zhilan said with a smile. Her purpose in coming out was to harvest contract hearts. There was no need to fight a single Zerg fleet to the death. Yes, sir. Zhou Zhilan reopened the mission list. After some deliberation, she finally chose to go to Area 7421 to destroy a Zerg fleet. The mission reward was 300 million star coins. As for why she chose this, it was because it was on her way. She needed to take the transport ship to 7405 to turn in the mission, and this was conveniently on her route. Boom! 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 10 consecutive massive explosions shattered the Zerg flagship, and the Fire Phoenix fleet began its withdrawal. 30 minutes later, the Zerg fleet arrived. The Tiger Fong bug leader, looking at the 2 battlegrounds, roared in fury. Who stole my high-level materials? Tracking rat, track them down. The Tiger Fong bugs aren't so easily killed. Yes, sir. Tracking rat quickly reported, Leader, they're heading towards Area 7000, but their speed isn't fast. Chase them. I want to devour them all. The Tiger Fong bug leader bared a row of blood-stained teeth. Leader, that's too close to the Terran territory. It's best to request reinforcements from the rear command. Then we can surround the Terrans and pull off a big heist. You have done a great service, Leader. The Zerg vice captain seemed more shrewd, his persuasive skills enough to leave the Tiger Fong bug completely bewildered. I listen to you. Go request reinforcements immediately. The Tiger Fong bug leader hesitated for a moment, but finally listened to the vice captain's advice. Years ago, he was promoted directly from a fleet to a naval army by following his advice. Now, he has enough achievements to be promoted to commander of a naval army group, so playing it safe is the best course of action. Not far behind the Tiger Fong bug fleet, a T-3 Flame bug fleet group was plundering a Terran mining base, having received a message from the Tiger Fong bug. Flame bug leader, order, naval army group, move out. Yes, sir. 10,000 warships then set sail simultaneously, advancing towards Area 7000. The Fire Phoenix fleet followed its planned route. As it approached Area 7421, reconnaissance aircraft had already surveyed a large area and located the T-3 class Zerg warship formation. Chapter 161. Crush them out. Take the Zerg flagship with you. Not wanting to waste a contract heart, Zhou Zhilan ordered Han Dui. Yes. Boom boom boom. A barrage of artillery fire, coupled with a monstrous mechanical loadout, reduced the Zerg fleet to just its flagship. Order the cruiser mechs to engage the Zerg flagship and wipe it out. 2 hive carriers tow the Zerg flagship civilian ships towards our destination. Zhou Xilan felt relaxed about capturing the Zerg flagship, experiencing no pressure whatsoever. However, Su Li and the others were far from relaxed. Watching the Fire Phoenix fleet's ferocious maneuvers, they truly realized that the Fire Phoenix fleet's strength far exceeded their expectations. On Blue Star Planet, between the human and orc fortresses, orc warships were everywhere, 60,000 of them searching for Halong's whereabouts. The reason for their group formation was the immense threat Halong posed. In the past 3 days, he had destroyed tens of thousands of orc warships. The Eastern Orc flagship. Tianhuahu asked the vice captain, "Have you found any news of Halong? Since the day before yesterday, there's been no trace of him. This man is extremely cunning. He must be up to something big." "Chief, we still haven't found him. We already deployed T4 5-star shadow dogs, but we still can't find any trace of Halong. It's like he's being shielded by something," the vice captain reported to Chief Tianhuo. T4 5-star shadow dogs are top-notch trackers. No one below T4 4-star can be tracked. Continue to intensify the search. We must find him within the next 2 days. "Yes, sir, I understand," the vice captain quickly replied, then added a reminder. "Chief, our supply ships, Field Support Army, will arrive in 2 days. They be carrying the powerful assault weapon, Starfall, and numerous cruise bombs, enough for a suicidal charge in the northeast. The human fortress in the northeast will fall in a single battle. Starfall is a one-time use assault weapon. Each one costs at least 100 billion to manufacture. It can devastate a 10,000 square meter shield wall, and only 20 were transported this time. Yes, execute your plan. Also, find Halong quickly. If we can't find him, many things will change." Tianhuahu nodded, approving of the vice captain's suicidal charge plan, but he was a little panicked without finding Halong. "Don't worry, Chief. Halong can't cause any trouble. As soon as the field army arrives, all our warships will receive ample supplies. Then, the human fortress will belong to us orcs." The vice captain possessed an inexplicable confidence in Sun Xinglue. He was one of the few orcs who had witnessed Sun Xinglue's devastating attacks, and those attacks still haunted him. System, use reconnaissance skill. Halong, on a half-orc warship approaching the Eastern Orc army, instructed the system to use reconnaissance from a distance. Ding, obtained enemy classified intelligence. 1. The enemy's field army is approaching, with the following route. 2. The enemy intends to launch a suicide charge against the northeastern fortress. 3. The enemy's strategic resources are reduced to 1/6. 4. The enemy's current warship deployment map, including the location of warships sent to search for Halong. Ding dong. Activated hidden side quest. Annihilate the field army, thwart the orc suicide charge plan, and obtain 5 talent skill upgrade cards. Talent skill upgrade card. Can raise a talent skill below a level to a level and randomly grant 1 skill. After obtaining the intelligence, Halong silently piloted his orc warship away from the Eastern Orc army group, arriving at an island patrolled by 4 orc ships. This was Halong's bold method of concealment. The orc warship served as a cover for patrols, misleading the enemy. Combined with stealth reconnaissance aircraft in space, the detection perimeter was extended to within 2 hours, allowing for timely detection. "Commander, you're back?" Zhuge Liang, projected onto the screen, fanned himself, his worries gone. "Yes, start the projection conference. I gathered important intelligence." "Yes." Zhuge Liang immediately nodded, and clicked to start the projection conference connection. "This is the important intelligence I gathered. Everyone, tell me how we should attack." Halong broadcast all the intelligence he had gathered during the projection conference. "Commander, this is top-secret intelligence? What do we do?" Zhuge Liang's fan fell to the ground. Halong had returned after a short while. Obtaining such crucial intelligence, he was so shocked he stammered. "Come on, everyone, think about it." Halong smiled, and then asked Zhuge Liang and the others. "We already know the route of the Field Operations Army Group, and we also know they have an army group of 10,000 warships escorting them, and there are also many orc warship regiments roaming around along the way, which is very disadvantageous for us. Commander, let me go and lure away their warship army group." Zhao Yun's analysis was thorough, and he even volunteered to be the bait. "No, we don't need to take too much risk." Halong smiled and shook his head. He believed Zhao Yun could lure away the entire warship army group, but the level of danger was too high, and he didn't want to take the risk. "Commander, we can ambush them along their route," Huang Yueying suggested. "Destroying only a portion won't significantly impact the overall battle. Our goal is to annihilate the entire transport ship." Halong shook his head again. Huang Yueying's plan was good, but its scope was too small. Taking only a small portion wouldn't satisfy his appetite. He then revealed his own plan. Not good. Commander, many orc warships are heading our way. Before Haolong could finish his plan, Zhuge Liang hurriedly reported. We retreat in this direction? Haolong remained calm. He had already arranged the retreat route. Report. Commander-in-Chief, Tiger Head, the search commander, has sent us a message that we have left the fortress and entered the enemy's escape zone. He requests that we be on high alert and immediately send him a message if we spot any enemies, and he will come to our aid as soon as possible. Furthermore, Tiger Head also assured us that he has deployed heavy forces to search our route. If the enemy dares to appear, he will surely capture them alive. The deputy captain of the Field Operations Group flagship reported to Lynx, the commander-in-chief. Then strengthened the reconnaissance range. Although the enemy is only a fleet of warships, their combat power is very strong. They annihilated 10,000 of our warships in just over 2 days. Lynx, the commander-in-chief, also became cautious. This enemy was extraordinary. He had already received a message from the occupying forces commander-in-chief, Sky Fox. Half a day later, boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Quickly, go and scout ahead. See what's happening ahead? The massive explosion ahead weighed heavily on Lynx's mind. For such a large commotion to occur, both sides must be extremely powerful. Chapter 162. Report. This is a message from Chief Tiger Head. They captured 4 human warships. Their main force is currently pursuing the remaining enemy ships. They want us to help guard those 4 human ships. He report our achievement. The reconnaissance warships of the Field Operations Group had barely been dispatched when Chief Tiger Head's message arrived, indicating the urgency of the situation. Captured? Why capture them? Chief Lynx asked, puzzled. They never heard of captures before. Those are special warships, extremely powerful. Chief Tiger Head also said that Chief Sky Fox wants to capture them for research. Perhaps they find something useful. The vice captain quickly explained to avoid misunderstanding. All right, have them bring them over. With us protecting them, they can rest assured. Chief Lynx readily agreed. He had only wanted to clarify things earlier. His current mission was to escort the transport ship to the occupying army's flagship. If he could gain extra merit, he was certainly willing. Soon, 10 T4 orc warships arrived, escorting 2 space fortress ships, 1 heavy hammer industrial ship, and 1 cruiser. Above space, over 100 T3 class jammers circled the 4 warships. Why is there only 1 warship formation escorting them? Send a message to Chief Tiger Head to inquire about the situation and whether we need support. Chief, the message can't be sent. Chief Tiger Head's T3 jammers are very powerful. We can't break through their communication. The vice captain quickly reported to Chief Lynx. I heard before that Chief Tiger Head is very powerful, a general under Chief Sky Fox. I didn't expect him to be as powerful as the legends say. Chief Lynx couldn't help but admire. He then cheered, Go! Send out the naval forces to help escort those 4 special warships. Today, it's my turn to perform meritorious service. Congratulations, Commander-in-Chief. I do it right away, the vice captain hurriedly congratulated. Commander, do you think the Orc Field Army will let us get close? Huang Yueying couldn't help but ask Haolong. They will. Our warships are too special and too powerful. It's normal for them to arouse the Orc Commander-in-Chief's interest, Haolong said confidently. With this excuse, the Orc Field Army would be 80% likely to fall for it. It turned out that the 10 Orc warships were a fake. 5 were remotely controlled by Haolong, and 5 were piloted by Willy and his crew. Their purpose was to pretend to escort warships, get close to the Orc transport ships, and then ambush and destroy them. The message from Tiger Head's chief was also fake. It was sent by Haolong himself. He had already obtained information about the Orc chief searching for them from Tianhuahu, and he also knew their communication codes and channels, making things simple. To avoid being discovered, Haolong also assumed 3 roles to mislead Tianhuahu, Tiger Head, and Lynx. Ding! Flying Cat of the 2nd Warship Army of the Field Operations Group requests projection. Suddenly, a notification sound came from the warship. Entry permitted. Haolong, already transformed into Tiger 2, naturally dared to immediately allow Flying Cat to enter. Tiger 2 Squadron Leader, I am Flying Cat of the 2nd Warship Army of Lynx's chief. Please escort the human warships with us to the center. This will make it easier for us to imprison them. Yes, our Tiger Head chief has given the order. Everything will be done according to your plan. Haolong nodded with a smile. He was overjoyed. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to approach, even intending to force his way in, but he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. They had willingly let him in. 14 warships followed the Flying Cat warship fleet directly to the transport ship. Commander, I didn't expect it to work like this. I didn't expect it either. Everyone prepare yourselves. In 1 hour, they will enter our trap. Halong's heart was also greatly relieved. The Orc field army had 10,000 warships. For them to annihilate those 1,000 transport ships without infiltrating was virtually impossible. Field army flagship. Chief, those 100+ jammers haven't been deactivated. We can't report our progress to Chief Sky Fox. The vice captain reported to Lynx. He hadn't expected these T3 class jammers to be so powerful. Asked Chief Tigerhead about his fleet. Have those 4 human warships been completely controlled? Do they need any assistance? Lynx understood the vice captain's meaning. If he didn't report promptly, he couldn't bear the responsibility if Chief Sky Fox blamed him. Commander, have the orcs discovered us? Wang Wang couldn't contain herself again, subconsciously ignoring the enemy's movements. Don't worry, they haven't discovered us. Little girl, you should learn from the strategist and Xiao Yun. Learn how to detect if you've given yourself away from the enemy's actions. Regarding Lynx's question, Halong only told him to wait 5 minutes. The interference would be removed after 5 minutes. Removing it immediately would arouse suspicion, but a 5-minute buffer would make it seem normal. Yes, Commander, I understand. Huang Yuang bowed solemnly to Halong. She knew she lacked experience, and indeed needed to learn more. Zhuge Liang smiled. Huang Yuang wasn't unintelligent, just lacking experience. Her emotions fluctuated too much in the face of events, affecting her judgment. After the commander's guidance, she should be able to improve further. Ding, message detected from the field support group, Lynx, to Tianhuahu. Should we intercept and receive it? The Space Fortress ship system asked Halong. Receive. Halong accepted it without hesitation. Commander, my field support group is almost at Tianfeng Gorge and has assisted Commander Tigerhead in capturing 4 human special warships, 2 Space Fortress ships, 1 industrial ship, and 1 cruiser. All the messages from Lynx to Tianhuahu fell into Halong's hands. Halong first sent a message to Tianhuahu in Lynx's name, using the communicator's analog frequency, saying they were almost at Tianfeng Gorge, omitting all other information. Then, in Tianhuahu's name, he sent a message, he knows, and orders them to protect the 4 human warships well, ensuring they are delivered to him along with the transport ship. 1 hour later, Tianfeng Gorge came into view. Boom boom boom. Report. Commander-in-Chief, massive enemy warships spotted. Their target is the 2nd Fleet. The vice captain hurriedly reported to Lynx. Quickly, intercept them. Lynx gave the order without hesitation. Commander-in-Chief, why is the enemy attacking the 2nd Fleet? The vice captain asked, puzzled after relaying the order. Those captured human warships could represent a major achievement for humanity, or perhaps there are important human figures among them. The question was clear. Lynx immediately ordered that the captured human warships must not be lost. Chapter 163. Quickly, move the human warships to the center and protect them well. Yes. Boom boom boom. The 3,000 swift thunderships, like serpents, dodged the Orcish artillery fire while desperately flying towards Halong's space fortress. Upon approaching the Orcish 2nd Fleet, they immediately turned and crashed head-on into each other, exploding. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of the Orcish 2nd Fleet's warships were destroyed. The Orcish warship commander, Flying Cat, panicked and immediately requested reinforcements. Because the 2nd wave of 3,000 swift thunderships had already appeared, and given the devastation of the 1st wave, Flying Cat knew that he could withstand this wave, but not the 3rd. Move the 3rd Fleet forward, as well to hold off the enemy's attack. Having received intelligence, Lynx knew the gravity of the situation and immediately dispatched the nearest 3rd Fleet to provide support. With the deployment of the Orc 3rd Fleet, Halong's 14 warships were already linked with the Orc transport ships. Prepare for action. Send out all jamming aircraft. They soon realized something's wrong. Halong calmly ordered Zhuge Liang and Xiao Yun. Yes. In reality, there were only 2 groups of the swift thunderships. According to the previous plan, their objective was to destroy Halong and his forces. This was also part of Halong's plan, to make the orcs believe they were in the Tianfeng Gorge, drawing the 2 nearest orc fleets to create the illusion of approaching the transport ships. Subsequently, the 14 warships also crowded into the center of the 1,000 transport ships, making them much denser. Halong also appeared on the industrial ship. A large number of stealth mine layers were completed, and they began laying mines on the surrounding transport ships, placing dozens on each ship. This is another special warship from the system shop. Each mine-laying ship has 20 space mines. Halong has used up all the materials he brought to build 4,000 of them. Commander, the mission is complete. All the transport ships are covered in mines. As soon as we give the order, they will be reduced to ashes, Zhuge Liang reported to Halong. They hadn't expected the orcs to be so lax, failing to detect the mines being laid. Commander, our objective has been achieved. Retreating now would be better, Zhuge Liang continued, suggesting to Halong. Once the transport ships detonated, all the orcs would pursue them relentlessly. Since they hadn't noticed, retreating now was the best option. No, since the objective has been achieved, let's maximize our gains. That transport ship has 20 lost stars inside. I want them, they might be very useful in the future. The ever-bold Halong, of course, wouldn't retreat now. He pointed to the flagship transport ship in the very center. Understood, Space Fortress ship, charge. Although Zhuge Liang was usually cautious, when faced with a crisis, he was unstoppable. Zhuge Liang's Space Fortress ship, with its massive hull, forcefully pushed aside the transport ship in front of it, heading straight for the transport ship's flagship. True White Cloud Battleship, charge. Zhao Yun's speed was equally impressive. With a single ramming attack, he broke another transport ship blocking the Space Fortress ship in two. Brother Liang, I help you. Industrial ships, push them forward to propel the Space Fortress ship. Huang Yuing, the little girl, finally put her cleverness to use, thinking of ways to enhance the Space Fortress ship's propulsion. Space Fortress ship, we push it forward too. Halong joined their brute force. They were currently too close together. If the transport ship exploded simultaneously, along with the dozens of landmines exploding, even Halong and his group might not be able to move. Report. Chief, the human warships are in turmoil. They've driven their warships into the center of the transport ships. The vice captain hurriedly reported to Lynx. What? How could this happen? Fire! Fire! Destroy them all. Lynx couldn't worry about anything else now. Preserving the transport ships was paramount. Chief, we can't fire. At least not until the transport ships have evacuated. They're all crammed together. If one transport explodes, all of them will explode together. The vice captain urgently tried to stop him. If all the transport ships were destroyed, they would die too. If we don't fire, won't the enemy fire too? Lynx realized, and began to panic. No, the enemy hasn't fired. They're just rushing straight towards the center. The vice captain explained. Starfall? The enemy's target is Starfall. Quick, get the transport flagship to evacuate first, and all the transport ships to escape through our warship space. We trapped them like turtles in a jar. Lynx waved his hand sharply. Even now, he still didn't understand what was going on. The orc fleet escorting the human warships hadn't responded. They were simply following behind the human warships without making any other moves. Yes. Zhuge Liang and his men continued their advance, but the orc transport flagship retreated even faster, almost disappearing into the orc warship army. Quickly, speed up the retreat. All warships, prepare your artillery fire. Lock onto the enemy warships. As more and more transport ships successfully withdrew into the orc warship army, Lynx began to relax. Currently, only 14 of Halong's warships remained within the orc encirclement. A relative calm settled in. No one launched an attack, simply waiting patiently, as if awaiting the command. Action! Halong's voice rang out. The transport ship flagship exploded, shattering its shields and severely damaging its hull. Mech weapon skill, heavy cannon sword. Suddenly Halong, who had been concealed beside the transport ship, wielded the Aurora Flame sword, slashing repeatedly at the hull. A large hole appeared in the flagship, and Halong piloted his mech inside. Detonate! Zhuge Liang also gave the order. Except for the transport ship surrounding the flagship, all other transport ships began to explode. Even the orc warships near the transport ships were not spared, exploding in tandem. How could this be? Watching all the transport ships explode, Lynx's composure crumbled. This time, he was certain to die. Not only did the transport ships explode, but his own field army suffered heavy losses, with nearly 1,000 ships exploding and almost 1,000 severely damaged. Skill, 1,000-mile march. Zhuge Liang activated the skill immediately, increasing their speed to 800% for 1 hour. They piloted their space fortress, rapidly approaching the transport flagship. As soon as they arrived, Halong had already controlled the transport flagship to open its hatch, revealing 20 single-use giant siege bombs containing the damaged Starfall missile. Zhuge Liang's space fortress dispatched 80 transport robots, working in groups of 4, who immediately removed all 20 damaged Starfall siege bombs. Quickly surround them. Don't let them steal the damaged Starfall. Lynx finally came to her senses and hurriedly gave the order. Chapter 164. Disruptors deployed. Looking at the orc warships attempting to surround them, Halong smiled calmly and ordered the jammers already waiting in space. The powerful jamming caused the nearest hundreds of orc warships to stall, thus becoming obstacles for other orc warships. Warships entering the jamming zone were also affected. Quickly, destroy all the jammers. Looking at the T3 class or type jammers, Lynx knew perfectly well that he had been deceived by the humans, and thoroughly so. Boom boom boom. Many jammers were shot down by the orc warships from a distance, but more than half continued to interfere, disrupting the orc warships' encirclement of Halong. Charge! Keep clearing those jammers. Lynx commanded in a hoarse voice. He had never realized that jammers could be used so disgustingly. Unfortunately, he was too late. Only 30 seconds had passed between the transport ship's detonation and the robots finishing removing the damaged planet. Move to the left. Space fortress ships, super missiles, heavy artillery fire. Bombard the third fleet. We retreat. Halong ordered as the space fortress returned to its transformed state. Currently, the easiest target to break through is the third fleet, where only 500 warships remain. Yes, sir. With a speed boost akin to Zhuge Liang's 800%, the 10 Vulcan warships move with lightning speed, retreating alongside the third fleet. 8 heavy cannons traverse space, launching over 600 super missiles, directly targeting the foremost orcs. Boom! Boom! The 8 fortress cannons unleash their destructive power, destroying 3 orc warships in a single strike. Numerous super missiles unleashed their power, destroying nearly 30 orc warships. At this point, Halong and his men hadn't even entered the firing range of the orc third fleet. Boom! Boom! The main cannons of the space fortress and the warship cannons also entered effective range. Halong and his men, of course, didn't hold back, opening fire and causing explosions to erupt repeatedly on the orc third fleet. Quick fire and intercept them. Don't let them escape. Lynx was terrified. He knew that if Halong escaped again, he would be close to death. Halong remotely controlled 5 T4 orc warships, ordering them to charge directly at the orc third fleet. The third fleet was alarmed and dispatched 2 fleets to encircle them. However, these 5 warships were all cruisers, specially modified by Halong. Their engines had been increased to 3, and they contained no other equipment, only cruise bombs. 5 cruisers unleashed their maximum speed, dodging the Orcish artillery fire from 2 fleets. 1 cruiser rammed directly into an orc fleet. Boom! 4 orc warships were instantly destroyed. Boom! Immediately afterward, another warship found an opportunity, braving the gunfire, and charged into the fleet to self-destruct. Halong didn't waste the remaining 3 ranged warships on the 2 fleets, directly controlling them to charge towards the third fleet. Fire! Don't let them escape. The third fleet commander, terrified, commanded in a trembling voice, desperately wanting Halong to leave. Commander, there are 3 more self-destructing cruisers behind us. The vice captain hurriedly reminded them. The 3 cruisers seemed to be heading straight for their flagship. Quickly, intercept those 3 cruisers with artillery fire. The leader of the third fleet realized that letting them get close would cause serious trouble. Yes, sir. Boom. 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 The third fleet's artillery continued to bombard the cruisers, reducing their interception of Halong and his forces. Let's go. Halong looked at the chaotic orcs and calmly gave the order. Yes, sir. Zhuge Liang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Halong's objective had been achieved. Lynx's flagship reconnaissance system showed that the Vulcan battleship fleet was moving extremely fast, disappearing from the reconnaissance system in just 2 minutes. At this moment, the true orc chieftain, Tiger Head, arrived late with 30,000 warships. Where are they? Where did the human warship fleet escape to? Tiger Head angrily questioned Lynx's chieftain. You're asking me? How did you encircle and annihilate the human warships? They ambushed our field operations army group. Where were you? Now the enemy has escaped, and you're only showing up now? Lynx roared in anger. Quickly, surge towards the human fortress. After this battle, their supplies must be low, and they have no choice but to return. The tiger-headed chief ignored Lynx. Eliminating Halong was the priority. Chief, what do we do? Join them, surround and destroy the human warships. Only if we succeed can we atone for our mistakes. Lynx's hope ignited. But unbeknownst to them, Halong had already led the Vulcan warship fleet towards the Orc Fortress. Commander, the Orc Fortress is ahead. The vice captain reported to Zhao Tuo. After a long detour, they had finally reached their destination. Prepare yourselves, launch an immediate attack. Zhao Tue knew the enemy had discovered them. Rather than sneaking around, a direct attack was preferable. Yes. 9 warship armies, comprising over 30,000 T4 warships, deployed with overwhelming force. Report. Commander-in-Chief, over 30,000 human T4 warships are attacking the fortress. The vice captain reported to Shell Turtle, the orc chieftain guarding the fortress. I know. Let them come. 30,000 T4 warships alone cannot break through our defenses. Shell Turtle responded confidently. His skill could increase the shield's defensive strength by 3 times. As long as he was present, with the current defensive warships, the enemy would have a very difficult time breaking through without at least 200,000 T3 and T4 warships. Commander-in-Chief is mighty. The vice captain felt reassured upon hearing this. Indeed, it was true. Shell Turtle was good at nothing but defense. Order, all warships attack. Zhao Tue knew that the current situation was not suitable for him to delay. Moreover, he had his own skill, endurance. Innate skill, endurance. Special 2-in-1 combination skill activated, endurance and endurance. It can enhance offensive capabilities by 100% and defensive capabilities by 500%, lasting for 2 days, truly formidable. Yes. Watching the human warships rapidly advancing in 3 formations, Shell Turtle issued the order, fire from the fortress heavy cannons. Yes. Boom. Boom. Report, under bombardment from the orcs' fortress heavy cannons, 20 of our warships have been severely damaged, and the shields of another 50 warships have been shattered. The vice captain summarized the battle situation and reported to Zhao Tue. Order that all the heavily damaged warships, and those with shattered shields retreat to the rear and quickly restore their energy shields. The other warships continue their fierce attack. Zhao Tue calmly ordered. Yes. Seeing that the fortress heavy cannon attacks were having little effect, Shell Turtle finally became serious. Order all warships to fire. Boom boom boom. Chapter 165. Zhao Tue's warship army advanced under the barrage of Orcish warship fire. After enduring a round of bombardment, the human warships were finally able to retaliate. Zhao Tue ordered, all warships fire. Boom. 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 Increase the speed of the warships. All troops advance while taking cover from artillery fire. Yes. All the human warships sped towards the Orcish fortress, putting immense pressure on the orcs. The human warships also possess formidable firepower, concentrating all their fire on the far left, ignoring other areas, putting the orcs on the defensive. It should be noted that the orc warship army left to defend the fortress was primarily defensively oriented, its offensive capabilities significantly inferior to other T4 class warships. Moreover, apart from one T4 class warship army, the others were all T3 class, even weaker in offensive power. This resulted in the human warships becoming increasingly powerful, while the orc warships grew increasingly frustrated, their exhaustion becoming increasingly apparent after several rounds of bombardment. All warships continue the charge. The orcs won't be able to hold out for long. Zhao Tue, positioned at the rear, closely monitored the battle and observed the orcs' current state. Yes, sir. Seeing the effect, the human warships surged with renewed vigor. Boom. 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 The orcs' first layer of shield wall shattered, and many warships were also destroyed. Report. Chief, the human warship's firepower is extremely fierce. The leftmost shield wall has now been breached, and we lost over 30 warships. What about the human warship losses? The Shell Turtle asked hastily. Only a dozen or so lost, over 50 severely damaged, and over 500 with their shields broken. The vice captain was furious. These human warships were too heavily armored to be easily destroyed. Organize the leaders of each warship squadron, and have them use their skills to hold off the human warship's attack. Also, transmit this news to the Supreme Commander Tianhuahu via sonic boom. Zhao Tue's combat prowess was formidable. The Shell Turtle could only issue 2 orders in quick succession. After all, the Orc Fortress couldn't afford any losses, or he would become the Orc's eternal center. Orc Eastern Flagship. The Vice Captain hurriedly reported to Tianhuahu, Report. Supreme Commander, the Field Operations Group Army and the Dragon Hunting Group Army report simultaneously that the transport ships were ambushed by Haolong, and all transport ships have been annihilated. What? All transport ships annihilated? Including the flagship carrying those 20 damaged stars? Tianhuahu asked incredulously. The Field Operations Group Army was an all-around warship group army with 30 warships. Its combat capabilities far surpassed those of a group army with only 3 warships. Haolong dared to launch a sneak attack, and succeeded, annihilating 1,000 transport ships. This made Tianhuahu truly realize the threat Halong posed. Report. Chief Commander, we just received news from Chief Shell Turtle. The elite human guardian warship army has appeared at the Orc warship fortress and captured the first layer of shield wall in 10 minutes. This has caused over 30 casualties to our warships. The human warships have suffered 10 casualties. Elite guardian warship army? Zheng, you're too audacious. Trying to win with a small force. Although Tianhuahu said this, he knew he had already lost this invasion. His 640,000 strong army was reduced to less than half. 1,000 transport ships were wiped out. His siege weapons were gone, and now his own fortress was in imminent danger. Most importantly, the three-tailed white fox in the north, and his fiancée, were also dead. He had become a complete loser in this war. Withdraw? Order all Orc warships to retreat. After issuing the order, Tianhuahu led his fleet, turning his flagship first and heading towards the Orc fortress. The Orc warships, though dissatisfied with the order, had no choice but to obey. Chief, why? That human warship fleet should have a hard time breaching our Orc fortress, another Orc chieftain questioned Tianhuahu during the projection meeting. Indeed, our defensive measures are sufficient to withstand Zhao Tuo's elite guardian warship fleet, but don't forget, the human commander-in-chief, Halong, is also near our fortress. Once the humans react, they fight tooth and nail to hold us back, and our fortress will be in grave danger, Tianhuahu said bluntly, pointing to the core of their concerns. Halong had brought them too much surprise and fear. Currently, Halong has not retreated to the human fortress. The Tiger Head leader has also located their supply hideout, confirming that Halong has received supplies. This worries Tianhuahu. If Halong joins forces with the warship army attacking the Orc fortress will be in grave danger. Human Commander-in-Chief. The Orc leaders remained silent, then accepted the order, as Halong's ferocity was overwhelming. Eastern Human Fortress. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Orcs are rapidly withdrawing on a large scale. The vice captain reported to Zheng. Do you know why they are withdrawing? This subordinate does not know. I have dispatched numerous reconnaissance aircraft. I believe news will arrive soon. The vice captain shook his head. He was also puzzled. Due to the need for concealment, and because his target was the Orc fortress, Halong had not sent back intelligence to avoid revealing his whereabouts and objective. Send 2 naval armies for a probing attack. Remember not to penetrate too deeply. Have the other naval armies prepare. Upon receiving orders, immediately pursue the enemy. Yes, sir. Report. Commander-in-Chief, Commander Zhao Tuo used telepathy to report that they are attacking the Orc fortress. In 10 minutes, they have breached the first layer of shield walls, losing 10 of their own ships. Good. The crisis is averted. Zhao Tuo deserves the greatest credit. Zheng paused slightly after hearing the news, then said with delight. In truth, only he knew that now was not the right time for Zhao Tuo to attack the Orc fortress. For his safety, Zhao Tuo had chosen to attack the fortress ahead of schedule. Zheng had another person on his mind, so he asked the vice captain, "Is there any news from the commander-in-chief?" "No, we received news from the commander-in-chief 2 days ago, and there has been no news since." The vice captain shook his head. Halong was too cunning, although he often disappeared. Each disappearance brought a big surprise. He wondered what it would be this time. Report. Commander-in-Chief, a great victory. A great victory for the Commander-in-Chief. According to information from within the Orcish ranks, the Commander-in-Chief annihilated all of the Orcish transport ships yesterday and destroyed over 2,000 warships, then disappeared again. Zheng was numb. How many times had this happened? Whenever Halong disappeared or made a major move, there would be a great victory. The commanders in the projection conference were also stunned. The Commander-in-Chief had achieved another great victory, a decisive one at that. It all felt incredibly unreal. Chapter 166. Order. All commanders, except those remaining in their naval armies, shall proceed with all other naval armies to pursue the Orc warships. Remember, do not venture too deep, do not stray too far from the surrounding naval armies, remain vigilant, and beware of Orc ambushes. This was a crucial order, and Zheng understood that in open battle, his depleted naval armies were no match for the Orc warship army. He could only give detailed instructions. Yes, sir. The commanders rubbed their hands together excitedly. They had been relentlessly attacked by the Orcs in the human fortress, a situation they had long resented. The human warship set off, pursuing the Orc warship army. Boom, boom, boom. Commander-in-Chief, the human warships are pursuing us, the Orc flagship's vice captain reported to Tianhuahu. Order them to carry out orders. All other warships, accelerate your retreat. Tianhua waved his hand, feeling dejected. He had come full of vigor, but returned like a drowning dog, only able to escape with a broken arm. Avoid those defending orcs. We pursue Tianhua's main warship army. Ingzheng also had a plan to deal with the orcs, who wanted to band together to resist them. Before they could react, the main pursuing army bypassed them, keeping a close watch on Tianhua's warships, buying time for Zhao Tuo. Where are the orcs going? All warships, attack with full force, and stop their retreat. Not long after Tianhua led the main force away, Tang Xingji, the former commander-in-chief of the eastern fortress, who had been holed up, jumped out. He adopted a desperate stance to intercept the 5 incomplete orc army groups left to block the human warships. The 5 orc army groups suddenly unleashed powerful combat capabilities, first repelling Tang Xingji's eastern 1st Army Group, and then scattering in all directions in a warship army formation. Report. Commander-in-Chief, Tang Xingji, the former commander of the eastern fortress, has sent a message. He says he has intercepted 5 orc warship armies, and requests that we attack immediately to kill them all and cripple the orc invasion. The vice-captain hurriedly reported to Ingzheng, his expression one of barely concealed rage. What? Tang Xingji? He intercepted 5 warship armies? Ingzheng nearly lost his temper upon hearing this. Intercepting them now? Isn't this just causing trouble? Report. Commander-in-Chief, many orc warships have suddenly scattered. Encountering our main warships that are bypassing us, they're charging at us like madmen. Sure enough, the scattered orc warships delayed Ingzheng's pursuit. Subsequently, for the sake of the overall situation, Ingzheng had no choice but to control his emotions and order the warships to launch a fierce attack, annihilating the 5 remaining orc warship armies. As for what happened to Tang Xingji, he couldn't care less. The Empire made the decisions, he was merely a subject. Go, relay the order to Zhao Tuo. He only has 1 day. The Commander-in-Chief, destroy all the orc transport ships. The orc main force has already withdrawn. Tell him to be careful not to be surrounded by the orcs. The main force of the Sky Fox returned to reinforce, but because of Tang Xingji, he couldn't hold them off. The war was over. Orc Fortress, human flagship. Report. Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief Haolong will arrive in 1 hour. The vice-captain of Zhao Tuo's flagship reported joyfully. Commander-in-Chief Haolong's name now resounded throughout the entire fortress, both the human and orc fortresses. Good, excellent. With the Commander-in-Chief here, we should be able to capture the orc fortress in 1 day. Zhao Tuo was greatly encouraged. He hadn't expected the Commander-in-Chief to come to their aid. Report the current situation to the Commander-in-Chief immediately. Commander-in-Chief, can the Commander-in-Chief solve the problem of the assault? After relaying the message, the vice-captain asked Zhao Tuo expectantly. I trust the Commander-in-Chief, Zhao Tuo said with a smile, quite confidently. Commander-in-Chief Zhao Tuo sent a message. They have breached the first layer of the first line of defense, but are being hindered by the orc skills, making further progress difficult. He asked if you had any suggestions. Zhuge Liang reported to Haolong. I suggest they wait for my arrival. I have siege weapons. Haolong smiled, as he placed a broken starfall. There were now 23 broken starfalls. I understand. Zhuge Liang looked at the 3 newly manufactured broken starfalls, and nodded with a smile. Haolong could now craft broken starfalls, but currently, due to limited materials, he couldn't produce more. Report. The Commander-in-Chief sent a message saying he suggested waiting for his arrival. He also has siege weapons. The vice-captain reported to Zhao Tuo. Alright, order all warships to retreat to a safe location and await the attack order. Upon hearing Haolong's message, Zhao Tuo immediately gave the order. Commander-in-Chief, no. We already breached the first layer of the first line of defense. If we retreat now, and wait for the Commander-in-Chief's arrival, the first layer of the shield will have been restored, meaning our efforts will have been in vain. The commander of the 1st Army Group of the planet objected. After all, we had worked so hard to breach the first layer of the shield, retreating would severely impact morale. Commander Huang, don't worry. With the Commander-in-Chief's arrival, will we be short of this 1 layer of the shield? Currently, the orcs are prepared. With our forces, it will take at least 2 hours to break through the 2nd layer of the shield. Besides, we already marched a long distance and our condition isn't great, we need a rest. Zhao Tuo trusted Haolong implicitly, answering firmly with a suitable reason. Very well, I obey the Commander-in-Chief's orders. Every coin has 2 sides. Since Zhao Tuo had made his decision, Commander Huang could only nod. Nearly an hour later, Zhao Tuo didn't approve Haolong's projection request. Instead, he directly piloted his flagship to greet Haolong. What's going on? Huang Wang couldn't help but ask when she saw Haolong's projection request rejected. See? This has another meaning. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, smiling but remaining silent, making Huang Wang itchy with impatience. Commander-in-Chief Haolong, the fortress's commander-in-chief, has arrived with the Vulcan battleship fleet. Seeing Zhao Tuo come directly to greet him, Haolong also piloted his space fortress forward, granting Zhao Tuo's request for projection and reporting immediately. Commander-in-Chief, you are too modest. Our warship army group is willing to follow orders and do our part to capture the fortress. Zhao Tuo quickly adopted a humble attitude. He had been fighting for 3 hours with extremely poor progress, so he naturally took the initiative to relinquish command to Haolong. No, for attacking the fortress, it still needs you, Commander-in-Chief. I will fully cooperate. I have already obtained the layout map of the Orc fortress and captured 20 Orc siege weapons, the Starfall, which I will also hand over to you, Commander-in-Chief. Haolong, possessing reconnaissance skills, naturally knew that given the current situation of attacking the Orc fortress, Zhao Tuo's special combination skills were more suitable. Chapter 167. Then I'll... Wait, Commander-in-Chief, you mean you obtained the layout map of the Orc fortress? Zhao Tuo was extremely shocked. He was already shocked enough by the theft of the human fortress layout map, but now the Orc fortress layout map had also been leaked. Things were getting more and more interesting. Yes, the Orc fortress layout map. Haolong nodded affirmatively and projected it onto the screen. It really is the Orc fortress layout map. Zhao Tuo examined it carefully and was certain it was genuine. Commander-in-Chief, please give the order. Also, I need some materials. This is the list of materials. If we can gather them, it will greatly increase our chances of capturing the Orc fortress. Haolong said to Zhao Tuo. Speed was of the essence. They didn't know when the main Orc force would return. Alright, I go prepare. With the Commander-in-Chief's support, I feel more confident. Zhao Tuo no longer refused and said straightforwardly. After preparations were complete, Zhao Tuo gave the orders and boosted morale with words. Order all warships to advance. The first phase of the mission has been issued. Each warship army must complete the mission as quickly as possible. The fastest to complete each phase will receive the first merit for that phase, and I will apply to the Commander-in-Chief for a commendation after the battle. Kill! 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 With Zhao Tuo's promise to the entire warship fleet, the morale of the human warships surged. Attack! With Zhao Tuo's order, the human warships once again split into 3 battle lines. This time, they attacked the shield wall from another direction, rendering the Orcs' previous preparations futile. Space fortress ships fire? Provide them with firepower. Haolong also commanded the Vulcan warship formation, ordering the heavy cannons of 2 space fortresses to bombard them to boost human morale. Report. Chief Commander, the human warships have changed their strategy. This time, they're attacking the shield walls in areas A2, B2, and C2, the vice captain of the Orc flagship reported to the Shell Turtle. What? Have the human warships gone mad? They have the old, worn-out shield walls, yet they're attacking brand new ones? The human warship's attack direction puzzled him. Of course, despite his confusion, the orders to adjust the warships still needed to be given. Mobilize the warships to strengthen the defenses of areas A2, B2, and C2. Don't let the enemy find any loopholes. Yes, sir! Boom! Boom! 8 heavy cannons fired, instantly clearing dozens of shield walls from the human warships. We also have heavy cannons. Order all warships to advance at full speed. Haolong's heavy cannon fire greatly boosted morale, and Zhao Tuo seized the opportunity to issue the order. Caught off guard by the human warship's surprise attack, the Orc warship army was caught off guard and offered virtually no resistance, allowing the human warships to advance directly into the firing range of the first shield wall. All warships, open fire. Zhao Tuo ordered. Boom boom boom. Under the bombardment, many sections of the Orc fortress's first shield wall were breached, rendering it ineffective against the human warships. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the first shield wall has breached, exposing many warships to human fire. The vice captain reported frantically to Shell Turtle. The humans were terrifying. A single salvo had breached the first shield wall. What? Why did this happen? Has the matter been investigated? Shell Turtle, barely containing his anger, quickly inquired. According to reports from the front, the enemy's artillery fire targeted the weak points of our shield wall, and combined with the previous heavy artillery bombardment, this allowed the enemy to break through the shield wall in a single salvo, the vice captain replied hastily. Could our layout plan have been leaked? Shell Turtle thought of a possibility, sweat pouring down his forehead. How could that be? Only Chief Tianhuahu and Master Litian knew the layout plan. Now that Master Litian has returned to the capital, only the chief knows the fortress layout plan, the vice captain questioned. Never mind that for now, immediately give the order to defend the second layer of the shield wall. Shell Turtle hurriedly instructed the vice captain to issue the order. He needed to send a message to Chief Tianhuahu to report. The orc's first layer of shield has been breached. The primary credit goes to the A-level 1st Army Group. The second phase of the mission is now being issued. Please continue your efforts and achieve unparalleled merit. Zhao Tue quickly suppressed his shock. He finally understood why Commander-in-Chief Ing Zheng had fought to the death. The leak of the layout plan had such consequences. But for the sake of humanity, the Commander-in-Chief was willing to sacrifice himself, which was extremely commendable, and he admired him even more. Yes, all warships charge. Charge. The commanders were brimming with confidence. Who wouldn't want to achieve unparalleled glory, a chance to bring honor to their ancestors? If they could capture the orcs' planet, they had the opportunity to establish new families. Who wouldn't want that? Then, under the relentless bombardment of the human warships, the second layer of the shield wall shattered. The human commanders laughed. They were deeply impressed by the Commander-in-Chief's astonishing abilities. The Shell Turtle, however, was filled with terror. What was happening? This was the first time he experienced a leak of the fortress layout. How could the once incredibly sturdy shield wall crumble at the slightest touch? Quickly, send an urgent intelligence report to the Grand Commander. Tell him about the fortress's situation, and ask for his guidance. Yes, sir. The Shell Turtle knew that the leak of the fortress layout had far exceeded his authority and capabilities. It had to be handled by the Sky Fox. Tianhuahu, who had quickly led his main force back, was also greatly shocked upon receiving the news from Shell Turtle. How had the fortress layout map been leaked? However, this matter could be put aside for now. The most important thing was to find a solution to the fortress's crisis and ensure Shell Turtle could hold out until his return. Order the 4th Army Group, as the commander of the 3 warship armies, to immediately use their skills to advance at high speed and return to the fortress. Tianhuahu selected some commanders with increased movement speed and ordered them to lead as many warships as possible back quickly. Order the commander of the 51st Warship Army to lead 3 warship armies, using their skills to sail at high speed and return to the fortress. Yes! Dozens of warship armies followed closely, quickly disappearing from Tianhuahu's sight. This finally put his mind at ease. With their return, they should be able to hold out until his arrival. Then Tianhuahu issued a death order. Order all warships to return to the fortress at all costs. Those who disobey will be executed. Yes! The other commanders knew that this matter truly concerned the lives of all of them. Star-scarred battlefield. Commander, that T3 Zerg warship army has caught up with us again. What do we do? The Fire Phoenix carrier's vice captain asked Zhou Xilan. After handing over the emergency mission, the 10,000 T3 class warships had been tracking them for 2 days, and they couldn't shake them off no matter what they did. No rush. Since they're coming to their deaths, let them have their way. Zhou Xilan remained calm. She already had a plan in mind, and had been implementing it for the past 2 days. Chapter 168. Commander, you're finally going to make your move against them. Do you have a good plan? Wang Silan asked earnestly during the projection meeting. Although the Zerg warships numbered 10,000, the Fire Phoenix fleet had plenty of ways to strike them, but Zhou Xilan didn't seem to be in a hurry. Lure them here. I want all their contract hearts. Zhou Xilan decisively circled an area. Yes, leave no one alive among their contract flagships. The captains looked at the large, special area, silently mourning for the Zerg. Of all the people they were hunting, they had to hunt them down. Of the 10,000 warships in the fleet, about 50 to 70 possessed contract hearts, perhaps even more. It seemed Zhou Xilan's appetite was enormous. As for the other 4 warship fleets, Zhou Xilan didn't tell them her plan. Zerg flagship. Report. Commander, those humans seem to have spotted us. They're fleeing frantically. Should we pursue them? The vice captain reported to Flamebug. Of course, pursue them. And this time, they won't escape. Their current course is clearly wrong. Although that direction will allow them to quickly move away from us, if we send a fleet to quickly infiltrate here, we can trap them in the T3 level turbulent magnetic field. Flamebug's eyes blazed with excitement as it pointed to a point on the space map. Brilliant, Commander. This truly puts them in a desperate situation. Please give the order. Many Zerg fleet members volunteered. It's important to understand that warships below T3 level have absolutely no reconnaissance capabilities in the T3 level turbulent magnetic field. Only T3 level warships have 1/3 of the reconnaissance capability, while T4 level warships have only half. Boom! 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 The Fire Phoenix battleship fleet was suddenly attacked by the Zerg warship army, which had completely blocked their shipping lanes in that direction. Commander, a Zerg warship army has appeared ahead. They infiltrated our lines. What do we do? Retreat! Retreat quickly into the T3 chaotic magnetic field. Zhou Zhilan immediately gave the order. Yes, sir! Yumi and the others didn't have time to think. Staying mid-certain death, they disregarded the dangers of the chaotic magnetic field. Fortunately, the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet was at the forefront, withstanding the heavy artillery fire and allowing their ships to escape destruction. Boom! 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 The barrage of artillery fire threw the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet into disarray, causing them to retreat like frightened birds, quickly entering the T3 class chaotic magnetic field. Upon entering, Yumi and the others realized something was wrong. Their ships couldn't detect anything outside, as if they were blind. Commander, my battleship formation can't detect anything outside. Requesting support. Su Li. Commander, my battleship formation can't detect anything outside either. Yu Mei and Lu Ying said in unison. Commander, I can only detect about 2 kilometers away, barely enough to navigate. Song Shuan surprised Zhou Zhilan. Second battleship formation, use the tow ropes to link the other 3 battleship formations together and advance. My Fire Phoenix battleship formation will stay at the rear to provide cover for you. Zhou Zhilan quickly issued the order. Originally, she had planned to send out a battleship to tow the other 4 battleship formations, but now it was unnecessary. Commander, let my battleship formation stay at the rear? My space fortress ship has the strongest defensive capabilities. Lu Ying thought for a moment and offered her suggestion. Besides the space fortress, Lu Ying also had 9 destroyers, all with excellent defensive capabilities. No need. I have a way to entangle those Zerg warships. You follow the second warship formation, pass through the T3 level turbulent magnetic field, and wait for me in area 7099. Remember, do not enter area 8000. Zhou Zhilan was very satisfied with Lu Ying's initiative in making the suggestion, and already planned to have Haolong properly modify the space fortress for her. Understood, Commander. Lu Ying did not insist, she trusted Zhou Zhilan. Zhou Zhilan smiled and ordered, you set off. I'm going to set some traps, so that the Zerg behind us won't dare to pursue us. Understood. Song Shuan and the others accepted the order. All 40 warships were linked together, and sailed deeper into the turbulent magnetic field. Zhou Zhilan ordered, we also go, but at a slower speed than them. Prepare for defense and be ready to escape at any time. The other 4 warship formations had already set off, while the Fire Phoenix warship formation pretended to be lost, gradually deviating from its position. Report. Commander-in-Chief, after the enemy activated the turbulent magnetic field, 4 warship squadrons have linked up and are slowly advancing. Another warship squadron has lost its way and is gradually drifting away from the other 4. The Vice Captain, Gao Xing, hurriedly reported to Flamebug. Order the 5th Fleet to deploy and destroy that warship squadron. The rest of the fleets disperse and, in fleet units, eliminate the other 4 human warship squadrons. Flamebug issued the order to split up. Once they too entered the turbulent magnetic field, their reconnaissance range would be limited. Without dispersing their fleets, it would be difficult to locate the human warships. Yes, sir. The other Zerg warship commanders readily accepted the order. They also agreed that Flamebug's order was reasonable, for T1 warship squadrons were no match for a single warship squadron. Immediately, a Zerg warship entered the turbulent magnetic field. Quickly, scout the positions of those Terran warships. Don't let them escape. Seeing that the scout range was limited, Flamebug quickly gave the order. Yes, sir. Numerous Zerg warships executed the previous orders, encircling the Fire Phoenix fleet. We go in too. Flamebug gave the order, and he himself activated his skill, Concealment. The entire Zerg flagship's fleet disappeared as soon as it entered the turbulent magnetic field. Commander, the Zerg have split up. They're all in fleet formations, only 2 are in single unit formations. One of the Zerg fleets is still heading towards us, and the other hasn't been detected. As soon as the Zerg entered the turbulent magnetic field, the Phantom warships, equipped with T5 radar, quickly detected them. Lolita immediately reported to Zhou Zhilan. As expected. Prepare yourselves. Once the Zerg warship fleet arrives, we strike first and wipe them out. The remaining scattered Zerg warship squadrons will be the contract hearts delivered to us. Yes. Zhou Zhilan smiled happily. The Zerg wanted their lives, but she wanted all the contract hearts from the Zerg flagship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the time to lead the Zerg warship fleet around. Now she had successfully dispersed the Zerg warships, allowing her to hunt them down one by one, and even within the restricted reconnaissance area of the turbulent magnetic field. The Zerg warship fleet sailed at high speed. They had already locked onto Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix warship squadron outside, believing that as long as they were fast enough, Zhou Zhilan wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 169. Watching the 1,000 Zerg warships charge in, the vice captain excitedly reported to Zhou Zhilan, "Commander, the Zerg warships have broken into our trap." "Have you found the other flagship warship fleet?" Zhou Zhilan asked. This Zerg warship fleet was already easy prey, so she wasn't worried, but the other Zerg flagship warship fleet was a different story. There was no room for carelessness on the battlefield. Ever since we were interfered with by the chaotic magnetic field, we haven't been able to detect that warship fleet, the vice captain said with slight concern. Zhou Zhilan nodded, indicating she understood, and then issued the attack order. Continue to intensify reconnaissance of the Zerg warship fleet. Order, Super Hive Carrier, deploy and annihilate this warship fleet. Yes. Skill, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. The skill Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens was activated on the Super Hive Carrier, and over 800 Phoenix Flame fighters were deployed. Due to the interference from the chaotic magnetic field, the Zerg did not detect the Phoenix Flame fighters immediately. When the fighters arrived, report, Commander-in-Chief, 800 enemy fighters have entered our airspace. The vice captain of the Zerg warship flagship hurriedly reported to Commander Centipede. What's the panic? The enemy only has T1 warships. Can they damage our powerful warships? Besides, we are a warship fleet, while the enemy only has one warship squadron. Centipede brandished his centipede scythe, lecturing the vice captain. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I was startled by the enemy's sudden appearance. I was wrong. The vice captain realized his mistake, and quickly admitted it. Indeed, under normal circumstances, a T1 warship squadron would have a very difficult time posing a threat to a T3 warship fleet. Order all anti-aircraft fire to intercept, fighters to take off, locate the enemy fleet. Seeing the vice captain admit his mistake, Centipede finally gave the order, satisfied. But he soon paid the price for his arrogance. Just then, Fire Phoenix's super swarm fighters arrived above their warship. 400 bombers, escorted by 400 fighters, dove down to drop bombs at close range. Before the Zerg warships could react, the 400 bombers accurately dropped multiple Phoenix Flame cruise bombs. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Centipede's flagship was surrounded by a sea of fire from exploding warships, shattering his initial enthusiasm. Flagship system information. Ding! Destruction alert. The warship fleet has suffered a massive bombing attack. Currently, 985 warships have been destroyed, 15 flagships are severely damaged, and 0 warships remain undamaged. How could this be? This can't be real. This can't be real. Centipede was stunned. The sudden devastation drove him completely insane. This is still a T1 class warship? This? The vice captain looked at the lost data, his mind beginning to crumble. Jackholes, conduct jamming. Cruiser mechs, deploy, be careful. Zhou Zhilan specifically reminded the cruiser mechs to be cautious. Roger. Commander, the heart of the contract has been completely harvested. Soon, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Good. Clear out these scattered Zerg warship formations one by one. Continue to send out reconnaissance aircraft to strengthen reconnaissance of the Zerg flagship warship fleet. Zhou Zhilan was not blinded by the victory before her, and continued to strengthen reconnaissance. Yes. The vice captain quickly relayed the order. Boom. 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 After annihilating a Zerg fleet, the Fire Phoenix fleet, relying on the Phantom's T5 level radar, directly attacked the scattered Zerg fleets. Often, before the Zerg could react, only a few flagships remained, trembling in fear. Although the devastating blow to the Zerg was satisfying, Zhou Zhilan was still worried because there was still no news of the Firefly's flagship fleet. They seemed to have vanished without a trace. Quickly, assemble the other fleets. These enemies might be students from the Human Blade Academy. After Zhou Zhilan annihilated numerous Zerg fleets, Firefly finally realized something was wrong and immediately summoned the other fleets and fleets back. Yes, Commander. The vice captain relayed the order. Students from the Human Blade Academy were the cream of the crop. Other races would love to hunt them. Conversely, the humans would also seek out and eliminate the Zerg and Orcish elites. Chief, actually we can follow the enemy's trajectory, and then... The vice captain gave orders and offered a suggestion to Flamebug. Flamebug was greatly encouraged and adopted the vice captain's plan. Good, execute your orders. Phoenix Carrier. Report. Commander, our right-hand Zerg fleet has been completely annihilated. 3 warship formations have been spotted converging ahead, but that's a space valley, easily ambushable. Requesting instructions. The vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Proceed and destroy those 3 warship formations. Simultaneously, increase reconnaissance of the surrounding area. Zhou Zhilan gave the direct order, ignoring the terrain. Understood. The other captains didn't think much of it, and immediately obeyed the order. Report. Chief, the human warship fleet has taken the bait, and is heading into the valley. Aboard the Flamebug flagship, the vice captain reported with delight. Good. Once we destroy these damned human warships, your contribution will be substantial. The Flamebug was also pleased. Eliminating the human elites was their favorite task. However, elites weren't so easily eliminated. They usually possessed trump cards. If they could successfully encircle and annihilate Zhou Zhilan this time, it would be a great achievement. Chief, we can now have the other warship fleets slowly surround them. Once they are completely inside the valley, they will be utterly helpless. The vice captain felt the time was ripe and suggested to the Flamebug. Good. Order. All warship fleets proceed as planned, completely surrounding the human warships, leaving them no chance of escape. Roar. Understood. Numerous insectids roared in unison, and their warships accelerated their encirclement. On the Fire Phoenix carrier, Zhou Zhilan issued the battle order during the projection conference. All warships, launch an attack. Annihilate all Zerg warships except for the Zerg flagship possessing the heart of the contract. Yes, sir. The 9 captains didn't hesitate for a moment, even knowing the valley might be a trap. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The missile ships launched the first attack, 180 cruise missiles taking to the skies. Boom. Boom. The Xingtian battleship wasn't to be outdone, its 36-star destroyer cannons opening fire. Boom boom boom. What truly drove the Zerg to despair were the bombers, with externally mounted cruise bombs. The operators had mastered mechanical bombing techniques, each bomber carrying 32 bombs for precise drops. Boom boom boom. Instantly, the entire valley was engulfed in flames. Even the 3 Zerg flagships couldn't escape the fate of being burned. Chapter 170. Reporting to the commander, those 3 Zerg flagships have also been destroyed. I know. So be it. The valley was too narrow this time. They fought very well. This was not a fault of their own, so Zhou Zhilan naturally had no intention of blaming them. Flamebug flagship. Report. Commander-in-Chief, all 3 warship squadrons in the valley have been destroyed. The vice captain hurriedly reported to Flamebug. Are all our warship squadrons in position? Flamebug was mentally prepared for the destruction of the warship squadrons in the valley, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It seems the human prodigies are indeed incredibly powerful. They all surrounded us. As soon as they received the order, they sailed at top speed and have now completely surrounded the enemy. They're just waiting for the commander-in-chief's order. Taking down the human warship squadrons will be a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, the vice captain immediately replied excitedly. The plan was his suggestion. After annihilating the Fire Phoenix warship squadron, he would be credited with the greatest merit. Just thinking about it made him happy. Good, excellent. Let them launch an attack. Annihilate the human prodigy at all costs. Flamebug exclaimed with delight. He had already suffered over half his losses in this battle. If he failed to capture the human prodigy, he would face punishment from his superiors. Fortunately, he had devised this plan. Boom boom boom. Commander, the Zerg are closing in. The vice captain of the Fire Phoenix mothership reported to Zhou Zhilan. Since the Zerg have already surrounded us, let's begin the second phase of our operation. According to plan, we will occupy the 2 easily defensible space gorges on either side, waiting for the enemy to walk right into our trap. It turned out that Zhou Zhilan had already obtained information about the Zerg's movements from the stealthy reconnaissance aircraft. This time, she intended to use a counter-strategy to annihilate most of the Zerg warships here. It's important to know that while the Flamebug's flagship fleet possessed stealth capabilities, the other Zerg warships lacked them, and had already been completely detected by T5 class radar. Yes, sir! On the left side of the space canyon, Zhou Zhilan led the Fire Phoenix carriers, ferry supply ships, Cloud Horse warships, long-range missile ships, and Hive carriers. On the right side of the space canyon, Silan led the Matrix destroyers, Super Hive carriers, Xingtian battleships, and Rhino frigates. As for the Phantom warships, they had already been monitoring the entire battle situation from space, ready to strike when necessary. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the enemy is resting on both sides of the space canyon. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack there. Should we still attack? The vice captain's happy smile vanished upon seeing the reconnaissance report. Attack! Of course, attack! They only have one warship squadron, while we have dozens of times more warships. Attack immediately. The Flamebug also had its pride. It didn't believe that a T-1 Terran warship squadron could directly confront half of its warship army. Yes! The Zerg leaders in the projection conference readily accepted the order, sharing the same belief that 10 Terran T-1 warships wouldn't be enough for a single salvo. Boom! 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 The first 5 Zerg warships opened fire, and the well-prepared Fire Phoenix fleet activated its anti-aircraft fire to intercept them. All warships fire back. Scramble your fighters. Sink those carriers and destroyers. Zhou Zhilan didn't use her skills. She needed to wait for the Zerg flagship to appear, or for them to be spotted. Yes, long-range missiles, fire. Yes, Xingtian heavy artillery fire. Over 2,000 fighter jets had already taken to the skies in stealth mode, awaiting Zhou Zhilan's orders above the 5 Zerg warship formations. The first wave of fighters will launch, attacking the Zerg fighters already deployed. All bombers, deactivate stealth and begin dive bombing, Zhou Zhilan commanded. Roger. The fighter crews received the order and controlled their aircraft to dive towards their locked targets. Whoosh! Thousands of bombs rained down, destroying the newly launched Zerg fighters. Boom! Surge! Surge! A series of sharp sounds rang out as 1,000 bombers dropped multiple cruise bombs, each Zerg warship facing 320 cruise bombs. Ding! Alarm! Large number of fighters detected. Please take evasive action. Due to the turbulent magnetic field, by the time the Zerg warships detected the Fire Phoenix fighters, the aircraft were already in dive, giving them no time to intercept. Boom! 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 Over 10,000 cruise bombs exploded in succession, engulfing 50 Zerg warships. Deploy cruise mechs to eliminate the Zerg warships. Harvesters, then enter the heart of the harvest contract, Zhou Zhilan ordered. The massive bombing scene made Flamebug's heart tighten. He quickly went to the reconnaissance projection. What? 5 left? How can their T-1 cruise bombs be so powerful? Flamebug exclaimed in horror. Normally, less than 500 T-1 cruise bombs wouldn't be enough to completely destroy a T-3 warship. Chief, according to the tests, the enemy's aircraft barely possessed T-3 level combat capabilities. The vice captain hurriedly reported the reconnaissance report he had just received. He was actually quite shocked. What did it mean for a T-1 level aircraft to barely possess T-3 level combat power? This was an absurd feat. Chief, besides the enemy's superior aircraft, there must be some skill enhancement from them. Otherwise, how could T-1 level aircraft possess T-3 level combat capabilities? If we add the enemy's skills, then it makes sense. Chief, as long as we release all our aircraft and swarm the enemy ships, the enemy won't be able to utilize their aircraft advantage, and will be completely annihilated. The brain-eating worm leader suggested. The Fire Phoenix's aircraft were indeed powerful, with combat power reaching T-3 level, but their numbers were far inferior to theirs. That makes sense. I support the brain-eating worm leader. I also agree with the brain-eating worm's method. Me too. Many Zerg leaders supported the brain-eating worm's swarm attack. Alright, all Zerg warship formations, listen up. Release all aircraft and attack the enemy. All warships, begin your charge. Annihilate the Terran warships. The flame worm roared. Thousands of Zerg warships sprang into action, relentlessly encircling the Fire Phoenix fleet. Commander, Captain Lolita has informed us that she has located the Zerg flagship fleet. They are at this position and are rapidly advancing towards us, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan. Good. Have all warships prepare to launch a powerful attack upon my command. Keep an eye on the flagships, don't let them escape, Zhou Zhilan issued the battle orders. Yes, sir. The captains immediately stood up and saluted Zhou Zhilan. All warships charge. Annihilate all the human warships. The first to achieve this will be promoted 3 ranks. The Flamebug led its hidden fleet in pursuit, boosting morale while issuing the order for a suicidal charge. Roar. Charge. Thousands of Zerg warships roared into action. Chapter 171. As the Zerg warships approached, Zhou Zhilan used her skill and began issuing combat orders. Captain Xia Sitian used the long-range missile ship's 5-fold missile coverage skill to attack the Zerg flagship's fleet. To cripple the Zerg flagship fleet in one blow, Zhou Zhilan had already ordered the long-range missile ships to launch a full-scale attack. as the Zerg flagship fleet posed the greatest threat to her. Roger, long-range missiles locked onto the target, 5-fold missile skill activated, fire. With a 9x Phoenix Flame enhancement and the 3x warship skill amplification, the attack power of the 5-fold long-range missiles increased by 12 times. Captain Peng Yingjun used 3-fold illusion to annihilate the Zerg flagship fleet. After that, all fighter jets will engage in a hunt. The ferry supply ship will then replenish the Super Hive carrier's energy. To wipe out the Zerg warships in one fell swoop, Zhou Zhilan also had Peng Yingjun use her skill. Roger, Commander. Peng Yingjun stood up and saluted. Roger that, Commander. Little Lolo stood up and saluted. Other warships, freely engage the foremost Zerg warships. Don't let them pose a threat to us. The Fire Phoenix warship formation was now well established. Even without Zhou Zhilan's detailed orders, they would coordinate to achieve optimal kill efficiency. Yes, Commander. The other captains stood up and saluted in unison. Long-range missiles cleared the way, bypassing the leading Zerg warships and heading directly towards a spaceship at the rear. Chief, our warships are almost within attack range and can fire at any time. The vice captain reported smugly to Flamebug. Good. Order the warships to open fire immediately once they enter main gun range, to inflict damage and draw enemy attention, creating an opportunity for a surprise attack. Flamebug, a veteran of the battlefield, devised a ruthless strategy. The commander-in-chief is wise. The vice captain's eyes lit up, and he quickly praised Flamebug. Ding! Missile attack alarm. Too close. Defend. Defend. What? Flamebug was shocked and looked towards space. Before him were 900 super missiles. These were missiles that had barely reached T3 level, but had been amplified 12-fold, making them no weaker than T5 level missiles. Before Flamebug could react, the super long-range missiles rained down, directly engulfing his fleet. Boom! Boom! Over 200 Zerg warships were destroyed. The Zerg flagship fleet was thrown into chaos, and even their own concealed warships were discovered by the enemy. How is this possible? From such a distance? How could the Terran missiles hit us? Flamebug looked at his heavily damaged fleet, his face filled with disbelief. This subordinate doesn't know. The vice captain quickly bowed his head in reply. Bombers, lock onto targets quickly and drop bombs. Peng Yingjun also quickly coordinated. Bombers, already concealed in space, unleashed a barrage of cruise bombs imbued with Phoenix Flame. Boom! Boom boom boom! The remaining 800-plus warships couldn't escape the fate of being bombed either. In an instant, the Zerg flagship fleet was reduced to only 23 heavily damaged contracted warships. Boom! Boom boom boom! Bombers and fighters from the Phoenix and Hive carriers also took to the skies, dropping over 30,000 cruise bombs, directly causing the Zerg to lose another 2,000 warships. Report. Chief Commander, the Vanguard reports that they were ambushed by enemy bombers, losing nearly 2,000 warships. Quickly, get them to regroup here. Don't let them be swallowed up by the enemy. Those who can retreat should withdraw 100 kilometers and regroup to form a defensive formation. The flame bugs were unaware that they had fallen into the Terran's trap of alerting the enemy. Their goal was to annihilate their 10,000 ship fleet. Boom! What happened? The Zerg flagship trembled violently, and Flamebug immediately asked. Chieftain, enemy cruiser mechs have been deployed and breached our flagship. What? How many mechs have entered? There are 30 enemy mechs, and they're heading straight for the command center. Activate the self-destruct. Our 10 mech warriors aren't enough to hold them off. Flamebug looked desperate. Indeed, facing mechs amplified by Phoenix Flame, the Zerg mechs were no match and were annihilated after only a short time. Chieftain, the self-destruct won't activate. The vice captain, after a flurry of attempts, was even more panicked. What? What's going on? Flamebug roared, flapping his wings as he asked. The Terrans possess jammers. They already interfered with our flagship systems. Then activate anti-jamming mode. Their jammers are too powerful. Our anti-jamming mode can't be activated unless we also have jammers to counter-jam, or use communication devices to resist the interference. We don't have communication devices or jammers, and even if we did, it's too late, they're here. Flamebug watched the flagship's monitor. The Terran mechs were already close. Receive the Commander-in-Chief's order to retreat. All warships, retreat immediately. The Zerg flagships issued orders one after another. Report. Commander, the Zerg warships have begun a large-scale retreat. The first officer immediately reported to Zhou Zhilan at the first sign of movement from the Zerg. Passed down the order, Xingtian battleships, open fire. Attack the Zerg warships. Don't let them retreat easily. Have all warships on the right flank converge. Order all fighter jets to use their cruise bombs and gunnery to attack the Zerg flagships, making it difficult for them to escape. To completely annihilate the Zerg warships, they needed to create an opportunity. Zhou Zhilan issued 2 consecutive orders. Roger. Fighter jets launch attack. Boom. Boom. The heavy guns of the Xingtian battleships destroyed dozens of Zerg warships. More than 1,000 fighter jets roamed the battlefield, specifically hunting down Zerg aircraft attempting to take off, while also constantly monitoring the Zerg flagships. Now, a peculiar situation had formed on the battlefield. The surrounded Fire Phoenix warship fleet had formed a defensive formation on both sides of the Space Gorge, but any Zerg warships that entered their attack range were either completely annihilated or severely damaged, posing no threat whatsoever. Outwards was the Zerg flagship fleet. Over 1,000 warships had been annihilated, leaving only 23 Zerg flagships surrounded. In the middle were over 2,000 Zerg warships attempting to scatter. They had received orders to retreat, but their flagships were being hampered by fighter jets, making their retreat difficult. 2 fleet regiments also tried to rescue the flagship fleet, but were prevented from advancing by bombardment from fighter jets. Commander, all bombers have been replenished with super cruise bombs. Long-range missile ships, Xingtian battleships, and Yunma warships are all ready to launch a general offensive, the vice captain reported to Zhou Zhilan 10 minutes later. Chapter 172. How's the clearing of those 23 Zerg flagships going? Zhou Zhilan asked, pointing to the Zerg flagship fleet. Except for the Zerg flagship commander, the other flagships have been cleared, the vice captain quickly reported. Good. Pass down the order, all bomber sortie fighters escorting them. All warships converge and advance at full speed to annihilate the Zerg warship group. Zhou Zhilan issued the order with an air of authority. The opportunity she had been waiting for to wipe out the Zerg warships had arrived. Yes, sir. The 9 captain shouted excitedly. The moment of victory had arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bombers, now fully loaded with cruise bombs and mechanically loaded with more, soared into the sky, heading menacingly towards their respective targets, escorted by fighters. Roar. The Terran bombers are coming again. Retreat. The Zerg warships, seeing so many bombers and fighters, went into a frenzy, as if facing the end of the world. The scene they had just witnessed had finally befallen them. It wasn't that they didn't want to evacuate, but rather that they simply couldn't. The Terran fighters were far too troublesome. The interference was immense. In 10 minutes, they had only managed to retreat less than a dozen kilometers. Boom. Boom. Boom boom boom. After the massive bombardment, over 50 Zerg flagships were severely damaged, and the remaining Zerg warships were destroyed. Space was littered with the wreckage of Zerg warships, silently telling the story of the Zerg's tragic end. The Fire Phoenix's jamming aircraft also surrounded the Zerg flagships, preventing them from self-destructing. Now, the busiest were the cruiser mechs. Working in small teams, they breached the Zerg flagship's hulls, entered, and thoroughly eliminated the Zerg inside. Report. Commander, apart from the 80 heavily damaged flagships, the Zerg warship fleet has been completely annihilated. The vice captain excitedly reported to Zhou Zhilan. Good, all the warships fought very well in this battle. We award them with commendations after we return to the academy. Has our reconnaissance perimeter been set up? Have we detected any other suspicious activity? Zhou Zhilan first affirmed the warship's contributions, then asked the vice captain, not wanting her joy to turn to sorrow and be suddenly ambushed. The reconnaissance perimeter has been set up for 3 hours. Captain Lolita is also patrolling and reconnoitering around our fleet. So far, no activity has been detected. The vice captain quickly reported. 30 minutes later, the battlefield was cleared. In this battle, Zhou Zhilan captured a total of 189 contract hearts of T3 class warships, worth a total of 990 billion, a truly substantial haul. Commander, the competition roster needs to be submitted tomorrow. In the Blade School Class 5 office, the vice captain reminded Shinruru. Besides Tao Yanfei, do you have any other candidates? Shinruru asked. Currently, in Class 5, Tao Yanfei is the most outstanding T3 class soldier, having successfully destroyed 10,000 T3 class warships. The others lag far behind, with many falling short by 3 to 5,000. No, the others' performance is far from comparable to those 8 official students. Since Shinruru asked, the vice captain answered honestly. Then let me think about it tonight, and I'll let you know tomorrow. Shinruru nodded. She didn't have any particularly good candidates, otherwise she wouldn't have asked the vice captain. It seems Class 5 is also lacking in talent. Commander, come quick. One of our students has successfully passed the T3 class assessment and become an official student of Blade School. The vice captain, habitually refreshing Class 5's learning website, suddenly exclaimed with delight. Who? Last year, only 5 students in our class came close to completing the mission of destroying 10,000 T3 class Zerg warships. Shinrura quickly asked, as she knew very well the 5 students who had nearly completed the mission. Not last year's students, it's this year's freshman Zhou Xilan. The vice captain answered, still somewhat bewildered. She was still astonished by Zhou Xilan's achievement. As for its veracity, that was irrelevant. Shuesun.com could verify it completely. What? How is that possible? How long has she been gone? Destroying 10,000 T3 class Zerg warships in half a month? Shinrura asked incredulously. Destroying 10,000 T3 warships. Even in the previous year at Blade's Edge School, fewer than 8 people had accomplished it, and her Class 5 only had Tao Yanfei. Now, finally, there's someone even more impressive, destroying 10,000 T3 warships in half a month. In fact, Zhou Xilan's time on the mission was clearly less than half a month. It's true, she has indeed killed over 10,000 T3 warships so far. What about her losses? Shinrura was worried that Zhou Xilan's losses would be too great, severely impacting her combat capabilities for some time to come. No record of warship losses. No losses? Are you sure? Shinrura asked in surprise upon hearing the vice captain's words, and she herself checked the information on the Shuesun website. The school's Shuesun website shows that her warships are indeed undamaged, but whether any warship suffered heavy damage is unknown. Shinrura stared at the data on 10,000 T3 warships, and said firmly, it's her. The other candidate on the competition list is Zhou Xilan. Commander, isn't this too much of a pushover? Will the others be willing to follow her orders? The vice captain asked worriedly. That depends on her ability. I have great confidence in her. Extraordinary talents often defy conventional judgment, Shinrura said with a smile. Of the more than 2,000 students in the previous Blade Academy, only 8 managed to kill 10,000 T3 warships. Zhou Xilan, however, accomplished it in just half a month. This is what you call extraordinary talent. Commander, I know what to do. The vice captain understood Shinrura's meaning. With Zhou Xilan's assistance, Tao Yanfei will have an easier time, and might even be able to contend with Li Macho and her group from Class 3. A cold glint flashed in Shinrura's eyes. Orc Fortress, Human Flagship. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the 4th line of defense at the Orc Fortress has been breached. Except for the Commander-in-Chief's fleet, all other warships are advancing towards the 5th line of defense, the vice captain reported to Zhao Tuo, the flagship's vice captain. Upon hearing the report, Zhao Tuo casually exclaimed, good, excellent. Only 16 hours have passed, and the Orc warships have already lost half their fleet, leaving only the last line of defense. We have plenty of time. Yes, thankfully the Commander-in-Chief is here, providing us with a large number of self-destructing flying mines, allowing us to break through the 4th line of defense of the Orc Fortress. The vice captain now greatly admired How Long, because his arrival had enabled them to easily break through 4 lines of defense, 20 layers of shield walls. Indeed, the Commander-in-Chief's leadership abilities far surpass ours. Zhao Tuo nodded in agreement. He knew How Long's arrival would be of great help, but he hadn't expected it to be divine intervention. Chapter 173. Commander-in-Chief, the commanders of the 3 fronts have sent messages. Their warship armies are ready, and the Commander-in-Chief has already bombarded them with heavy artillery twice. Should we launch an attack now? The vice captain, having received the messages repeatedly, reported to Zhao Tuo. Zhao Tuo said in a commanding tone, order. Commander-in-Chief's fleet will attack freely. All other warships will attack the last line of defense of the Orc Fortress. Whether we gain honor depends on this battle. Yes, sir. On the projection conference, all the commanders were excited and brimming with confidence. Great merit was within reach. Who wouldn't want to fight to the death for it? Soon, the human warships unleashed their full power, the sounds of charging and cannon fire surpassing those at the front. Boom, boom, boom. The humans unleashed their ultimate weapons, instantly stunning the orcs. The first layer of the 5th defensive line shield wall began to crumble, greatly alarming all the orcs. Quickly, continue using defensive skills in teams, hold them off at all costs. The Shell Turtle Chieftain hurriedly issued the order. The situation was critical, the fortress was about to fall, and they didn't know when the Grand Commander would be able to return to reinforce. Commander-in-Chief, now is the time to use Starfall. Do you have any suggestions? Zhao Tuo sent a message to How Long. Currently, the main force of the Orc Fortress was concentrated, holding the 2nd layer of the 5th line of defense. If they could concentrate their forces and severely damage the Orc warships, they could take the fortress in one battle. No, just execute the Commander-in-Chief's method. Halong naturally had no objections. Now was the best time to use Starfall. He would have used it if he had been in command. Good, order all warships to fire, then launch all Starfall attacks. Yes, sir. The vice captain's eyes gleamed, and the ultimate weapon was deployed. Boom! 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 The human warships unleashed a barrage of fire, while the Orc fortress's warships opened fire in response. Boom! 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 Swoosh! 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 20 Starfall projectiles pierced through the cosmic clouds, quickly returning to fall upon the Orc fortress. Boom! Boom! What? This is Starfall? The turtle shell chieftain jumped in shock. He was all too familiar with this siege weapon. Report. Chieftain, the enemy has used a large number of Starfall projectiles. Our warships have suffered heavy casualties and are frantically retreating. Quickly, issue the order. Only allow them to retreat to the 5th layer of the shield wall. Anyone who dares to retreat beyond the fortress will die. The turtle shell chieftain's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent palpable as he gave the order. Yes, sir. Under the turtle shell chieftain's intense pressure, the surviving Orc warships retreated behind the 5th layer of the shield wall. Skill: Iron Turtle Shell. All Orc warships gain 5x increased defense for 1 hour. Report. Commander-in-Chief, we breached the 3rd shield wall and taken the 4th. The Orcs are currently at the 5th shield wall, using their skill to boost their defense by 5x. We need 2 hours to break through it. Report this to the Commander-in-Chief, and see what methods he has to break through the 5th shield wall as quickly as possible. Zhao Tuo looked at the projected images of the commanders, who all shook their heads. He had no choice but to relay the message to Halong. Halong received Zhao Tuo's message. The vice captain also reported, Report. The reconnaissance aircraft reports that the first batch of Orc reinforcements has returned, a fleet of warships, and will arrive in about an hour. An hour left? That's enough. Even if an entire army group returns, we're not afraid. Prepare to use our trump card and try to break through the Orc fortress in half an hour, Halong said confidently. He'd break through even a 5-fold tortoise shell. Ding dong. System emergency mission. Rescue Zhou Xilan, help her eliminate the leader of the T4 Zerg camp, and upgrade the Fire Phoenix battleship group to T2. Mission complete. Obtain 5 talent skill upgrade cards, and the 4 symbols formation diagram. For symbols formation diagram, composed of numerous warships, granting buffs. Giant Elephant Formation, minimum requirement, battleship group. Grants 20x super defense. Fire Elephant Formation, minimum requirement, battleship group. Grants 12x heavy artillery firepower. Flying Elephant Formation, minimum requirement, battleship group. Grants 12x speed and attack speed. Celestial Formation, activation condition, battleship group absorbs surrounding energy to restore the battleship group's energy, increasing defense by 15x. The sudden emergency mission completely threw Halong off balance. Even the system issued a warning. Zhou Xilan was in danger. Yes, Liang, go prepare immediately. Zhuge Liang fanned himself with his fan, responding to Halong's order. Wait. Zhuge Liang's voice snapped Halong out of his daze. He steadied himself and called out to Zhuge Liang. What's wrong, Commander? Zhuge Liang asked, puzzled. He had never seen his commander so flustered. Withdraw? Our Vulcan battleship fleet's objective is this place. Commute immediately. Halong issued the order in a very authoritative tone. Yes, sir. The captains of the various warships, recognizing the change in circumstances, immediately obeyed Halong's orders. Watching the Vulcan battleship fleet rapidly take off, Halong again addressed Zhuge Liang, strategist, tell Commander-in-Chief Zhao Tuo to retreat quickly. The fortress is beyond our reach. The Orcs have already sent a large fleet to reinforce it. Also, tell him we have more important matters to attend to and must leave first. Understood? I know what to do. Although Zhuge Liang didn't know what had happened, the Vulcan battleship fleet's destination was near Blade's Edge Academy, so he figured it was likely the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet that had encountered problems. As for the readily available Orc fortress, perhaps it was better not to take it now. Zhuge Liang understood that if, with Halong's assistance, they successfully captured the Orc fortress, Halong, while glorious, would be fraught with danger. His foundation at the Blue Star Fortress was too weak. Report. Commander-in-Chief, the Commander-in-Chief has sent an urgent message. The Orc reinforcements will arrive in an hour, and he has already led the Vulcan battleship fleet to retreat. What? How could the Commander-in-Chief retreat? Without his help, how can we take the Orc fortress? Exactly. We were only 2 hours away from capturing the Orc fortress. How could the Commander-in-Chief leave at this crucial moment? The Commander-in-Chief is deserting. Quiet. The Commander-in-Chief wasn't assigned to assist us. Isn't his retreat perfectly normal? He had already exceeded his mission objectives. Helping us attack the Orc fortress was already a great favor. Without the Commander-in-Chief, could we have even gotten this far? Would the losses of our warships have been so minimal? Xiao Tu roared, looking at the various commanders before him, feeling a sense of disappointment and frustration. They had become accustomed to Commander-in-Chief Haolong's logistical support. Without Haolong, they had lost all confidence in fighting. Chapter 174. Listen up, the Commander-in-Chief has sent a message. In 1 hour, the Orc warships will continue to reinforce. We can no longer break through the Orcs' last defensive wall. Xiao Tu reiterated the intelligence, making sure all commanders understood the facts. The Commander-in-Chief had done his best. What? Commander-in-Chief Ingzheng didn't delay the main force of the Orc warships? Yes, even without delay, theoretically, the Orc warships should have returned in at least 4 hours. The Commander-in-Chief already sent me a message. The Orcs are indeed rapidly reinforcing. Xiao Tu had to project Ingzheng's message onto the screen. How could this be? It's true. The Orcs have returned. Alright, now I order all warship armies to retreat. Xiao Tu suppressed his disappointment and issued the retreat order. Actually, failing to capture the Orc fortress should have been the most disappointing thing for him. It was a tremendous achievement. But he had no choice but to retreat. If more and more Orc warships returned to reinforce, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. This time, the commanders dared not say a word and issued retreat orders one after another. Report. Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief Xiao Tu sent a message. He has failed your trust. The Orc fortress only has one last layer of shield wall left, but due to the Orc leader's skill enhancement, he and the Commander-in-Chief were unable to break through within an hour, and had to retreat with tears in their eyes. At the Eastern Human Fortress, the Vice-Captain reported to Ingzheng. Send a commendation message to Xiao Tu. He and the Commander-in-Chief have done a great job, successfully forcing the Orc-occupying legion to retreat and preserving the fortress. They deserve the greatest credit. Ingzheng gave Tang Xingji a deep look in the projected conference room. Tang Xingji's face flushed slightly, avoiding eye contact. The commanders present understood his role in the war. If it weren't for the backing of the prince's faction, he might have already been sent to the capital for questioning. Soon, 3 days later, Xiao Tu finally returned to the fortress, but rumors began to spread that Haolong was a deserter, fleeing at the most crucial moment, preventing them from breaching the Orc fortress. Who dares to secretly slander the Commander-in-Chief? Investigate thoroughly. Ingzheng roared in fury. Who was so insidious? Haolong's contributions were undeniable. No one could replace him. If he hadn't feared Haolong's brilliance would arouse jealousy, he wouldn't have allowed Xiao Tu to share the credit. He had already done so much, yet those people were still pushing their luck. Report. Commander-in-Chief, an order has been issued from the capital. What order? Ingzheng looked at the hesitant vice-captain and immediately sensed something was wrong. Commander-in-Chief, the capital has already labeled the Commander-in-Chief a deserter, and ordered you to arrest him and bring him to a military court. The vice-captain, his face contorted with grief, showed Ingzheng the order from the capital. This is outrageous. As Commander-in-Chief, I haven't even reported the situation, and someone has already labeled Haolong a deserter. Ingzheng was truly enraged. The capital's actions were deeply disheartening to them, the commanders. Commander-in-Chief, what should we do? Initiate an emergency meeting and request all commanders to jointly protect the Commander-in-Chief. Ingzheng's rationality prevailed over his anger. The capital had already issued the order. He could delay its execution, but he couldn't change it. Understood. Initiate the projection meeting immediately. The vice-captain quickly extended the invitation, commencing the emergency meeting. Gentlemen, you are aware of the orders issued by the capital. Now, it is we who can save Commander-in-Chief Haolong. I urge you all to sign the joint guarantee agreement, making the Commander-in-Chief the primary contributor, so that the capital will rescind its order labeling them deserters. Ingzheng saluted each commander. I sign. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian were the first to agree. Me too. Xiao Tu followed closely. I sign. Commander Zhang also stood up. We sign too. The 5 commanders of the elite army also signed. Then, nothing. The other 50-odd commanders remained motionless, just looking at each other. And you? Seeing the hesitant commanders, Ingzheng could only ask. I'm sorry, Commander-in-Chief, signing this joint guarantee agreement is inappropriate. It has the appearance of opposing the capital. I cannot sign. The commander of the Blue Star reinforcements stood up, saluted, and said apologetically, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief, it's not that we don't want to sign, it's just that if the capital holds us accountable, we won't be able to withstand it." Some of them were commoner commanders, without family support, and had to rely on themselves. Asking them to sign a joint guarantee was indeed difficult for them. I won't blame you all. Then I'd like you to sign a cadet joint guarantee. Halong isn't a regular army soldier participating in the war, is that alright? Ingzheng suddenly changed the subject. He knew that Halong's achievements were too great, and some people wanted to steal the credit. In fact, he had already discussed it with Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian. The order from the capital had been issued, and it would be difficult to rescind it. The only way was to remove Halong from the army. Of course, they made this choice because they received a message from Halong: "My ambition lies elsewhere. I will erase all my achievements to save my life. I hope the Commander-in-Chief will grant my request. I think it's feasible, and I firmly support the Commander-in-Chief." This time, Tang Xingji was the first to step forward and sign the joint guarantee. His good intentions stemmed from Ingzheng's willingness to erase the fact that he had fled immediately. Of course, Ingzheng also made this choice under pressure from various sides. After all, the first prince, the prince's faction, and their families had all sent messages, confirming that they had received a promise from the prince's faction that Ingzheng would return to Blue Star as its governor. "Commander-in-Chief, we signed too." This time, all the commanders readily signed, as they still needed to give Ingzheng face. "Thank you, commanders. Now I will report the entire situation. Await the rewards from the capital," Ingzheng said calmly. "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." The commanders laughed happily. A day later, the capital issued a commendation order. Imperial order: Halong repeatedly disobeyed orders during the war. Although not a regular army commander, he commanded regular troops in battle, and should have acted accordingly. However, in the Emperor's boundless grace, considering Halong's great contributions in repelling the Orc invasion, his merits and demerits can be offset, and his crime of desertion can be forgiven. Imperial order: Tang Xingji, in repelling the Orc invasion, successfully held back 5 Orc warship armies with only 1 fleet, creating conditions for severely damaging the Orcs. He is awarded the highest merit and promoted to Human Fortress. Commander-in-Chief, commanding the entire Fortress Army Group. Imperial Capital Order: Zhao Tuo has rendered outstanding service in the attack on the Orc Fortress, forcing the Orcs to retreat completely and saving the entire Human Fortress. He is promoted to Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Blue Star Planet. Imperial Capital Order: Commander-in-Chief Ingzheng has made significant contributions in resisting the Orc invasion. He is promoted to Planet Commander of Blue Star Planet. Congratulations to Commander-in-Chief Ingzheng on your further advancement, rising to Planet Commander. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian, seeing the Imperial Capital's order and knowing that Halong was alright, finally felt relieved and sincerely congratulated Ingzheng. Chapter 175. Alas, I, Ingzheng, am unworthy of this position. If it weren't for Halong, I, Ingzheng, would already be a dead soul under the Orc's blades. Ingzheng felt no joy, only a profound chill. General. Planet Commander, your appointment as Planet Commander is a stroke of luck for the Blue Star Planet's human race. The fortress may become unreliable in the future. I urge the Planet Commander to prepare accordingly. Only 3 people were present, and Zhang Lin spoke directly. It was indeed true. Having someone like Tang Xingji as the fortress's commander-in-chief was tantamount to handing it over to the Orcs. Thank you for the reminder, Principal Zhang. Protecting the planet requires the assistance of both principals. Upon hearing this, Ingzheng didn't dejected. Instead, he bowed deeply to Zhang Lin. The current situation was exactly as Zhang Lin said. Having Tang Xingji defend the fortress was tantamount to handing it over to the Orcs. It was even worse. The entire fortress army group would be destroyed by him. He now needed to plan ahead and strengthen the planetary warship legion, which required the influence of Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian. Let's try to contact some former students and see if they're willing. Zhang Lin and Ji Fengtian exchanged a glance and agreed to help. Ingzheng thanks both principals on behalf of the entire planet. Planet Commander, you're too kind. It's what we should do. Zhang Lin waved his hand. Planet Commander, my school's defenses are weak, so I take my leave now. Thank you for your support, both principals. I, Ingzheng, will forever remember it. Commander, all the contract hearts have been harvested, the vice captain reported to Zhou Jilan. Good. Assemble the warship formation and sail forward quickly to search for the other 4 warship formations. Yes. The Fire Phoenix warship fleet then began its voyage, launching a large number of reconnaissance aircraft. Huh? Song Shuan, what happened to you? Zhou Zhilan said something and looked towards the Phoenix Nirvana space, where the entire Fire Phoenix second warship fleet had appeared. I led the entire fleet into Area 8004, only to encounter a T-4 Zerg warship squadron and be wiped out. Song Shuan was filled with shame, but having died once before, she was less intimidated. Then, pointing to the wreckage of the Zerg warships outside, Song Shuan asked in surprise, "Commander, you annihilated all 10,000 Zerg warships?" "No, it wasn't me. It was our entire Fire Phoenix warship fleet that annihilated 10,000 Zerg warships and harvested 189 T3 contract hearts," Zhou Zhilan said proudly, extremely satisfied with the Fire Phoenix warship fleet's combat capabilities. "I was wrong. If I had known you were so powerful, I should have believed you and not entered Area 8000, Song Shuan sighed after hearing this. She simply didn't believe Zhou Zhilan, and ultimately, despite the disagreements of the other three warship squadrons, she led her own squadron into Area 8004. "Song Shuan, do you want to come back to life?" Zhou Zhilan asked with a smile, thinking to herself, "Good, finally rid of a major threat." Song Shuan was the most disloyal of the four warship squadrons, because she was Princess Dis's spy who had infiltrated the area. "Is it possible? Can I really be resurrected?" Song Shuan asked in shock. "Yes, they can be resurrected just like you, but they will be forever loyal to me." "I do. Please, Commander, resurrect us." Before Song Shuan could agree, the other crew members pleaded. "Alright, Song Shuan, what about you?" Zhou Zhilan continued to inquire. "I'm willing to." Song Shuan had no other choice but to be resurrected. "Then you stay here for a while. Once we're almost back at school, I resurrect you." "Commander, can these four warships still be used?" Song Shuan pointed to another side, where four warships were stored, one of which was her flagship. "These warships have been rebuilt, and are exactly the same as the previous ones. Of course, they can be used. I will return them to you later," Zhou Zhilan patiently explained. For these people in the Nirvana space, no amount of explanation was necessary. After all, if they wanted to be resurrected, they had to be loyal to the death. There was no other choice. However, you shouldn't return to the Fire Phoenix battleship fleet anymore. I have another mission for you. Also, I plan to open a trading company on Blade's Edge planet, and later open many branches. Shuan, you lead the crew of the four battleships back to school. Of course, you are all free to choose. Even if most of you choose to go to the trading company, that's fine too. We can recruit more crew members for the four battleships if needed. Zhou Zhilan had already decided where to send Song Shuan and the others after seeing them appear in Nirvana space. As for why they chose to open a trading company, it was to store more resources, so that Haolong wouldn't have to worry about resources when he arrived. Yes! All the crew members were extremely excited, pondering their future paths. While Zhou Zhilan was dealing with matters in Nirvana space, the Fire Phoenix carrier suddenly received a message. Ding dong! Teacher Chenruru from Class 5 sent an urgent message. Student Zhou Zhilan, if there is no emergency after receiving this message, please return to school immediately to prepare for an important competition. Huh? What's going on? Could it be? Trouble is brewing. Zhou Zhilan was taken aback at first, then seemed to remember something. Commander, what do we do? Commander Haolong told us to avoid taking risks. Ma Yunlu's expression turned serious. This was bad. They only been here half a month and already had to participate in an important competition. What would happen later? There's no other way. We just have to play it by ear. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Zhou Zhilan could only accept it with a wry smile. As expected, her strength had been exposed to her teacher. As for whether the others knew, Zhou Zhilan had no idea. Commander, we detected 3 warship formations. They're all in Area 7919 and have formed a defensive formation. Lolita sent Zhou Zhilan a reconnaissance message. Okay, we head over immediately. All units, maintain vigilance and prevent the enemy from appearing. Zhou Zhilan was quite concerned about the other 3 warship formations with acceptable loyalty, as what she lacked most right now was subordinates. Commander, are you alright? Su Li and the others asked with concern. We're alright, how about you? Are you all safe? Zhou Zhilan appreciated Su Li and the others' concern and asked with a smile. We're all safe, Commander. Did you shake off all those Zerg warships? Yumi asked anxiously. If things weren't going well, they would have to continue their escape. No, we ambushed those Zerg warships, then wiped them out one fleet at a time, Zhou Zhilan said casually. Su Li and the others would find out about this sooner or later. After all, their teacher already knew, so it was better to tell them now. What? All wiped out. Commander, there were at least 10,000 Zerg warships, and you wiped them all out? Lu Ying asked in astonishment. Yes, let me show you. Zhou Zhilan smiled and displayed an image of the battlefield wreckage. The Zerg warship wreckage covering the entire space was still awe-inspiring to Su Li and the others. How fierce a war must have been to achieve such an effect. If they were told that the T4 Battleship Legion did it, they would believe it 100%, but if they were told that the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron did it, they would find it very hard to believe, even if there were images of battlefield wreckage as evidence. Chapter 176. Let's look at this too. Zhou Zhilan unleashed the last 4,000 fighter jets, showing a video of them relentlessly bombarding 2,000 Zerg warships. As the video played, the scene of thousands of bombers bombarding the enemy was hilarious. Even the fighter jets, mechanically carrying 6 cruise bombs, managed to hit the Zerg warship's energy base, causing massive secondary explosions that destroyed 3 Zerg warships in one fell swoop. Snow. Su Li and the others gasped. Were these still T1 level fighter jets? Were they T4 or T5 level fighter jets in disguise? Seeing the surprised expressions on Su Li and the others' faces, Zhou Zhilan became increasingly satisfied, because she sensed that their loyalty was rapidly increasing. Where's Song Shijuan's second fleet? Why isn't she here? Zhou Zhilan then belatedly asked. The second battleship squadron entered Area 8000, and their fate is currently unknown. Hearing Zhou Zhilan's question, Lu Ying said apologetically, they hadn't stopped Song Shijuan's second battleship squadron. What? Entered Area 8000? Isn't she afraid of encountering T4 class Zerg warships? Didn't I strictly order that Area 8000 is absolutely off limits? Zhou Zhilan feigned anger, unable to contain herself as she exclaimed. Commander. We already warned her, but she is still stubborn. Yue helplessly shrugged. Well, let her be. Disobeying my orders, the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron is no longer suitable for her. I report this matter. After finishing with Song Shijuan's situation, Zhou Zhilan smiled at Su Li and the others, saying, You will all be rewarded. When we return to school, I have my teacher help invite a master modifier to modify your warships. Thank you, Commander. Su Li and the others quickly responded, their loyalty increasing again. Zhou Zhilan was also pleased. She maintained her authority, while simultaneously boosting Su Li and the others' loyalty. A win-win situation. Upon returning to Area 5056, Zhou Zhilan secretly released Song Shijuan's 4 warships, and gave her 10 T3 level contract hearts, instructing them to return to Blade's Edge School in a couple of days. As for the crew members of the other trading companies, they would have to wait until Zhou Zhilan had rented the trading companies before releasing them all. Bang! 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 A knock sounded at the door of Chen Ruru's office in Class 5. Come in! Chen Ruru said from inside the office. Teacher, student Zhou Zhilan is back reporting for duty. Zhou Zhilan saluted Chen Ruru. Zhou Zhilan, you come quite quickly. Chen Ruru was somewhat surprised by Zhou Zhilan's rapid arrival, then asked with a smile. Teacher had an urgent mission, so of course I came immediately. Zhou Zhilan replied earnestly. She had already submitted a report to Princess Dis in advance, and as soon as the warship docked at the school, she immediately got up to find Chen Ruru. Good, very good. If the other students learned even a little from you, their strength wouldn't be so poor, Chen Ruru said with admiration. Sometimes, people are afraid of comparison. Teacher, you're joking. My strength is still very weak. I'm still using a T1 level warship. I can't compare to the senior students. They already have T2 and T3 level warships, Zhou Zhilan said modestly. In fact, the senior students' warships were indeed T2 and T3 level, and she was quite envious of them. By the way, the Fire Phoenix aircraft carrier's contract level had already exceeded 180%. Even if it were upgraded now, it would already be an upgrade beyond the limit. Zhou Zhilan began to miss Halong. Brother Long, where are you? I miss you. If you want to upgrade your T2 level warship, just tell the teacher. I be a T3 level modification master, and the materials will be covered too, Chen Ruru said again. Thank you, teacher, but I already have plans for warship modification. Zhou Zhilan firmly shook her head. Alright, I won't force you. Let me tell you about the competition. This competition is a mission to attack a Zerg camp. Scoring will be done through the school's online system. The number of Zerg warships killed, important Zerg flagships killed, the capture of Zerg camp defense bases, and the destruction of important Zerg resources will all contribute to the score. The class with the highest score will receive 10% of the extra resources allocated this year, and they get to choose first. The remaining 90% of the resources will be distributed equally among all classes. Shinmura paused for a moment before saying, our score doesn't have to be the highest, but I want your score to be higher than Class 1's. Teacher, can I understand why? Zhou Zhilan asked curiously. I don't get along with the teacher of Class 1, and my biggest wish is to defeat her, Shinmura said, almost unable to suppress her inner turmoil. Then she fell silent, showing no intention of continuing. I understand, teacher. I'm willing to participate in the competition and crush Class 1, Zhou Zhilan said bravely, seeing Shinmuru's enthusiasm. Good, this competition depends on you too. Tomorrow morning, come with me to meet your senior Tao Yunfei. The competition is in 5 days. I hope you two can cooperate well and achieve great results. Inspired by Zhou Zhilan's enthusiasm, Shinmura felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this time, her score wouldn't be too far behind Class 1's. As for actually surpassing Class 1, she knew in her heart that was more of a pipe dream. She had been with Class 5 for 5 years, but had lost every single year, which left her feeling resentful yet helpless. If she could be in Class 5, she would have already crushed them. Yes, the Fire Phoenix fleet won't let you down, teacher, Zhou Zhilan said, saluting Shinmuru with great seriousness. Good. I heard your second fleet is experiencing problems. Do you need me to arrange a fleet for you? Shinmuru returned the salute and lowered her hand. No need, teacher. I handle it. Alright, here's the reward for completing the kill of 10,000 T3 warships and officially becoming a student of Blade's Edge School, 100 billion star coins. Shinmuru smiled and transferred the money to Zhou Zhilan. Thank you, teacher. With these star coins, my Fire Phoenix battleship will be greatly enhanced, Zhou Zhilan said slyly. No matter how many star coins you have, you can never have too many. You have to pretend to be poor all the time to avoid being too ostentatious and annoying. Then use these star coins to arm yourself well. I look forward to your performance, Shinmura said with a smile to Zhou Zhilan. She was truly happy today to have a student like Zhou Zhilan, proving that she hadn't made a mistake in her initial assessment. Shinmura thought to herself, maybe next year I can crush Class 1. Captains, you all know about the competition, right? Do you have any good suggestions? Back on the Fire Phoenix carrier, Zhou Zhilan summoned the 9 captains to discuss the matter. Commander, this competition is extremely dangerous. I reviewed past records. Although the school holds 1 or 2 such competitions every year, not all participating student warship regiments emerge unscathed. Last year, 2 student warship regiments were completely wiped out, and more than 10 others suffered severe damage. Huang Silin was well prepared, having thoroughly reviewed all the records from the past few years. Chapter 177. I know, but we can't hesitate or back down in this match, Zhou Zhilan said calmly. Actually, she knew more. Li Macho from Class 1 was no pushover. She was ruthless and merciless, caring no one. Her only goal was to kill. Understood, we swear to follow our commander to the death. The 9 captains stood up and saluted. Good, then let me tell you about our trump card. Commander Halong has already anticipated all the situations we might encounter, and has specially prepared a powerful trump card for us. Now it's time to use it. Zhou Zhilan spoke with sweet words and a very proud tone. Brother Halong is mighty. Little Luoluo, also influenced by Zhou Zhilan, said innocently. We listened to the commander. Hearing about that trump card, all the captains knew about it, and their eyes lit up. Something big was about to happen. To be honest, ever since joining the Fire Phoenix warship fleet, they've been either doing big things, on their way to doing big things, or preparing for big things. Looking at the captains who were practically bursting with excitement, Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly, and then instructed, Captain Peng Yingjun, you are responsible for purchasing 10 T1 4-star aircraft carriers to form a new carrier battle group, along with our secret weapons. Understood, Commander. Peng Yingjun stood up and accepted the order. The commander was generous, immediately offering 10 4-star aircraft carriers. Silin, Sihua, Yunlu, work with me to recruit 2,000 reserve crew members for the warships, and 2,400 mech warriors. Yes, Commander. The 3 stood up together, and saluted Zhou Zhilan. Captain Lolita, you have to work hard. The Phantom battleships will continue escorting the ferry supply ship. The radar must not be turned off for a moment. The patrol mechs will rotate in 5 shifts to ensure the safety of the personnel inside the ferry supply ship. Since returning yesterday, the ferry supply ship has been surrounded by long lines of ships. Zhou Zhilan couldn't stand by and watch the seriously injured personnel go untreated, so she had to send Xiao Luoluo and the others to provide assistance. Yes, Commander. Lolita stood up and saluted. Other warships will take turns on duty to ensure the safety of the ferry supply ship. Yes, sir. The other captain stood up and saluted. Quickly, accelerate the march. Halong directed the Vulcan battleship formation to march at a speed at least 3 times that of the other warships, thanks to the extra propulsion systems Halong had created. Seeing that the journey was still very long, Halong began searching for useful items in the system. Host, Halong. Technology, T3 Level Super God Engineering Master, Stealth Design Technology, T2 Level 7-Star Cyclone Engine Technology. Items, Vulcan Battleship Blueprint, Sky Piercing Class, 1 Special Battleship Enhancement Stone, 1 Exclusive Skill Card, T4 Level Repair Card X20, Talent Skill Card X5. Space, Virtual Combat Space. Equipment, Universal Deformation Toolbox. Enhanced with Super God level energy, it gains the ability of Universal Deformation, capable of deforming objects with 9 times the attributes. Skills, Super God level Reconnaissance Skill, costs 1 million star coins. Material Purification Skill, costs 10 million star coins. T3 Engineering Master Technology. T2 Super God level Engineering Master Skill. T3 Super God level Repair Skill. T3 Super God level Modification Skill. T3 Super God level Upgrade Skill. T3 Super God level Enhancement Skill. Talent Skills. SS level Heavy Artillery Talent. Increases fleet speed by 50% and attack by 300%. Heavy Artillery Soul, SS level Passive Skill. The commanded warship gains the Heavy Artillery Soul buff, increasing attack by 100%. Damaging enemy ships grants a shield equal to 20% of the enemy's damage and 5% energy absorption. Heavy Artillery Skybreaker, SS level combines all commanded main guns into a single attack, increasing damage by 5 times. Contract made. T4 Engineer, Lilies. T4 Level 3-Star Vice Admiral, Lolita. Chapter 178. System, use the exclusive skill card. Halong looked at the skill cards, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the exclusive skill card, obtaining the Dragon's Reverse Scale skill. Dragon's Reverse Scale. Passive the Dragon's Reverse Scale, touch it and you die. When attacking, gain a 10% chance of a 99x, attack speed, critical hit. Damn it. I wanted a speed skill. Halong roared. While Dragon's Reverse Scale was powerful, it wasn't what he wanted right now. Strategist Zhao Yun, little girl, come here. These are talent skill cards. They can help you learn an extra skill. Halong took out 5 talent skill cards, keeping 2 for himself and handing the other 3 to Zhuge Liang and the others. Commander. Such a valuable thing, I cannot accept such a reward without merit. Zhao Yun saluted. Brother Yun, we owe the commander so much. We can only do our utmost, even unto death. Zhuge Liang fanned himself, smiling as he accepted the talent skill cards. I learned a lot, Commander Yun thanks you. Zhao Yun respectfully accepted the talent skill card. Thank you, Brother Halong. Huang Yueying accepted the talent skill card without any hesitation. System, use the talent skill card. Halong, seeing the 3 of them already holding it, directly spoke to the system. Ding, talent skill card activated, talent skill card used up. Congratulations, host, you have used the talent skill card and obtained the Mech Flame Dragon skill. S-Rank Mech Flame Dragon skill. After using the skill, transform into a Mech Flame Dragon, gaining a 10x attack boost and a 20x speed boost for 2 hours. The commander's mech warriors will also gain a 5x attack boost and a 10x speed boost. Zhao Yun, use your talent skill card to learn the Piercing Arrow skill. S-Rank Piercing Arrow skill. Transforms the warship into a divine arrow, increasing attack power and speed by 12 times, traversing thousands of miles in a straight line. Zhuge Liang, use your talent skill card to learn the S-Rank Eternal Love skill. Huang Yueying, use your talent skill card to learn the S-Rank Eternal Love skill. Eternal Love Combo skill. When Zhuge Liang and Huang Yueying's warships are within 10,000 miles of each other, they both receive a 3x skill boost. Active skill. When Zhuge Liang and Huang Yueying activate their skills together, they can enhance their defense, including warship shields, by 18 times and increase their attack power by 8 times, lasting for 3 hours. Halong looked at all the skills. Although the speed had increased by another 3 times, none of them were what he wanted. Zhao Yun, here you go. Halong took out a special warship enhancement stone from the system again. Commander. I really can't accept this anymore. Zhao Yun's heart pounded as he looked at the special enhancement stone for the warship, and he quickly declined. Listen, Zhao Yun. The Fire Phoenix warship fleet needs to carry out a very dangerous mission. We need to provide them with rapid support. This warship enhancement stone is our last chance, Hao Long said solemnly. Yes, Commander. Zhao Yun saluted sharply, feeling deeply guilty. Put it in. Whether it works or not, we see, Hao Long said expectantly. All right. Zhao Yun carefully took the enhancement stone and turned to walk into the control room of the True White Horse warship. Soon, the True White Horse warship emitted a dazzling white light, which Hao Long and the others watched intently. Ding! The True White Horse warship successfully used the enhancement stone, gaining the warship skill, 10,000-mile tracking technique. 10,000-mile tracking technique. Within a range of 10,000 miles, it can track targets, with a speed increase of 4 times. Chapter 179. 10 minutes later, the white light dissipated, and the True White Horse battleship had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its quality had also increased by 1 level, from a T2 4-star battleship to a T2 5-star battleship, Heavenly Barrier class, elevating its strength to a new tier. True White Horse Assassin Battleship, Heavenly Barrier class, battleship level, T2. Skill, 1,000-mile tracking technique, can track targets within a 10,000-mile range, with speed increased by 4 times. Forward hull armor strength, 3,800 star degrees. Side hull armor strength, 3,850 star degrees. Warship shield energy, 5,000. Cruising speed, 5,800. Engine, Silver Cyclone engine. Length, 1,800 meters. Mass, 890,000 tons. Staff, 120. 5-star warship main gun, 3,800 millimeters. 5-star warship secondary guns, 16 by 3,000 millimeters. Medium-range 5-star missiles, 24 missile silos. 5-star close and weapon systems, 30x 5-star carrier-based aircraft, 30x 5-star silver mechs, 20x 5-star. Zhao Yun, listen to my command. I order you to depart immediately, and go ahead to support the Fire Phoenix warship fleet. Yes, Commander, I depart immediately. Wait, take these with you. Release one every 100,000 kilometers, so we can follow you. Hao Long pulled out a batch of thousands of hidden locators. This was technology purchased from the level 1 shop, or perhaps he had just created using a skill. Received, Commander. After receiving the locator, Zhao Yun quickly activated his talent, reaching 8 times the cruising speed, and soon disappeared into space. Vulcan battleship formation, full speed ahead. Yes, Commander. Flagship of the Western Poison Mercenary Fleet. Captain, according to intelligence, the Vulcan battleship fleet should be returning to Blade's Edge affiliated academy via this route, the vice captain reported to Shidu. The T4 class Shidu battleship mercenary group is a highly wicked dark mercenary group specializing in murder and robbery, and also accepting assassination missions. This time, they were hired by Hung Li to kill Hao Long. Judging by their travel speed, they passed through here in half a day. We ambushed them here. A whoosh! A silver light streaked through space, quickly reaching Shidu. That's a T4 class battleship? Can they be this fast? The vice captain asked incredulously. Yes, with skill enhancements, a T4 class battleship can reach this speed. I just don't know if that battleship is friend or foe. Shidu was very cautious. He worried that this battleship might ruin his plans. Commander, that warship is traveling at top speed the whole time. It shouldn't have time to pay attention to us. Besides, no one except our employer knows who we're hunting, the vice captain said shrewdly. That makes sense. Then let's quickly set up an ambush. Actually, Shidu wasn't afraid of a T4 warship. He was afraid of alerting Hao Long and causing him to escape prematurely. Report. Commander, there's a T4 warship mercenary group lying in ambush ahead. We don't know the specifics. The vice captain immediately reported to Hao Long based on the reconnaissance projection. Didn't the communicator get any specific information about them? Just got it. The other side is the T4 class dark mercenary group. Shidu, their target is currently unknown. Then let's continue. Taking a detour is too far. It'd take at least 3 hours, Hao Long said after a moment's thought. Commander, isn't that too risky? Those dark mercenary groups might launch a surprise attack on us, Zhuge Liang questioned. Chapter 180. Continue to strengthen communication breakthroughs, figure out their purpose as soon as possible, and release the stealthy flying mines just in case. Hao Long frowned, only able to prepare for a counterattack. Yes. Shidu's flagship. Report. Commander, he's here. Our target, How Long, has appeared. The vice captain happily reported to Shidu. Quickly, order the other warships to prepare. The target has appeared. As soon as he enters the main gun range, all warships fire simultaneously. Shidu was ruthless. Commander, we've broken through their communications. Their target is you. The vice captain hurriedly reported to How Long. Order all flying mines to move out and ambush them. How Long said menacingly. Now Zhou Zhilan is in danger. Whoever gets in her way will die. Yes. At this moment, How Long piloted the space fortress, along with Zhuge Liang's space fortress, Huang Yueying's heavy hammer industrial ship, and Willie's 5 Orc T4 class warships. All warships charge. Be ready to bombard the enemy at any moment. Leave no warship alive. How Long issued the brutal order in a deep voice. The stealthy divine speed thunderships quickly locked onto their targets and rapidly approached. The dark mercenary fleet, focused on the Vulcan warship formation, was completely unaware that suicide warships had already infiltrated their ranks. Something's wrong. Their warships have already charged. Shidu, a veteran of many battles, immediately sensed something was amiss. Boom! 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 Suddenly, hundreds of explosions rang out. What's going on? Shidu asked in a panic, watching the numerous warships explode. Report. We've been ambushed by suicide warships. We already lost more than half our ships. Commander, please retreat immediately. The vice captain reported to Shidu in a terrified tone. Quick, we retreat. Although Shidu didn't know how the suicide ship had arrived, he had already guessed the outcome. The enemy likely had a backup plan. If they didn't leave now, they would never escape. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and Shidu's flagship shook violently, as if the entire warship was about to split apart. This time, Shidu's face was ashen. He showed no interest in asking questions, for he was a smart man and knew his warship had been severely damaged. Report. Commander, our flagship has been attacked by a suicide ship and is currently heavily damaged. The vice captain, looking at the warship system data, swallowed hard as he reported to Shidu. All warships open fire. Bombers and fighters, sortie. Annihilate all enemies. Leave no one alive. Looking at the mercenary warship group, half destroyed by the divine speed thundership, How Long showed no mercy and ordered the warships to open fire. His space fortress locked onto Shidu's flagship, and its 2 heavy cannons opened fire immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a deafening shriek echoed through space, audible for nearly 10,000 kilometers. Huh? The sound of a heavy cannon? How Long heard the enormous roar, and looked in the direction the cannon was fired. Without the noise reduction provided by the space fortress, it would have deafened him. Dragon's reverse scale skill triggered, a 99x attack power boost, and a speed critical strike amplification. Quick, intercept the cannon fire! Shidu shouted desperately, relying solely on his flagship's artillery to successfully intercept the cannon. However, the heavy cannon was too fast. The intercepting cannon fire arrived before it could even be fired. Shidu's eyes were still open when he was directly blasted by the cannon. Boom! Quick retreat! The sudden, massive explosion startled How Long, Zhuge Liang, and the others, who immediately retreated to avoid the powerful shockwave. Chapter 181. The warships led by Shidu were also affected by the massive explosion. All the warships were destroyed by the intense blast. Zhuge Liang was so frightened that he dropped his fan. The commander's ruthlessness was truly astounding. How Long was also terrified, almost dying from his own skill. It turned out that the Dragon Scale skill had been triggered, granting the space heavy cannon a 99-fold boost, directly causing a bombardment no less powerful than that of a T8 class warship's heavy cannons. Blade Academy. Father, don't worry, I already hired the Shidu mercenary group to hunt him down, Hung Li, who had been scolded, said to Hung Tian. What? You only hired the Western Poison mercenary group to hunt him down. Don't you have any other mercenary groups? Hung Tian doubted his ears. Knowing How Long's strength was considerable and his speed unparalleled, why only hire one mercenary group? If How Long didn't die, wouldn't the consequences be endless? Yes, father, I think one mercenary group is enough, Hung Li said proudly. He believed that one mercenary group was sufficient to kill How Long. More would be a waste, and it would be better to give him the money. What if he escapes? Why not hire 2 more mercenary groups? Hung Tian was exasperated. Hung Li hesitated, unsure how to answer. He had considered hiring another mercenary group, but he didn't have enough star coins. He spent all his money yesterday. Hung Li, I transfer the star coins to you. Go to the Dark Mercenary Association immediately and issue a kill order. Heng Qian was worried. If Haolong wasn't killed, and he returned to school and mentioned it, they would be in big trouble. A kill order? Is Haolong worth it? Heng Li was startled. A kill order means that the Dark Mercenary Group has successfully hunted down and killed someone. Once someone issues a kill order, the entire Dark Mercenary Association goes crazy. Moreover, kill orders are extremely expensive, costing 100 times the standard price for an individual. In the Dark Mercenary Association, a regular kill order for Haolong only costs 50 billion, but a kill order would cost 5 trillion, the price of a T5 warship fleet. Was his father crazy, or did he mishear? Ding, 1 trillion credited. Father, you really have soul power. When will the remaining 4 trillion star coins arrive? Heng Li's heart skipped a beat upon receiving the 1 trillion star coins. A huge sum. What 4 trillion? Heng Qian was dumbfounded, not understanding what Heng Li meant. Father, do you know how many star coins a regular kill order for Haolong costs? It costs 50 billion. Heng Li held up 5 fingers. Bang! You, what did you say? Heng Qian jumped, bumping into the desk, and hurriedly asked. Haolong's regular assassination mission costs 50 billion. Heng Li, did you add an extra zero? Isn't an elite level T1 warship fleet assassination mission only 10 billion? Heng Qian stared at Heng Li with suspicion. Father, it's true. Look at the order price for this assassination mission. Heng Li's face twitched. Since Heng Qian didn't believe him, he had to produce evidence to convince him. Holy crap, it's true. Heng Qian rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He hadn't counted, it was indeed 50 billion. Go. Select 10 mercenary warship groups and annihilate Haolong. Remember, don't leave any loose ends. Asking him to come up with another 4 trillion was impossible. He could only wait and see. I understand. Looking at the 1 trillion, Heng Li revealed a smile of triumphant revenge. Chapter 182. The main square of Blade's Edge School was in space. Today was the day for the elite competition among the classes to begin. Tao Yinfei from Class 5 led her fleet in the lead, followed by Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix fleet. Junior, be careful, Li Macho and her group from Class 1 are coming. Looking at the 2 fleets approaching from a distance, Tao Yinfei said to Zhou Zhilan. Li Macho's Overlord Flower fleet consisted entirely of T3 level 4-star warships. Her core strength, the Overlord Flower fleet formation, even boasted 5 T4 level 4-star warships, making them extremely powerful. Far beyond the capabilities of a regular fleet like Tao Yinfei's. Li Macho's Overlord Flower fleet, relying on its superior strength, flew in 2 groups simultaneously, weaving through the other classes' fleets. Quick, make way, to avoid losses to your fleets. The other classes' fleets quickly gave way. Soon, the Overlord Flower Battleship Regiment and Class 1's Land and Sea Battleship Regiment arrived. Teacher Chenruru, let me see if the students in Class 5 this year are worth the school's investment, Vice Principal Kwang Li said with a dismissive smile, looking at Chenruru. Thank you for your concern, Vice Principal Kwang. Some people may be talented, but ultimately they won't amount to much, Chenruru emphasized the word Vice Principal. 5 years ago, Chenruru was a newly hired teacher. Because of one incident, she managed to push back Kwang Li, who was about to be promoted to Vice Principal. From then on, their appearances together were like clashes of titans. Chenruru. Let's see who's stronger then, Kwang Li roared, wanting to retaliate, but seeing the surrounding teachers staring at her with heavy warning, she realized. I take it. Chenruru said with an air of dominance. Having received a subtle signal from Kwang Li, Li Macho led her fleet directly towards Tao Yinfei's fleet. Oh! Class 5 needs freshmen this year? Are they really short of personnel? Those in front, please make way. Move to the left. Tao Yinfei, seeing the physical spike-shaped ships in front of the Tyrant Flower fleet, reluctantly gave the order, not wanting her own fleet to be damaged. The reason we sent me from Class 5 is because we're enough to deal with Class 1. Seeing Tao Yinfei gradually retreating, Zhou Zhilan waved her hand with a heroic air, ordering the Fire Phoenix fleet to charge towards Lu Hai's fleet. Bang bang bang. Order all ships to floor the accelerator. Zhou Zhilan smiled slightly. She also wanted to test her skills against Li Macho. The current situation was that Li Macho's Tyrant Flower fleet was pushing towards Tao Yinfei, while Tao Yinfei was retreating to the left. Behind them, Zhou Zhilan's Fire Phoenix Battleship Regiment overwhelmed Class 1's Land and Sea Battleship Regiment, pushing their regiment to the right, all their main guns aimed directly at Li Macho's Overlord Flower Battleship Regiment. As for Lu Hai, he was just a small fry. Seeing the bizarre scene that was about to erupt, All the battleship regiments were alarmed. Quick, get away from those two classes to avoid being caught in the crossfire. All the classes retreated, leaving the Fire Phoenix Battleship Regiment in the middle, its main guns aimed at the Overlord Flower Battleship Regiment. Tao Yanfei and Lu Hai were superfluous, standing on the sidelines anxiously. Junior Jilan, please remain calm. We must win the competition, Tao Yanfei quickly advised. It wouldn't be worth it if they were disqualified. Don't worry, senior, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Jilan genuinely admired this senior, hardworking, wise yet unassuming, and not driven by short-term gains. Chapter 183. Zhou Jilan, how dare you use your main gun against me? Li Macho roared. She was always the one bullying others, using her main gun to bully them, but today she was being bullied back. How could she accept this? It wasn't me using my main gun against you. It was you who moved closer to my main gun, blocking its muzzle. Tell your fleet to stay put. I'm not responsible for any accidental discharges. Zhou Jilan wasn't intimidated either, her imposing presence directly overwhelming Li Macho's ferocity. If you dare, then fire. Order the warship's guns to charge. Fire in 30 seconds. Li Macho trusted Vice Principal Quang Li. She was sure she would stand up for her. Who was afraid of whom? She wouldn't be Li Macho if she were afraid of a new student. Vice Principal, stop Li Macho. Don't let it turn into a real firepower duel. No one can bear the responsibility for that. The teacher from Class 2 anxiously said to Quang Li. I can stop it, but shouldn't Teacher Chen from Class 5 apologize to me first? Quang Li said leisurely, not in a hurry at all. Could AT-1 Battleship Regiment possibly withstand AT-3 Battleship Regiment? If Zhou Jilan's Fire Phoenix Battleship Regiment opened fire first, then the responsibility wouldn't lie with Li Macho. If Li Macho retaliated and crippled the Fire Phoenix, then it would all be for nothing. Teacher Chen, just apologize. Li Macho's personality is like that. Once the situation gets out of control, it might be your Class 5 that suffers the loss, the teacher from Class 4 also said softly to Chenruru. A similar incident had happened before, last year, and the instigator was still from Class 1. And the final outcome was surprising. Class 1 only received a reprimand, while another student from Class 7 was directly expelled from Blade Academy. The reason given was that during the start of the competition, they were the first to open fire on the students, causing a major battle between warships and accidentally injuring many student warship regiments, ultimately leading to the cancellation of the competition. I, Chenruru, am saying this right now. If you want to touch my students, you have to step over the corpses of my Blood Lotus warship army first. Chenruru's eyes were bloodshot, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she stared at Quang Li, her warning extremely pointed. Sensing Chenruru's murderous intent, Quang Li's eyes darted around uncomfortably. To be honest, although her warship army was also T7 level, there was a significant difference in strength between T7 level warship armies. If Chenruru was pushed too far, she might actually resort to force to eliminate her. However, with so many teachers around, she wasn't too afraid. She said, feigning strength but actually feeling weak, the students should handle their own affairs. If they lack the strength, that's their own problem. We teachers will just watch, don't you think, Teacher Chen? Everyone, look! That's a jammer. Suddenly, a teacher from Class 3 interrupted the atmosphere of battle, pointing at the flagship of the Overlord Flower. What? Huh? It really is a jammer. Whose jammer is this? All the teachers looked in that direction. The Overlord Flower flagship was indeed surrounded by 5 jammers. Even the Overlord Flower fleet, which had just started to move, fell silent. They couldn't contact Li Macho, and no one dared to act rashly. Fortunately, this was a school. At most, they would be rammed by other ships. No one dared to fire first, so they could relax and do nothing. As for attacking recklessly without Li Macho's orders, that would be suicide, and they would definitely be made criminals. The flagship is a queen of flowers. Vice Captain, why haven't you given the order yet? Li Macho roared, seeing the inactive Vice Captain. Commander, our flagship is being jammed. It can't send any signals. Chapter 184. What? How is that possible? Aren't jammers only available to T4 class ships? Who stepped in to help them? Li Macho's face darkened, a fierce aura gathering within her. She vowed that anyone who dared to obstruct her would be pulverized sooner or later. As for jammers, she didn't believe Zhou Jilan's T1 battleship squadron would have them, because even T4 class battleship squadrons rarely had them, as T4 class jammers were extremely rare. As for T3 class jammers, they were even rarer. Even if she tried to order one through Vice Principal Quang Li's connections, no one was willing to manufacture it for her. No one else intervened, It's a jammer from the Fire Phoenix Battleship Squadron, the vice captain said, uttering words that shocked her. What did you say? This jammer belongs to Zhou Zhilan? Isn't she in the T1 Battleship Squadron? How could she have a jammer? Li Macho grabbed the vice captain and questioned her fiercely. A mere T1 battleship regiment possesses such powerful jamming machines? This is deadly. Commander, I don't know where her jamming machines got from. I only saw them flying out of the Fire Phoenix flagship, the vice captain hurriedly explained. Struggling was out of the question. She feared provoking Li Macho's ferocity and causing her serious injury. Because Li Macho had such violent tendencies. If she weren't a member of the Li family of Blade Planet, she would have already been torn to pieces. Useless. Why didn't you tell me sooner that the enemy possessed jamming machines? Li Macho shoved the vice captain violently against the battleship's wall. The vice captain was utterly dumbfounded. At such close range, the enemy's jamming machines had completely disrupted the Tyrant Flower's radar reconnaissance the moment they left the battleship. How could she have known? Even if she had known, telling her wouldn't have made a difference. Zhou Zhilan's next move stunned Li Macho. The Fire Phoenix fleet dispatched numerous bombers, hovering directly above the energy bays of all the Tyrant Flower warships. With a simple press of a button, they could instantly detonate all the Tyrant Flower warships. Oh! Class 1's Tyrant Flower fleet is pretty awesome, charging through the ranks of other classes' warships. Now, let's see if she can do anything about it. This was Chenru's turn to retaliate. She stared at Quan Li, her meaning clear. The fault lay with your class. Now that Li Macho was being suppressed by Zhou Zhilan, she wouldn't be leaving without an apology. Vice Principal, things have already escalated to this point. Don't make it worse, or it'd be difficult for anyone to handle. The teacher from Class 2 tried to smooth things over. It's Li Macho from our class who's in the wrong. I will discipline her strictly, Quan Li conceded, forced by circumstances to end the confrontation. Someone like that definitely needs to be disciplined strictly, Chenru retorted, pressing her advantage. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. Make them line up according to their classes. If they cause any further trouble, they will be disqualified from the competition, the teacher from Class 2, who also had considerable authority, said immediately to avoid further complications. Yes. The other teachers responded in unison. The prelude to the competition was finally over, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Vice Principal, please. I trouble you to handle this matter, Chenru said with a smile to Quan Li. I hope you still be this arrogant after the competition, Quan Li glared at Chenru. Then, she activated the space alarm. Li Macho from Class 1, disregarding school rules, wandered around among the class battleship formations. A warning has been issued, and Class 1's battleship formation will be placed last. Chapter 185. Clap, 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 clap. The Vice Principal really did a fair job. I, Chenru, admire him. Quan Li snorted, then turned and left, not even glancing at Li Macho's battleship fleet. Wow. Li Macho was punished by her own teacher. She deserved it. She definitely deserved it. If it weren't for the Vice Principal's backing, I would have drowned them with my spit. I also want to curse them to death. Class 1's arrogance is simply despicable. Zhilan, how did you manage to make even the usually arrogant Vice Principal back down? Do you have a powerful backer? Tao Yanfei asked Zhou Zhilan with admiration. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have any backers at school. It's all thanks to the teachers. Zhou Zhilan shook her head. Then why did the Vice Principal back down? Tao Yanfei asked, puzzled. That's because she's in the wrong, and I already taken control of Li Macho's fleet. If things escalate, the responsibility will fall entirely on Class 1 or Li Macho. After all, even if she's the Vice Principal, she can't do whatever she wants. Zhou Zhilan saw things very clearly. She knew this from the beginning, which is why she used force to overpower Li Macho. Impressive, my junior. From now on, I follow you. If you tell me to go east, I never go west, Tao Yanfei said sincerely. In her 2 years at Blade's Edge School, she had never felt so relieved. Before, it wasn't that she didn't want to, but she lacked the strength and influence, so she could only endure it. But everyone's patience has its limits. Her limit had long been reached. If she continued to endure, she might go crazy, just like the students in Class 7 last year, who finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded, resulting in their expulsion. Senior, you flatter me. Zhou Zhilan thought Tao Yanfei was joking, and didn't take her words seriously, instead speaking modestly. Ding. Teacher Chenru requests access to the projection. Approved? Zhou Zhilan immediately clicked approved, not paying attention to what Tao Yanfei said afterward. Teacher. Zhou Zhilan and Tao Yanfei said in unison. Yanfei is here too. Zhilan, you did very well, but be careful during the competition. Not only the Zerg warships, but other students also need to be wary, Jinru said worriedly. Although Zhou Zhilan seemed very imposing at this moment, she had completely offended Li Macho, and no one knew if she would retaliate during the competition. I understand. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Zhou Zhilan saluted Chenruru. Actually, she also wanted to try her luck and see if she could gain the upper hand. Since Chenruru hadn't mentioned this, it seemed hopeless. As for Li Macho's retaliation, she would certainly be careful, and at the same time, she hoped that Li Macho wouldn't provoke her, otherwise she would kill her. It's good that you understand. Teachers can't always watch over you. You have to rely on yourselves most of the time. Understood, we cooperate. Zhou Zhilan agreed. Tao Yanfei didn't speak, only nodded. That's good. Teacher, I have something to say. Just then, Tao Yanfei suddenly spoke. Yanfei, please speak. Teacher, I think this competition should be led by junior sister Zhilan, with me assisting. My Flying Swallow battleship team will absolutely obey the orders of the Fire Phoenix battleship team. Tao Yanfei sincerely said to Chenruru and Zhou Zhilan. This choice was made by Tao Yanfei after Zhou Zhilan forced the vice principal to punish Li Macho from her class. Chapter 186. Are you sure? Chenruru looked at Tao Yanfei with satisfaction. Perhaps she lacked fierce drive, but she was composed and calm in the face of adversity. I'm sure. I know myself. With 2 warship regiments under my command, Class 5 can't compare to Class 1, but it's different under Junior Sister Zhilan. Therefore, I will wholeheartedly cooperate with Commander Zhilan. Tao Yanfei finished speaking and turned to salute Zhou Zhilan. Zhou Zhilan, what's your opinion? Chenruru smiled at Zhou Zhilan, awaiting her reply. I will prove with my actions that senior sister won't regret her choice. Zhou Zhilan saluted Tao Yanfei crisply, agreeing to take the lead in Class 5. Actually, Zhou Zhilan was overjoyed. After all, she had done so much for the sake of control. In a normal competition, she might not have cared much, but this competition was extremely dangerous, so caution was advised. Yanfei, I respect your decision. I hope you can cooperate well with Zhilan. Chenruru nodded in agreement. She had previously considered letting Zhou Zhilan take the lead, but considering Tao Yanfei's attitude, she hadn't mentioned it. Unexpectedly, Tao Yanfei was willing to step aside. I will. Tao Yanfei nodded repeatedly. Ding, tasks for each class have been randomly assigned. Please complete the tasks independently. The school alarm sounded, and all participating students received the message. Let's go! I wish you all the best. Chenruru waved to Zhou Zhilan and the others, then disconnected the projection. Senior, you continue to lead the Flying Swallow battleship group at the front. Zhou Zhilan gave a crisp and decisive order. Yes, Commander. Tao Yanfei didn't know why Zhou Zhilan was doing this, but she still carried it out. Commander, there's no change in the fleets of Tao Yanfei and Zhou Zhilan. The vice captain, who had been observing the two, reminded Chenruru. Isn't the apparent leadership being adjusted? Zhou Zhilan is very clever. This is a move to mislead her opponent. If it's not adjusted, the school will still assume Tao Yanfei is in control, and she received more rewards at the end of the competition. Doesn't Zhou Zhilan feel she's losing out? The vice captain asked, puzzled. That's Zhou Zhilan's strategy. She needs to mislead her opponent to prepare for the competition, even if it means giving most of the benefits to Tao Yanfei. Chenruru was very confident in Zhou Zhilan's approach. This was the kind of person capable of great things. In fact, Zhou Zhilan thought and acted in the same way. Many people knew Tao Yanfei, and many had specifically studied her. If trouble really came knocking, not adjusting the apparent leadership might have a surprising effect. After Zhou Zhilan's fleet set off, a fluctuation was heard from behind, followed by their departure. Commander, the Dark Mercenary Association is tracking our movements. I also gathered information that someone has chosen 10 mercenary warship regiments to annihilate us, for a price of 1 trillion, Zhuge Liang reported to Haolong. After the Western Poison Mercenary Group's sneak attack, Haolong and Zhuge Liang began to pay close attention to the Dark Mercenary Association's activities. Sure enough, another assassination mission was issued. It's Hung Li. Besides him, no one else hates me this much. Haolong knew exactly who it was. Commander, what do we do? Kill them. Rather than letting them swarm us like flies, we might as well wipe them all out. I want to see how much the Dark Mercenary Association will raise their price. Haolong's killing intent surged. Since they've been trying to cause him trouble, then so be it. Commander, Let's spread the word and lure them here. We can then defeat them one by one. Zhuge Liang pointed to a space terrain. No, simply spreading rumors takes too long. We can create a new game, a bloodbath. Howling shook his head, rejecting Zhuge Liang's plan. While his plan was sound, he didn't have the time to waste here. How? Zhuge Liang asked curiously. We also invest 400 billion star coins. Whoever kills Haolong within 2 days wins, Haolong said with a smile, as if he weren't the one being hunted. The 400 billion was transferred by Eng Zheng for fortress defense construction, but it was no longer needed. He already knew about the punishment he received from the capital, but he didn't care at all. Chapter 187. Commander is brilliant. This plan is excellent. Zhuge Liang understood Haolong's meaning immediately, without needing further explanation. Spreading rumors to lure them wasn't enough. The mercenary groups might not take the risk and would prefer to complete the mission with a meticulous plan. But what about using a higher reward as bait? Brother Haolong, you're too cunning. An extra 400 billion star coins on the mission will drive those mercenary groups crazy. To get 400 billion for themselves, they definitely hunt us down like madmen, not band together. The quick-witted Huang Yuang also understood Haolong's meaning. Facing 10 well-coordinated mercenary groups with a plan was less desirable than facing a group of mercenary warships with little ambition. That was Haolong's choice. Strategist, secretly spread the word now that we're going to Blade's Edge planet. Commander, won't this be even more dangerous? How are we going to cross the Yangtze River's narrow pass? Zhuge Liang was cautious by nature. It took them 2 days to traverse the Yangtze River's narrow pass, but after that, they could reach Blade's Edge planet in just 1 day. This was the only and fastest route to Blade's Edge planet. Other routes required more than 10 days. Ding! The host has triggered the Brave the Yangtze River's narrow pass mission. Mission requirements. Conquer the Yangtze River's narrow pass within 3 days, and hunt down 50 warships and 1,000 mechs. Gain the talent skill, Divine Speed and Transformation. SS level talent skill Divine Speed and Transformation. Increases travel speed by 10 times, attack speed by 3 times, and attack power by 2 times, effective for all warships and mechs under command. After activating the skill, speed increases by 100 times, allowing for instantaneous transformations, rendering enemy artillery fire ineffective for 1 hour. The Yangtze River's narrow pass is only wide enough for 5 warships to sail side by side at most. We're only facing a handful of warships, but our 2 space fortress ships are no pushovers. With proper rotation, we can easily weave through the enemy lines. When the time comes, no matter how many dark mercenaries come, I kill them all. Haolong clenched his right fist, his killing intent surging, like a demon king descended to earth. Normally, he might have killed some dark mercenaries to scare them away, but this was an emergency rescue for Zhou Xilan. They were still willing to walk into his trap, so he wouldn't be so ruthless. Now he wanted to intimidate the entire mercenary world. Your wisdom, Commander, I, Zhuge Liang, admire you immensely. Zhuge Liang had no objection to Haolong's murderous aura. Touching a dragon's reverse scale meant certain death. But Haolong's wisdom truly impressed him. He simply dug a pit for all the enemies to fall into, then effortlessly weaved through the enemy lines with his artillery fire, slaughtering them all. Sometimes he would sigh, wondering if his own cautiousness was too much, causing him to fall behind Haolong's train of thought. Haolong's ideas were often very risky, yet within reasonable limits, with a very high success rate, and he was adept at adapting to various environmental changes, something even he hadn't anticipated. Strategist, you flatter me. I'm far less meticulous than you. With your assistance, I'm like a tiger with wings, Haolong said truthfully. He often controlled the overall direction, while Zhuge Liang handled the details. And Zhuge Liang's thorough preparation in the initial data gathering allowed him to quickly determine the direction of the plan. Brothers, stop bragging. You're going to blow your mind, Huang Yuang said playfully from the side. Haolong and Zhuge Liang looked at the little girl with her hands on her hips, wisely choosing to remain silent. They couldn't argue with her, couldn't fight her, couldn't reason with her, and couldn't afford to offend her. Chapter 188. The Evil Shark Mercenary Fleet. Although still a T3 class fleet, they are ruthless and have even killed a T4 class fleet, known for their cunning and treachery. Captain, this mission is highly sought after. We already accepted the group mission and know the target's movements. Should we strike first, kill Haolong, and obtain the additional 400 billion? The T3 class vice captain of the Evil Shark Mercenary Fleet said to Evil Shark. But the mission description says Haolong's speed is extremely fast. It will be difficult to surround him without 5 fleets. Evil Shark was hesitant. Success would be a sure thing, and they could get the rewards from both missions. Failure would mean losing all chance to claim the rewards. Captain, Halong's warships are at least T1 class. Even the fastest ships have their limits. Besides, we need to block him on the only road, making it impossible for him to escape. The vice captain continued to persuade them, indicating that his preparations were very thorough. The only way? Yes, since he's heading towards Blade's Edge planet, the fastest shortcut is the Yangtze River's first line of sky. The Yangtze River's first line of sky, the terrain there is indeed very easy to intercept him, and we're not far from there. It's ideal to ambush him at the entrance. So, Captain, should we move out? Seeing that Evil Shark's analysis was so logical, yet he hadn't given any orders, the vice captain couldn't help but ask. Nonsense, of course we should move out. Killing Halong will net us at least 600 billion, even a T4 Battleship Legion would be tempted. Evil Shark said viciously. Captain, you're brilliant. I go relay the order immediately. Although scolded, the vice captain still smiled broadly, as he went to relay the order. T4 class Black Tiger Mercenary Legion. Perhaps Evil Shark was right. For Halong, who was only a T1 class warship squadron, the mission was worth 600 billion. Even a T4 class warship legion was tempted. Right now, the T4 class Black Tiger warship legion was tempted. They were already in the middle of the Yangtze River's first line of sky, on a mission to Blue Star Planet. They happened to be passing through the Yangtze River's first line of sky, so killing Halong and getting the reward would be very satisfying. Vice Captain, give the order to increase the speed. This mission must be mine, Black Tigers. Black Tiger said domineeringly. Money was truly unstoppable. They had just returned from a major mission, and were immediately presented with another lucrative one. Legion Commander, we're traveling at high speed. We reached the entrance to the Yangtze River's first line of sky in just 15 hours. We won't let anyone else get there first, the Vice Captain reported to Black Tiger after careful calculation. Good, with the Vice Captain here, I'm relieved. Black Tiger patted the Vice Captain's shoulder, and then walked towards the warship's bedroom, where a beautiful woman was waiting for him. The Evil King Mercenary Fleet. The leader of the Evil King Mercenary Fleet is the Mech Evil King Mengfei. Aside from reconnaissance aircraft, all other empty slots are filled with mechs. Rumor has it he comes from the main family of mechs. All his mechs are equipped only with terrifying ship-slaying swords. He once led 800 ship-slaying mech warriors to destroy 1,000 warships, earning him the title, Ship-Slaying Evil King. Ship-Slaying Evil King Mengfei is also a tyrant. Any T3 level warship fleet avoids him. Getting too close is never a good thing. Even T4 mercenary fleets give him a wide berth, as his ship-slaying sword mechs, when unleashed, can be overwhelming even for ordinary T4 fleets. Currently, he also accepts the Dark Mercenary mission to hunt down Halong, as they are very adept at such missions. The mechs possess explosive power, and compared to warships, their small size allows them to ambush from various locations. Their ship-slaying swords are specially crafted to cut through warships. Combined, these features truly make them invincible in severing warships. Especially effective against the much larger space fortresses, they swarm and destroy them like death bees. Chapter 189. Report. Evil King, we have entered the middle section of the Yangtze River's first line of sky. The Evil King's 1,200 ship-slaying mechs are assembled. Requesting instructions. On the Evil King's flagship, the Chief of Staff strode forward, saluting Mengfei as he reported. Good. Leave 200 mechs to protect our warship transport formation. The other 1,000 mechs will be deployed to control the section of the Yangtze River's first line of sky. At the first opportunity, launch a surprise attack on Halong's warships, and kill Halong. Mengfei clenched his right hand tightly, his rough arm revealing immense strength. In his imagination, Halong had no chance of escape this time. The reason was that the Yangtze River's first line of sky was completely blocked by their 3 mercenary groups. Behind Halong, there were dozens of mercenary groups, and nearly 2,000 warships pursuing him. He had no way to retreat. Evil King, rest assured, we swear to complete the mission to the death. The Chief of Staff shouted. As the warships of the Evil King's fleet opened their gates, 1,000 mechs carrying giant ship-slaying swords flew out, advancing in groups of 100. Then, in squadrons of 10, they dispersed in all directions, searching for the best ambush and combat sites. They appeared highly professional, their coordination impeccable. Evil King Mengfei wore a proud expression. The ship-slaying sword family would once again rise from his hands. Besides the 10 mercenary warship fleets directly hired by Hengli, plus the unexpectedly involved Black Tiger Mercenary Legion, dozens more mercenary warship fleets participated in the mission issued by Halong himself. This brought the number of warships pursuing him to an astonishing 3,000 or more, including over 550 from the Black Tiger Mercenary Legion, all T4 class warships, a devastating blow. The happiest of all was Heng Li, who immediately relayed the news of Black Tiger's involvement to Ing Tian. Now he could finally rest easy. Father, you're brilliant. Halong is doomed this time. Good, haha, my son, remember, enough money makes things easier. Ing Tian laughed heartily, all thanks to his own wisdom in providing sufficient funds. Otherwise, how could they have killed Halong? Blue Star Planet, Planet Commander and General Commander's Office. Report, General Commander, Deputy General. Halong has $1 trillion bounty on his head from the Dark Mercenary Association. 23 mercenary groups have already surrounded and intercepted him at the first line of the Yangtze River. Deputy General Commander Zhao Tu rushed into the office, reporting urgently to Ing Zheng. What? Ing Zheng, who was sitting and drinking tea, jumped up, overturning the teacup on the table. His expression changed drastically, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. He rapidly ordered, pass on my orders. The elite battleship group will immediately deploy lightly armed, under your command. They must reach Yixianshan as quickly as possible to support Commander Halong, and then assist him in annihilating those dark mercenary groups. I want them all dead. Also, set aside 2 trillion as a bounty for those 23 mercenary groups. Tell them, those who abandon the mission will live. Those people on the bounty. Zhao Tuo. Never mind them for now. After rescuing the Commander-in-Chief, we settle accounts one by one, Ing Zheng said coldly, his voice filled with murderous intent. Halong is a genius, a level 3 engineering master. His strategic command and tactics are also masterful. He has many talented subordinates. Give it enough time to grow, even the Orc's fortress might have to change its name. Moreover, he risked his life to save the fortress from peril. It could be said that he saved 2 billion people on Earth. Dare to touch him, and you'd be making an enemy of the entire Blue Star. Understood. Zhao Tu saluted Ing Zheng, raising his left-hand warship bracelet and shouting, Elite Warship Army, listen to my command. Our great hero, Commander-in-Chief, former Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the fortress, Halong, is currently surrounded by the Dark Mercenary Group's warships at the Yangtze River's first line of sky, his life in imminent danger. What do you say we do? Boom! Kill! 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 Zhao Tuo's voice was like a thunderclap, and countless officers and soldiers of the elite warships roared in unison. This was intolerable. During the attack on the Orc fortress, Halong's timely arrival reduced their elite warship army's losses by at least several dozen times, allowing them to achieve unparalleled prestige. Touching Halong was tantamount to touching their parents. Yesterday, because of the Empire's definition, their commander-in-chief was almost labeled a deserter. At that time, they had no choice but to endure it. Today, the Dark Mercenary Group plotted to assassinate their commander-in-chief. How could they tolerate this? I now order the Ruishi Warship Corps to deploy. Target, Yixianshan, one-line sky, on the Yangtze River. Maximize the speed of your warships, and arrive at the destination as quickly as possible. Those who disobey will be punished according to military law. Rogered. The 2nd Regiment of the Ruishi Warship Corps is determined to complete the mission to the death. They have already set sail, and are speeding towards their destination. The 3rd Regiment of the Ruishi Warship Corps is received. Estimated speeding time, 60 seconds. The 4th Regiment of the Ruishi Warship Corps is received. The 5th Regiment of the Ruishi Warship Corps is received. The 20th Regiment of the Ruishi Warship Corps is received. In an instant, the Blue Star military base was filled with the frenzied figures of the Ruishi Warship Corps. Interstellar traffic control was immediately implemented along the route. Land-based railguns, heavy ballistic missiles, and hypersonic missiles were deployed, directly locking onto the routes. If there was any obstruction, these missiles and heavy artillery could fire directly without orders, destroying any obstacles. What happened? The highest level of heavy artillery navigation control has been activated. Isn't this the same as a few days ago? The fortress is in imminent danger, and the garrison has activated land-based missiles to enforce military control. Could the orcs be attacking the fortress again? No way. In the battle a few days ago, the orcs suffered over 70% casualties. They should be licking their wounds. Then what's causing this military control? Guess. Blade's affiliated military academy. Bang. What? Halong is wanted by the Dark Mercenary Group and is currently besieged at the Yangtze River first line sky. Ji Fontian jumped up from his chair, overturning it in the process. Lawless. I immediately request reinforcements from Blade's academy. John Lin's face turned ashen, his fingers gripping his teacup tightly. Dean, please dispatch a naval escort fleet for me. This cannot be tolerated, only death will suffice. Ji Fengtian's eyes blazed with fury. Did they really think their students were unprotected? Approved. I'm assigning you the first army of the School Protection Warship Legion. Sharpen your blade, and eradicate evil completely. Zhang Lin solemnly instructed Ji Fengtian. He was furious, even using the word eradicate completely. The entrance to the Yangtze River's first line of sky. Commander, the Yangtze River's first line of sky is just ahead. After sailing for half a day, Zhuge Liang reported to Haolong. Enter immediately, but be careful. Understood. Zhuge Liang fanned himself. He knew what to do. This world was full of various skills, and no one knew if there was an ambush at the entrance to the Yangtze River's first line of sky. However, they didn't have much time left. The more than 2,000 enemy ships behind them were also a problem. Chapter 190. Soon, Zhuge Liang piloted his space fortress, becoming the first to enter. The warship shields were at maximum, and the fortress's heavy cannons were in attack mode. More than 10 stealth reconnaissance aircraft had already been deployed, leading the way into the Yangtze River's first line sky. Commander, reconnaissance aircraft report. 38 T-3 warships detected. They are all on standby, silent, clearly intending to ambush us. Zhuge Liang, seemingly unsurprised by the reconnaissance information, reported to Haolong. Good. Reconnaissance aircraft continue forward. Stealth bombers, drop bombs. Destroy all enemy warships. Haolong issued the order, showing no mercy towards the dark mercenary group. Since we're here, we're not going back. Roger, Commander. Above the Yangtze River's first line sky, the stealth bombers of the Vulcan warship squadron arrived at their respective targets and subsequently dropped over 6,000 heavy cruise bombs. Ding! Alarm. Massive cruise bombs are being dropped. Strengthen defenses. The Shark warships, still in standby mode, sounded their alarms. The intelligence system was quite clever. Before the warships were even activated, they couldn't dodge the bombs. Quickly. Activate the warships. All guns, intercept. Launch all fighter jets. Block the bombs. Captain, activating the warships will take 5 seconds. Captain, bombs. Bombs have arrived. All the standby warships were in chaos, watching in terror as numerous bombs rained down on their ships. The horrific scene had finally unfolded. Boom! Boom! All 38 Shark warships, barely activated, were instantly destroyed. Over 600 stealth bombers returned to base to replenish the bombs they had just dropped. Commander, what do we do? The vice captain of the flagship, the Shark, hidden deep within the Yangtze River's narrow pass, asked in a trembling voice. They had already witnessed the carnage on the other warships. In that instant, they dared not make another move, hoping only that Haolong's Vulcan battleship squadron would leave quickly and remain undetected. Don't move rashly. Wait for them to leave. Moving now means certain death. The Shark was also terrified. His entire fleet had been wiped out before even moving. Could anything be more terrifying? They were supposed to be T-1 warships? How could they even deploy stealth bombers? This was outrageous. Others haven't even been equipped with T-4 class warships, and you already got them on your T-1 ships? How are we supposed to fight this? Are we supposed to fight with our heads down? Strategist, little girl, send out half of the fighter jets for escort. We go into charge mode, advancing with artillery fire all the way, don't stop. Roger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Over 600 fighter jets took off, already positioned around the entire Vulcan warship fleet. Commander. We detected the remaining mercenary group's flagship fleet, a total of 12 warships. Zhuge Liang received the reconnaissance information and immediately projected it to Haolong. Strategist, let's bombard them with heavy artillery together and send them on their way. Looking at the huddled, trembling Shark flagship fleet, Haolong spoke to Zhuge Liang with an air of dominance. Those who stand in my way will die. Even gods can't save them. I said it. Roger, Commander. Zhuge Liang nodded. The best way to deal with these inhuman dark mercenary groups is to destroy them. Heavy artillery, main guns, warship guns, fire. 2 space fortress ships, armed with a total of 8 5-star fortress heavy cannons, 16 5-star fortress main cannons, and 40 fortress warship cannons, open fire, bombarding the Shark mercenary flagship. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! A cacophony of heavy cannon fire erupted. The 12 mercenary warships couldn't withstand the onslaught, and were all obliterated. After the heavy artillery barrage, the remaining 12 warships of the Shark fleet were reduced to nothingness, leaving only fragments in space. A half-piece of the heart of contract floated in space, glowing, as if telling the story of what had just happened. Commander, the appetizers are finished. The main course and appetizers will be served soon, and they be the real feasts, Zhuge Liang said to Haolong, fanning himself with his fan. Haolong smiled calmly and said, "We only just entered the Yangtze River's first-line pass and already encountered 2 warship regiments. It seems I truly become Tang Zheng's meat. Everyone wants a bite." Not only that, the stealth reconnaissance aircraft detected 2 warship regiments, T4 class at that, but there seem to be more behind. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the T4 class Black Tiger Legion. Zhuge Liang released information that made even Haolong serious. This was information he had scavenged on the dark mercenary star network. The reason he had such detailed information was simply because the other side had many enemies. As long as he was willing to pay a price, he could easily obtain the intelligence he wanted. The Black Tiger Mercenary Legion, 1,000 T4 warships, 20 warship regiments, one of which is the Flying Tiger Assassin Warship Regiment, a dedicated assassin warship regiment with powerful bursts of speed and extremely high speed. Strategist, keep the Vulcan battleship formation at full speed. As soon as the heavy artillery of the space fortress can attack, immediately launch a long-range bombardment. After the bombardment, have the stealth bombers bombard the area along the way. If necessary, deploy the Divine Speed Thunderships. Haolong issued a series of orders. Outside the Yangtze River's first line of sky, he could only avoid it from afar, but here, he was determined to annihilate the Black Tiger Mercenary Legion. "Commander, I know what to do, but I suggest we preserve the Black Tiger's transport ships. They hold the supplies we need, as well as a batch of high-grade materials looted by the Black Tiger Legion," Zhuge Liang proposed. "Follow the strategist's suggestion. Send all the stealth mechs in to infiltrate and seize the supplies, energy, and those high-grade materials. They are our guarantee for a powerful offensive." Haolong's eyes lit up. Such a good thing. In the Yangtze River's first line of sky, he wasn't worried about the number of enemy warships, but rather about insufficient supplies and materials. After all, the aftermath of a major battle wasn't calm, it was just the beginning. Black Tiger Legion Flagship. Report. Legion Commander, reconnaissance aircraft have detected traces of several mercenary warship groups behind us. It's alright. They're all here to kill Haolong. Their goal is the same, they fight it out. Black Tiger smiled, completely disregarding the mercenary warship groups. "Yes, sir." The vice captain smiled, and went to issue the order. Soul Rat Mercenary Warship Flagship. Report. Captain, Black Tiger Legion spotted. They're charging towards Haolong in the middle of the first line of sky. The vice captain reported to Soul Rat. "It's alright. As long as Haolong is dead, we have 200 billion. Since they want to make a move, let them be. Captain Soul Rat is right. Let's observe for now." In the projected conference room, besides Evil Shark and Black Tiger, the other 7 warship captains were present. They were all hired by Hengli.